A family apart. In the vast backyard of the Namikaze estate, Minato and Kushina were engrossed in teaching their children, Menma and Narumi, various combat techniques. While the training was rigorous, the family's joy was palpable, a picture of domestic bliss. Yet, this perfect family wasn't quite complete. From his room, 10-year-old Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze watched the scene unfold, a storm of past memories brewing within him. 3 years ago, a harsh reality. Naruto sat with his younger brother and sister, buzzing with anticipation. Their parents had promised a big announcement, and deep down, Naruto knew what it meant: their training would finally begin. This was a welcome thought, as his life had been on a downward spiral. He'd noticed a shift, his siblings' desires consistently taking precedence over his own. Initially, he dismissed it as overthinking, but the villagers' respectful treatment of his family contrasted sharply with their utter disregard for him, confirming his fears. Even his godparents were no different. Jiraiya, when he visited, focused solely on Menma, often expressing his eagerness to take him on as an apprentice. Naruto was consistently overlooked. Tsunade, residing in Konoha as the head of the hospital, was a more frequent presence but dedicated her time to Narumi, mirroring Jiraiya's favoritism. Neither godparent ever acknowledged Naruto. Minato and Kushina entered the room, pulling Naruto from his somber thoughts. "Children," Minato began, "your mother and I have decided it's time to begin your training in our family techniques. I'll teach you ninjutsu and taijutsu, while your mother will instruct you in chakra chains, kenjutsu, and controlling the Kyuubi's chakra." He smiled, but his expression soured when Naruto raised his hand. "Yes, Naruto?" Minato asked, his tone laced with disinterest. Naruto briefly frowned at his father's tone but pressed on. "Will I be part of this family training too?" Minato exchanged a quick, frowning glance with Kushina before turning back to Naruto. "No, Naruto. You'll wait for the academy and learn the basics there. Your siblings need to master the Kyuubi's chakra, so we won't have time to teach you as well." Naruto's emotions began to churn. "What about a clone to teach me, or leaving me a scroll, or—" "Naruto, stop," Kushina interjected, her voice sharp. "Your father and I made this decision together. You will wait for the academy. Is that clear?" Naruto clenched his fists and nodded silently. The 10th birthday, a crushing blow. That moment had revealed his parents' preference for his siblings, but another event would confirm their utter indifference towards him. On their 10th birthday, Naruto sat tucked away in a corner of the living room, watching guests shower his brother and sister with gifts. Years of the same routine had dulled the pain, but it still stung. The realization that he could vanish and no one would care was a bitter pill he wasn't ready to swallow. The chatter ceased as the Hokage, his father, stepped forward. "First, I'd like to thank everyone for coming to my children's birthday party. I believe my sensei, Jiraiya, and Tsunade have something for the two of you before my announcement," he said, gesturing towards Menma and Narumi. Jiraiya and Tsunade approached the twins, large scrolls in hand and smiles on their faces. "Menma, I've watched you grow and am proud to offer you the Toad contract, which will greatly aid your future as a shinobi," Jiraiya announced, handing the contract to an excited Menma. Tsunade then turned to Narumi. "Narumi, you'll be a great ninja, and I'd be honored if you'd sign the slug contract to assist you in your future career," she said, Narumi practically snatching it from her grasp. After the applause subsided, Minato spoke again. "Now, I have an announcement that concerns both of you. As of now, Narumi will become the heir to the Uzumaki clan, and Menma will become heir to the Namikaze clan," he declared, smiling beside his wife. Before anyone could cheer, the sharp sound of breaking glass pierced the silence. All eyes turned to Naruto, who stood with a broken glass clutched tightly in his hand, his face contorted in pure rage. Without a word, he stomped to his room, slamming the door shut. The party soon resumed. A new path, escape and encounter. Night had fallen, Naruto having spent the entire day reliving his painful past. He chuckled, finding it ironic that these bitter memories would make his escape plan even easier to execute. At midnight, with everyone asleep, Naruto slipped out of the house and headed for the gate. His plan was meticulous: first, a simple escape from the clan compound, then a distraction for the guards. He had the perfect jutsu in mind, a shadow clone he'd learned by observing his father teach his siblings. The clone immediately ran to draw the guards' attention. Within 5 seconds, the two guards abandoned their posts, chasing after the clone. With them gone and the clone ordered not to dispel until sufficient time had passed, Naruto rushed through Konoha's front gate, leaving behind the place where he was never acknowledged. The forest, a fateful meeting. A month later, Naruto was still traversing the forests of the Land of Fire, already feeling a vast improvement in his life. The clang of metal reached his ears. Peeking from behind a tree, he saw a group of bandits attacking a blue-haired woman. She moved with incredible speed, her long, thin, silver blade with a golden handguard striking down her attackers. She finished with a rapid spin, her sword slicing through anyone nearby. Naruto watched in awe. After the last bandit fell, she looked around and then dropped to one knee, panting. As she caught her breath, her gaze drifted towards Naruto's hiding spot. She sighed just as Naruto quickly ducked back behind the tree. Eyes squeezed shut, he repeatedly chanted, "Please haven't seen me. Please haven't seen me." "You know, if you want to hide better, it might be best not to talk out loud," the blue-haired swordswoman suggested, interrupting his mantra. Opening his eyes, Naruto got a better look at her. She was about 6 feet tall, slender, with long blue hair tied in a single braid. A gray, skin-tight jumpsuit covered her, and she appeared to be around 20 years old. Her sword rested in its sheath at her hip. Finally, he met her eyes, shocked to find a warmth and kindness he'd rarely experienced directed at him. He remained silent as she smiled. "So, kid, what are you doing out here?" she asked softly. Nothing really, I was just walking, that's all," Naruto replied quickly, which made the woman roll her eyes. "You're a terrible liar, kid, but I'll let it slide for now." "What's your name?" she asked. Naruto pouted slightly at being called a liar but answered, sensing no malice from her. "My name is Naruto." The brunette giggled at his pout. "Well, Naruto, I'm Sira. Nice to meet you," she said, extending her hand. Naruto took it, trembling. Sira, noticing his unease, clarified, "Look, Naruto, what you just saw. You don't have to worry about me doing that to you. That," she said, gesturing to the fallen bodies, "was self-defense." Naruto nodded quickly. Though rattled by his first encounter with such violence, he was still captivated by her skill. As she began to walk away, an idea sparked in his mind. "Teach me," Naruto shouted, making Sira stop. She stared at the ground for a full minute before turning to face him. "Why?" she asked, her gaze piercing, seeking the truth in his answer. Naruto looked at her, fire in his eyes. "I want to be acknowledged, respected, and appreciated. I want to show everyone that I am worth looking at," he answered, his voice firm, speaking not just to her but to himself. Sira crossed her arms, deep in thought, processing his words. "What about your parents, family, friends, home?" she inquired, interested in his response. Naruto clenched his fist, but his gaze remained steady. "I have no one I can call a friend, and my village and family refuse to even acknowledge my existence. As I see it, I have nothing to lose and everything to gain," he said with a smirk. Sira looked at him for a long moment before bursting into laughter. "Kid, I'll admit, you've got guts to see someone kill a bunch of guys and then ask to join them," she said with a smile. "Alright, kid, come on." Naruto smiled his first genuine smile in a long time and rushed to her side. 1 year later, the lunar soldier. 1 year time skip. Forest in Fire Country. "You're putting too much force into it, and it's making you too slow," Sira chastised, clashing blades with her apprentice, Naruto. "Yeah, I know. I guess I'm just excited for tonight," he replied with a smile, blocking a slash from his blue-haired teacher and leaping away. Sira rolled her eyes. "I know, but for now, you need to focus. I could have killed you by now. You're better than this, so show me," she yelled, hoping to ignite his competitive spirit. Naruto had quickly become like a brother to her. "Fine then," he yelled back, gripping his katana in a reverse grip, a smirk playing on his lips. Sira pulled her sword near her face, mirroring his smirk. The two prepared for a decisive final strike. Faster than the eye could follow, they appeared on opposite sides of each other, backs turned. Both held their stances until Naruto fell to his knees, a slash across his bare chest. Sira smiled triumphantly before unexpectedly collapsing herself, a weaker slash across her stomach tearing through her jumpsuit. "Ah, damn it, not again," Sira shouted, then went to check on her shirtless apprentice, who was catching his breath. Standing behind his kneeling form, she placed her sword at his neck and whispered, "I win. Midnight, the blade and the beast. Time skip midnight." "Well, looks like it's about time," Sira announced to Naruto, who was practically bouncing with excitement. Over the past year, the boy had grown. The 11-year-old now stood at 5 feet tall and was as muscular as any child his age could be. He had learned extensively from Sira, who was part of a legendary line of swordsmen. She was the 10th swordsman, known as the Aqua Knight, her sword and her power amplifying in water. In terms of swordsmanship, few could rival those who received such a title. Soon, Naruto would become the 11th swordsman. Throughout his training, Naruto had mastered every special technique of the previous swordsmen in their unnamed order, passed down from Sira, who learned from the 9th swordsman. He absorbed her knowledge with remarkable speed, reinforcing Sira's belief that he was truly special. She taught him chakra control, sensing, and usage, but not ninjutsu. Sira sighed, looking at Naruto, who was gazing at the sky. Tonight, he would receive his unique sword, making him almost unbeatable in swordsmanship. When the clouds parted and the moon shone brightly, Naruto felt an inexplicable urge to reach out. As he did, a blinding flash engulfed him. When the light faded, Naruto held his sword, his true sword. The blade was enormous, about 5 feet long and half as thick as Naruto's body. It curved dramatically, resembling a crescent moon. The blade itself was black, with a shining silver cutting edge. The handle was pure gold, adorned with a crescent moon at its center. As Naruto admired his new weapon, Sira spoke. So, you've attained your title. Naruto, you now bear the title the Lunar Soldier as evidenced by your blade, Sira said seriously, Naruto hanging on her every word. Now, you're probably wondering how you're holding something like that so easily, she said, smiling when he nodded. That is your sword, and it will respond only to you. It has perfect balance, and you'll be able to wield it in any way because it obeys your will. Unlike my sword, yours is a defensive sword, as you can see by its shape and size, she explained. I understand, Master, Naruto said, kneeling, which surprised Sira. She'd only ever been called teacher or sis. Smiling, she told him to stand and follow her. As Naruto rose, sword still in hand, he remembered Sira's teachings about this moment and summoning his blade. Smiling, he flicked his sword into the sky, and it vanished, awaiting his call. He followed Sira to a nearby lake. Sira looked at him with proud eyes. I knew you were special from the day I met you, Naruto. In this past year, I've watched you grow and taught you everything I know. Now, there's one more thing for me to give you, she said, smiling and slicing off the right sleeve of her jumpsuit, revealing a tattoo of a dragon coiled around her arm. Naruto watched as Sira bit her left thumb and smeared the blood on the tattoo, which glowed, and mist enveloped the ground in water. As the water thrashed and the ground trembled, a giant dragon-like serpent rose from the lake. The creature was bluish-gray, with an ocean blue head and piercing yellow eyes. Sira smiled, gazing at her summon, the serpent lord of the ocean, Leviathan. He was 3 times the size of Jiraiya the sun and summon, Gamabunta, and could defeat even the mightiest tailed beasts. Of course, the serpent hadn't revealed its full size, which would be too much for a lake to contain. The serpent lowered its head to meet them. Sira, it has been a long time, Leviathan commented, his voice as soft as a giant water serpent could manage. Hello, old friend. I'm sorry for my absence, but it's time, she responded with a small smile, and Leviathan slowly nodded. Naruto, mesmerized by the magnificent creature, was brought back to reality by Sira. Naruto, I'd like for you to sign the water serpent contract, but only if you want to. Sira smiled, noting his suppressed joy and respectful demeanor in the presence of the great beast. Nodding quickly, she instructed him to apply his blood to her tattoo to become a summoner. When he did, the tattoo glowed and then vanished from her arm. Before Naruto could ask where it went, he felt a searing pain on his right bicep as the tattoo that was formerly on Sira transferred to his arm. Looking down, he regained his composure, seeing the familiar tattoo now etched on his skin. Does this mean I'm a summoner? He asked expectantly. Sira nodded. Leviathan then deemed it necessary to explain the contract himself, turning his gaze solely on Naruto, who immediately focused on the Serpent Lord's words. The water serpent contract cannot be held on a simple scroll, so we form our contract on the summoner's body. We are among the most powerful creatures in existence, so you must summon us accordingly. We do not fight small skirmishes. Our abilities are not limited by water, we can also be summoned on land. We will only allow one summoner at a time, and the only way it can be passed on is willingly by the current summoner. Now, child, make the hand signs and summon your personal serpent. Naruto nodded and complied. Instead of the usual smoke for summons, mist swirled into a mini tornado, making Naruto look away. When he looked back, he saw a serpent about half the size of Leviathan but almost identical in appearance. Greetings, I am Levios, son of Leviathan, and your personal summon, he declared, a wide grin revealing teeth sharp enough to cleave steel. Naruto instantly took a liking to him. Hello, Levios, I'm Naruto, and I'm honored to have summoned you, he said, a mix of respect and excitement evident in his tone, much to the amusement of the 2 serpents. They vanished in a mist, but not before glancing skyward. Just as Naruto was about to inquire about their departure, his senses screamed, and he narrowly evaded Sira's sword strike. Sira, what are you doing? A bewildered Naruto cried out. Sira stood tall. Naruto, tonight you've become the 11th swordsman, the lunar soldier, and the water serpent summoner. To finalize this, you must defeat me in battle, here and now, she responded as rain began to fall. Naruto stood, tears welling in his eyes as the rain intensified. No, you're all I have. Without you, I'm alone. I won't kill you. I refuse, he sobbed, tears streaming down his face. Sira hated putting Naruto through this, he was so innocent, yet she was about to push him into a cruel world without support. But she was determined to give her most cherished person the strength to survive. Naruto, you must fight me with everything you have to reach your full potential. Once you do, I'll know you'll be safe. I know you don't want this, and I'm sorry for forcing it upon you, but it's necessary, she said, tears in her own eyes. Now fight me with everything you have or I'll never forgive you, she yelled, charging towards him. Her words solidified his resolve, and he summoned his sword. With the blade in hand, he lunged at Sira, and their weapons clashed. They fought with all their might, slashing at each other as the rain poured harder. Sira was faster, but Naruto possessed greater reach and power. During their struggle, Naruto maneuvered Sira away from the water, which would have given her a significant advantage, deeper into the forest. They eventually reached a stalemate, their blades locked, but Sira twisted her body, striking his leg and forcing him down. "Well, I guess you won't be able to beat me. A shame, I suppose I'll have to find someone else," she said, a disappointed frown on her face that quickly turned into a small smile at her student's next words. "Look up, teacher," he replied. Sira looked up to see the full moon, realizing her defeat. The next sensation was a mix of pain and pride as she looked down to find Naruto's blade piercing her chest. As she fell, Naruto caught her and gently laid her down. Naruto watched as the light faded from his teacher's eyes. Sira died with a smile, but it offered little comfort. Naruto let his tears flow, cursing himself and Sira throughout the night. When morning arrived, Naruto left the battleground with a heavy heart. Sira received an ocean burial from Naruto and the water serpent Leviathan. Now, it was time for Naruto to return to Konoha. Konohagakure no Sato. Minato sat in his office, battling every cage's ultimate adversary, paperwork. Deciding on a brief respite, he rose from his seat to gaze out at Konoha village. He smiled, observing everyone going about their daily routines. The smile vanished when his eyes landed on a family of 3 enjoying a picnic, a mother, father, and son sharing a basket. The sight pierced Minato's heart. He recalled the day his family's life shattered. Flashback: 1 month after Naruto left. Minato, Kushina, Narumi, and Menma entered the living room after finishing their training. "You two made great progress today, so how about I take the whole family to Ichiraku's for ramen?" Minato suggested, almost needing to cover his ears at the children's enthusiastic ramen. He smiled, then thought of the missing person, Naruto. They hadn't spent much time together lately, so he decided then that a family lunch would be a good start to reconnecting with his son. "Okay, everyone wait here while I get Naruto," Minato said, surprising Kushina, who had also easily forgotten him. Meanwhile, Menma and Narumi exchanged glances and burst into laughter. "Very funny, Dad, that failure's gone," Menma scoffed, laughing with his sister. Minato and Kushina frowned. "What do you mean gone? Is he at a friend's house?" Kushina asked, which only made the two laugh harder. Narumi finally calmed enough to answer her mother. "Friends? Who would want to be friends with that loser? He's been gone. Hopefully, he's gone for good," she said, smiling. Minato and Kushina exchanged a look of horror before Minato instantly teleported to his office, where he ordered his best Umbu to search for his son. After 3 months, he was forced to call off the search. End flashback. Minato realized how severely he had neglected Naruto but could do little, so he entrusted the search to his sensei, Jiraiya, who also carried regret. When word spread through the village, the overall sentiment was one of regret and sadness because they had never even noticed the Hokage's firstborn. Kushina took it the hardest. Since Naruto left, she had lost her cheerful, joyful demeanor. She continued to train her children, but they were forbidden from speaking ill of Naruto. She slept in Naruto's room every night, crying herself to sleep. During the training of their 2 remaining children, Minato and Kushina began to truly see their children for who they were. They were arrogant, flashing their names and demanding what they wanted everywhere they went. They were selfish, never even attempting to help those in need. After this discovery, Minato and Kushina realized the terrible mistake they had made by taking the clan heir title from their son. With that, they vowed that when Naruto returned, they would treat him with the respect and love every child deserved from their parents. His thoughts were interrupted by a knock. Returning to his seat, he announced that whoever wished to enter could do so. His jaw dropped when one of his Chunin entered with the boy who had been plaguing his thoughts since he realized he left his son, Naruto. "Lord Hokage, this boy claims he wishes to join our village and wants to speak with you," the Chunin explained, earning a glare from Naruto for the boy comment. Minato quickly nodded. "Thank you, you may go now and tell my secretary we are not to be disturbed," he ordered, never taking his eyes off his son. When the Chunin left, Minato immediately moved to hug Naruto but was stopped when Naruto held up a hand, halting him. "I'm afraid I must ask that we keep this meeting professional and brief, Lord Hokage," Naruto said coldly, causing Minato to flinch and his heart to ache a little. He nodded sadly and motioned for Naruto to take a seat. As Minato observed his son, he noticed how tall and mature he looked. Naruto was the spitting image of his father. Naruto wore a black sleeveless shirt with dark blue pants, black fingerless gloves, and black boots. Both seated, Minato asked the question that had been on his mind for the past year and a half. "Naruto, where have you been, son?" he inquired. Naruto stiffened before responding. "I've been training in the forests of Fire Country and believe I'm ready to take the Genin exams with this year's class. While I only know the Shadow Clone Jutsu, the Transformation Jutsu, and the Substitution Jutsu, my other skills should make me well qualified to take and pass the test," he stated. Naruto had decided that while he wouldn't hide his skills, he wouldn't boast or explain them unless prompted. Minato furrowed his brow at Naruto's explanation. "Are you sure, son? This year's graduating class is mainly composed of clan heirs, so it might be difficult to pass. And there's also the fact that you've received no formal training." Minato stopped when Naruto leveled a cold glare at him. "While I appreciate your concern, Lord Hokage, I assure you that I will pass regardless of my opposition," he spat. Minato sighed. Perhaps he should let his son take the test. After all, the worst that could happen was that he wouldn't pass. Making his decision, he nodded and told him he would ensure Naruto was allowed to take the Genin exam and that the academy would actually begin in a few minutes. Minato wrote on a piece of paper and handed it to Naruto, telling him it would grant him entry to the exam. He also suggested they walk together, but Naruto quickly declined before getting up and heading to the academy. Minato sighed sadly but quickly smiled. His son was back, and no matter how long it took, he would get him back. Konoha Ninja Academy. Irika Umino was giving a speech to his students before starting the Genin exam when a blond boy walked in, handing him a note from the Hokage himself. He was too engrossed in reading the note to look at who had given it to him. After reading the note, Irika's eyes widened before looking at the boy who had taken a seat in the back corner of the room, away from everyone else. "Okay class, we have someone who will be taking the exam with us today. Everyone welcome Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze," he said before a kunai flew near and cut his cheek. "Just Naruto will do," Naruto said emotionlessly. After this display, everyone watched him, especially two children Narumi and Menma Uzumaki Namikaze, who fumed that their worthless, nobody brother was back. "Irika-sensei, why does he get special treatment?" whined a boy named Kiba, who obviously thought it was unfair that he had to sit through Irika's boring lectures for years, but this kid just walked in and got to take the Genin test without such torture. "Naruto has a note from the Hokage himself allowing it, so be quiet, Kiba. Now, the exam has 3 parts, taijutsu matches, ninjutsu demonstration, and the paper test you are receiving now," Irika explained while his assistant Mizuki finished handing out the last of the exams. "Now that everyone has their test, begin," Irika shouted. It took Naruto 10 minutes to complete the pitiful excuse for an exam, and he was forced to wait for another 50 minutes while everyone else finished before they were let outside. The academy training ground had a wooden board ranking students by their taijutsu prowess. Naruto scanned the board and was surprised to see his idiotic siblings held the top spots. Naruto was pulled from his thoughts when Irika asked for volunteers to begin the taijutsu portion. Menma quickly volunteered, but not before issuing a challenge. "I want to fight Naruto. Maybe then he'll realize how pathetic he really is," he smirked while the rest of the students quickly agreed. "Naruto, do you accept Menma as your competitor?" Irika asked, receiving a short nod in response. As Naruto and Menma entered the ring, Naruto knew what would happen. Today, he would humiliate his brother in front of all his friends. Today, he would show Menma how much of a child he truly was in this adult world. When Irika gave the signal, Menma quickly attacked Naruto, expecting a swift victory. His confidence quickly evaporated as his pathetic brother dodged his strike. Then the next, and the next, and the next. Finally, Naruto had enough. He dodged one last punch by simply moving to the side and swiftly planted his fist in Menma's stomach, lifting him off the ground. With Menma still on his arm, Naruto spoke. Years of training from 2 of the famous Sannin, the last Uzumaki from Whirlpool, and perhaps the most powerful Hokage in Konoha history, and this is what you have to offer. I must say that I am thoroughly disappointed, especially since you are supposed to be the best in your class at taijutsu. Well, it's my turn now, but don't worry, I'll make it quick, Naruto said coldly before throwing him 10 feet into the air. When Menma started falling and reached about 3 feet from the ground, Naruto swung his leg directly into the side of his head, sending him flying into a nearby tree. Everyone was speechless. The Hokage's son had just been decimated by the clan reject. Irika quickly declared Naruto the winner and told Mizuki to take Menma to the hospital. As the matches continued, Irika couldn't stop thinking about Naruto. He had been toying with Menma the entire time, and Irika could see that Naruto hadn't even tried. 3 moves and Menma was out, and he knew that the kick Naruto used was not even half of the strength he could have employed. That kind of power in someone so young scared Irika, but not as much as the lifeless look in Naruto's eyes throughout the match. Eventually, the taijutsu matches concluded, and the students were led back into the classroom. No one spoke. The way Naruto had finished Menma as if he were nothing was more than a little unsettling and made everyone keep their distance. As they all sat down and waited for their names to be called for the next demonstration, no one spoke. Naruto's name was called first. Naruto calmly rose from his seat and followed Irika into the next room. "Okay, Naruto, I need you to make 3 clones, use the substitution jutsu, and use the transformation jutsu," Irika stated somewhat nervously. Naruto simply rolled his eyes and began making 3 shadow clones, substituting himself with a nearby chair, and transforming into Irika. He took his headband, ignoring Irika's congratulations. Naruto walked out of the academy with his headband tied around his arm. As he appeared outside, he noticed all the families waiting for their children to emerge with their headbands. There was Shikaka Nara, Inoichi Yamanaka, Chauza Akamaiki, and their wives, Samin Yazuka, Mikado Uchiha, and Itaki Uchiha, along with a few other civilian parents waiting for their children. Their surprised expressions amused Naruto and almost shocked him because he didn't think anyone knew who he was. He continued walking as the adults made way for him to leave. Naruto began making his way to the Hokage's tower. It was time for him to live on his own, and to do that, he would have to clear it with his former father. Thinking about it, Naruto knew that Minato and Kushina might feel some remorse, but it was too late. Though he had only been living there for about 2 years, so much had changed. He wasn't a kid anymore. Sira had ensured he knew that before he attained his title. His title had also been on his mind lately. He knew he was already one of the most skilled swordsmen in the elemental nations. All he needed now was to gain experience and let his name grow. That was the only reason he was in Konoha. Pulled from his thoughts by the realization that he had reached the tower, he entered and proceeded up the stairs to the Hokage's office. As he neared the door, he realized the secretary wasn't there, and he started to hear yelling. Approaching the open office door, he was greeted with the sight of Kushina Uzumaki Namikaze shouting at her husband. "I want my son on my team, Minato. I haven't seen Naruto in over a year. I've missed so much, and I'll be damned if I miss any more of his life, so put him on my team," Kushina yelled. "I must disagree, Mrs. Namikaze," said Naruto, alerting the two to his presence as he walked into the office. Kushina's eyes immediately welled up upon seeing the boy she had neglected for so long. Shaking out of her stupor, she started to run to hug her son but was held back by Minato, who simply shook his head, confusing and infuriating her greatly until she realized how Naruto had addressed her, Mrs. Namikaze. When Kushina stopped struggling, Minato quickly smiled. "Naruto, how was the exam?" he asked, making his way to his chair to sit down as Naruto did the same. "Disappointing, Lord Hokage, most notably in the form of Menma. But I'm sure that Tsunade will make sure he is perfectly well," Naruto said coldly. Both Minato and Kushina frowned. They, with help from Jiraiya and Tsunade, had trained both Menma and Narumi to be formidable opponents for most Chunin, yet Naruto spoke as if Menma was simply a waste of time. Their concerns were interrupted when Naruto began to speak again. "As for your suggestion, Mrs. Namikaze, since I will be labeled as dead last for lack of attendance, I must be placed on the same team as the rookie and Kunoichi of the year. And though Menma and Narumi are at the top of the board in terms of combat, I doubt that their test grades match, isn't that right, Lord Hokage?" Naruto asked with a smirk. Minato sighed, knowing his son was right. "That's correct. I don't have the final results for everyone yet, but it looks like the rookie of the year will be Suzuki Uchiha, and the Kunoichi of the year will be Hinata Hyuga," Minato said tiredly. He and Kushina had stressed to their children that book smarts were important, but it never took, unfortunately. "Well, Naruto, what can I do for you right now?" he asked, trying to figure out why his son was here. "Lord Hokage, I was wondering if you could tell me of any apartments for sale," he asked, causing both Minato and Kushina's eyes to widen. "What are you talking about, Naruto? You live at the compound with us. You can't leave, you're too young to live on your own," Kushina yelled. Naruto simply rolled his eyes and pointed to his armband. "This means that I am considered an adult, and it is also highly irregular for a non-clan member to live at a clan compound," he said, confusing Minato and Kushina. "What do you mean? You're still part of our clan with or without that armband," said Kushina. Naruto only shook his head. "No, in accordance with Konoha clan law, once the title of heir is removed from said heir, they are hereby removed from that clan," replied Naruto without emotion. At this point, Kushina started crying, and Minato felt ashamed. "Are you sure about this, Naruto?" Minato asked. "Very sure, Lord Hokage," he replied coldly. After staring at his son for a few moments, Minato sighed and started writing down the address for an apartment in Konoha's red light district. He handed it to Naruto, who took it and left with a simple bow. As Kushina continued to cry about losing her baby boy, he just prayed that Naruto would someday accept them back. Time skip 8 hours. Naruto was currently walking through Konoha's red light district after just making an agreement to live in a nearby apartment with the landlord. As Naruto continued to explore the area, he sensed someone following him. Smiling to himself, he started walking away from the buildings and businesses until he finally came to a forest. After a few minutes of walking through the forest, he stopped. Without turning around, he spoke. "Following me is not the smartest decision," he declared, turning towards the intruder's location. He was surprised to see his follower was Itachi Uchiha. "And why is that?" Itachi questioned, arms crossed. Naruto chuckled. "You're the Uchiha prodigy, Itachi Uchiha, correct?" He received no answer. "Would you grant me the honor of a spar? I wish to witness your prodigal abilities firsthand," he asked seriously. Itachi's eyes narrowed. "It would be far too dangerous for you to fight me," he replied, trying to understand the boy. Naruto smiled. "Oh, trust me, Itachi, it won't be too dangerous for me," he responded, looking up. "Beautiful night, isn't it? A full moon. I need to understand my standing in this village, Itachi, so I must insist." Naruto then extended his hand. To Itachi's surprise, a flash of light appeared in Naruto's hand, and when it faded, a large sword materialized, seemingly impossible for Naruto to lift with 2 arms, let alone 1. Itachi studied Naruto once more before making his decision. In Naruto's eyes, he saw confidence and power. Out of curiosity, he reached back, unsheathed his Umbutanto, and activated his Sharingan, bringing a smile to Naruto's face. "I recommend you go all out," Naruto yelled before vanishing. Itachi looked around, then heard a voice behind him. "Or you might just die," the voice said, causing Itachi to quickly turn and raise his tanto just in time to block a downward strike from Naruto's massive sword. The single blow numbed Itachi's arms from the force. As quickly as the blow came, it disappeared, and before Itachi could react, Naruto was behind him, striking Itachi's back with the blunt side of his sword, sending him flying about 6 feet before he hit the ground. Itachi quickly leaped up and barely dodged another swipe from Naruto's sword. Regaining his footing, Itachi searched for an opening but found none as Naruto intensified his attacks, forcing Itachi onto the defensive. It took every ounce of Itachi's skill to block each slash from Naruto. Eventually, Naruto slowed his attacks, and Itachi seized the opportunity, attacking an opening Naruto left on his left side, only for Naruto to vanish and reappear behind him. Again, Naruto hit Itachi in the back with the blunt side of his sword, knocking the Uchiha face down. As Itachi lay there, Naruto jumped back a few feet and observed him. "I must say, Itachi, you are the second prodigy I've faced today, and for the second time, I'm disappointed. Though I suppose Kenjutsu isn't really your expertise, is it?" Naruto taunted, his sword resting on his shoulder. On the ground, Itachi was contemplating. "He's moving too fast for my Sharingan to even catch a glimpse of him. I've been holding back, but I know he is as well. That sword of his is strong, and he knows how to use it. I may have to win this with ninjutsu," he thought, slowly getting up. Once Itachi rose, he began forming hand signs as Naruto watched with a bored yet intrigued expression. "Fire release, great fireball technique," Itachi yelled, blowing a large fireball towards Naruto. Naruto shook his head, spun his sword, re-gripped it, and cut through the jutsu. Once he did so, he looked up, expecting to see Itachi, but found only the forest. As he was about to search for Itachi, a blade rested on Naruto's neck. "I win," Itachi declared, before the sound of clapping reached his ears. Turning around, Itachi was visibly surprised to see Naruto walk into the clearing, clapping. When Itachi turned, the Naruto he had a blade to puffed into smoke. Realizing what had happened, Itachi simply sheathed his sword and looked at Naruto. Well, Itachi, maybe it's too soon to write you off just yet, though you only used one technique. Nonetheless, I'm satisfied. Good night, Itachi," Naruto said, turning and leaving the forest. Itachi remained, contemplating their short spar. That boy has a bright future ahead of him, perhaps a good rival for Sasuke as well. Itachi quickly snapped out of his thoughts, making his way to the Hokage's office. The Jonin senseis were picking their teams tonight at the tower, and he knew exactly who he wanted for his team after his quick spar, which would undoubtedly leave him sore for the next few days. His mother had convinced Itachi to become a Jonin sensei, saying it would be best for Sasuke to learn from Itachi, and she also wanted him out of Umbu. He had been hesitant about the idea, but now, after fighting Naruto, he knew this would be an exciting experience. So, with that in mind, he reached the tower, ready to fight for the mysterious boy to be trained under him. Naruto sat in the back of the classroom with his eyes closed, replaying his fight with Itachi from the night before. Neither he nor Itachi went all out, but he doubted he could have defeated Itachi anyway, considering Itachi only used one jutsu. Naruto smiled. However, one thing did upset Naruto: Itachi had tried to beat him with a sword. Itachi couldn't possibly know about Naruto's prowess with a blade, but it still felt somewhat insulting and irked him slightly. He was drawn from his thoughts by the sound of all the former academy students entering the classroom, excited about team placements and loudly discussing how awesome it would be to show off their moves against strong enemies. It immensely annoyed Naruto that these children held such a naive mindset about the life of a ninja. Once again, Naruto thanked Kami that he had been taught by Sira, otherwise, he might have ended up just like these idiots, spouting nonsense about their strength and future greatness. Again, Naruto was pulled from his thoughts as he felt someone staring at him. Lazily looking around, he found the culprit: Sasuke Uchiha, Itachi Uchiha's younger brother. Sasuke POV. Sasuke stared at Naruto, recalling what had happened last night when his brother came home. Flashback. Sasuke was in the backyard practicing his fireball jutsu when he sensed someone watching him. Turning, he saw his older brother, Itachi. He smiled at seeing his brother, but Itachi continued to stare, lost in thought. "Hey, Itachi, are you okay?" he asked. Itachi shook his head and walked up to Sasuke before looking down at him. After a minute of staring, Itachi spoke. "Sasuke, there's something I need to tell you about the boy named Naruto. You've seen him in a taijutsu match against Menma Namikaze, but that's it. Am I correct?" Itachi asked. Sasuke simply nodded, and Itachi sighed. Again, Itachi became thoughtful before speaking. "Naruto is strong. Stronger than you, stronger than your class, and stronger than the previous class. He is a legend in the making, so I want you to examine him, learn from him, emulate him. It will only make you stronger in the long run, for I believe that soon, the boy may be stronger than all of us." Itachi finished, walking back inside and leaving Sasuke to ponder his words. Flashback end. Sasuke simply looked at the boy his brother had told him about until Naruto met his stare, causing him to look away. Not long after, Irika entered to announce the teams. Irika gave a short speech congratulating the new genin before announcing the first team. Normal POV. Team 7 will be Menma Uzumaki Namikaze, Narumi Uzumaki Namikaze, and Sakura Harano, under Kushina Uzumaki and Kakashi Hatake. Team 8 will be Hinata Hayaga, Kiba Inyazuka, and Shino Abarame, under Korone Ui. Team 9 is still in circulation, so moving on to Team 10. Team 10 will be Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara, and Koji Akimichi, under Asuma Saratobi. And finally, Team 11 will be Suzuki Uchiha, Yakumo Kurama, and Naruto, under Itaki Uchiha. Now, everyone wait here for your senseis, and once again, I am very proud of all of you, he finished. After Irika left, Naruto looked around the classroom for his other teammate but couldn't find her, mostly because he didn't know the names of most of the class. Before he could ponder it further, a dark figure entered the classroom. Itaki Uchiha had arrived. Team 11, meet at Training Ground 11, he said before using the Shunshin Jutsu, disappearing in a flock of crows. Naruto watched as Suzuki rose and noticed a frail-looking girl in the opposite corner of the room also stand. Suzuki approached him, and the girl followed. Suzuki stopped in front of him. I know where Training Ground 11 is, so you two can follow me, he said, observing Naruto and ignoring Yakumo. Naruto looked at Yakumo and nodded. Lead the way, and we will follow, he said, and the three departed. Training Ground 11. Itaka sat on a wooden stump, thinking about his team. He knew everything about his brother's skills and personality. Yakumo was shy and had a weak body, but she was said to be a genjutsu prodigy with the ability to make her illusions real. Then there was Naruto. Even though he had the least information on him, Itaki could already tell from their spar that he was the strongest genin on the team. He was interrupted from his thoughts as the three genin he had been considering arrived in front of him. Itaki looked blankly at the group before speaking. Sit down and introduce yourselves, Itaka said, motioning to the ground. The three remained silent before Itaka pointed at Suzuki to speak, receiving a nod. I am Suzuki Uchiha. I like training and my family. I dislike fangirls and the weak. My goal is to bring honor to the Uchiha clan, he said before looking back at Itaki, who nodded and pointed to Yakumo without a word. Yakumo rubbed her arm before speaking quietly. My name is Yakumo Kurama, and I like my family and genjutsu. I dislike perverts and rapists, she said in a tone that seemed very out of character for the seemingly shy girl. My goal is to become the best genjutsu master ever, she finished with determination in her eyes, which proved to Itaka that she would be willing to work hard to achieve her goal. Once again, Itaka nodded. Itaka then turned to the final team member, who was resting his head on his chin, looking directly at him. Naruto, your turn, Itaka said, wanting as much information on his genin as possible. Naruto contemplated what to say for a moment before speaking. My name is Naruto. I like my sword, training, and the moon. I dislike the arrogant and those who can't back up what they say. My goal is unimportant, Naruto finished, surprising Itake that the boy had chosen to reveal that much, considering Naruto didn't seem like the sharing type. Suzuki looked at Naruto before responding to his answer. I don't see a sword with you, he pointed out. Naruto looked at him but never replied. After thinking about each of his team's responses, he stood up to speak. Most of the genin teams are taking a test to determine whether or not they deserve to be genin based on teamwork. The fact that you came to the training ground as one unit is enough to assure me that the three of you will work together. But I do want to test your combat abilities, so all three of you are to attack me so that I may understand each of your abilities, he finished, crossing his arms, looking bored but keeping an eye on Naruto, who also had his arms crossed. Suzuki took offense that his brother seemed to be underestimating him so blatantly, so he rushed forward and launched a kick at Itaka's head, which Itaka blocked by simply raising his arm. The effortless block only served to infuriate Suzuki further as he got up, launching shuriken at Itaki and preparing his fireball jutsu. Itaka sighed and shook his head. His little brother, ever one to fall victim to his emotions. He took out a kunao and simply swiped through the shuriken. By the time he had blocked them, Suzuki's fireball was launched and coming after him. He lazily replaced himself with a log and appeared in front of Suzuki, who was lightly panting. With one punch, he sent Suzuki flying into the forest. Itaki looked back to Naruto's position, only to find no one there. Again, Itaka sighed but figured his team would come after him again soon. Suzuki was rubbing his cheek where he had been punched, surrounded by Naruto and Yakumo. Naruto took the opportunity of Suzuki being silent to speak. Listen, none of us are a match for Itaka, but together we may be a slight challenge. Here's what we're going to do. I will go out and challenge Itake, and while we fight, Yakumo will cast a genjutsu. Naruto was interrupted before he could say more, by Yakumo of all people. Naruto, I'm nowhere near Itaka's level of genjutsu. Anything I try to cast would be dispelled by him before it takes effect, she said. Naruto shook his head. Normally that would be true, but he won't be paying enough attention to know when the genjutsu starts, and by the time it does, it will be too late. Make a genjutsu that will keep him still. When he dispels the genjutsu, I will be there to hold him in place. That's when you, Suzuki, will come from the forest to force him to surrender by putting a kunai to his neck. Itachi gives up, we win, and it's over. Got it, he asked, getting confident nods from his teammates. Naruto smirked. Maybe this team could actually work. Itachi was standing and waiting for his next opponent when he heard footsteps behind him. Turning around, he was met with the sight of Naruto walking towards him. Itachi immediately prepared himself, knowing that this was perhaps the only genin who could demand most of his attention. I see you came alone. Are you looking to finish what was started last time? Itachi said with a smirk. Naruto rolled his neck, a popping sound resulting. Without a word, Naruto dashed forward with the speed of at least a Haichu Yunin, aiming to punch Itachi in the face. Itachi jumped back, but Naruto unexpectedly flipped after missing and brought his foot down on Itachi's shoulder, knocking him back. As Itachi was knocked back, he could already feel the bruise forming on his shoulder. Itachi knew that Naruto was skilled with taijutsu, so he started to consider his options. He could fight Naruto with his sword, but something told him his chances of death were higher than not. He could fight him with taijutsu, but there would be some explaining to do if he showed up in the Hokage's office later with multiple bruises, even if he wasn't trying. So that left him with ninjutsu. He had only seen Naruto use the shadow clone jutsu, so it might be best to make this into a ninjutsu battle. Itachi quickly formed the signs and quietly said, "Great Fireball Jutsu," launching a very large fireball at his student. Naruto clenched his teeth but knew this was the risk of trying to make Itachi resort to using ninjutsu only. Naruto stretched his arm, and just as it had the night before, his massive sword appeared in his hand. Deciding to show Itachi something he hadn't shown him previously, he pushed chakra into and around his sword. Raising his arm, he swiped down powerfully enough to push his blade into the ground towards the incoming fireball. A chakra wave formed from his sword and flew, splitting the fireball. But the wave continued and was now nearing Itachi. Itachi was able to jump away at the last second but watched the result of the wave. Once the wave hit the trees, it was as if hundreds of sword slashes were attacking the trees at once. Before Itachi could overcome his shock, he felt something grabbing him. Looking down, he was surprised to see many thick vines overcoming him and holding him. Just as it was about to completely overcome him, he sensed that it was a genjutsu and dispelled it. Once he did, he was met with the sight of his brother holding a kunai to his throat, daring him to move. Itachi smirked and simply said, "I surrender." Suzuki removed his kunai, Yakumo came out of her hiding space, and Naruto joined the team from his spot. Itachi spent the next 2 minutes examining his team and analyzing their strategy. It was a very sound plan with even better execution. He could already tell that this team would go far. Though his brother had been a bit disappointing, he was still involved in the outcome and would only get better. Yakumo's timing and strength of her genjutsu were practically flawless, and Naruto's ability to make Itachi lose focus of his teammates was very inspiring. Yes, this team would go far. We're done for today. Go home and rest. We meet tomorrow at 6 in the morning, and don't be late, he said with a small smile, leaving to go to the Hokage's office. Had he turned around, he would have seen the sight of his 3 genin wide-eyed and open-mouthed. After Itachi had left, the 3 simultaneously shouted, 6. After the shock of the training time wore off, Suzuki and Naruto started to go their separate ways before being stopped by a quiet voice saying, "Wait." The two turned around to see Yakumo rubbing her arm. I was hoping that we could all go out and get something to eat and get to know each other since we are on a team together, she said expectantly, hoping they would say yes. Suzuki shook his head. "I have to go train and get stronger." "Maybe you should as well instead of worrying about socializing," he said before leaving. Yakumo quickly developed a disappointed and hurt look before looking at Naruto. Naruto was quiet for a moment before nodding. "That sounds good. I noticed a restaurant on the way here, Yakiniku-Q, I believe it was called," he responded. Yakumo smiled and nodded. The two departed for Yakiniku-Q while their ever-polite teammate returned home to train. All Jonin senseis were gathered in the Hokage's office, waiting to give their reports. Minato entered the office and sat at his desk, followed by the current elders of the village, Jiraiya and Tsunade. "Okay, so the team tests were today. Please give me the results, everyone," he said as each Jonin stepped forward to give their report on their team. Team 1, fail. Team 2, fail. Team 3, fail. Team 4, fail. Team 5, fail. Team 6, fail. Kakashi stepped forward. Team 7, pass. Menma and Narumi performed well, except they were easily goaded into a fight and too often let their emotions cloud their decision-making. The Harino girl is a bit of a problem as well, but I believe we can train her and make her useful, finished Kakashi, with Kushina nodding behind him. Minato sighed. He knew that his children would pass, but they did let their emotions override their judgment, a trait they undoubtedly got from their mother. The Sunin behind him chuckled, as did a few Jonin. Minato nodded and motioned to Korone. Korone stepped forward to report. Team 8, pass. Hinata has potential in Gentle Fist but is too hesitant, whereas Kiba is too impulsive, but Shino is very intellectual and was able to get his teammates to follow his plan of draining me of my chakra. Then Kiba and Hinata alternated in their clan styles against me, she said. Asuma took a puff of his cigarette before being elbowed in the gut by Korone. Team 10, pass. Ino commanded Shikamaru and Koji to get me in place for her to use her mind transfer jutsu to beat me, he finished and then stepped back. Minato didn't know what to expect when Itachi stepped forward. He hoped the team passed for the sake of his son, as did Kushina, who was nervously looking at Itachi. The Jonin in the room, however, were sure that the team assigned to Itachi Uchiha had failed, despite his brother being on the team. Team 11, pass, he said, causing whispers to start among the other Jonin. Minato quickly grew tired of the whispers and said loudly, quiet, before motioning to Itachi to continue. Itachi took a deep breath. What I say may not be easy to understand, but please let me finish before questions are asked, he said, getting a nod in response from Minato. Team 11 has greater potential than that of the Sunin, he said, which immediately gathered shouts from the other Jonin, narrowed eyes from the Sunin, and wide-eyed responses from Minato and Kushina. This time, Minato had to shout, quiet. Team 11's unconventional beginnings. It had been a month since Team 11's formation, and their bond, both physically and emotionally, had deepened considerably. The trio, Naruto, Yakumo, and Suzuki, now shared a strong connection. Over time, Naruto and Yakumo had managed to chip away at Suzuki's aloof exterior, leading him to willingly spend time with him. The bond between Naruto and Yakumo, in particular, had grown exponentially. Following their shared training, they had spent more time together, evolving from acquaintances to best friends. Their similar experiences with loneliness fostered a profound understanding between them. Unbeknownst to the others, and even to each other, romantic feelings had quietly blossomed between them over the past month. Despite being a D-rank team, their teamwork was unparalleled, and they boasted an impeccable mission completion record. This brings us to Team 11's latest encounter, fresh off their D-ranked mission to capture the demon cat Tora, as they stood in the Hokage's office. The Hokage's office, a feline fiasco. Minato, the Hokage, was already burdened by an overflowing desk, a situation only exacerbated by Team 11's recent antics. Your mission was to capture Tora and return it to the daimyo's wife. Care to explain what went wrong? Minato inquired, awaiting an explanation. We returned the cat, I don't see the big deal, Naruto stated, his teammates nodding in agreement. Itachi, their sensei, buried his face in his hands, mortified. Minato's eye twitched. The big deal is that Tora was returned with half its tail severed and cauterized by a fire jutsu. The cat is also now suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder due to a genjutsu. I'd say that constitutes a significant problem, he retorted. I'm tempted to assign you 20 more D-rank missions without pay, he added, eliciting groans from the team. Naruto, more annoyed than gloomy, detested these trivial D-rank missions. He craved a challenge, something these assignments clearly weren't providing. Equally irritating were the Hokage and his wife's persistent attempts to coax him home. Even the Sunin had tried to curry favor, offering training and summoning contracts, acting as if their past neglect never happened. It sickened him. While Yakumo had suggested he give Minato and Kushina a chance, Naruto had promised to consider it. Lately, he'd been contemplating reconciliation, understanding it would be a gradual process, but he was slowly becoming more receptive, provided they stopped pestering him with questions like, "How are you?" and "Are you eating your vegetables?" Naruto pushed these thoughts aside as he noticed Suzuki's ranting and decided to tune in. I think it's time we get something worthwhile. We're the strongest genin team you've got, and you know it, so give us a real challenge, Suzuki declared, only to receive a punch to the head from Itachi. Itachi, genuinely proud of his brother's growth over the past month, acknowledged Suzuki's development as both a fighter and a person. However, even after his transformation, Suzuki still occasionally needed a reminder of his place. Minato pondered Suzuki's words, then looked at Itachi. Itachi, do you believe your team is ready for a C-rank mission? Minato asked. Itachi immediately nodded in response. Very well, I have an escort mission for a bridge builder to Wave Country, if that satisfies. I'm confident you'd be able to handle any mishaps, Itachi, Minato said, but then looked confused as Itachi shook his head. My apologies, Lord Hokage, but I will not be able to attend this mission due to clan business. Though I will be absent, my team is more than skilled enough to undertake this mission alone, Itachi stated, causing his genin to blush. After a few moments of contemplation, Minato slowly nodded. He had heard excellent reports about Team 11, often referred to as the second coming of the Sunin. A shorter name was still pending. Itachi, usually quiet and reserved, openly boasted about his team, which was quite uncharacteristic. Fine, but if there are any problems, you are to send for help immediately. Do you understand, Team 11? He asked, receiving nods in response. Good. Umbu, bring Tajuna in. Moments later, an obviously drunk old man stumbled into the room. So this is what I get for all the money I'm paying? A couple of brats still in their diapers, he scoffed, causing Team 11 to unconsciously leak a small amount of killer intent. Before it could escalate, Minato intervened. Tajuna, I assure you that this genin team will get you to wave without a hitch, he said. Tajuna merely grunted. Itachi turned to his team. I want each of you to pack for a C-rank mission and meet at the gates in an hour. I have to go sober the client up. All three genin nodded and shunshined out of the office. Village gates. An hour later, at the village gates, the three genin discussed the upcoming mission. I'm pretty nervous, to be honest. Our first C-rank, and we don't even have Itaka-sensei to help us, Yakumo said, looking down. Naruto looked at his friend and took her hand, making her look up. We've got each other. As long as we stick together, we'll be fine, so don't worry, Yakumo, Naruto said gently. Yakumo smiled appreciatively and tightened her grip. Sasuke rolled his eyes at the sight. Get a room, you two, he quipped, causing Naruto and Yakumo to blush. Anyway, like Naruto said, we'll be fine. Especially with an Uchiha on the team, he added proudly and with determination. But you haven't even unlocked your Sharingan yet, Sasuke, Yakumo pointed out, causing Sasuke to immediately develop a metaphorical rain cloud over his head and begin muttering about dishonoring the Uchiha clan. Both Naruto and Yakumo sweat dropped at the sight before going over to comfort Sasuke and try to help him regain his confidence. This was the scene Itachi and Tajuna arrived to. Itachi sighed, and Tajuna looked at Itachi before asking, is it too late to get a different team, a question that went unanswered. When the team realized their client and sensei had arrived, they immediately composed themselves and stood straight, awaiting instructions. Itachi shook his head. Okay, team, you know the mission. Now go out there and make me proud, he said with a small smile. The team smiled back and nodded. With that, Team 11 and Tajuna, the bridge builder, set off for Wave. Journey to Wave, the Demon Brothers. As Naruto and Sasuke kept a lookout for bandits, Yakumo took in the forest scenery outside of Konoha. So this is what it's like outside of Konoha. I like it, Yakumo remarked before turning her attention to Tajuna, who seemed very nervous. So, Tajuna, what's Wave like? Yakumo asked, trying to calm him. It seemed to work as Tajuna paused, then began speaking. Wave used to be beautiful. The people were happy, and everyone took care of one another. It was perfect. That is, until Gato showed up. Gato, the head of the Gato Shipping Company, quickly gained immense power over us because our survival depends on the seas. But Gato came in and started bleeding us dry. We were terrified until Kaiza, the village hero, stood up to Gato. Gato had him executed in front of everyone, making an example of what happens when someone defies him. After that, our village lost hope. But this bridge I'm building will ensure we're no longer forced to rely on Gato and will bring hope back to our people, he said with a determination that impressed Team 11. After Tajuna finished, the four continued walking until they encountered a puddle in the middle of the road. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances. We're never gonna hear the end of this from Yakumo, are we? Sasuke asked. Naruto shook his head no. One thing Yakumo detested was the misuse of genjutsu. After thoroughly beating the perpetrator, she tended to embark on lengthy rants about the skill and beauty of genjutsu and her disdain for those who tarnished it. Naruto and Sasuke stopped in their tracks and walked back towards Tajuna to cover him. Whatever the threat, they doubted it would be too much for Yakumo to handle. After only a month of training under Itachi and with Naruto and Sasuke, her body was no longer frail. She was now the most physically fit girl in her genin class, which wasn't surprising, perhaps with the exception of Narumi, who had trained seriously her entire life. Yakumo was also very flexible and incorporated that into her taijutsu. As Yakumo and Tajuna paused to assess the situation, Yakumo spotted the puddle. Her eye immediately began to twitch, and a vision of the Shinigami appeared behind her. Clenching her fist, she walked forward until chains from the puddle attempted to ensnare her, but she leapt straight up, easily avoiding them. After the chains fell, two figures emerged from the puddle, both wearing hidden mist headbands with a scratch through the symbol. Naruto folded his arms. The Demon Brothers, Gozu and Miyaizu? Interesting, Naruto said, narrowing his eyes. Sasuke looked at him. You know them, he asked, and Naruto shrugged. On the way back to Konoha, I read the bingo book. These guys are C-rank, Chunin-level opponents, Naruto explained. You think she can handle both of them? Sasuke asked, receiving a blank stare in return. Looking back at the unfolding battle, Sasuke muttered, you're right, stupid question. Tajuna, meanwhile, was internally panicking, praying he wasn't about to get a few kids killed. Currently, Yakumo was effortlessly dodging the Demon Brothers' attacks with such fluidity and grace that it infuriated them. It infuriated them because it signaled that this young girl was toying with them, and from the look on her face, she was bored. Their assessment was correct. Yakumo was indeed bored, so she decided to end it. After dodging another strike from Gozu, she pushed off her back foot, grabbed her kunao, and dashed towards him, stabbing just above his heart and flipping into the air. As she descended, she brought her foot down on Miyaizu's shoulder, knocking him down. Naruto and Sasuke, seeing the battle was over, approached Miyaizu. Naruto stepped forward. "Let's make this quick and simple, shall we? Your brother is going to die if he doesn't get treatment, and you are going to die after my friend here," he pointed to Yakumo, "puts you in a genjutsu that makes you wish for death. Or you could tell us why you attacked us, we let you go, and hopefully never see you again. Choose now," Naruto ordered in a dark tone. It was a no-brainer for Miyaizu, who couldn't feel his arm due to Yakumo's kick. He quickly spilled everything he knew and was then allowed to leave. The three genin turned to Tajuna. "So, it looks like Gato wants you dead." Oh well, let's keep moving," Naruto said, and the team started walking forward. Tajuna was shocked. He was sure the three would abandon the mission because he had lied, but here they were, continuing in spite of it. "Hurry up," Tajuna, Naruto shouted, shaking Tajuna out of his stupor as he ran to catch up. Arrival at Wave, Zabuza Mamakai. It had been an hour since the four had disembarked from the boat that brought them closer to Wave, and the team was bored. Luckily, they were almost there, according to Tajuna. "So bored. When are we gonna get some action?" Sasuke yelled just before the team heard a buzzing sound. Immediately, Team 11 and Tajuna, thanks to Yakumo's quick reflexes, dropped to the ground before a giant sword could decapitate them and flew into a tree. Getting up, Naruto turned to Sasuke. "You just had to jinx it, didn't you?" Naruto said, and Sasuke had the decency to blush in embarrassment. Naruto shook his head and looked at the sword, which now had a man crouching on it. The man wore wrappings around his lower face and had a hidden mist headband with a scratch down the middle, like the Demon Brothers. Zabuza Mamakai, Demon of the Hidden Mist, A-rank missing nin of Mizugakur, wanted for attempting to murder the current Mizukage. "What a treat," Naruto said, focusing mainly on the sword Zabuza was crouched on. If he played his cards right, he might get a sword fight worth his time. "Hand over the bridge builder, and I may let you live," Zabuza said plainly, keeping his eye on the blonde, who had a growing, somewhat concerning, smile on his face. Naruto began chuckling, which soon escalated into a loud, insane laugh. After catching his breath, Naruto turned to his teammates and simply said, "He's mine," before holding out his arm. To Zabuza and Tajuna's shock, a giant sword appeared in his hand. "Well, Zabuza, it's been some time since I've had a challenging duel. Hopefully, you're worth my time." "Fingers crossed," he said with a smile, resting his sword on his shoulder. Zabuza jumped off his sword, pulled it free, and took his stance. The way this boy talked both confused and infuriated him. He was confused by the sheer confidence the boy exuded but angered that this child thought he could stand up to him with a sword. "Don't say I never gave you a choice," Zabuza said before dashing at him, poised to strike, but his attack was cut off by Naruto's giant sword, which blocked his own with ease. Chuckling, Naruto pushed back before twisting the sword in his hand to bring it down on Zabuza. The slash was blocked, but it left Zabuza's arm tingling. The next thing he knew, Naruto was behind him, facing away. Before he could question what Naruto was doing, he felt a great amount of pain in his abdominal area. Looking down, he was shocked to see a wound from Naruto's sword. Turning around, he was met with the sight of Naruto smiling. "How are you so fast with a blade like that?" Zabuza asked, as Naruto's smile only grew larger. "It's a secret," he said before disappearing and reappearing in front of him. Before Zabuza could react, Naruto punched him in the face, sending him flying. While in midair, Naruto disappeared again and sent him upwards with a kick that landed close to his spinal cord. Once again, Zabuza flew into the air and landed roughly on the ground shortly after. Zabuza groaned but got up. "I thought you said this was a sword battle. I expected you to be using only your sword," he said. Naruto blinked a couple of times before responding. "Are you a genin? You certainly have the mindset of one if you would agree to such terms. And if we were just using swords, you would be dead by now. Use jutsu if you must. Show me your full power, it matters not. The end result will still be your death," Naruto said, a dangerous look in his eye. Zabuza quickly retreated to the middle of the lake behind them, and Naruto slowly followed. Naruto watched, sword in hand, as Zabuza shouted, hiding in the mist jutsu, and a wave of mist began to rise, making him invisible to Naruto, or so he thought. Naruto just yawned and raised his sword, spinning it in his hand. As it spun faster, the mist collected and dispersed, leaving Zabuza standing there, surprised by the boy's skill with his sword. "Well, I'll admit, boy, you are good, but let's see you shake off this one." "Water Dragon Jutsu," Zabuza shouted. A dragon formed of water immediately rose from the lake and attacked Naruto. Naruto once again shook his head and raised his sword to the sky. When he swung his sword down, a chakra wave was created, flying through the water dragon and barely missing Zabuza. "It's time to end this." "I'm sorry for what is about to happen," said a voice from behind Zabuza. When he turned around, Naruto was there to make a slash at his chest, then disappear. The next slash came along his right arm, then his left shoulder, then the back of both his thighs, and finally across his back. Zabuza was still alive, but he had never felt this much pain before. Before he could have another thought, Naruto appeared in front of him with his sword drawn back behind him, and with an upward slash, Zabuza was launched 20 feet in the air. Naruto forced chakra to his legs and jumped above Zabuza, his sword once again raised to the sky. Naruto then shouted words. Hammer slash, the boy shouted before bringing his sword down on top of Zabuza's chest, pushing the two quickly to the ground with a collision so great that the area of the lake where they landed pushed the water away, leaving them on a dry surface. Naruto looked down and recognized that Zabuza was still breathing, but barely. He had perhaps 2 minutes to live. Naruto grabbed his body and leapt ashore before the water refilled the area they were previously in. As Naruto set the demon of the mist down, he had to move his head as a girl with black hair came flying out of the forest with an enraged look on her face and throwing senbon at him. "You son of a bitch. How could you?" the girl shouted, tears streaming down her face. "Haku," Zabuza's weak voice managed to say as loudly as he could. Haku immediately stopped her attack and rushed over to Zabuza's side. "Master, I'm sorry. This is my fault, I failed you," she said, tears flowing. Zabuza looked at her and shook his head slightly. "No, Haku, I failed you. I made you feel like you were just a tool to me when, in reality, you were so much more. Listen, because I don't have long. I want you to go with this boy and his team. You'll be safe as long as you stay with them. I love you, daughter," he finished, and just like that, the demon of the hidden mist was no more. "I love you too, father," Haku silently said, still holding onto Zabuza's dead body. Naruto observed the scene with mixed feelings. On one hand, he wasn't sure he should take Haku with him, as she could pose a problem, but on the other hand, looking at them reminded him of his last moments with Sira. He sighed. She didn't seem like a threat to him, so he supposed he could abide by Zabuza's last wishes, from one swordsman to another. Naruto walked forward. "We can give him a water burial here, and then you may join us if you wish," Naruto said to the still devastated Haku. She simply nodded in response. Naruto walked back to where his teammates and Tajuna were. Sasuke and Yakumo came up to him. "Are you all right, Naruto?" Yakumo asked with concern, making Naruto offer a small smile. "Yes, Yakumo, I'm all right. Also, we're going to be having a new member tag along," Naruto said, getting confused looks from his team. "What happened over there, and also, how did you jump that high?" Sasuke asked. Naruto looked at the trees. Zabuza's final moments were what happened over there. "As for the jump, it's a secret," he said with an amused smile. Sasuke was irritated that Naruto wouldn't tell him how to perform something that looked so cool but just shrugged. "Welcome to Wave, a new member." After the water burial and everyone getting to know each other, even though Haku was still immensely hurting, the group of Naruto, Yakumo, Sasuke, Haku, and Tajuna set off. After only 20 minutes of walking, the group finally arrived at the village. It was a pitiful sight. The mood was gloomy, the people looked hopeless, and there were people on the streets begging for food. Tajuna shook his head. "This is the result of Gato," he simply said before walking to a house sitting on a pier. The group followed Tajuna and entered the house with him. "Tsunami, Inari, I'm home," Tajuna shouted, and seconds later, a black-haired woman came running and hugged Tajuna. "I thought you had died, Dad," she said, a few tears welling up. Tajuna hugged her back. "I would have if not for these remarkable ninja," he said. Naruto and Haku stood indifferent, Yakumo rubbed her arm and blushed from embarrassment, and Sasuke stood tall and proud. Naruto and Yakumo both didn't want to deflate Sasuke like they had at the village gates by reminding him that he hadn't really done anything along the way here. Tsunami looked at the ninja and walked up to them. "Thank you for protecting my father. He and my son are all I have left, and the entirety of Wave Country." Naruto sat atop Tajuna's house, the moon his sole companion in the quiet night while everyone else slept. He had sought the roof's solitude to escape Sasuke's deafening snores, to collect his thoughts, and to privately endure the aftermath of his hammer slash, which he had downplayed to his team. He'd claimed mere exhaustion, but in truth, his arm muscles were severely torn, the pain almost unbearable. The moon's gentle light, typically a power booster, was now slowly mending his body, allowing him to pass off his agony as weariness. As the healing light permeated him, Naruto's mind drifted to Minato and Kushina. Since his return, they'd relentlessly sought his reconciliation, and each refusal, though necessary, wounded him deeply. He yearned for a genuine connection with his parents, brother, and sister, a lifelong dream. Yet, thoughts of forgiveness and a homecoming invariably conjured the painful, lonely memories of his childhood. Perhaps one day, he could bridge that gap with his parents, but only when he could truly leave the past behind. Menma and Narumi were a different story entirely. While their parents pursued forgiveness, Menma and Narumi had clearly indicated they wanted no part of his life, nor him in theirs. They justified their ridicule and arrogance, believing themselves superior and others the weaker ones deserving of contempt. They refused to acknowledge Menma's decisive defeat by Naruto, dismissing it as pure luck. If they weren't his siblings, Naruto might find the situation amusing, but deep down, despite their animosity, he still cared for them. Finally, his thoughts settled on Sira, his teacher, role model, and friend. He wondered if she'd be proud of him. He had just defeated a former member of the Seven Swordsmen of the Mist, yet Sira's high standards meant her likely response would be, "Why did it take you so long?" followed by a tenfold increase in his training. A sad chuckle escaped him. He missed her profoundly. He knew he'd see her again someday, and until then, he would strive to make her proud. With that last thought, Naruto allowed himself to fall asleep. Naruto awoke to the sounds of movement from within the house. Sitting up, he flexed his fists and stretched his arms, still sore but otherwise physically recovered. He jumped off the roof, landing silently before the door, which he then entered. Inside, Tsunami was cleaning dishes, while his team and Haku were already at the breakfast table. Tsunami, seeing Naruto, smiled. "Come in, Naruto. I just made breakfast and left you a plate by Yakumo," she said, pointing to an empty seat. Naruto returned her smile and took his place, immediately digging in. Halfway through his meal, Tsunami left the area. Once she was gone, Suzuki turned to Haku. "Haku, could you step outside? Our team needs to discuss something privately," he said calmly, piquing Naruto's curiosity. Haku nodded, quickly exiting the house, leaving Suzuki and Yakumo to fix their gazes on Naruto. "Naruto, you've been keeping things from us. We respect your privacy, but as your teammates, Suzuki and I feel we've earned the right to know," Yakumo stated, her eyes unwavering. Suzuki continued, "Look, we just want to know what you can do and how. You don't have to share every detail, but it would definitely strengthen us as a unit. It might even help me awaken my Sharingan," he muttered the last part. Naruto was slightly surprised by their direct approach but had no qualms about revealing his abilities to those he trusted. Yakumo, Itaki, and even Suzuki were among the people he trusted most in the world. "Okay," Naruto nodded, barely suppressing his laughter at Yakumo and Suzuki's stunned expressions. Shaking off their surprise, Suzuki asked, his brow twitching slightly, "So you'll just tell us, right here, right now? Just like that?" Naruto simply nodded. "Yep. I've actually been waiting for one of you to ask," he said, causing both Suzuki and Yakumo to fall face-first onto the floor. After recovering, Yakumo and Suzuki began to formulate questions. Suzuki was the first. "Okay, where did you get that sword you always use, and who taught you to use it?" he asked, noting Naruto's amusement give way to a hint of sadness. After a moment of staring out the window, Naruto replied, "The sword is, well, a little complicated. It happened when I left Konoha. You see, I'm part of a line of legendary swordsmen, the 11th, actually. When I was truly accepted, the sword appeared in my hand," he said, rubbing the back of his neck. Suzuki looked at him as if he were mad but knew Naruto wasn't a liar. "And the one who taught you?" Suzuki pressed. Naruto simply shook his head. "She's gone now. That's all you need to know." While Suzuki pondered his answers, Yakumo looked at her best friend. It stung a little that he had kept some things from her, but it had only been a month, and she was confident he would eventually tell her everything. Shaking her head, she asked her question. "My turn. How strong would you say you are?" she inquired. Naruto looked up and thought, as Yakumo and Suzuki leaned in, expecting him to declare Sunin or Cage level. Naruto looked at them and replied, "I dunno," causing both Yakumo and Suzuki to once again fall face-first onto the floor. When they got up, Suzuki, his eyebrow twitching violently, yelled, "What do you mean you don't know?" Naruto shrugged. "I don't know. I'm pretty strong during the day, but at night, it's a completely different story," he said, eliciting confused looks from his teammates. "What do you mean by that? Why would the time of day change how you fight?" Yakumo asked. Naruto smirked. "Well, when the moon is shining, my strength triples," he said, watching Yakumo and Suzuki's jaws drop. While Suzuki and Yakumo were still reeling from shock, Tajuna came down the stairs. "Everybody ready to build a bridge?" Tajuna asked, getting a nod from Naruto but no reaction from the other two. Naruto sat on the edge of the unfinished bridge, observing Haku and the construction, while Suzuki and Yakumo sparred in taijutsu. With Itaka's help, Suzuki was practicing the Uchiha taijutsu style, though he couldn't fully utilize it without his Sharingan. Yakumo employed a style Itaki had helped her create, focusing on dodging, exploiting her flexibility, and allowing opponents to overexert themselves before landing quick, precise strikes. It wasn't flawless, but it suited her combat style, especially for a genjutsu specialist not typically known for taijutsu prowess. Overall, Team 11 excelled in taijutsu. Naruto's attention shifted to a heated argument between Tajuna and some workers, prompting him to listen in. "What do you mean you quit? Don't you see how much we need this bridge? What this bridge means?" Tajuna demanded, his face furious. The workers looked down in apparent shame. "We're sorry, Tajuna, we truly are, but we have families. If we get on Gato's radar, the same thing that happened to Kaiza will happen to them. We're just thinking of our families, and honestly, you should too." Tajuna, the lead worker, finished, barely meeting Tajuna's gaze. By this point, Suzuki and Yakumo had rejoined from sparring and were listening. Before they could offer their opinions, their team leader intervened. "Cowards," Naruto stated coldly, hopping off the bridge and walking towards the conversation. "You have the opportunity to save this country. To prove you won't bow down to that pathetic bug, Gato. Tajuna builds this bridge daily, fully aware of the dangers of defying this tyrant, but every revolution demands sacrifice. If you truly believe the cause isn't worth sacrifice, then leave. But if you look upon your once beautiful country and feel sadness and the urge to change it, then stay, for I swear here and now that this bridge will be finished with or without you. So I ask, will you be the one who succumbed to Gato's demands, or will you be a hero and save this dying nation?" he concluded, his words instilling newfound determination and resolve in both the workers and Tajuna. The workers returned to their tasks, fueled by a fire that would only be extinguished by death. Tajuna looked at them, then nodded at Naruto, no further words needed. It had been a week since Naruto's speech, and bridge construction was temporarily halted for the day. Tajuna deemed it fitting to give his men a day off, as they were significantly ahead of schedule, largely due to Naruto's influence. Naruto, Suzuki, Yakumo, and Haku were relaxing in Tajuna's living room. Over the past week, Haku had proven herself not only trustworthy but also easy to converse with. Team 11 and Haku now got along as if they were lifelong friends rather than former enemies. The team learned that Haku possessed the Hayatan bloodline, which Naruto and Yakumo found impressive. Upon this discovery, Naruto playfully prodded Suzuki, asking, "Why hasn't your bloodline activated?" resulting in Suzuki sulking in a corner, his insecurity about his lack of Sharingan intensifying. Despite this, Suzuki and Haku had developed a strong friendship. With Naruto and Yakumo often together, Suzuki found himself spending more time with Haku, and they grew quite close. They considered each other good friends already. Haku enjoyed hearing stories about Konoha and Suzuki's family. Their friendship progressed to the point where Suzuki eventually invited Haku to stay at the Uchiha compound upon their return to Konoha until she could find her own place, an offer Haku accepted. Throughout this conversation, both Suzuki and Haku blushed profusely. The relaxed atmosphere shattered mid Yakumo's explanation of a new genjutsu idea when Naruto suddenly stood, his expression grim. Looking at his team and Haku, he declared, "Trouble on the bridge," before rushing out the front door. Yakumo quickly followed, while Suzuki turned to Haku, recognizing the impending threat. "Haku, gather the town, it ends today," he instructed, receiving a nod from Haku before he swiftly followed his teammates. Naruto, Yakumo, and Suzuki swiftly reached the bridge, where they found a short man in a suit and sunglasses, a tall man with long white hair tied in a ponytail and a katana at his side, and a mob of at least 200 thugs amassed behind them. The group's focus shifted to the short man as he stepped forward to speak. "So, you're the ones who kept that idiot builder alive. I must say, you've been a considerable inconvenience, but throw enough money at a problem, and it tends to disappear," he said with a wicked smirk. After Gato finished, the man with the katana stepped forward, flaring his chakra. As he unsheathed his sword, Naruto advanced with a smile. "You two handle those thugs, leave this guy to me," Naruto declared confidently. Yakumo looked ready to protest, but Suzuki placed a hand on her shoulder and shook his head. "He'll be fine, for now, we have a bridge to protect," he said, receiving a nod from Yakumo. With that, the battle for the bridge began. Naruto surveyed his opponent across the bridge, a smile playing on his lips. "Why don't we take this somewhere less crowded?" Naruto suggested, to which the white-haired man simply nodded. Moving away from the others, the two entered a clearing in a nearby forest. Upon arrival, they faced each other, Naruto summoning his sword, his opponent unsheathing his katana. "I certainly hope you know how to use that thing. I haven't had a challenge in forever," Naruto grinned. The white-haired man chuckled at Naruto's statement, causing the genin to frown. He then addressed the boy. "Yes, not many can compare to the grace and power with which Sira wielded her blade," he said, visibly shocking Naruto. "She was certainly one of our strongest members, so I'm eager to see how her apprentice measures up," he grinned before flaring his chakra. The genin began to tremble, asking, "How do you know that?" before regaining his composure. The man smirked. "Well, any self-respecting swordsman would detect the power emanating from that blade. In fact, your sword is even stronger than Sira's, and hers was the strongest I'd ever encountered. As for how I know her, that's a secret. Now, let's get this over with," he said, causing Naruto to fall into his battle stance. Both swordsmen charged, each clash of blades sending sparks flying. Naruto swung his sword, searching for an opening, but his opponent's form was flawless. Having had enough of close combat, Naruto jumped backward and swung his sword, releasing a chakra wave that hurtled toward the unnamed katana wielder, who simply smirked. When the wave arrived, he merely raised his katana, holding his ground against the compounded strikes. "Look, kid, I've actually got an appointment to keep, so what do you say we just end it right now, one last strike?" he asked, irritating Naruto, who felt underestimated. The boy simply nodded, gripping his sword tighter as he made a final dash toward his unknown opponent, who did the same. They ended up 10 feet apart, backs to one another. Naruto smiled before feeling a sharp pain and dropping his sword, which vanished before hitting the ground. Looking down, he saw a large gash across his chest. Falling to his knees, he had one thought: I lost. His opponent stood and walked to stand before Naruto. Well, I must say, you're more than I expected. You even managed to nick my shoulder, but all for naught, right? He said before thrusting his katana into Naruto, an inch above his heart and out his back, causing Naruto's eyes to widen and a cry of pain to escape him. As quickly as the man had stabbed Naruto, he removed his sword and resheathed it before turning away and leaving, only to stop after a few feet. By the way, kid, the name's Iliel, he said before vanishing, leaving Naruto on the ground, hand clutched over his fresh wound. Naruto held the area where he'd been stabbed, trying to ignore the gash on his chest, when he heard the sounds of battle. He needed to help his team. So, with immense effort, the genin rose and moved as quickly as his injured state allowed towards the bridge. Yakumo and Sasuke had started strong, but 200 grown men, some wielding clubs, knives, and daggers, were beginning to wear down the two genin. Yakumo had killed 15 thugs and knocked out around 30, initially focusing on distractions. Sasuke had killed 45 and knocked out 30. Yakumo, low on chakra after 3 powerful genjutsu, was now relying solely on taijutsu. Despite her skill, being surrounded meant she couldn't avoid constant blows, but she fought on until a thug struck her in the back of the head with a club, knocking her unconscious. The men surrounding her would have killed her had Sasuke not appeared, incinerating 10 of them with his great fireball jutsu, carefully avoiding Yakumo. Before Sasuke could refocus, he was hit from behind and forced to his knees. When he looked up, he was met with the repulsive face of another thug, who held a sword to Sasuke's throat. Gotta say, kid, you gave us a good fight, but your time's up, the man said, raising his arm to decapitate Sasuke. The genin closed his eyes, bracing for the strike, but it never came. Opening his eyes, he saw a wall of ice blocking the blade. The man looked at the wall in confusion when a fist appeared from the corner of his vision, punching him backward faster than he could react. As he landed, he found 3 senbon embedded in his arm. The other men, shaking off their brief shock at the swift turn of events, located the attacker, a girl in a kimono. Before anyone could react, a layer of mist enveloped the bridge. As the thugs tried to regroup, body after body fell, each with a senbon in the neck. Sasuke, unable to see through the mist and beyond the ice wall protecting him, wondered what was happening until a familiar face emerged from the mist. Haku, Sasuke said with a slight smile, which she returned as she knelt to meet his eyes. Sasuke, I'm glad I wasn't too late, she said with a slight blush. No, I think Yakumo over there will need some help soon, but I think the 2 of us should be able to take on the rest of these guys, he said, earning a nod from Haku. Sasuke stood with Haku's assistance. Once standing, Sasuke faced Haku and looked at her one more time. A girl who had been his enemy was now someone he trusted as much as his teammates, someone with whom he was about to liberate a country. He saw determination in her eyes and lost focus for a moment, gazing into them. In that instant, both ninja failed to sense a new presence enter the area. When Sasuke finally felt the presence, it was too late. The thug Haku had saved him from, whose sword she had blocked with an ice wall, now had that same sword driven through Haku's back and out her stomach. As soon as the thug released his grip on the sword, he received a kunai through his eye and into his brain. As Haku fell, a look of shock on her face, Sasuke fell with her. Immediately, tears streamed from Sasuke's eyes, and Haku's were also welling up. Sasuke frantically looked at her wound, trying to devise a solution. When Haku saw this, she smiled and placed her hand on Sasuke's, gaining his immediate attention. Haku, just hold on, I'll get us out of this, just let me think, just. Sasuke was cut off by Haku, who gently placed a finger on his lips, silencing him. Thank you, Sasuke. Thank you for making me feel wanted. Thank you for making me feel important, she said before weakly pulling his face down until their lips met. Sasuke was surprised by the action but leaned into it. The gravity of the situation returned when Haku's body suddenly went limp in his arms. Haku? Haku? Come on, Haku, please don't leave. Wake up, Haku. Wake up, he screamed before yelling at the sky. He felt a burning sensation in his eyes but disregarded it as he gently laid Haku's body on the ground and rose. Turning to the remaining men, he clenched his fist and unleashed all his killer intent. The group of thugs shivered as they looked into the boy's eyes, now red with 2 tomo in each. Sasuke drew his last kunai and made a decision: these men would die by his hand, even if he fell with them. That was their punishment for taking someone precious to him. Sasuke charged at the crowd with a battle cry, ready for blood. Naruto reached the bridge. 100 dead men lay before him. He quickly scanned for his team. He found Yakumo. A small pool of blood came from a head injury. She had many other cuts and bruises. She was still breathing. His eyes then landed on Haku. She had a chest wound. She wasn't breathing. This pained Naruto greatly. He limped further along the bridge. He found an unconscious Sasuke. Sasuke lay next to Gato. Gato had a kunao in his throat. As Naruto went to Yakumo, he saw movement. It came from the far end of the bridge. Suzuki, Yakumo, and Haku had taken out 100 thugs. They had fled after seeing Suzuki's viciousness. But the boy who had horrified them was out of commission. The remaining 100 regrouped. They returned to the bridge. The genin was tired. His battle with Iliel was quick. Iliel knew where to strike. Naruto was in immense pain with every movement. For some reason, Naruto felt his chakra burning. He was so low on chakra his vision blurred. He found it hard to stand. He knew this might be the end. He decided it wouldn't be the end for his team, even if it killed him. With new strength, he raised his arm. He summoned his sword. Raising it to the sky, he shouted Death Splicer. He swung his blade down. His chakra went forward in a visible wave. It sped towards the crowd. He then fell to the ground. For a moment, nothing happened. The men felt good about themselves. Then, the front line of men erupted. Blood came from hundreds of slashes. The same happened for the second line, then the third line, and so on. A few men tried to run. It was useless. The wave of sword slashes found them. In one attack, 100 men died. Their bodies were shredded beyond recognition. Naruto watched the attack's effect. He watched from the ground. When it was over, he looked at Yakumo. She was most precious to him. With all his remaining arm strength, he pulled himself to Yakumo. He then rolled onto his back. Luckily, Yakumo was only unconscious. Her bleeding had stopped. Her breathing was fine. Naruto was eternally grateful for this. He took her hand. He looked at her beautiful face. He moved his head to look at the sky. His most precious person's hand was in his. He smiled, accepting his fate. As he faded, he saw crows. A flock of crows flew in the sky. Naruto awoke panting. He looked around. He was in a Konoha hospital room. As he surveyed his surroundings, the door opened. "Oh good, you're awake," said a woman. She had short black hair. "You gave us quite a scare," she said with a smile. Naruto narrowed his eyes. Who are you exactly?" he asked. The woman frowned. "It's me, Shizun. Come on, I've been by your house plenty of times. You know, Aunt Shizun," she said with a smile. She hoped Naruto remembered. Naruto nodded in recognition. "Yes. You are the woman who always stuck with Tsunade. I believe this is the first time we have ever met. Everyone always fawned over Menma and Narumi. They completely ignored me," he said. A hint of bitterness was in his voice. Shizun looked sad. Truthfully, Shizun knew she was wrong. She had ignored him. She had been kicking herself. She heard about him becoming a genin. News of Naruto's strength spread quickly. Many people tried to get on his good side. Shizun wanted a good relationship. She knew it would be tough. Without a word, Shizun checked Naruto's chart. She nodded. "Just buzz me if you need anything, okay Naruto?" she asked. He gave a quick nod in return. Shizun sighed. She left the room. A tough road indeed. Naruto looked out the window. He gazed at the village. How did I get back to Konoha, he wondered. He saw his chart on the bedside table. He reached and grabbed it. He was incredibly sore. He scanned his injuries. Besides sword wounds, his only real injury was extreme chakra depletion. He almost died. Pathetic. I get in one small fight. I end up in the hospital. Because of 2 sword strikes and too much chakra. Pathetic, he thought. He looked at his hands. They were covered in blood. He tried wiping the blood off. He used his blanket. It wouldn't come off. Slightly annoyed, he buzzed Shizun. She came to his room. Not even 20 seconds after buzzing, Shizun entered. She smiled. "Is there something wrong, Naruto?" she asked. Naruto showed her his palms. Shizun looked confused. "Could I get a wet towel to wipe the blood off my hands, please?" he asked. Shizun frowned. A concerned look appeared on her face. "Naruto, there isn't any blood on your hands," she said. Yeah, there is. See? It's all over my palms, and arms, and. He stopped. His eyes widened. "Kai," he shouted. He tried to get out of the genjutsu. It didn't work. He began to hyperventilate. Visions of bloody, unrecognizable bodies flashed. He found mercy only when Shizun injected a heavy sedative. She ordered a separate nurse to watch Naruto. She left for the Hokage's office. Hokage's office. Itaka stood before the Hokage in Jiraiya. He gave his report. It was about Team 11's mission. He had already given his personal report. Now he told the story of Wave. "I finished my mission early. I decided to check on my team's progress. I headed to Wave. When I arrived, the entire village was on edge. They were practically hiding. I asked around about my team. Eventually an old man gave me their location. The bridge. so I went there. Upon arriving, I noticed Sasuke, Naruto, and Yakumo. Each was unconscious. I created 3 shadow clones. They carried my team to the village for help. I looked for clues about what happened, he said. He paused. Minato and Jiraiya looked curious. What did you see, Itachi? Minato asked. Itachi shook his head. I apologize, Lord Hokage. I saw well over 100 bodies. They littered the bridge. Upon examination with my Sharingan, cause of death was half by kunai, half by sword. When I returned to the village, I learned from a shadow clone. My team was settled in the old man's home. I found my team. I healed their immediate wounds as best I could. After 2 days, Sasuke and Yakumo woke up. Naruto did not wake. I carried him on the 3rd day. Shadow clones carried Sasuke and Yakumo. They still needed recovery in a real hospital. I also became aware on the way here. Sasuke has awakened his Sharingan. He has 2 tomo in each eye, Itachi finished. Minato felt a migraine coming. Were the people that were dead ninja? Minato asked. Itachi shook his head. Jiraiya snorted. Your team, who you say will be better than the Sunin, barely took out a couple of thugs. They don't even use chakra, the Toad Sage mocked. Itachi tightened his fist. He unconsciously activated his Sharingan. I stand by what I said. My team will be better than the Sunin. Better ninja and better people. They won't become a lunatic who experiments on people, or a drunk who doesn't care about her family's legacy, or a pathetic old man who only peeps on women. He's useless for anything but writing his poorly written smut. I'll warn you, Jiraiya, never insult my team in my presence, or I'll let you feel the true wrath of the Sharingan, he said with an angry look. Enough! Minato shouted. He tried to stop a physical confrontation. Jiraiya, please leave. I still need to finish up with Itachi. Jiraiya left through the window. He gave Itachi a fierce glare. Minato sighed, rubbing his head. He looked up. His office door opened. Shizune entered. Before he could speak, Shizune spoke. Lord Hokage, Naruto has woken up, but he just had a panic attack, she said quickly. Minato's eyes widened. He heard his firstborn's condition. He quickly rose from his desk. He shunshined to the hospital. Naruto's hospital room. It took 3 hours for Naruto to wake. He was in a sedative-induced nap. He immediately saw his Hokage. Minato realized his son was awake. He met his eyes. When I returned to Konoha after killing 1,000 IWA shinobi, I was treated as a hero. I was called the Yellow Flash of Konoha. I was treated with respect, but I never felt like one. True, I did my duty to my village, but not a day goes by. I don't think about ending those men and women's lives. After getting through all the villagers and ninja who wanted to buy me a drink, I reached my apartment. I saw blood on my hands. No matter how much I washed, the blood wouldn't come off. If your mother hadn't been there, I have no doubt I would have killed myself. I just want you to know you're not alone. If you ever need someone to talk about this, I'm here. I may have been a horrible father. So bad you may only see me as your Hokage. But I'm sorry for everything. You will always be my son to me. And I'll always love you, Naruto, he said. A tear fell from his eye. As Minato began to stand, Naruto stopped him. He grabbed him in a hug. Naruto started sobbing. Minato's eyes widened. He hugged back. Between sobs, Naruto spoke. It hurts so bad. The loneliness, always being ignored. I only wanted to make you proud, he said. Tears fell. Minato tightened his hold. I know, son. And I'm so sorry. I didn't realize it until now. I'm so sorry, he responded. After a couple of minutes, they released their hug. They wiped their tears. Naruto looked into his father's eyes. He searched for deception. Then he spoke. I forgive you, Dad, he said. New tears came from both of them. Naruto sat at a table in Yakiniku-Q. The restaurant had become a regular for Team 11, specifically, Naruto and Yakumo. Sitting in his chair, Naruto drummed his fingers. He lightly sweated. He was nervous. Just a few days ago, he was released from the hospital. He had asked Yakumo to hang out at their usual spot. She readily agreed. His intention was to reveal his feelings. He would do it during their meal. So here he was. He tried to find a distraction, anything to calm himself. He quickly thought back to his hospital stay. It was after his reconciliation with his father. Flashback. Naruto's hospital room. Naruto lay in bed. He stared at the ceiling. It had been a day. It was since the emotional conversation with his dad. Ever since, he felt a great weight lifted. Honestly, he was bored. He hoped something would gain his interest. His wish was granted. A red-headed missile slammed the door open. Before Naruto could react, she crushed him in a hug. When Naruto processed it, he realized his mother was holding him. She was sobbing, looking at perhaps Konoha's most powerful woman, breaking down. His heart tugged. He felt a need to comfort her. Kushina continued to cry. She couldn't stop the tears. She had seen her son in the hospital. She felt arms surround and hold her. Looking up, she met her eldest son's eyes. He looked at her with genuine care. Something she didn't deserve. Ever since Naruto first left, her mistakes were visible. Her misgivings as a mother became clear. She had neglected her firstborn. She ignored him. She focused on Menma and Narumi solely, because they had the Kyuubi's chakra. The result? She had pushed Naruto out. She created self-entitled, pretentious, arrogant brats. She still loved Menma and Narumi. As their mother, she would never stop. But she hated what they were becoming. After a few more moments of sobbing, Kushina looked up. She looked at her son's face. She smiled. I heard you were hurt on your mission, so I headed right over. That idiot Minato, when I get a hold of him, she said. Her face turned red. Naruto put a hand on her shoulder. He calmed her down. It's okay, Mom, we knew the risks when we took the mission, he said. He tried to appease his mother. Yeah, I know, but. Kushina stopped mid-sentence. Her eyes widened. Had he just called her mom, or was it her imagination? Naruto, did you just call me mom? Kushina asked shakily. Naruto smiled and nodded. This resulted in another crushing hug. A waterfall of tears came from the red-hot habanero. Naruto would never admit it, but a few tears fell from his eyes too. Flashback end. After starting the healing process, he and his mother talked. They talked until she had to leave. Many barriers had been broken. Many demons were put to rest. It felt good to have his parents back. Thinking about everything since returning to Konoha, he realized his parents had become two of his precious people. Precious people. That word brought a frown to his face. He had been surrounded by his parents. He was released from the hospital with Yakumo and Itaki, but he hadn't seen Sasuke since their return. He had asked Itaki about him. The Uchiha just replied, he's dealing with some things. He left it at that. Before Naruto could think further, he saw her. His beautiful teammate entered the restaurant. Sasuke's room. Sasuke sat on his bed. He thought about one person. She had been on his mind since the Battle of the Bridge. The villagers of Wave called it that. Haku. He didn't know how to feel about her death. Sasuke was heartbroken. She had died, and because of him. It infuriated him. It also made him want to stab himself. He wanted to use a kunai to his heart. Before the battle, Sasuke planned to let Haku stay. She would stay with him and his family, but that was taken away by pathetic mercenaries. They only got the better of him, due to attacking in such a mass amount. It wasn't until after the battle Sasuke realized how much he truly cared for Haku. The multitude of dead men that day proved it. As Sasuke thought back, his thoughts drifted to Naruto. There were times Sasuke wanted to beat Naruto. Within an inch of his life, Naruto was their leader, their strongest member. He abandoned them. Sasuke may have taken action in Wave, if not for two reasons. 1. Naruto would kick his ass, even injured as Naruto was. 2. He knew Naruto always did what was best for the team. Sasuke's thoughts were interrupted. His door opened. He was surprised. The visitor wasn't his mother. For once, it was his brother. Itaki entered the room, quietly sitting beside his brother for a few moments. Though not one for conversation, the Uchiha prodigy sensed Sasuke's pain, recognizing his need for a presence. Sasuke, I know you're hurting, Itaki pleaded, but you can only heal if you open up. You've been holed up here since the hospital, and it's worrying Mother and me. Please, let me in. Tell me what's wrong. Sasuke paused before speaking. During our mission, we picked up a girl named Haku. She was the one lying next to me on the bridge when you arrived, he explained, noting Itaki's recognition. We grew close during the bridge's construction. I even offered for her to stay here since she had nowhere else. She died because of me, protecting me. She died before I could tell her how I felt. If I'd been stronger, more alert, she'd still be alive. But I wasn't, and now she's gone. I keep replaying how I could have protected her, and one constant thought emerges: if Naruto hadn't abandoned Yakumo and me, we would have slaughtered those insects, and Haku would still be alive. The genin finished, clenching his fists until blood seeped from them. Observing the pure hatred in his younger brother's eyes, Itachi knew he had to explain Naruto's absence. Sasuke, after Naruto woke up in the hospital, I spoke to him about the mission. He left the bridge because he knew the swordsman in Gato's army was powerful. He made a calculated decision to draw him away from the battle to protect you and Yakumo. When he fought the swordsman, he lost. Badly. This revelation widened Sasuke's eyes. I've never seen a swordsman with Naruto's skill or potential, and he hasn't even revealed his full power yet. For someone to defeat him in a duel, especially without breaking a sweat, worries even me. If he hadn't lured that swordsman away from the bridge, and if that very swordsman hadn't shown mercy, you'd all be dead, Itachi concluded. Throughout the explanation, Sasuke's eyes grew wider and wider. Defeating Naruto in a duel was unheard of. He had witnessed Naruto effortlessly kill Zabuza, an A-ranked missing ninja, firsthand. For someone to beat him as Itachi described seemed impossible. This new information transformed Sasuke's anger and desire for vengeance into gratitude for his life being saved and guilt for blaming his friend. Seeing the anger vanish from Sasuke's face, Itachi smiled and rose from the bed. As he headed for the door, he paused. I almost forgot to give you this, Itachi said, walking back to Sasuke and handing him a paper. Only sign up if you want to, he added before finally leaving. After Itachi left, Sasuke glanced at the paper. Chunin exams, yakiniku Q. Naruto and Yakumo shared a laugh over a story about Naruto's first sword use. As the laughter faded, Naruto grew serious, looking into Yakumo's eyes. Yakumo, I asked you to meet me here today because I have something important to say. Naruto, nervous, summoned all his courage to confess to the girl of his dreams. In a bold gesture, he took Yakumo's hand, causing her to blush deeply while his own face turned as red as a tomato. Yakumo, you were my first friend in Konoha. When I became a genin, I honestly didn't care about the village or anyone in it. I wouldn't have gone out of my way to help anyone here because no one had bothered to help me. But you changed that. You showed me there are good people in this village, people who deserve my protection. Over the time we've known each other, I've noticed you make me a better person. You make me into someone who actually feels compassion for others, someone no longer indifferent to the world. You've changed me for the better, and I want you to know how much you mean to me. I love you, Yakumo, Naruto finished. Tears welled in Yakumo's eyes. Never had she heard such a heartfelt speech directed at her, she never would have guessed she meant so much to him. Naruto had been bold in taking her hand, so she decided to outdo him. Leaning forward before he could say anything else, she pressed her lips to his. She didn't care about the other patrons in the restaurant. As far as she was concerned, the only people on the entire planet were Naruto and her. After a good long while locked in a kiss with her blonde teammate, she pulled back. Wow, she breathed, prompting a rapid nod from the red-faced boy. So, I take it this means you feel the same way? Naruto asked, already knowing the answer. Before Yakumo could reply, Itachi shunshined in front of them. Itachi had, truthfully, waited until their intimacy was over to interrupt the new couple's date. Hello, I hope I'm not interrupting anything, Itachi said with an amused grin. Yakumo turned beet red and shook her head no, while Naruto merely muttered something about him being a mood killer. I just came by to give you both these forms for the upcoming Chunin exams. You don't have to compete, only if you feel comfortable. Itachi wasn't surprised when the two looked at him with determination and nodded. His job complete, Itachi left the two to continue their date in peace. Hokage's office. Minato sat in his chair, turned to face the village. Jiraiya had stopped by, attempting to persuade him to increase Menma and Narumi's training, but the Hokage was trying to ignore him. Minato, listen to me, Jiraiya said loudly enough to make him turn and gain his attention. The great Toad Sage has spoken. He foretold of two who have received legendary power who will either save the ninja world or be the catalyst for its destruction, he stated with a serious expression. When I went back to see the great Toad Sage, he told me that the day of the prophecy's fulfillment was nearing. We need to ensure the twins are prepared for their destiny. Triplets. Jiraiya's confused look morphed into slight shock at Minato's intense gaze. I have 3 children, Jiraiya, not 2, Minato said, standing. As for the prophecy, I nearly lost my family because of it. Nothing good has come from you revealing what the great Toad Sage declared. Menma and Narumi have become arrogant, constantly underestimating their opponents, believing that as long as they have the Kyuubi, they can defeat a cage-level fighter. Because of that damn prophecy, Kushina and I neglected our firstborn, a sin both you and Tsunade have committed as well. I thank Kami that Naruto is at least somewhat normal, but I can tell there's something dark behind the mask he wears, something he won't trust his own father with. No, Jiraiya, you may train Menma and Narumi as you please, but I am not going to focus solely on those two. I will bring Naruto back, even if it means damning the entire elemental nations, he declared with a look Jiraiya hadn't seen since the day he earned the title Yellow Flash of Konoha. Jiraiya sighed. His star pupil had always been an idealist. Minato, we're talking about the fate of the world here. Are you willing to let it die? Are you willing to have that much blood on your hands? Because I'm not, and I will do whatever it takes to ensure Menma and Narumi fulfill their destinies, he said with conviction. Minato simply stared at his sensei for a moment before responding. Jiraiya, my family breaking was what led to the most important decision of my life. If I got my family back, I would never again let go. I would watch the world burn as long as my family was safe. I will train each of my children, not solely Menma and Narumi. And if Naruto comes to any harm, and I find out it was because of your for the good of mankind mentality, I will make you suffer until you beg for death, Minato stated, leaving Jiraiya with a dropped jaw and a completely shocked expression. After composing himself and realizing there was nothing left to say, Jiraiya left without a word. Namikaze Estate. Kushina sat in the living room, watching Tsunade teach Narumi more medical jutsu, her thoughts on Naruto. She was hurt that Naruto didn't want to move back in with his family, but overjoyed that they were on good enough terms for him to call her mom. This sucks. Mom, can you get us a mission? I'm so bored. Get us at least a C-ranked mission, Menma said from a chair across from her, causing her, Tsunade, and Narumi to look at him. I heard that the failure got an A rank, Narumi said, immediately eliciting an angry response from Menma. What? Why should that worthless loser get anything? Why would Dad give him an A rank and not us? He practically screamed. Kushina looked at her son with a confused and furious glare. She knew Menma and Naruto weren't on good terms, but this was unbelievable. Menma, how dare you talk about your brother like that? He is not worthless, he is not a loser, he is your brother. Why can't you understand that? You are supposed to love him and vice versa, but it's like you don't want it, she said. Menma shook his head. I don't love him. I won't treat him as a brother. He is nothing but a weak blight on our family's name. He is just a disgrace, and the fact that we share the same blood is insulting enough as it is, he said before storming off to his room upstairs, leaving Kushina and Tsunade open-mouthed. Narumi hated when Menma was upset, and secretly, she felt the same way he did. Team 11 Training Ground. Naruto sat on the ground, illuminated by the moonlight. It had been a good day. After his date with Yakumo, they had found Sasuke and then tracked down Itachi to inform him they were entering the Chunin exams. Itachi's response was simply a smirk and a nod. Afterward, the three had hung out and trained. Yakumo worked on new genjutsu ideas while Naruto and Sasuke sparred in taijutsu. Sasuke didn't use ninjutsu during their spars for two reasons. First, he wanted a fair fight, and Naruto didn't have a large ninjutsu arsenal. Second, if he used ninjutsu, Naruto would use his sword, which Sasuke preferred to avoid. He and Yakumo were happy to spend time with him. They had been worried about his mental state after the wave mission, but after today, he seemed fine. Before Naruto could delve deeper into thought, he felt a warm sensation on his bicep from his hidden summoning tattoo. His curiosity about the tattoo was interrupted by the forming mist and a large creature emerging from it. When the mist cleared, Naruto squinted to get a better look at the creature before his face lit up in recognition. Levios, Naruto asked, receiving a nod from the serpent now coiled on the field. What are you doing here? Naruto asked curiously. Levios lowered his head as much as possible to speak to Naruto at eye level, but it didn't quite work. Naruto, my father and I believe something powerful is coming, and coming soon. That being said, my father wants to teach you how to summon him, Levios said. Naruto looked confused. But I already know how to summon, he said, prompting a shake of Levios's head. No, you have never summoned my father before. To summon him in water is no small feat. It takes an enormous amount of power and if not done correctly, can have horrible effects on the body. Summoning any of the serpents on land takes significantly more chakra and puts a great strain on the body. We feel that you need to be able to summon us both easily on the water and be able to summon us on land, which means you will have to undergo a brief training period with us to prepare yourself, Levios finished. Naruto thought deeply about the subject before agreeing. As the summoner of the water serpents, he was fully invested in this. He needed the training if it meant being able to summon the serpents at will. Will I be leaving Konoha? He asked. Levios nodded. Yes, you will come with me to my homeland, and when you have completed your training, you will return to Konoha, Levios explained. Naruto nodded, then a question popped into his head. What about my team and my parents? I'm pretty sure leaving without a word will have some serious consequences, he said, causing Levios to simply nod. I shall have a few of our messengers give information on your absence to your team leader and your Hokage, the serpent said before wrapping his tail around Naruto and vanishing. Omegakure no Sato. Nagato and Konan sat in the rain, wondering when everything had gone so wrong. Scattered around them were several dead bodies, each clad in the same black cloak with red clouds. These lifeless corpses were once S-rank ninja, part of an organization known as the Akatsuki. Nagato Uzumaki was their leader, but now no one remained to lead. Only he and Konan were left. Nagato, we need to leave, Konan said worriedly to a blank-faced Nagato. The red-headed Rinnegan user simply shook his head at Konan's suggestion. No, Konan, you need to leave. I am not healthy enough to travel. You know what must be done, and unfortunately, I will not be able to assist you. Go and find your sister, for she is the only one who can stop those monsters from destroying this world, he said, his breath shortening. His time was coming to a close. No, I won't leave you, Nagato. You are all I have left. I won't leave you, I can't leave you, she cried as tears streamed down her face. The feeling of a hand on her face pulled her out of her depressed trance. Looking at Nagato, she saw a smile on his face, something that hadn't happened since the Akatsuki's formation. Konan, you are the most important person in my life. I'm sorry that I tried to lead you down the dark path I followed. When I pass on, the responsibility of taking care of this world falls to you. Only you can sense the power your sister holds, so go. Find her and preserve peace for this world, Nagato said before looking to the sky and smiling. With those last words, Nagato Uzumaki died. Konan watched her oldest friend die right in front of her. As his eyes closed for the last time, she tried to shake him awake. She yelled at him, screamed at him, and begged him to wake up, but it did no good. After hours of mourning and eventually burying Nagato, she began to leave AIM. Before burying Nagato, she had removed and destroyed his eyes. Only he would be able to use the eyes of God, she made sure of it. Reaching the gates of AIM, Konan strengthened her resolve and focused all her energy to sense her sister's power. It took about an hour before she locked onto it. For Nagato, I will help you save the world, sister. Here I come, Sira. Kanahagakure no Sato, Uchiha Estate. Itaki was enjoying a pleasant dream about Paki when he was abruptly awakened. Opening his eyes, he was met with a sight that made him jump up and nearly scream. A snake-like creature, about 7 feet long, coiled on his bed. Before he could consider how to handle the situation, the creature did something unexpected. It spoke. Itaki Uchiha, it asked, receiving only a slight nod from a still-on-guard Itaki. I have been sent by my superiors to inform you that Naruto Uzumaki will be missing for at most 2 months. He is currently training with our kind in our realm. Naruto will send weekly reports to you and your Hokage on his status, and you may relay any questions you have for him through the messenger. Also, Naruto said to tell Yakumo not to be mad and that he will make it up to her when he returns. Have I explained the message clearly? The creature asked. Itaka nodded again and watched in awe as the creature evaporated into mist. What just happened was the main question on Itaka's mind before he sat down on his bed. As he sat, he felt something wet on the mattress. Getting up, he saw that the mist left by the creature was so thick it had soaked his sheets. Sighing, Itaka gathered his sheets and started walking to the drying machine. Immediately after exiting his room, Suzuki exited his own room, which was directly across from Itaka's. When Suzuki met Itaka's gaze, his eyes slowly traveled to what his older brother was carrying, widening in surprise. Upon seeing Itaka carrying wet sheets, Suzuki started laughing loudly, muttering between laughs about his older brother wetting the bed. The laughter woke his parents, who also witnessed Itaka with wet sheets in his arms and joined in the merriment. While the Uchiha family was entertained at his expense, a storm cloud formed over Itaki, and he silently vowed that Naruto would be severely punished for this upon his return. Namikaze Estate. Minato lay in bed with his wife in his arms, both sleeping peacefully, but like Itaki, they were soon awakened by movement on their bed. As they slowly woke up, they were, to say the least, shocked by the snake-like creature in front of them. Unlike Itaki, Minato screamed, as did Kushina. How Menma and Narumi managed to sleep through the scream remained a mystery. When Minato and Kushina's shock subsided, the creature spoke. Minato Namikaze and Kushina Namikaze, I have been sent to inform you of recent events involving your son, Naruto. He has traveled to our realm and is now training with my superiors. His training should take at most 2 months, and he shall send weekly reports to inform you of his status. Any messages you wish relayed to him can be done so by simply telling the messenger. Have I explained the message in a clear and understandable manner? The creature asked, receiving a nod from the two who were still recovering from the shock of waking up to an unidentified creature in their bed. Disappearing in a shroud of mist, the creature left the husband and wife to process what had just happened. When the two finally grasped what they'd been told, they turned to face each other. What? They bellowed, yet Menma and Narumi remained asleep. Realm of the Serpents. Commonly, serpents were seen as bloodthirsty monsters, brutally killing and devouring everything. Their environment was imagined to reflect this: a blood-red sky, crimson waters, and a battlefield-like landscape. This perception couldn't have been further from the truth. Naruto stood in awe of the world's beauty. The sky was clear, the grass vibrant green, and the great lake surrounding the land sparkled with the bluest water he'd ever seen. It was a paradise, an oasis, and a small part of Naruto felt a pang of sadness, knowing his own world would never achieve such beauty. His thoughts were interrupted as Levios began to move, speeding up to match him. Naruto continued to observe the environment, noting various sizes of serpents in the water and resting on the ground. Levios appeared larger than all of them. The serpent and ninja halted in a grassy clearing with a small pool. Levios turned, peering into Naruto's eyes as if searching for something, then observed his reaction before speaking. This will be your training ground. Here, I'll teach you water and lightning ninjutsu, and we'll learn to work together as summoner and summon. I won't have pathetic excuses for summons like the toads or snakes being more feared than the legend of the serpents. We'll train rigorously to instill fear in our enemies. Any questions? The serpent inquired. Naruto pondered Levios's words before posing a few questions. Why only water and lightning jutsu? I don't even know my affinity, he asked. I can sense your chakra and affinity. Conveniently, those two are mine and my father's specialties, Levios replied. Naruto nodded, then asked, what do you mean by working together as summoner and summon? I thought I just summon you in serious fights and you take over. Levios sighed. No, that's not the case. You've seen how the toads work with their summoner, yes, he asked, eliciting a nod from Naruto. We'll work in tandem, strengthening each other's jutsu and one day achieving spiritual mode. Before you ask, it's a form where we temporarily merge into one being, gaining incredible power that dwarfs any summon. That is the power of the serpents, Levios finished, leaving Naruto agape. Konohagakure no Sato, Team 11 training ground. Itachi contemplated how to inform his team that Naruto would be gone for 2 months, especially Yakumo, who he just learned was Naruto's girlfriend. He sighed, dreading the conversation. His thoughts were put on hold as Sasuke and Yakumo entered the training ground. As they faced him, Yakumo immediately scanned the area, presumably for Naruto. Okay team, I have some rather important news, he began, but Yakumo quickly interrupted. Shouldn't we wait for Naruto, sensei? Itachi sighed. Yakumo, please let me finish, he requested, which earned a sheepish look and quick nod from the young genjutsu prodigy. The Chunin exams are in 2.5 months. They're a series of tests to determine if you're worthy of becoming a Chunin. I want every member of Team 11 to enter. It's ultimately your choice, but I believe you're more than ready for the promotion. As for Naruto, he'll be gone for the next 2 months, he said, quickly glancing at Yakumo's reaction. Yakumo's eye twitched violently. What did you say, Itachi-sensei? She asked in a cold voice. Itachi swore he saw the Shinigami behind her, causing him to lightly sweat. He's left for 2 months to train with his summon. I didn't even know he had one, but it assured me he'd return stronger. It also said to tell you Naruto is very sorry and will make it up to you, the Uchiha finished. Yakumo's face flushed multiple shades of red, and an inferno raged in her eyes. That asshole. I just became his girlfriend, and he immediately ditches me. Oh, he's going to receive a very well-deserved punishment when he gets back. A rusted kunai, perhaps? Some salt and a hot piece of metal to make the cut hurt and cauterize it, then do it again? Yes, perfect. Ha 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 ha. Yakumo laughed maniacally, causing Sasuke and Itachi to sweat drop. Sasuke didn't particularly care about Naruto's training trip. While he'd miss his best friend, he understood that in the ninja world, you do what you have to do. After Yakumo ceased her musings about punishments for her boyfriend, Itachi regained control of the conversation. Anyway, while Naruto is gone, Yakumo, I'll be teaching you how to intensify your genjutsu and work with you on creating some, he said, making Yakumo's eyes widen and completely forget about Naruto's training trip. To create genjutsu with Itachi Uchiha, the village's best genjutsu user, was a dream come true for any genjutsu practitioner. Itachi then turned to Sasuke. Sasuke, I'll be letting you sign the Crow contract and teaching you more ninjutsu to go along with it. We'll also work on using and maturing your Sharingan. This statement made Sasuke wide-eyed, much like Yakumo. He'd gain a summon just like his older brother. Sasuke mentally noted that he should thank Naruto for his little trip. Team 7 training ground. Menma was currently locked in a taijutsu battle with his teammate, Sakura Haruno, for today's practice. Sakura, to put it mildly, was getting severely beaten. She had never been one for physical training, considering herself more of an intellectual. At that moment, she deeply regretted prioritizing her looks over building herself for her chosen profession. That thought ended abruptly when Menma landed a vicious right hook to her face, knocking her to the ground. The match should have ended there, but Menma quickly followed up by kicking Sakura repeatedly in the stomach until his mother intervened. Menma, what the hell was that? You had already won. Kushina yelled furiously, sending a shadow clone without seals to get Sakura to the hospital. Menma scoffed at the question. She was an enemy. If you ask me, she's lucky I didn't use my kunai, he responded, earning a nod from Narumi, a questioning look from Kakashi, and an even more furious look from Kushina. That's precisely it, Menma. She wasn't an enemy, and this wasn't a real battle. That was your teammate, and it was a taijutsu-only spar. Menma, I have no idea what has gotten into you and your sister these past few days, but I've made my decision. If something like this happens again, I'll have to recommend to your father that both of your ninja licenses be suspended, she stated, taking no joy from the conversation. Menma and Narumi both looked shocked. Kakashi would have been equally shocked had he not witnessed the dark transformation the two children he'd known since infancy were undergoing. He was deeply concerned that Menma so casually disregarded his teammate, but honestly, he wasn't the only one in question. On the team's last mission in the newly named Land of Spring, Narumi had suggested leaving Sakura behind to slow down attackers when Sakura injured her leg. The siblings were certainly developing a darker mentality. How dangerous it would become remained to be seen. Are you kidding me? We're the two strongest genin in Konoha, you can't do that. Is this because of that loser, Naruto? Menma yelled. Ever since the clan failure returned to Konoha, things had been different. His mom and dad were calling him and his sister out on everything. After years of saying how great they would be, it seemed only their godfather Jiraiya believed in them now. Their parents had started saying they were too confident and didn't think things through. They needed compassion for others, they needed to learn humility, they needed to understand the purpose of self-sacrifice. All of this started because of Naruto's return. Without him, everything would be perfect, and they would be recognized as the perfect shinobi they were. That's why he and Narumi had been meeting and discussing ways to eliminate the cause of their suffering. Menma and Narumi knew that killing Naruto in broad daylight might cause their parents to hate them more, so they continued planning new ways to kill their former brother. Kushina looked at her children, deeply concerned and saddened by what they were becoming. It was her fault, she had let them turn into beings she no longer recognized. All Kushina wanted was for her family to unite, but it seemed more divided than ever. Naruto acknowledged her as his mom, which made her incredibly happy, but Menma and Narumi seemed hostile towards the very idea of Naruto returning to the Namikaze estate. After shaking her head, she simply said, "Training is over for today," before walking to the hospital to see her student. Kakashi simply shook his head in disappointment before vanishing in a swirl of leaves, leaving Menma and Narumi to stew in their anger. They were the protectors of the village from the Kyuubi, the children of the Hokage, and deserved to be treated with the utmost respect, not chastised like children. It was in this moment that the siblings decided they would somehow kill Naruto and anyone who stood in their way. He had disrespected them and caused others to stop believing in them. He was the reason so many were now reluctant to treat them with the greatness they deserved. Once they killed Naruto, the villagers would praise their names, and the ninja would bow to them. It would start with Konoha and wouldn't end until the entire world bowed to them as the deities they were. Hospital. Sakura lay in bed, bruised on her face, arms, and chest. The doctor had informed her of a sprained wrist, a concussion, and 2 broken ribs. As she pondered her injuries, the door opened, revealing her red-headed sensei, followed by Tsunade, the head of the hospital. When both sat down, Kushina was the first to speak. "Sakura, I cannot express enough how sorry I am for what happened today. I should have stepped in sooner, and I should have trained you better. I also should have recognized how unstable Menma has become. I truly am sorry, Sakura," she said before bowing, shocking the girl. After recovering from her surprise, Sakura simply replied, "It's okay, Kushina-sensei." Kushina vehemently shook her head. "No, Sakura, it's not okay. Because of me, you're lying in a hospital bed with serious injuries from a team spar. While walking here, I came to a conclusion on a few things, one of which is that I can no longer be your sensei," she said, causing a saddened look from the genin. Kushina quickly continued. "Luckily, I found a teacher who I believe will be perfect for you," she said with a smile. Sakura looked confused until Tsunade waved and spoke up. "Hello, Sakura. Kushina has told me you have talent in chakra control and are very intelligent. I think that with some hard work, you could be a great combat medic, and I would like to show you how." The medic finished with a smile. A speechless Sakura could only smile and nod. Kushina looked at the scene with mixed feelings of happiness and sadness. "Sakura, you have the potential to be a great kunoichi, and my only regret is that I couldn't be the teacher you deserved. I hope you know that while I won't be your sensei anymore, you can come to me with anything, and I'll try to help you as best I can." "I'm proud of you, Sakura," Kushina said. Before she could get up and leave, her former genin pulled her into a hug. It was a heartwarming moment, and Kushina returned the embrace, both the jonin and genin shedding tears. Tsunade looked on with a smile. The medical genius had a feeling that Sakura would become a great kunoichi and knew she could get her there. Hokage's office. Minato was in his office, attempting to conquer today's paperwork, when his wife walked in with a serious expression that promised even more paperwork. "Kushina, is something wrong?" he asked. Kushina hesitated, clearly deep in thought. "Kushina," he repeated, pulling her from her trance. Regaining her composure, Kushina straightened herself and began the serious conversation. "Minato, I need to schedule psychological evaluations for Menma and Narumi, and I've placed Sakura in a full apprenticeship with Tsunade, so she will no longer be on Team 7, she said, making Minato sigh in disappointment. He had been aware of his children's growing instability but hadn't realized it was this severe. Nodding at the requests, he asked anything else, to which Kushina simply shook her head and left. Being Hokage could be a highly rewarding position, yet also a very tiresome and uncomfortable one. Seeing a group of genin mature into great ninja, witnessing the villagers' happy faces and knowing they believed in you, being respected by the village as a whole, these were all rewards of achieving such a position. However, moments like these were among the job's disappointments. Seeing members of the shinobi forces, especially his own children, become unstable or unfit for their duties was extremely disappointing as a Hokage and saddening as a father. He had made many mistakes in his life, but none more significant than in his role as a father. He had estranged his firstborn son from the family by prioritizing a prophecy over his fatherly duties. It was a miracle that Naruto had forgiven him, but he wasn't the only one to suffer from it. Menma and Narumi had been raised as if they were ninja in the world. What they had become now were self-centered, egotistical, selfish, cruel, and unstable children. All of this was the result of his decisions as a father. Realm of the Serpents. Naruto stood in the clearing Levios had designated for learning water and lightning ninjutsu yesterday. Levios emerged from the nearby water, slithered in front of him, then expanded and rose to his true height. Naruto had to jump back a few times to give Levios space to grow, and when he finished, Naruto stood in awe. The serpent had reached its full height of 90 feet. Without lowering his head to Naruto, Levios spoke at a volume the human could hear even from so far below. Naruto, by the end of this training period, you will be able to summon me on land and my father in water. It will require more concentration and chakra than you have ever summoned before. It will hurt badly, but you will emerge much stronger than before. But before we can begin, you have demons that need to be faced. To do this, you must go to the Stone of Sanctity, he said, turning his head to look at the lake, which earned a questioning look from Naruto. You will swim to the center of the lake and dive down. The stone will reveal itself to you when your summoning tattoo begins to glow. When your arm glows, the stone will glow as well. Follow the light to confront your demons and find the answers you seek, he said before beginning to coil himself. Naruto followed Levios's instructions, removed his shirt and pants, and stepped into the water. It took 5 minutes for Naruto to reach the center of the lake. Once there, Naruto took multiple breaths before diving down. As he descended, he realized he could see perfectly in the water, and the water itself felt almost natural to him. Disregarding these thoughts, he continued to dive deeper. After about 3 minutes underwater, Naruto's need for air began to manifest, but he brushed it off. After another minute, his chest burned, and his lungs begged for air, but he continued to swim deeper. 20 seconds later, his vision blurred, and that's when it happened. His arm glowed, illuminating everything and gaining a similar glow 5 feet away. Fighting the need to breathe a little longer, he reached the glowing light that was the Stone of Sanctity. It was a beautiful purple stone, the size of Naruto's hand. Grabbing the stone, the environment changed instantly. The serpent summoner was no longer underwater, and his body no longer craved oxygen. Instead, he was in an unrecognizable area, seeing only a multitude of colors as far as the eye could see. Beautiful, isn't it? A voice asked beside Naruto. Slowly turning to face the voice, Naruto was utterly shocked when it was revealed to be his master, Sira. Unable to speak or close his mouth, Sira smiled at his reaction. After a small giggle from Sira, Naruto snapped out of his unresponsive state. Am I dead? He asked, receiving a shake of the head from his master. No, my student, you're not dead. The stone takes all of your life experiences and memories into account and brings you face to face with the ones that are holding you back. Apparently, I've been causing you some distress, she said with a smile. I need you to tell me everything, Naruto said with a serious look on his face, which made Sira's smile fade. Everything as in what? The stone may know your experiences, but I'm kind of dead. I mean, I check in from time to time, but between poker with the Shodaime Hokage and pranks on the other swordsman, I'm kind of busy, she said with a laugh that quickly ended after seeing the look on Naruto's face. Sorry, bad joke. Okay, so you want to know about the group that Iliel said I was in. They're called the Shinigami's Blade. It's a group of the entire world's greatest swordsmen. They only keep 5 members at a time, if memory serves me. I joined because they told me that together we could save the world and keep it safe. Like a fool, I believed that bullshit promise. About a month in, I realized what they were, a group of monsters who wanted to rule the world by fear. They never wanted peace, they wanted servitude. And though I hate to say it, it's possible for them. You see, when I decided to leave, I barely made it out alive. After healing up and staying off their radar, I searched through every country of the elemental nations for a successor because I knew it was impossible for me to stop them. I had almost given up until you asked me to teach you, she said with a smile. I sensed it from the conviction in your voice and saw it in your eyes. You had the will and determination needed to become my successor and, later down the line, the savior of the world. Naruto was shocked. If what Sira was saying was true, then the world was in an incredible amount of danger. Sira, if these swordsmen are as powerful as you say, then how can you expect me to stand a chance against them, he asked, which earned a laugh from the blue-haired swordsman. Because, Naruto, you will be the greatest swordsman of all of us. You hold the legacy of the most legendary swordsman in all of existence. I told you before my death that you were the 11th in the line of history's strongest swordsmen, each one stronger than the last. You will surpass me, Naruto. You will surpass me and every swordsman in existence, she said with a proud smile. Naruto slightly blushed at his teacher's expectations. Sira, is there like a name for this line of swordsmen I'm part of, he asked, a question that had been on his mind since the night he gained his sword. Sira smiled and replied, nope, which caused Naruto to fall face down. When Naruto sat back up, Sira looked at him with a serious expression. Naruto, there's a scroll I left in the serpent's care. It contains the sword techniques of each of our group swordsmen. Read them, learn them, and reach your full potential. I believe in you, little brother, she said before fading away with a smile. Naruto smiled as well before the light around him began to fade, and his surroundings revealed themselves. He was in front of the Stone of Sanctity, but it and his tattoo were no longer glowing. Realizing his time with the stone was up, he swam to the surface. Upon reaching Levios, Naruto spoke loud enough for the serpent to hear. Levios, I am ready to learn both the ways of the serpents and the ways of my past swordsman, which earned a slight nod and what looked like a smile from the serpent. Yakumo lay on her bed, bored and tired. For 2 months, Itachi had pushed her and Suzuki to their limits in training. Suzuki had advanced his Sharingan to 3 Tomo in each eye, nearly mastering the Uchiha Interceptor Taijutsu style. He had also learned to summon crows and use Itachi's Crow Shunshin. Suzuki had matured, and Yakumo now trusted him with her life. She, too, had improved, enhancing her Taijutsu style through increased flexibility and speed. Her Genjutsu training had been particularly productive. Itachi had helped her reach a point where she no longer needed to paint illusions to make them real. He had also guided her in creating various Genjutsu, from disorienting to lethal. Yakumo eagerly anticipated telling Naruto about her progress. Naruto. Yakumo sighed. The past 2 months without her boyfriend had been lonely, but Itachi had helped her understand why he had to leave. Each week, one of Naruto's serpents would deliver a message from him and carry back Yakumo's reply. His letters claimed he had grown stronger than he ever imagined, though he never revealed specifics about his new skills or power level. Yakumo knew the ninja world would be shocked by his return. Secretly, her questions were less about his abilities and more about his physical growth during his absence. For now, she could only fantasize, keeping tissues nearby for her recent nosebleeds. Before she could dwell further, a thick mist filled her room. Expecting another of Naruto's serpents, she was surprised by who emerged when it cleared. Naruto stood in the middle of Yakumo's room, intending to surprise her. In 2 months of training, he had grown 3 inches and gained a more muscular physique. Dressed in a sleeveless black shirt showcasing his arms and summoning tattoo, Umbu-style pants, and his headband now around his neck, he smiled. He opened his arms for a hug, slightly surprised when he received a slap, which was immediately followed by a passionate kiss. Hugging Yakumo tightly, he simply said, I guess I deserved that, earning a nod from her. Both genin then started laughing. Hokichi's office. Minato sat at his desk, once again engrossed in paperwork. 2 months had passed since Naruto left, but Minato understood. He had made a similar decision regarding his own training with the Toads and Jiraiya. Speaking of his sensei, Jiraiya was becoming increasingly problematic due to his misguided views on Minato's son and daughter. Jiraiya constantly tried to portray Menma and Narumi positively to villagers and shinobi, hoping they would contribute to making them as strong as possible. Unfortunately, it backfired. Minato frequently dealt with complaints about his children and Jiraiya throwing their weight around. It escalated to the point where he had to threaten Jiraiya with losing access to his godchildren. Minato buried his head in his hands, reflecting on his children's path. Kushina had tried her best to break them from their current mindset, but they seemed too far gone. The siblings openly believed that the weak had no place in the world and only the strong deserved to live. Everything concerning Menma and Narumi had spiraled out of control. Despite all the attention and training they had received, they had become potential monsters. It pained Minato to associate his children with that word, but it was the truth, and both he and Kushina knew it. At the moment, Kushina was helping Tsunade train Sakura, her former student. Under 2 of the elemental nation's strongest kunoichi, the civilian-born girl thrived, showing potential even greater than Tsunade's. Minato's thoughts were abruptly interrupted by mist forming in his office, dissipating in seconds to reveal his firstborn son. Naruto, I wasn't expecting you. Welcome back, son, Minato exclaimed, smiling widely. He walked over and embraced Naruto, who returned the hug. After their brief embrace, Minato returned to his seat, motioning for Naruto to take the one opposite him. As Naruto sat, Minato took a moment to examine him. With a smile, Minato initiated the conversation. So, Naruto, what have you been up to? Minato asked, momentarily forgetting Naruto had kept him updated on his progress. Dad, I'd like my team and mom to be here for what I'm about to say, Naruto replied, his face serious, instantly shifting Minato into Hokage mode. He snapped his fingers, and an Umbu appeared, receiving orders to gather Team 11 and Kushina in the office. 10 minutes later, everyone gathered in the Hokage's office. Suzuki was surprised to see his teammate, as was Itachi, though the elder Uchiha concealed his surprise better. Kushina, however, upon seeing her son, immediately engulfed him in a hug, repeatedly exclaiming how much she missed him and that he would never leave for so long again. Yakumo watched everyone's reactions with a smile, having already shared her moment with Naruto. After the excitement of the genin's return subsided, Naruto's demeanor turned serious, changing the room's entire atmosphere. I brought some information I didn't reveal in my letters because I thought it best to reveal it in person, he stated, causing Minato to lean forward. Naruto sighed before beginning his tale. It starts when I first left the village, he began, eliciting a wince from his parents. I met a woman in a forest named Sira. She taught me how to wield a sword and is the reason I have not only my sword but my summoning contract as well. All the times I've said my sword is special, I meant it. Yakumo and Suzuki already know this, but that's it. You see, when I finished my training with Sira, she told me that my sword would appear to me, and with it, a title. I received my sword in the dead of night and gained the title of the Lunar Soldier. It was after I gained my title and summoning contract that I was forced to kill Sira, he said, looking at the ground as Kushina covered her mouth, her eyes welling with tears. Minato looked down in shame, then at his son with sympathy. After a brief pause, Naruto continued his story. The reason I had to kill her is because I am the most recent in a line of history's most legendary swordsmen. The catch is that only one swordsman in that line may live at one time. The moment I received my sword was the moment Sira accepted what was about to happen, Naruto said, quickly wiping a tear from his eye. My sword gives me multiple abilities, most of which I'm only able to use at night. When the moon shines, my strength, chakra reserves, chakra control, speed, swordsmanship, and overall power are increased dramatically. Before my training trip, it tripled, now it increases over tenfold, he said, causing everyone in the room's mouths to drop. Naruto was strong enough during the day, but if his power increased that much, he could be virtually unstoppable. After seeing everyone in the room recover from their shock, he continued. On my trip, I learned from the serpents how to work better with them as a summoner, mastered the lightning and water elements, and can now, with great difficulty, summon the most powerful serpent in existence. Also, thanks to both Sira and the serpents, I was able to master a large amount of the techniques used by the previous swordsmen in my line. Now that I've filled you in about my skills, I have really troubling news, he said, his face darkening. There's a group of swordsmen called the Shinigami's Blade. They are 5 of the strongest swordsmen on the planet. I'm not sure exactly how strong they are, but I have no doubt that if all 5 were to attack Kana, we would fall, he finished, causing everyone to go pale. After Naruto's bombshell, Minato dismissed everyone, stating he needed to think. None of the group who learned the information slept well that night. Training Ground 7. Kushina and Kakashi stood in the middle of the training ground when Narumi and Menma arrived. Both siblings were surprised. While their mother was normally punctual, Kakashi rarely was. As they approached their sensei, their mother raised a hand, stopping them. After a long moment of observing her children, Kushina spoke. I don't know if you know this, but today the Chunin exams begin, she stated, eliciting interested and somewhat excited looks from her children. So where do we go for the exams? Narumi questioned. Kushina stared at her daughter again before taking a deep breath. You don't. Both Kakashi and I have deemed you too unworthy of becoming Chunin, so you will not take part in this year's exams, she said, immediately met with outraged cries from her son and daughter. Are you kidding me? Why the hell not? We're the strongest genin in the village. We deserve to be Chunin, yelled Narumi, which caused Kushina to snap. You deserve nothing. All your life you have had everything handed to you. No more, she shouted, unwilling to hear any more of their ridiculous reasons for being Chunin. Is Naruto taking the exams? Menma asked in an angry tone. Kushina hesitated before nodding. Naruto and his teammates have proven they are qualified to take the exams with the other genin, she said. Everything was quiet until Menma spoke again. So that's it? You're just gonna throw us away for that piece of trash? Scum like him deserves to die, and I'd be more than happy to do it, he said, earning an immediate slap from Kushina. How dare you? Your father and I have given both of you everything you could have asked for your entire lives while we completely abandoned Naruto, you ungrateful little brat. As for your comment about your brother, I will mark it down as frustration for now, but if you ever make any hostile move towards Naruto, I will make sure the two of you cease to be ninja forever. I will personally seal your chakra and throw you in the nearest mental ward. Do I make myself clear? She asked, receiving quick nods and hateful looks from her children in return. Once Kushina and Kakashi left, Menma screamed and plunged a Raiznan into the ground while Narumi fiercely pulled at her hair. Kanaha's prince and princess had officially lost their throne, and in their minds, Naruto was the direct cause. If he had just died when he left, the village would still worship them as they deserved, and their parents would still devote their time to them. Both siblings were constantly plagued by the question, why? Why was Naruto so special? Why did their parents look at him with pride while they looked at them in shame? In Menma and Narumi's minds, there was only one solution to their problem: to kill Naruto. After he was dead, everything would go back to normal. The two were so deep in their hateful thoughts and plans that they didn't notice a figure approach them from behind. The figure sat down on a log in front of Narumi and Menma Uzumaki Namikaze, drawing their attention and caution. Before he could speak, Narumi and Menma drew their kunao in preparation for a fight. The figure chuckled. You know, most people who pull a weapon on me end up suffering a very painful death, but I'll let it slide this time. For now, I believe I may be able to help you with your problem, the figure said with a smile. Too excited by the offer, the two immediately put their kunao away, which drew another chuckle from the man. Now that their surprise had worn off, they examined the man who claimed he could help them kill Naruto. He wore what appeared to be samurai armor with black gloves and boots. He had black hair and a muscular build, but his most distinctive feature was a large scar stretching from his forehead to his collarbone, appearing to go through his right eye socket, yet the eye itself looked undamaged. The two sat down to speak with him. "How could you help us kill Naruto?" Menma asked. The man chuckled again, which seemed to annoy Menma. "Simple. I will train you. You see, you two are far too weak to challenge a shinobi of his caliber. Honestly, most jounin would be hard-pressed in a fight with him, and the reason for this is the sword he carries. With that sword, his power can reach heights many ninja could only dream of, but that doesn't make him invincible. I could train you both to become strong enough to kill that boy," he stated. Menma looked at Narumi, who quickly spoke up. "I've never seen him with a sword, and how do you know how powerful it is?" she asked, earning a dark look from the man. "Because the last person to wield a sword like that gave me this scar," he said, pointing to his scar. Examining the scar, Narumi had another question. "Where will you train us?" she asked. "Not here. This village wouldn't take kindly to someone like me, and I feel that both of your potential would simply go to waste. You would have to leave Konoha," he said, surprised by the apprehension on both their faces. Needing to provide a little push, the man decided to play on their dark thoughts about the village. "I take it that both of you recognize what's happening in the village. You're no longer being treated as you should be because of the outcast. The only way to reclaim your reputations is to take them back," he stated. Menma looked at Narumi, who nodded. "When do we leave?" he asked, and the man stood up. "Soon. You will know when to leave. All you have to do is make it to the forests of Fire Country, and an associate of mine will pick you two up and bring you to our base. Make sure to wait for the opportunity," he said before being pulled into a surrounding pool of darkness. Front of Academy. It had been a week since Naruto's return from his training trip, and here he was with his girlfriend and best friend, about to take the Chunin exams. Smiling, Naruto looked at his team standing behind him. Yakumo stood tall, confident in her abilities as a strong kunoichi. Sasuke had a small grin and a look of determination in his eyes. "Well, let's show them who we are," Naruto said with a grin. With that, the three Chunin hopefuls stepped into the academy to meet their destiny. Inside of Academy, Team 11 made their way upstairs, but upon reaching the second floor, they encountered a girl with her hair in two buns pleading to be allowed past two ninja blocking a door. Naruto glanced behind him and saw Sasuke shaking his head and Yakumo rolling her eyes. The genin quietly walked past the girl and what Naruto assumed was her team. Before they could reach the stairs to the third floor, a voice stopped them. "Wait. You are Team 11, correct?" asked a boy with a bold haircut. The girl and a Hyuga stepped forward to join him. "And if we are?" Sasuke asked. "We were told to keep our distance from you, but looking you over, you don't seem so tough," commented the girl with buns in her hair. Naruto chuckled, which turned into a laugh, while his team also grinned. "Avoid us or face us, it doesn't matter, but the cardinal sin of someone in battle is to underestimate their opponent." Naruto spoke as he and his team continued towards the stairs. "What are your names?" asked the Hyuga, who had been silent until now. "Isn't it polite to give your name first before asking for another's?" Sasuke asked. It was no secret that the Hyuga and Uchiha clans weren't the biggest fans of each other, but Sasuke didn't let his clan's prejudice affect his opinion. Itachi made sure of that. The Hyuga was silent for a while before finally giving in. "My name is Niji Hyuga. These are my teammates, Tenten and Rock Lee," he introduced. Tenten waved, and Rock Lee smiled widely at them. "My name is Sasuke Uchiha. My teammates are Yakumo Kurama and Naruto," he said, introducing his team, who examined their competition. "So I take it you are the leader?" Tenten asked Sasuke, which caused him to chuckle. "What's funny?" she asked, confused. "You will find out later in the exams why that question is funny. For now, we need to leave," Sasuke said as the team made their way to the third floor while the Hyuga's team stayed behind, trying to figure out Team 11. Upon reaching the third floor, Team 11 was met by their sensei, Itachi. "I see that you three have made your choice. Listen, I want you each to know that I am so proud of the three of you. Each of you has the potential to go down in history as the greatest ninjas of all time, this I truly believe. So go and fulfill your destiny," he said, giving the genin a new source of confidence. With a nod, the three walked past their sensei and into the examination room. Upon entering the room, the three looked at their competition. Most were standard genin, but a few stood out to Naruto. The first was a Kusa ninja who Naruto was sure wasn't a genin. She was obviously trying to conceal her power, but he could tell she was a definite threat. The second was an IWA ninja who also seemed to be trying to conceal her power. She wasn't nearly as strong as the Kusa nin but powerful nonetheless. For some reason, the girl was staring at him with a look of pure hatred. The third was a Kumo ninja who radiated power from deep inside her. Naruto concluded that she must be a Jinchuriki. The final genin he observed concerned him the most. He looked at the red-headed Suna ninja who was staring at him. He had bags under his eyes, proof that he hadn't slept in a long time, and was leaking bloodlust. Naruto was brought out of his contemplation by an Inuyasha who was gathering what looked to be his graduating class. Having only been there for a day, Naruto didn't know their names but had a pretty good idea of what clan each was from. Seeing Yakumo and Sasuke join the Inuyasha and other genin, Naruto joined his team. So looks like everyone is here. Except for Menma and Narumi, Kiba said before noticing Naruto. Oh hey, you must be Sasuke and Yakumo's teammate. I'm Kiba, and this is Akamaru, he said, pointing to a white puppy standing by the Inuyasha's leg. The boy held out his hand to Naruto, who took it hesitantly. Naruto, he said. Naruto. Well, welcome. Let me introduce everyone. These are my teammates, Hinata Hyuga and Shino Abarame, he said, pointing to the two. Shino gave no reaction, but Hinata blushed slightly while examining the blonde. Moving on from his teammates, Kiba proceeded to introduce the rest of the genin. After the boy finished introductions, a pink-haired girl entered the room followed by two regular-looking kids. Sakura? I thought you didn't have a team to compete, asked the blonde known as Ino. The pinkette smiled. Master Tsunade talked to the Hokage, and I was allowed to take it with two genin who were also unable to take the exams because of injuries to their teammate. So here I am, and I'm ready to give it all I've got, she shouted while her inner self pumped her fist in agreement. You tell them, shouted her inner self. Well, it's good to see you here, said Yakumo, making her presence known. Yeah, I know. I've been learning so much from Master Tsunade and Kushina-sensei that I would have been really depressed if I didn't get a chance to show it off, Sakura said. All of you should be more quiet, warned a voice behind the group. When they turned around, they were met with a gray-haired ninja wearing glasses. Trust me, you don't want to draw attention to you and your team in the exams, the ninja continued. Who are you? Asked Kiba, voicing the question on the minds of each of the Konoha genin. Oh, forgive me for my lack of manners. My name is Kabuto Yakushi, the newcomer said with a smile. You said to trust you about the exams. Have you taken them before? Asked Sakura, which caused Kabuto to rub his head nervously. Actually, this is my 7th try, he said, embarrassed. Kiba laughed loudly at his response. Wow, you must suck, the Inuyasha said. Yeah, well, the upside of taking the exam so many times is the experience and information that I've gained. Speaking of information, is there anyone you may have questions about? Kabuto asked with a smirk. What's the catch? Asked Sasuke, who was growing more suspicious of Kabuto by the minute. Jiraiya walked through Konoha with a smile, having been away for months due to his duties as a spymaster. He headed to the Hokage Tower, preparing for a difficult conversation with Minato about the twins' training, which needed to be intensified before their reveal at the Chunin exams. Upon reaching the tower, he entered through the window, his usual unconventional entrance, but Minato remained engrossed in paperwork, seemingly unfazed. Jiraiya frowned, sensing Minato was still upset from their last talk. Hey kid, how's the village been? Jiraiya greeted, his smile returning as Minato looked up. The village has been fine. The Chunin exams have started, so we're dealing with that, Minato replied. Jiraiya's smile widened. Yeah, I heard. I was hoping you'd let me train Menma and Narumi for the final round. I haven't seen them in ages, I want to make sure they haven't been slacking. Minato stared at Jiraiya before responding, you can train them now if you like. They should be at Training Ground 7 with Kushina and Kakashi. Jiraiya looked confused. Shouldn't they be taking the exams right now, or do they start later today? Minato shook his head. No, Jiraiya. They're senseis and I decided they wouldn't be allowed to take the Chunin exams this year. Jiraiya was shocked. Menma and Narumi were the children of prophecy, needing to be on a fast track to success, yet their own parents were holding them back. What? Minato, why would you not let them in the Chunin exams? He demanded. Minato took a deep breath, clearly disappointed in his sensei. They weren't allowed to enter because Menma put his teammate in the hospital, and Narumi tried to sacrifice the same teammate on a previous mission. They've also shown signs of mental instability. They're lucky their ninja licenses haven't been suspended. Yet. Jiraiya was even more stunned. Let me train them. That's the main reason I came back so fast anyway, he pleaded. Minato sighed. I won't stop you from training them, but Jiraiya, I'm done with their arrogant attitude. I don't want you treating them like royalty, that's not what they need right now. If you ask me, I think you should try to train them to be more like Naruto. Jiraiya frowned. So that's it, huh? You've given up on your kids? You're going to neglect them for your other kid. Before Jiraiya could say another word, he was slammed against a wall. Listen to me, sensei. I've done nothing but try to get Menma and Narumi to grow up and become the ninja I know they could be. I sacrificed my relationship with my oldest son to do so, we all did. Me, Kushina, Kakashi, Tsunade, you. Don't you ever say that I gave up on them. The only child I gave up on was Naruto, but thank Kami I realized my mistake before it was too late. So go train Menma and Narumi, you're children of prophecy, but don't you ever say that I didn't try, Minato finished, releasing Jiraiya. Now, unless you have information beneficial to the village, you're free to leave my office. Jiraiya left wordlessly, pondering Minato's words. At the hospital. Jiraiya walked through the hospital silently. He entered Tsunade's office without knocking. Tsunade looked up as her fellow Sunin entered. What do you want, pervert? She asked, annoyed but also concerned. Jiraiya didn't look well. You okay, Jiraiya? She pressed. Jiraiya simply sat in a chair in front of her desk, saying nothing. Jiraiya, are you okay? Jiraiya? If you make me ask again, I swear I will punch you through that wall, she warned, which made Jiraiya finally raise his head. Tsunade, I think Minato is giving up on Menma and Narumi. Kushina might have as well. I need your help. We need to train the twins so that stop, Tsunade interrupted, raising her hand. Jiraiya, why are you interested in training those kids? Is it only because of the so-called prophecy the toads gave you? Jiraiya shook his head. No. I love those two as if they are my own grandchildren, just like I love Minato and Kushina as if they are my own son and daughter. I care about the prophecy, but not as much as I care about them, he stated forcefully. Tsunade looked at her teammate and shook her head. What about Naruto? Where does he fit in your perfect family? Shouldn't he be included as a grandchild? She asked, earning a scoff from Jiraiya. Tsunade, we both know that kid showed no potential. He just doesn't fit. You know this as well as I do. Tsunade's face hardened with anger. Jiraiya, I made many mistakes. I was a fool, neglecting a little boy who only wanted someone to notice him. We both were, and now I have no place in that boy's life, and it hurts me deeply. It should hurt you too. If Narumi needs help with the slug contract, she can come to me herself, but otherwise, I have a new apprentice. I realized my mistakes, Jiraiya, and it's about time you realize yours as well, she said, then returned to her paperwork. Jiraiya stood up and left, thoroughly confused. He was sure he'd get Tsunade on board for training the twins, but instead, she dropped a bombshell about a new apprentice. As he headed to Training Ground 7, he couldn't help but think about the kid Tsunade mentioned. Naruto. Why was he suddenly so important to everyone? He quickly dismissed the thought and rushed to the training ground. Training Ground 7. Menma and Narumi were tree-walking when their godfather entered the training ground. Seeing him, they rushed over, hoping to learn a new jutsu. Their mother had told them to work on chakra control all day and had checked on them twice, promising to return. Pervy Sage, are you going to teach us a new jutsu today? Menma asked, irritating Jiraiya. I told you not to call me that, he snapped, then quickly replaced his frown with a smile. So, kids, where's Kushina? She told us we're supposed to work on our chakra control by tree walking all day, Menma replied. Jiraiya shook his head. Well, lucky for you, I'm here to train you too, he announced with a wide smile. So, are you going to teach us a new jutsu or what? Narumi asked, already annoyed. She and her brother wouldn't be in the village much longer and wanted to learn all they could before leaving. They were only working diligently today because they hoped their mom would teach them something new if they performed satisfactorily. Well, kids, today I will show you how to create one of your father's most powerful jutsu, the Raisin Shuriken, he said, making both Narumi and Menma's eyes widen. They looked at each other and smiled broadly. Entrance to the Forest of Death. Naruto stood with his team Sasuke and Yakumo among the other genin who had passed the first exam. They had simply answered the questions and watched as over half the applicants were eliminated or quit after realizing the risk of never surpassing genin rank. After the test, an erratic kunoichi named Enko Mitarashi burst through the window. Her appearance caused most, if not all, the boys in the room to get heavy nosebleeds. Naruto's nosebleed was why Yakumo glared at him all the way to the Forest of Death. After Anko's instructions, the teams finally entered the forest, each with a scroll. Middle of Forest of Death, 2-hour time skip. Team 11 moved quickly towards the tower where they were instructed to take their scrolls. They had recently acquired the necessary scroll from an average team of sound ninja. Now, they just wanted to reach the tower, especially Yakumo, who had freaked out after seeing a giant bug. When Naruto and Sasuke laughed at her, she quickly trapped them in a genjutsu that shook them up enough to silence them for an hour. So, you guys think we're almost there? Sasuke asked as they continued hopping through the trees. Before Naruto or Yakumo could answer, a giant tail smashed through the trees in front of them, narrowly missing the genin but still knocking them hard to the ground. When they managed to get up and form an attack formation, they were met with a sight that made their blood run cold, a giant snake. But it wasn't the snake that made them tremble, it was the pale man with long black hair standing atop at Konoha's public enemy number 1, Orochimaru. I must say that I'm surprised the three of you were able to avoid that, the snake Sunin remarked while the genin stood frozen in fear, unable to speak. Naruto, seeing his teammate's state, clenched his fists and hardened his resolve to face the S-rank ninja. Walking forward, to his teammates' shock and horror, Naruto spoke. What brings you here, Orochimaru? He asked, earning a sinister, deathly smile from the man. Ah, Naruto. I've heard of you. an impressive swordsman with well above genin level skills. I suppose it would be useless to ask you to join me, he queried, and Naruto nodded. Orochimaru sighed. Fine, but fortunately or unfortunately for you, you are not my concern, he said before jumping off the snake and landing on a nearby tree. Naruto was confused by the Sannin's words until Orochimaru snapped his fingers, and the snake attacked. It swiped its tail, hitting Naruto, and knocking him out of the area. The snake quickly followed where Naruto landed to finish the job. Turning to the other two genin, who were still terrified, Orochimaru smiled. Now that he's gone, this should be much easier, he said. As he prepared to jump at them, he felt a sharp pain in his arms. Looking at his limbs, he was surprised to see two large tree branches sticking through the muscles and spreading throughout his arms. Realizing it was a genjutsu, Orochimaru smirked and pulsed his chakra, ending the illusion, but was confused as to why the injuries remained. Looking at the genin, he saw the brown-haired girl smiling. As you've probably realized by now, my genjutsu aren't just illusions. Those tree branches pierced both of your arms and shredded the muscles inside, meaning you're going to need a pretty good doctor if you want to use them again, so I recommend you leave now, Yakumo said fiercely. Sasuke smiled at his teammate. She had transformed from a shy, frail girl to someone capable of staring down Orochimaru. Orochimaru smiled in response to Yakumo's suggestion. You took me by surprise, I'm impressed, he said. But do you really think a genin can take on a Sannin? This is a minor injury, I assure you it will not keep me from my goal. Although I will say this, you seem to have potential, little girl. So I'll make you a deal, give me the Uchiha, and you live. Does that sound fair, he asked, causing Yakumo to pull out her kunao. I'd rather die, she said, preparing for a fight. Sasuke looked at the determination in his teammate's eyes and followed her example by pulling out his own kunao and activating his Sharingan. Last chance to get lost, Orochimaru warned Sasuke, earning a dark chuckle. As the snake Sannin jumped at them from his tree, Yakumo jumped back to begin casting her genjutsu while Sasuke held his ground, quickly performing hand signs. Great fireball jutsu, shouted Sasuke, launching a large fireball at the Sannin, knocking him to the ground. Looking at where Orochimaru landed, he waited for the smoke to clear. There's no way it could be that easy, the Uchiha thought as the smoke cleared. Instead of Orochimaru's charred body, a pile of burnt mud lay in his place. Sasuke's eyes widened before he received a kick to the back, knocking him headfirst into a tree. Getting up quickly, Sasuke turned to re-engage Orochimaru in combat. The Sannin, meanwhile, had one thought on his mind. He will make a great vessel, he thought before he began to be swallowed into the ground. Pulsing his chakra again, Orochimaru stopped the genjutsu but still had half of his body underground. Sasuke quickly took advantage of this. Dragon Flame Jutsu, the Uchiha shouted as a stream of fire spewed out and engulfed the snake Sannin. When the jutsu ended, Sasuke and Yakumo looked at the result and were met with the sight of a charred corpse halfway in the ground. Sasuke fell back onto the ground smiling. Sitting up but panting lightly, he looked towards Yakumo, who was also lightly panting. He smiled, and she smiled back. The two of them had just defeated a Sannin. It was an exciting thought and had the two genin in a good mood until they heard clapping from above. Looking up, the two were met with the sight of Orochimaru clapping without a burn mark in sight and a large grin on his face. With Naruto. Naruto slowly sat up, groaning in pain. His left arm was clearly broken, with a bone sticking out. Mentally assessing his injuries, he felt pain in both legs, his ribs, and his head. After checking himself, he heard the falling of many trees. Forcing himself to his feet, he held out his right arm, summoning his sword, and waited for the snake to appear. He didn't have to wait long as the snake cleared the trees and stood before him. Gripping his sword tightly, Naruto jumped up just in time to avoid the snake trying to eat him. As soon as he launched upwards, he cried out in pain. Immediately after missing, the snake recoiled and prepared to strike again, but a wave of chakra sped down from Naruto's position and destroyed its eye. Hissing in anger, it wrapped around the tree, chasing Naruto upwards. The blonde ninja continued to jump higher, a risky plan in mind. One that would require a specific amount of power, not too little and not too much, and he had no time to concentrate. Reaching the top of the tree, Naruto took a deep breath. His injuries were starting to take their toll, but he couldn't think about that, or he wouldn't make it out alive. Taking one more deep breath, he pushed chakra into his legs and jumped high above the treetops. Reaching the peak of his jump, Naruto flipped into a diving motion. Speeding down, he gripped his sword and began spinning. Faster and faster he spun as the snake continued its ascent. When the boy was within eating distance, the snake opened its mouth, preparing for him to land inside, but instead of merely landing, Naruto's speed increased so much that a boom sounded through the air as he spun right into the snake's throat. Still speeding downwards, the blade began to shred the snake's insides, causing it to let out a cry of pain. A moment later, the snake fell to the ground, motionless and breathless. As the snake lay still, a bulge could be seen expanding in the middle of its body, rapidly increasing in size. Just when it seemed the bulge couldn't get any bigger, the area burst open in a shower of blood, and out crawled Naruto, covered in blood and gasping for air. Now no longer in danger of suffocating, Naruto wiped the snake's residue off his face and shakily stood up, grimacing in pain. The spinning attack belonged to one of his previous swordsmen and was called Sanctity's End. While extremely powerful, it required perfect timing, balance, and speed to initiate the spin. Looking back at the snake, Naruto chuckled. It was a pretty good attempt for his debut of the move. And to think, that wasn't even half of its full power. His mind quickly shifted back to the situation at hand, and with great pain, he sped off towards his team, praying he wasn't too late. With Sasuke and Yakumo. Sasuke and Yakumo stood side by side, panting heavily. No matter how hard they hit Orochimaru, it didn't seem to faze him. Sasuke had a dislocated elbow, a broken jaw, and what he was sure was a concussion. Yakumo had one eye swollen shut and a heavy pain in her chest. They were getting beaten to a pulp, and the Sannin wasn't even using his arms. It both infuriated and horrified the genin. Sasuke looked at Yakumo and then at Orochimaru. There was no way they were winning this, and they had no idea where Naruto was or if he was even still alive. Making a decision, Sasuke slowly stepped forward, gaining Yakumo's attention and Orochimaru's interest. "Orochimaru, if you let Yakumo go, I'll go with you," he said, causing Orochimaru to raise an eyebrow and Yakumo's one eye to widen. "Sasuke, no. You can't give in to him," she shouted at her teammate. Sasuke turned to her with a stern look. "Yakumo, he will kill you to get to me. This is the only way you'll make it out alive. Thank you for being my friend, Yakumo. Tell Naruto that I'm sorry and thank you. You two are my best friends, so let me do this," he said with a small smile, making Yakumo start to cry. "Sasuke, I won't let you do this. As your teammate and as your friend, I'm not letting you give yourself over to this psychopath for me," she said. She was about to continue until Orochimaru decided to add his input, reminding them he was still there. "Sasuke, you will be coming with me regardless. As a matter of fact, your teammate has annoyed me quite a bit with her genjutsu, so I may just kill her anyway, and there is nothing you can do about it," he said with a smile, which soon turned into a frown before he jumped backward to avoid a sword flying towards him. Looking in the direction of the sword, he was surprised to see Naruto enter the battlefield. Stepping into the battle area covered in blood, Naruto called back his sword, which reappeared in his hand. Both Yakumo's and Sasuke's faces turned from despair to hope. "Orochimaru, your pet was strong, but not quite enough of a challenge, and honestly, I'm a little bit disappointed," he said with a smirk, which caused a small giggle from Yakumo, a smirk from Sasuke, and a scowl from Orochimaru. "Took you long enough," Naruto commented Sasuke, receiving an eye roll and middle finger in response. "So, Orochimaru, I hope you're ready for me." "I'll try to be gentle," Naruto said. Orochimaru didn't respond but opened his mouth wide as a blade appeared from his throat. Naruto tilted his head. "No gag reflex, huh? I bet that's useful for your Friday nights," he quipped, causing Orochimaru to attack, which was easily blocked by Naruto's sword. The shock on the Sannin's face was easily visible. The Kusanagi was supposed to be able to cut through anything, yet here it was being stopped by a genin's sword. Naruto smiled and pushed Orochimaru back, following up with a slash to the snake's chest. The Sannin was able to avoid the sword but was still hit by the chakra wave, which knocked him into a tree. Naruto spun his sword in his hand. "You know, Orochimaru, the first thing my master taught me was that it's the swordsman that makes the sword, not the other way around. You are a shining example of that. People like you, taking swords just because they have powerful qualities and calling yourselves swordsmen. It's pitiful, and it pisses me off pretty bad. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to give you the privilege of seeing a real swordsman's attack firsthand. Do you get what I'm saying? This is the end for you," he said with an amused look that quickly turned into one of pure determination and willpower. Raising his sword, he shouted hammer slash and swung the blade down, launching a massive wave at the Sannin. Orochimaru tried jumping back to avoid it, but it came too fast and slashed through his chest. He continued flying out of Team 11's sight. When the attack finished, Naruto smiled and fell face first to the ground. Yakumo and Sasuke rushed to their fallen teammate. Just as they arrived, they too fell to the ground from the pain of their injuries. As they knelt, they noticed Naruto slowly rising. Turning to his team, Naruto simply said, "Let's head to the tower," before holding out his right hand, helping Yakumo up. Sasuke rose on his own and looked at his leader in admiration. To be able to stay conscious with the injuries that littered his body, and probably dealing with chakra exhaustion as well, was nothing short of astounding. As the team started towards the tower, Yakumo was the first to speak. "The tower isn't far off, so we should be there soon, and we can get medical help there," she said, which caused all three genin to smile. The idea of finally being able to rest and get rid of this. TNI building. Minato, Itachi, Jiraiya, Kakashi, and 5 Umbu guards quickly moved through the TNI building. After 5 minutes, they stopped in front of a jail cell. Inside sat Orochimaru, an S-ranked missing nin and Sannin. His arms and legs were chained to the ground. A metal face mask covered his face. Minato observed the man whose betrayal had long troubled his predecessor and sensei. He also noted that Orochimaru hadn't spoken, according to his umbu. Still, questions demanded answers. Open the cell and remove the face mask, but keep the chains, Minato ordered, surprising everyone. And umbu questioned, Sir? Minato's tone became firmer, just do it. Now. The umbu nodded, opening the cell. The others took battle stances, ready for any attempt from Orochimaru. Once the mask was off, Minato entered the cell. He could now clearly see Orochimaru. The man's veins were prominent, and his breathing was irregular. Minato stepped back, closing his eyes in thought. Something was wrong. What could put a Sannin in such a state? Only poison or... Minato's eyes widened. Remove his shirt, he said quickly. The umbu complied instantly. When the shirt was off, the Hokage moved behind Orochimaru. His eyes grew even wider. Glowing seals covered the Sannin's back. Sensei, come here, he shouted. Jiraiya quickly joined his student. Upon seeing Orochimaru's back, Jiraiya's jaw dropped slightly. What is it, Minato? He asked. The entire group listened intently, unsure of the situation. Minato shook his head. There are 3 seals on Orochimaru's back: a loyalty seal, a control seal, and a decay seal. It seems someone was controlling Orochimaru. What we're seeing now is the decay seal activating, he revealed, astonishing everyone. A common question arose in their minds: who could possibly seal someone as strong as Orochimaru? Jiraiya was the first to snap out of his trance. He cleared his throat and asked, how long have these seals been on him? Minato examined the seals closely before gasping. Sensei, they're at least 15 years old, he said, shocking everyone. But that means Orochimaru never. Kami, my friend needed me, and I wrote him off as another traitor to Konoha, he lamented, his eyes watering. How long will it take to remove the seals? He asked Minato hopefully. Minato took one last look, then focused a large amount of chakra into his hand. He pressed it onto Orochimaru's back. The reaction was instantaneous. Orochimaru screamed, a sound that made everyone's ears ring. He then began to cry, begging for it to end, before going limp. Minato stumbled back, but his teacher caught him. He smiled gratefully at Jiraiya. Orochimaru, on the ground, began to stir until his chains pulled him back down. Standing on his own feet, Minato walked over to face a confused Orochimaru. Minato, the snake Sannin asked. Minato nodded quickly. Where am I? He asked. Minato frowned. You're in TNI, Orochimaru. I need you to tell me the last thing you remember. Orochimaru concentrated, then opened his eyes. I was going to aim to investigate a new group. It was Sarutobi-sensei's last request as Hokage. Where is Sarutobi-sensei, anyway? He asked. Minato looked guilty, and Jiraiya pained. Jiraiya, I need to get back to work. You fill Orochimaru in on everything. Umbu, stay with Jiraiya. Itaki, you may return to your team, he said. Itaka nodded and bowed before vanishing in a flock of black feathers. Kakashi, go ahead and train your team, he said. The masked Jonin nodded, then vanished in a puff of smoke. Minato glanced back at the returning Sannin. It would take a lot to bring the man back into the village. However, one of his duties as Hokage was to do everything possible for Konoha's innocent. If the seals on his body were any indication, the Snake Sannin had been innocent of every accusation that made him a notorious criminal. Chunin Exam's infirmary. Yakumo sat by her boyfriend's hospital bed, watching him sleep. 3 days had passed since their arrival. All teams had to reach the tower by tomorrow. For all 3 days, Naruto had been unconscious. When she and Sasuke learned of his injuries, they were understandably shocked. 2 broken ribs, a broken arm, a fractured leg, 2 sprained ankles, a concussion, and chakra exhaustion. Despite all these injuries, he had fought a Sannin and saved them. She smiled, but tears quickly welled up again. This was the second time he had suffered serious injury just to protect her. She knew she was a capable kunoichi, probably Konoha's most skilled genin kunoichi, but seeing the boy she loved lying there made her feel useless, pathetic. It was a feeling she hadn't experienced since before joining Team 11. She was always told she couldn't be a ninja due to her frail body and Ito. Even after the 4th Hokage sealed Ito, no one believed in her, not even her parents. She never had anyone to believe in her until Naruto. His speech from so long ago at Yakiniku-Q echoed in her head, as it always did in moments of doubt. Because of him, she no longer felt like a weak little girl, but a strong and capable kunoichi. But now, looking at Naruto, her heart ached terribly. She wished the situation was reversed, that she was in the bed instead of him, but she quickly dismissed those thoughts. Naruto wouldn't want her thinking like that. While Yakumo continued to watch over Naruto, Sasuke observed the scene with a smile. It was touching that Yakumo cared so much she refused to leave his side. Her eye was still bruised from their fight with Orochimaru. He was letting his jaw heal. Luckily, they had popped his elbow back into place. Most of the jaw damage was healed with medical jutsu. The same was done to speed up Yakumo's eye healing. Naruto, however, was a different story. Tsunade herself was brought in to mend his injured bones. Even then, he still needed a lot of rest. Thinking back to when Naruto appeared in the forest to face Orochimaru, neither he nor Yakumo really noticed his apparent injuries until after the battle. It just seemed normal now. Shaking his head, Sasuke gave his teammates and closest friends one last glance before heading to the cafeteria. Unfortunately, the Uchiha left just before the teammate who had clouded his thoughts awoke. Naruto and Yakumo. Naruto's eyes slowly opened. He moved his head as much as he could. As he regained consciousness, he noticed a figure weeping, face down, into his shoulder. Looking at the figure, he smiled, recognizing that beautiful brown hair anywhere. Raising his left arm, with some pain and soreness, he placed a hand on her head. She jumped up in reaction. At first, Yakumo was too shocked to speak, but that quickly turned to joy. She smiled widely, tears still flowing freely. Naruto smiled. "I take it you missed me," he smirked. Yakumo chuckled softly. "Idiot," she muttered with a smile that quickly turned into a frown. "How are you feeling?" she asked seriously. Naruto rolled his neck, giving it a few pops. "Alright, I guess. My arm is a little sore. But I won't really know how much I've recovered until I get up and test it," he said, preparing to get out of bed. A hand on his shoulder stopped him quickly. Looking up, he saw the face of death materialized in his girlfriend. "Naruto, you are not leaving this bed until tomorrow at the earliest. Do you understand?" she asked, though Naruto knew it wasn't a question. Nodding quickly, Naruto watched as Yakumo's death face reverted to an energetic smile. "Good. Now, do you need me to get you anything?" she asked cheerfully. Naruto looked down and nodded, embarrassed. "Could you get me a new blanket and a new pair of underwear?" he asked. Yakumo looked down and saw a large wet spot in the middle of the bed. Nodding, she rushed out of the room to get a nurse. When she rushed out, Naruto chuckled. Yakumo's personality never got old. Nice and polite, always willing to help those in need, until you angered her. As his smile faded, he looked to the left, noticing the window. It was dark outside, and the moon was partially shining. Getting out of bed, Naruto opened the window to let the light in. Since it wasn't a full moon, his injuries wouldn't heal as fast, but they would heal faster nonetheless. Even with the help he received, he would still fight tomorrow, injured. The thought didn't bother him much, as he was probably the strongest genin in the entire exams without his sword. So he slowly got back into bed and waited for Yakumo to return. Preliminary Arena. Naruto, Yakumo, and Sasuke stood with their sensei on the top level of the preliminary arena. The Hokage and a Jonin named Heiei Gecko had just finished explaining the rules and reasons for the preliminary round of the Chunin exams. Now, everyone anxiously watched the electronic board, waiting for their names. Only a select few showed no nervousness or excitement. The calm genin were Naruto, the blonde kunoichi from Kumo, the black-haired kunoichi from IWA who kept staring at Naruto, and the red-haired genin from Suna. When the scoreboard finally stopped on two names, a cold feeling spread across the arena. The names Hinata Hyuga and Yakumo Kurama shone on the board. Upon seeing the matchup, Yakumo smiled a dark smile, causing some worry among her team. Kurane Ui, Hinata's Jonin sensei, looked sad. It was well known among Jonin and above about the situation between Kurane and Yakumo. It began when Kurane became the girl's personal teacher. Yakumo was a prodigy in genjutsu. Unfortunately, a problem arose with Yakumo. A malicious personality developed in the form of a demon possessing the girl. While the Hokage sealed away the demon, Kurane still refused to teach Yakumo. This broke Yakumo's heart and led to a strong hatred for the woman. Now, Kurane had a new star pupil in Hinata Hyuga, which infuriated Yakumo. This was her chance for retribution, to show how pathetic the Hyuga was compared to her. Before Yakumo could jump into the arena, Naruto grabbed her arm. "Don't lose yourself to hatred. Don't blame the innocent for your pain. Your anger is towards Kurane, not Hinata," Naruto said sympathetically. At first, Yakumo was angered by Naruto's words. He was her boyfriend, he was supposed to always be on her side. But immediately after, she realized he was on her side. He didn't want her to lose herself. Nodding at his words, Yakumo made a silent promise to herself. She would end it quickly. There was no need to completely destroy her fellow genin. After some words with Kurane, Hinata made her way down to the arena. She looked nervous but determined. After the two genin took their spots, Heiei announced the fight to begin. Hinata immediately activated her Byakugan and entered her gentle fist pose. Yakumo looked at the Hyuga girl with an understanding expression. This was emotional for her. At first, she wanted to smash the Hyuga bitch's skull in front of Hinata's sensei and her former sensei. But now, she just looked at the girl in a battle stance, ready to give her all. It was clear on Hinata's face that she would go above and beyond to make her sensei proud. Yakumo didn't feel exactly the same, but she would make her sensei proud and show her former teacher what she missed. So, without making a single hand sign, the Genjutsu prodigy activated a special Genjutsu just for Hinata, ending the fight as quickly as it began. After the Genjutsu was cast, Yakumo slowly walked towards Hinata. Hinata was confused why Yakumo was walking towards her while she remained in her gentle fist stance. Kurane had informed her about her opponent's Genjutsu talent, but as long as Hinata had her Byakugan activated, her opponent's specialty was nullified. Yakumo was also apparently very capable in Taijutsu, but Hinata had her gentle fist stance. This match should quickly end in Hinata's favor. Still trying to figure out Yakumo's game, she noticed the scenery began to change. She was no longer in the arena. Now she was at home, facing her father and the Hyaga elders. Hinata, it has been decided that you will not become the head of the Hyaga clan. When the time comes, I will pass my title on to your sister Hanabi. This means you will now have the caged bird seal placed upon you, her father said emotionlessly. Hinata began to cry. After everything she had done to gain favor with her father, he still seemed to hold no love for her. She didn't resist as two main branch members took her away to be branded as a slave. When Hinata finally woke up from the Genjutsu, Yakumo stood directly in front of her. Forfeit, Hinata, she said with an almost pleading tone. Hinata shook her head no. She prepared to attack with her gentle fist and win the match. Just as the Hyaga was about to launch her hand at Yakumo's shoulder, a sharp, unbearable pain shot through her head. As it ended, another pulse of pain coursed through her body, bringing her to her knees. She screamed, tears streaming down her face. As soon as the second one stopped, a third pulse began. Please no, I beg of you, please stop. Kami, please stop it, she begged, holding onto Yakumo's hand. Yakumo looked at the girl shaking in pain. Forfeit, Hinata. Forfeit, and the pain ends, she said. Hinata surprisingly shook her head no. Slowly, Hinata stood up, barely able to remain standing due to the pain. As the pulses continued, Hinata cried harder. But she held her ground and slowly prepared to fight back. It was hard to watch, and her sensei shouted at her to give up. Yakumo looked at the girl in front of her in a new light. At the beginning of the exams, she dismissed Hinata as a weak, pathetic excuse for a kunoichi. But here she was, standing up to fight despite immense pain. Hinata, you've proven yourself. You are a strong kunoichi and a worthy opponent. Now, all you have to do is forfeit, and I will end the jutsu, she said with a soft smile. Hinata took a moment to consider it. She reluctantly forfeited. As soon as she spoke the words, Hinata felt a soothing sensation spread throughout her body, completely eradicating the past pain. Looking at Yakumo, who now had her hand out to shake, she slowly took it. Both girls smiled at each other before separating and returning to their teams. When Hinata returned to her team, Kurane quickly embraced the girl. Hinata, are you okay? She asked, concerned. Hinata nodded with a smile. Yeah, everything's okay, she said, looking at her former opponent, who was now being congratulated on her win. While Hinata found comfort and peace in her defeat, the other genin and their senseis grew worried. From their perspective, Yakumo did practically nothing. The Genjutsu prodigy didn't seem to even be trying, yet she brought her opponent to her knees in pain in seconds. It was unsettling. It made them nervous about how strong Yakumo's team actually was. Throughout the short match, Suzuki, Naruto, and Itaka seemed entirely sure of the outcome, even before it started. The thoughts of everyone in the arena were interrupted. The scoreboard landed on the next two names. Everyone looked up. The names were surprising, but the matchup was interesting. Suzuki Uchiha versus Niji Hyaga. Back-to-back Team 11 battles. Both would have Hyagas as their opponents. A very strange coincidence that seemed to even surprise the ever-stoic Itaki Uchiha. Well, by surprised, it was a raised eyebrow, but it still counted. Both the Uchiha and Hyaga quickly made their way to their places, eager to start their fight. While the two prepared on the battlefield, the Jonin sensei for Team 9, Might Guy, made his way over to Team 11. His students, Lee and Tenten, followed behind. Itaki, I see you've trained your team well to make it this far. I'm sure our students will have a very youthful battle. Guy shouted with a bright smile and a thumbs up. Behind him, Tenten facepalmed, while Lee stared in complete admiration. Itaka slowly turned to face Guy. Well, I doubt you will consider it youthful when you have to scrape your student off the ground, Itaka said calmly. This caused Guy to frown and his students to take offense. I don't know what you're talking about, but Niji's got this in the bag. He is a prodigy after all, said Tenten proudly. This earned a loud laugh from Naruto and a smirk from his girlfriend and sensei. Look, you can believe what you want, but this match is already over. Just wait and see, Naruto said with a smirk. Lee began to get angry. While he and Niji might not be friends, they were teammates and rivals. No, you will see. Niji will win this battle as his flames of youth burn strong, the spandex-clad genin shouted, fire in his eyes. This earned another facepalm from Tenten and tears of pride from his sensei. I guess we'll just have to see. Now, how about we focus? The match is about to begin, Itaka spoke, directing their attention back to the arena. As Suzuki and Niji took their places, both kept their eyes locked on one another in concentration. They barely heard Hayate say to begin, but both still entered their stances upon hearing the words. Niji entered his gentle fist stance, while Suzuki entered the Uchiha interceptor stance. This surprised many onlookers. It was well known to avoid fighting a Hyaga in a Taijutsu match. Despite this common knowledge, Suzuki had made his choice. Yakumo had beaten her cousin's all-seeing eye with a genjutsu, so he would defeat the clan of Taijutsu masters with his inferior style of Taijutsu. Activating his Sharingan, Suzuki moved. Rushing towards the Hyaga, he raised his fist for a direct strike. Niji raised his hands, preparing to strike at the Uchiha's chest. Right before he reached the Hyaga, Suzuki jumped and flipped in midair as his opponent went for a strike. Coming down from his flip, Suzuki landed a foot on Niji's back and pushed off. First contact belonged to the Uchiha. Niji turned and looked at his opponent across from him. The Uchiha had made him miss with his gentle fist. He had also landed a kick to his back. Going into this, he didn't think the Uchiha warranted the use of his Byakugan, but the kick proved otherwise. While it didn't cause pain or damage, it sent a message, give me your best or get beat. Activating his Byakugan, Niji prepared his gentle fist stance again. You managed to land a hit. Enjoy it, Uchiha, because it will be the last, he said. Suzuki smiled and looked up at his brother/sensei. When the man nodded, Suzuki closed his eyes and began to focus his chakra. Using his Byakugan, it seemed Suzuki was enlarging his chakra pathways. He was pushing it towards his arms and legs. This meant a well-placed strike to his chest would severely wound, maybe even kill, the Uchiha. It also meant Suzuki's kicks and punches would be stronger. Just as Niji was about to charge, something he didn't quite understand happened. All the excess chakra forced into his arms and legs had now concentrated completely into his hands. Suzuki smiled at his opponent's confusion. While training with his brother, he had developed a new taijutsu. It was a gamble, to say the least. It involved forcing his body to produce much more chakra than normal. He then sent all the chakra he didn't need to live into his arms and legs. When he did this, most of the chakra in his chest went to his arms and legs. This meant hitting him in the chest would be like an elite jonin hitting a civilian as hard as they could in the gut. When the chakra focused in his arms and legs, he concentrated it into his hands and feet. This made his punches far more dangerous. While training with Itaki, Suzuki found his elements were lightning and fire. This was important because when the chakra formed in his hands, it heated them to around 200 degrees Fahrenheit. He was still working on turning the chakra into lightning form. Suzuki created distance from Niji, his arm throbbing from a chakra-induced burn. His new, unfinished taijutsu style, though not his usual, felt like his best bet against the Hyaga prodigy. While his interceptor style was solid, the Hyaga were taijutsu specialists for a reason, and Niji was their best. He could have used ninjutsu to win, but this was about more than victory. The goal, for him not using ninjutsu and Yakumo using genjutsu on a Hyaga, was to prove they could overcome even the toughest matchups. He saw Niji had spotted his weakness. As Niji prepared to attack, Suzuki found new resolve in his team's confident gazes. Focusing his chakra, he clenched his fist and lunged. As he charged, blue, fiery chakra enveloped his hands. They met in the arena center, Niji with his gentle fist, Suzuki with a chakra-charged punch. An explosion of chakra erupted, sending both genin flying back. Niji's right arm was burned, while Suzuki's was a mangled, bloody mess, the result of Suzuki's final, powerful blow. Niji's gentle fist caused the chakra burst, badly breaking Suzuki's arm, while he suffered serious burns. Just as Heiei prepared to declare a double knockout, Suzuki slowly rose, followed by Niji. Both knew their arms needed immediate attention. Suzuki's cold stare made Niji shiver. Forfeit now, Suzuki stated gravely. I've only used taijutsu this entire match. If you continue, I'll end you. We both need medical attention, and you can't use gentle fist without a proper arm. I, however, still have at least 2 jutsu left. Forfeit, Niji. Niji clenched his left fist. The Uchiha was right, he couldn't continue. Anger and humiliation flared, but the pain in his arm overshadowed them. Turning to Heiei, Niji announced, Proctor, I forfeit. It was over. Heiei declared Suzuki the winner, and the medical team immediately took both genin to the infirmary. Team 11 was proud of Suzuki for fighting on his own terms, despite it not being the most logical approach. Naruto and Yakumo simply nodded when Itaki went to check on Suzuki, then focused on the scoreboard. Team 11 had 2 members advancing to the final round, only one remained. While Naruto and Yakumo eyed the scoreboard, everyone else eyed them. Team 9 was stunned that their strongest member had been toyed with, just like his cousin. Tenten wondered why Niji hadn't used rotation, concluding it might have made him an easier target for Suzuki, while Lee was amazed by Suzuki's youthful prowess. Other Jonin and Genin grew increasingly uneasy with Team 11, as it was clear they were holding back significant skill yet still dominated their opponents. With only one Team 11 member left, everyone eagerly anticipated what he could do. Naruto and Yakumo watched the scoreboard shuffle, both sensing Naruto would be next. The only question was his opponent. The blonde Genin stood, awaiting his name, while immense pain coursed through him. He was far from healed after Orochimaru's attack, but he'd put off worrying. His thoughts ceased when the electronic board stopped. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze vs Kabuto Yakushi. As the names appeared, all eyes fixed on Naruto. 2 members from one team was a coincidence, but all 3? Something felt off. As Naruto started towards the arena, Yakumo grabbed his hand, her eyes filled with worry. Naruto, we both know you're not okay. You need to heal, so promise me something, just like I promised you. Promise me you'll end this as quickly as possible. I know you'll win, but every hit you take, every second you're in pain, it breaks my heart. Tears welled up, but she turned away so others wouldn't see. Naruto placed a hand on her shoulder and smiled gently. Yakumo, I promise you, on my life, I'll always come back to you, he vowed before a brief hug. As they parted, Naruto jumped into the arena, leaving a smiling Yakumo behind. Go get him, Naruto, show them your greatness, she whispered. Naruto stared at his smirking opponent. Last words for a lover, I presume, Kabuto quipped. Naruto ignored the gray-haired man, turning to Hayate, who immediately announced the start. The moment Hayate said begin, Naruto moved at Jonin level speed, landing a punch directly into Kabuto's stomach, sending him careening into a wall. As the dust cleared, Kabuto stood, shocked, blood dripping from his mouth, a hole in his shirt where the hit landed. This is your one and only warning. Forfeit the match or forfeit your life, Kabuto, the choice is yours, Naruto stated seriously. Kabuto looked down, then laughter echoed through the room. Looking up, Kabuto wore a twisted smile. I'll say, Naruto, it's been a while since I've taken a hit that powerful, but it doesn't matter, for today, your life, not mine, will end, he shouted, rushing at Naruto, still smiling. Naruto sighed and readied for the attack when Kabuto made a throwing motion. Seconds later, Naruto fell to his knees, too pained to stand. When he raised his head, Kabuto's evil smile greeted him. You must be wondering why you're having such a hard time standing, he said, 2 blue chakra scalpels appearing in his hand. When I threw them, you weren't paying enough attention to see them, and as a consequence, they've severed several tendons in your legs. This means no more speed bursts like before for you, he explained with a smile, then kicked Naruto in the face, sending him 10 feet away. Naruto painfully picked himself up, standing to his full height. I must say, you're quite tricky to have caught me off guard like that, he commented, popping his neck. Kabuto smirked. So where is this sword I've heard so much about? The gray-haired man asked with a smile that quickly turned to a frown of confusion when Naruto chuckled. My sword? You aren't worthy enough to even glimpse my weapon. No, I won't need it for someone like you. But you'll be a challenge in my current form, so I must act accordingly, he whispered the last part to himself. Closing his eyes, he focused on his body, on everything that flowed within him, and on the beacon of his power. Though it was day, the moon's power still resided in him. As this happened, everyone in the arena, including Kabuto, watched Naruto with interest. When his concentration was complete, the blonde's eyes snapped open, and an explosion of chakra surrounded him before being reabsorbed into his body. Chakra release, moonlight residue, he said quietly, causing Kabuto to frown. Before Kabuto could return to a fighting stance, Naruto appeared in front of him. This time, however, was different. His surroundings vanished, and he faced a Naruto who looked larger and stronger than ever, strong enough to kill him effortlessly. Stepping back in fear, he desperately wanted to run, but there was nowhere to go. Remember, Kabuto, before this match began, I gave you a choice. Now you must suffer the consequence of your decision, Naruto intoned. When the darkness disappeared, he was left staring at the genin he had initially dismissed as no threat. Now, he knew this boy, no, this demon, was the bringer of his death. The entire arena genin, Jonin, and the Hokage was silent, wondering what had just happened to make the previously confident man look as if he'd seen death itself. Before they could ponder further, Naruto acted. Grabbing the gray-haired man's face, Naruto ran him into the wall surrounding the battlefield. Without missing a beat, he shifted from running on the ground to running on the wall at such high speed that even the Jonin struggled to keep up. Before anyone could decipher Naruto's strategy, the boy lowered Kabuto's face to the wall, still dragging him at high speed. A ring of blood quickly formed along the walls as Naruto only increased his pace. Just as Hayate was about to call the match to prevent further bloodshed, Naruto launched into the air with Kabuto, where they inexplicably stayed instead of falling to gravity. Naruto looked into Kabuto's eyes with a sad expression. I take no joy in this, Kabuto. I pray you find peace someday, he said to the man, who was missing half his face but somehow still alive. Pulling his fist back, a glow of light began to form in Naruto's hand, causing some spectators to look away. When the glow was absorbed into Naruto's fist, he thrust it forward at Kabuto, shouting Divinity Strike. This caused a burst of chakra that threw everyone, even the Hokage, against the wall. It took 10 minutes for the dust to clear from the battlefield, and when it did, everyone was shocked. There was no sign of Kabuto, only scattered blood on the battlefield and covering Naruto's arm. Shaking, Hayate announced Naruto as the winner. For Naruto, it was a hollow victory. He hadn't wanted to kill Kabuto, at least not like that, but his hand had been forced, hadn't it? The genin was immediately reminded of his body's state when he fell to a knee, breathing heavily. Cursing inwardly, Naruto couldn't believe it. He still wasn't strong enough. That attack had only been about 12% of its actual power, and it had still left him near complete exhaustion. As the medical team rushed in to take Naruto to the infirmary, he chose to walk with the doctors instead of being carried on a stretcher. He didn't care about the results of the remaining battles, all that mattered was who he faced next, for it would decide whether his sword would be revealed to the world or remain in darkness, known to a select few, for a little while longer. Back in the prelims arena, Ino turned to her sensei, horrified by what she had just witnessed. "Sensei, what just happened?" she stammered, still shaking. Asuma took a deep breath, fumbling for a cigarette as his last one had long since dropped from his mouth. "I don't know, Ino, I truly don't. But that move was at least Jonin level, and his chakra levels reached above cage level. Someone like him shouldn't be in this competition," he said, finally lighting a cigarette. Across from the Konoha side, a red-headed Suna Genin smiled. "Mother, I've finally found someone strong enough," he murmured to himself, causing his teammates to inch away. Nearby, a blonde Kumo Kunoichi looked interested. "Well, he does seem like he'll make a decent enough opponent," she thought. With the IWA team, a black-haired Kunoichi had one thought: "I'll kill you, Namikaze. It may be a challenge, but if I were unwilling to embrace impossible tasks, I wouldn't be a very good future Tsuchikage," she mused. Back on the Konoha side, while all the teams except Yakumo, of course, had fear etched on their faces, Minato was dissecting his son's match. The sudden change in Kabuto's demeanor was Naruto's killer intent, directed solely at him, so none of us felt it. "What I don't understand is how his power rose so quickly. I suppose it could be like Tsunade's creation rebirth, but this is different." And that final attack, it seems Naruto channeled leftover chakra from the earlier absorption into his fist. It's similar to Tsunade's powerful punches, but again, very different. On top of that, why wouldn't Naruto use his sword? Minato sighed. Team 11 had played with their opponents, not truly showcasing their more powerful abilities. Minato knew Naruto held back the most. Had the genin used his sword, the match would have been even shorter. The biggest question on his mind right now was one that had plagued him since his son's return: just how strong is Naruto? Kurotsuke vs Shikamaru Nara. The electronic board's alert jolted everyone in the arena out of their shock from the last match. The IWA Kunoichi jumped down and walked to the arena center, while the lazy Konoha genin slowly sauntered down the stairs, muttering troublesome the whole way. When they met in the middle, Hayate prepared to start the match. Kurotsuka stood tall and proud, looking in disgust at the weakling she had to face, while the Nara just lazily stared at his opponent. When Hayate said begin, neither combatant moved. Kurotsuka smiled arrogantly. "If I wasn't so battle-starved, I'd suggest you forfeit, but I could use a small workout. You don't seem like much competition, but then again, neither do any of you other fellow tree huggers. Me, on the other hand, well, let's just say I'm one of the best that IWA has to offer, so this should be over quickly," she said with a smirk. "This is so troublesome. Why did I have to sign up for this? I'd much rather be just staring at the clouds than having to stand here and listen to you," he said plainly, bringing a frown to the IWA genin's face. "Fights are won through strategy, not by flashing your arrogance all over the battlefield," Shikamaru continued. "You need a battle plan to win a battle. A plan like, say, letting your opponent drone on about how great they are all the while setting them up for defeat," he said, bringing his hands together. Just as Kurotsuki was about to comment, she felt her whole body go stiff. Unable to move, she looked at her opponent, who stared right back. "I would explain it to you, but it would be too troublesome," Shikamaru said as he lowered his hands, forcing Kurotsuki to do the same. Up in the stands, Shikamaru's sensei, Asuma Sarutobi, was smiling. Kurane, noticing the smile, quickly asked why. Fun fact about Shikamaru is that the kid's a genius. When it comes to strategy, I doubt there's a genin alive who's better. This IWA genin was so sure of herself that she didn't even realize she was being played by Shikamaru until it was too late, he answered, cigarette still in his mouth. Kurane stared at Asuma, then at Shikamaru, without a word. To be able to win based on strategy alone. Impressive, the female jonin thought. Ino and Koji smiled, knowing the match was over since Shikamaru had captured the IWA genin in his clan's signature shadow imitation jutsu. As Shikamaru moved his hand, so did Kurotsuki, due to the shadow imitation jutsu. Shikamaru forced Kurotsuki to grab one of her kunao and slowly place it to her neck. Forfeit, he said lazily while Kurotsuki held the kunai to her neck. If I don't, she asked, her smirk never leaving her face. She was immediately forced to push the edge of the kunai into her neck, drawing a little blood. It'd be troublesome to have to kill you. You lost, just accept it and live to see another day, Shikamaru said, his expression unchanged. Kurotsuki chuckled. My, aren't we presumptuous, she said before her mouth began to fill up. Before Shikamaru could question what was happening, Kurotsuki sent a ball of something flying towards him, forcing him to end his jutsu. After avoiding the ball, he looked behind him at the wall where it landed, only to see molten rock covering it. Looking back at Kurotsuki, he noticed she was still smiling. Do you really think I would enter Konoha without knowing about the more prestigious clans of this pitiful excuse for a ninja village? You see, I know your type of ninja. You rely completely on your clan's techniques and neglect everything else. You neglect basic ninja skills, but I guess I can't blame you for that. It seems to be a common trait among ninja belonging to clans in this kami-forsaken village. Meanwhile, in real ninja villages like IWA, we train ourselves to the ground to improve all our skills. Anyway, I've droned on long enough. Let's continue, shall we, she said, rushing forward at Shikamaru. Shikamaru attempted his shadow imitation jutsu, but Kurotsuki, a kunoichi from IWA, anticipated his move and dodged his approaching shadow. She closed the distance, striking him in the face and knocking him back. As Shikamaru recovered, he positioned his hands again, but Kurotsuki was too quick, delivering a kick to his solar plexus that sent him to his knees, gasping for air. Before he could fully recover, she slammed an elbow into his back, pinning him to the ground. Kneeling on his back, Kurotsuki pressed her kunai to his head, coldly stating, I have no problem killing you Kana-nin, but I will give you one chance to give up. Shikamaru immediately forfeited, ending the match. Kurotsuki released him and joined her team. Shikamaru rose, a hint of shame in his heart. Though he hadn't sought to advance, Kurotsuki's words resonated with him. Team 10 was stunned. They believed Shikamaru was feigning weakness, but the opposite was true. As they regrouped with their teammate, Yakumo focused on the IWA kunoichi, recognizing her as a formidable future opponent. Her thoughts were interrupted by their sensei's sudden appearance via a shunshin. Without surprise, she asked Itaki, how are they? Itaki replied, they will be fine. If you want, you can go check on them, and I'll keep up with what happens here. Yakumo nodded and left for the infirmary. TNI building. Orochimaru sat with Jiraiya, facing 5 Umbu guards and Ibiki Marino, the head of TNI. So the Sandaime gave you an S-rank mission to infiltrate AIM and investigate a new rising group. Can you tell us anything about what you found? Ibiki inquired. Orochimaru concentrated. The group was called Akatsuki. They wore black cloaks with red clouds, but there were others, a group of 5, each at least cage level. After observing them, I prepared to leave, but then everything went black. The next thing I remember is Minato asking what I recalled. I wish I could remember more, Orochimaru said regretfully. Ibiki nodded and decided to leave, as the Hokage had instructed him to go easy on the questioning. He still distrusted the Snake Sunin, but 5 Umbu and the Toad Sunin should be sufficient to keep him in check. Orochimaru turned to Jiraiya. Jiraiya, what's happened in my absence, and where is Sarutobi-sensei? A sad look crossed Jiraiya's face. Orochimaru, sensei is dead. He died sealing the Kyuubi inside Minato's twins. The pain in Orochimaru's eyes was evident. Jiraiya and Tsunade knew Orochimaru loved Hiruzen like a father, and vice versa. This made Jiraiya's acceptance of his best friend's betrayal all the more difficult. Orochimaru, usually stoic, wept. His trainer, gone. The worst part was that his own weakness, succumbing to mere seals, had caused his father figure such pain. Clenching his fists, he silently vowed that whoever placed those damned seals on him would die a torturous death. After his moment of grief and anger, he looked up at Jiraiya. So what have I missed? Jiraiya offered a small smile. Well, you missed out on training 2 of the greatest ninja of our lifetime. But I suppose there's still time since they're just genin, so never mind, Jiraiya beamed. Orochimaru blinked. I'm sorry, could you explain? He asked. Jiraiya nodded. Minato's kids, the twins, are the children of prophecy. I just know it, and someday the whole world will too, he said proudly. Orochimaru sighed. Still chasing prophecies, are we, Jiraiya? He asked, slightly annoyed. Jiraiya frowned. The Toads have predicted it, it was given by the great Toad Sage himself, he said, causing Orochimaru to roll his eyes. Jiraiya, why do you put so much trust in these prophecies? And why is it that only the Toads can give them? I've never received one from Manda, and Tsunade has never received one from Katsuyu. Come to think of it, I've never heard of anyone being given a prophecy from their summons, so what makes the Toads so special? Jiraiya's frown deepened. Orochimaru, I know it's hard to believe, but the prophecy will come to fruition. 2 ninja with a legendary power will either save or destroy the world, he said, crossing his arms. Orochimaru laughed. And that's your basis? I want you to think of something, Jiraiya, my friend. What if you're wrong about the twins? He asked before getting up and leaving with the Umbu to a cell. Jiraiya was left to ponder the question. Infirmary. Naruto lay in bed next to Sasuke, both conscious. A nurse had healed Naruto's injuries from his fight with Kabuto, advising rest for his previous wounds. Sasuke had received medical treatment for burns from his fight with Neji and was also resting. A sudden slam of the door interrupted their quiet. A blur collided with Naruto. It was Yakumo, holding his head to her chest, oblivious to the profuse nosebleed she was causing her boyfriend. Observing the scene, Sasuke simply said, "I'm fine too." Yakumo stopped rocking Naruto and stuck her tongue out at the Uchiha. "Get over it, duckhead, I'm not dating you," she retorted, causing a storm cloud to gather over Sasuke as he entered a depressed state. "I don't have a duck head," he mumbled insecurely to himself. When Yakumo finally released Naruto, she immediately followed with a fist to his head. "You idiot. Making your girlfriend worry about your health constantly is not good for a relationship according to the book," she said, irritated. Regaining his bearings, Naruto looked at her, confused. "What book?" he asked, a little scared. Yakumo simply smiled, pulled a book from her pouch, and handed it to him. Terumi's Wonderful Guide to Lasting Relationships, Naruto read, sweat dropping. "Yakumo, I'm sorry I frightened you, but you've got to realize that getting hurt is part of the job," he said calmly. Yakumo looked down. "I know, but that doesn't mean I like seeing my precious people hurt," she said sadly before Naruto pulled her onto him. He lifted her chin. "I know your heart's in the right place, but remember what I told you, Yakumo. I'll always come back to you," he said, caressing her cheek. Just as they leaned in for a kiss, an annoyed voice broke the moment. "Hey, I'm still here," Sasuke shouted, exasperated by his teammate's suffocating affection. Preliminary arena. Itachi stood as impassive as ever, but inwardly, he was beaming. All three of his genin had advanced to the finals without truly exerting themselves, solidifying his belief in his team's potential. Yujito Nii vs Kiba Inyazuka. Itachi observed the arena with interest. Only a few genin, besides his own team, captured his attention, and Yujito was among them. Her silent, poised battle stance indicated she wasn't interested in childish bickering. The Inuyasha, however, casually stood out of stance beside his puppy, seemingly overlooking his opponent. Itachi knew how this battle would conclude. The Kumo Kunoichi would decisively defeat the dog boy. Deciding to spare the boy an embarrassing loss, he approached Kurane Ui, Kiba-sensei. "Hello, Kurane," he greeted. Kurane quickly returned the greeting. "So your entire team has made it to the finals, you must be so proud," she said with a hint of bitterness, still a bit upset by Yakumo's defeat of her precious student. Itachi nodded. "I am very proud, however, that isn't why I'm here. I'm here to tell you that you should ask your student not to overlook his opponent," he warned, causing Kurane to frown. "Itachi, Kiba is my student, and I believe I've trained him well enough not to make the cardinal sin of underestimating an opponent," she said with an irritated tone. Looking into her eyes, Itachi simply sighed and nodded. Walking away, he shook his head. "I tried," he thought. When Hayate announced the match's start, Kiba smirked. "You smell like a cat. Normally, I beat the shit out of someone for that, but I'll make an exception for you, cutie," he said with a wink. His flirtatious mood quickly vanished as Yujito blurred from her spot and reappeared in front of Akamaru, Kiba's partner. With a powerful roundhouse kick, the puppy was sent tumbling roughly across the ground. Resuming her stance and turning to Kiba, Yujito smirked. "You were saying, dog boy," Kiba growled in anger and lunged. Unable to use his fang techniques without Akamaru, he resorted to wild punches, which Yujito easily dodged before going on the offensive. A punch to his shoulder numbed Kiba's arm, followed by a series of chest blows, ending with a kick to the chin that sent him sprawling. Walking forward to continue her assault, she braced herself as Kiba began to rise. Growling, the boy dropped to all fours, and Yujito detected an increase in his chakra exertion. Kiba snarled, glaring at Yujito. "Fine, bitch, you want a real fight, then let's g-" Kiba's sentence was cut short as Yujito's kick to his face launched him upward. "You talk too much," the blonde stated while he was still airborne. When he landed, Hayate began to approach to declare the match, but Kiba started to get up again. "You think I'll go down that easy, bitch," he growled, a trickle of blood escaping his mouth. Yujito sighed. "The dumb ones never do," she said, ready to attack again. Just as she was about to rush Kiba, Akamaru, a white blur, leaped and bit down hard on Yujito's shoulder. "Attaboy, Akamaru," Kiba shouted as Akamaru clung on for dear life. Yujito, tired of these idiots, reached around and grabbed the scruff of the white dog. Yanking him off her shoulder, a painful move that caused profuse bleeding, she slammed the dog onto the ground and stomped. She stomped again, and again, and again. She stopped when she realized one more stomp would have ended the puppy's life. He was undoubtedly a tough dog, as most would have either passed out or died by now. But despite his toughness, he now lay whimpering. Punishment for daring to make her look foolish. the Inuyasaka collapsed to his knees, witnessing the brutal punishment inflicted upon his partner and best friend. When the blonde Kunoichi ceased her assault on Akamaru, she stared directly at him, her eyes cold and full of rage. Your mutt is strong. You truly don't deserve him. If you weren't so stupid and excited that your pathetic partner was biting me, you would have realized it was a perfect moment to attack me, seeing as I was caught off guard. You could have given me a true challenge, but instead, you proved just how pathetic you are. You don't deserve to be a shinobi if you're both stupid and selfish enough to let your comrade take on a more powerful enemy alone, she said in disgust. Pulling out a kunao, she held it to the dog's throat. One slice, that's all it will take. One slice, and your mutt dies unless you say the magic words, dog boy, she said coldly. Kiba teared up and quickly shouted, Proctor, I forfeit, ending the match. The medical crew entered and transported all 3 contestants to the infirmary. Korone gripped the stand's bars tightly. Another of her genin was hurt far worse than they deserved. She found Yakumo's and Yujito's actions utterly deplorable but knew other jounin might not see it the same way. Hinata watched with concern as her teammates were taken to the infirmary, silently praying for their safety. Shino showed no reaction to the fight. Itaki remained emotionless. He had tried to warn Korone, but she refused. Figuring it couldn't be helped, Itaki and everyone else in the room turned their attention to the electronic board to see who was next. With Narumi and Menma. Narumi and Menma were training to master the Raisin Shuriken at Training Ground 7. This move, stronger than the Raise Non and capable of eliminating their brother, felt like a gift from Kami, or more specifically, from Jiraiya. As they practiced, they didn't sense their mother's chakra, she had been searching for them to train them herself. What are you two doing? Kushina shouted, startling the twins and breaking their concentration. They turned to face her. We're training, Mom, Menma said sarcastically. Kushina approached. And what, pray tell, were you training in? She asked dangerously. Menma refused to back down. We're learning the Raisin Shuriken, he said with a smirk. Kushina was shocked. How had her children obtained instructions for one of her husband's most powerful jutsu? And just how did you come across the instructions for it? She asked, not moving. Jiraiya-sensei taught us, Narumi interjected. In fact, he seems to be the only one who cares about us these days anyway, she continued, drawing Kushina's attention to her only daughter. Why do you keep giving that failure, that outcast, all your attention? What about us? Narumi asked. Kushina sighed. Narumi, Menma, I love you just as I love Naruto. You 3 are each my children, and I love each of you equally. If it seems that I've shown more attention to Naruto or been easier on him, then I'm sorry, but he went his whole life without anyone. Both of you have been given everything you've asked for, yet Naruto was given nothing. Things are fragile right now, but someday we are going to be a complete family, and to do that, I need to make sure Naruto knows that we love him, she said softly. Kushina's soft side vanished at Menma's next words. I want Naruto to die, and if I have to do it myself, then so be it. He'll never be a part of the family if I can help it, he said viciously, with Narumi nodding in agreement. Kushina looked at her children in horror. What had they become? When and why had they become these hateful children? Knowing what she had to do, she overcame her horror and shock. Both of you go home now. We will have words later tonight, she said coldly before disappearing in a shunshin. When she left, Menma looked at Narumi. Do you think I said too much? He asked. Narumi shrugged. It doesn't matter. Soon we'll be out of the village learning how to kill Naruto, she said with a smile that Menma soon mirrored. Preliminary arena. Itaka stood in the center of the arena. All the matches had concluded. Sakura Haruno and Ino Yamanaka had knocked each other out. Tamari of Suna had defeated Tenten using her wind ninjutsu. Kankuro of Suna had beaten Koji Akamaiki when his puppet landed a hit to the genin's head, knocking him out. Amwa of Kumo defeated Shino Abarame when the bug ninja forfeited for unknown reasons. Kuratsuka's 2 teammates from IWA had knocked each other out, and Kabuto's teammates had also forfeited for unknown reasons. Since Sakura's teammates were still recovering in the infirmary and couldn't compete in the prelims, the last match was Rock Lee vs Gaara of Suna. It was a close fight, especially when Lee opened the gates as a trump card, but Gaara proved too powerful, eventually severely wounding the boy after he could no longer sustain the gate's power. Now everyone stood in the arena center, watching the electronic board as it prepared to reveal the matchups for the final round of the Chunin exams. When the board chimed, everyone looked up. Match 1 Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze vs Kuratsuki Match 2 Yakumo Kurama vs Suzuki Uchiha Match 3 Yujito Nii vs Gaara Match 4 Tamari vs Karui Match 5 Kankuro vs Amwa. After everyone learned their opponents, they began to leave. Hokichi's office. Minato flashed into his office. He had felt a tug from the seal inside his office near the end of the prelims but didn't want to leave so suddenly. Looking around, he was surprised to see a sad-looking Kushina lying on the sofa. Walking towards his wife, he knelt down to meet her eyes. Kushina, what's wrong? He asked, placing a hand on her shoulder. Kushina's eyes were red and puffy, obviously from crying, which was surprising for one of Konoha's toughest women. Sitting up, she took Minato's hand. "Minato, we need to talk about Menma and Narumi. I want you to suspend their ninja licenses indefinitely," she said, shocking her husband. "They told me today they wanted Naruto dead, even if they had to do it themselves," she continued, tears beginning to flow. Minato was stunned. He knew Menma and Narumi didn't have a high opinion of their brother, but this was unbelievable. "Minato, Jiraiya is trying to teach them the Raisin Shuriken. I'm so scared, Minato, what's happening to our family?" she cried. Minato just held her and listened. "I'm scared for Naruto as well. What if Menma and Narumi actually try to kill him? They're Jinchuriki, Minato, and we both know what Jinchuriki can do," she said quietly. Minato held his wife for a while longer until she fell asleep. Carefully removing her, he summoned a shadow clone to take her home. When the shadow clone left, Minato began his work by first suspending his children's licenses. Next came something that had been on his mind for some time but had no reason to act on until now, an air replacement form. From what Minato had seen recently, Menma and Narumi were growing worse. He had tried to reach them. Kushina had tried. Kakashi had tried. Nothing worked, and as far as Minato was concerned, the two didn't deserve to be an heir and heiress. Naruto, on the other hand, had shown patience, forgiveness, intelligence, and empathy, all good qualities for a clan leader. Once the form was complete, he decided to get more work done. After about 2 hours, Minato flashed home to get his wife and visit their son. Infirmary. Naruto sat in bed, talking to Yakumo. Not long ago, Itachi had come to pick up Suzuki to prepare for the finals. Now, Naruto was having a nice conversation with his girlfriend when a red-headed missile sped into the room and enveloped him in a hug. "Oh my poor baby, do your injuries hurt? Are you feeling okay? Do you need anything? Why haven't you come to see me?" Kushina asked in rapid succession. Minato, who arrived moments later, watched in amusement. Naruto gently detached his mother's arms, causing the redhead to pout. "I'm fine, Mom, just a little sore," he said, making Kushina smile widely. Naruto turned to his father. "Hey, Dad," he greeted, and Minato chuckled in response. "Hey, son. Impressive performance," he said with pride. Naruto lightly blushed before turning serious. "Dad, I was wondering if you wouldn't mind training me for the finals," Naruto asked, avoiding eye contact. Had he looked, he would have seen stars in Minato's eyes and a giant smile on his face. "Of course I will. I was actually going to offer you some training, some father-son bonding," he said with a smile that Naruto matched. Their smiles, however, turned into frowns when they noticed what was happening a few feet away. Kushina and Yakumo were glaring daggers at each other, sparks of electricity forming between them. "Naruto, who is this girl?" Kushina asked dangerously. Before Naruto could answer, Yakumo did. "I'm Naruto's girlfriend," she stated without flinching. The two men in the room began to get nervous. "Is that so?" Kushina asked before smiling an evil smile. "I have an idea. Since your father will be training you, I'll train this little girl for the finals," she said with a smirk that made Yakumo's face flush with anger. "Kushina, I don't think that's a good idea," Minato said, but Yakumo stood and answered, "I accept." Both women continued their mental war, neither backing down. Both men buried their faces in their hands. This is going to be a long month, they both thought. Chunin exam finals arena. Minato sat in the cage box next to his wife. Also seated in the box were Kumo's Reikage, Iwa's Tsuchikage Oniki, Suna's Kazekage Raza, and Killer Bee, the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails from Kumo. Minato reminisced about the past month while the audience continued to file in. One memory, in particular, kept resurfacing. Flashback. In the living room, Minato stood with his wife, Kushina, joined by Jiraiya, Tsunade, Kakashi, and their children, Narumi and Menma. Minato began, "Ever since you two became ninja, your mother and Kakashi have witnessed your increasing instability. You're willing to abandon comrades, proud of hospitalizing teammates, and even wish your own brother dead. When you wear that headband, that symbol, you represent Konoha's greatest heroes. Instead of finding strength in your team and fighting to protect, you've fought for yourselves, developing an unexplainable superiority complex. You've completely disregarded the will of fire. As Hokage, I cannot allow this in my ninja corps, so I've indefinitely suspended your ninja licenses." This announcement caused Menma, Narumi, and Jiraiya to rise in anger. "What?" the twins yelled. "Minato, you can't do this, especially to your own children," Jiraiya protested. Kushina glared at Jiraiya, while Tsunade and Kakashi remained silent. Minato looked at his sensei with disappointment. "I am the Hokage, Jiraiya, what I say goes," Minato asserted, crossing his arms. "I wonder, would you defend Naruto if I threatened to take his license away?" His question silenced Jiraiya. "Kushina and I have given Menma and Narumi everything they asked for, completely neglecting our oldest child. I've tried, Kushina has tried, and Kakashi has tried to reach them, but they refused to change. He turned to his furious children. Both of you have become unrecognizable. I'm truly sorry for wherever I went wrong with you two, he said with a sad, disappointed look. So what now, father? Are you just going to spend all your time with Naruto and ignore us because he's the golden child? Narumi asked venomously. A cold feeling instantly spread through the room. How dare you? Naruto suffered neglect from us for practically his entire life. He should hate us, and rightfully so, but he doesn't. He forgave us when we didn't deserve his forgiveness. I have loved you, and I will always love you, but you've brought this upon yourselves. Naruto has waited his entire life for someone to pay attention to him, so whether you like it or not, you will have to share the spotlight from now on. He's your brother, for Kami's sake. You're supposed to love him and stick by him no matter what, but instead, you wish for his death. Both of you really need to think about how good you've had it and how bad Naruto has had it, Kushina said, tears in her eyes. Jiraiya, having listened to Minato and Kushina, re-entered the conversation. Minato, Kushina, while trying to make up for your past mistakes is admirable, it doesn't make it okay to just ignore your other children, he said, immediately regretting it as killer intent flooded the room, directed solely at him. Where was this concern for our children's well-being when Naruto was neglected? Minato asked. Did you forget that Menma and Narumi aren't your only godchildren? He pressed. Minato, you and I both know that these two are special. Naruto just never showed any potential, he said, hoping to sway his student. Were you not the same, Jiraiya? Tsunade interjected, breaking her silence. You were the dead last of our year, everyone said you'd never become a great ninja, yet here you are, a Sunin. Her point silenced Jiraiya. I have one last announcement. I have officially removed both of you as heir and heiress. You haven't shown the qualities needed to lead this clan and therefore will not inherit the position, Minato declared, expecting outrage but receiving none. Instead, both glared at the ground. May we leave now, Lord Hokage? Menma asked through gritted teeth. Minato allowed it, and the two walked to Menma's room. After they left, Jiraiya moved to comfort his godchildren but Minato stopped him. Jiraiya, I've been told you passed the instructions of the Raisin Shuriken to Menma and Narumi without my approval. Due to this, among other instances, Kushina and I believe you're a negative influence for them. Therefore, you won't be allowed to interact with them until Kushina and I deem it appropriate, Minato said emotionlessly. Jiraiya was utterly shocked. Minato raised his hand to stop him. It's Lord Hokage to you from now on, and the matter is decided and closed. Please leave. Jiraiya didn't move for a few minutes but eventually left slowly. It had been over a decade since Jiraiya had cried tears of sadness, but tonight, the dam finally broke as he wandered Konoha, feeling dead inside. End flashback. Severing ties with his beloved sensei wasn't easy, but his kids were getting worse, and changes were necessary. It broke Minato's heart, but he couldn't have his teacher fueling Menma and Narumi's egos while continuing to put down Naruto. Speaking of Naruto, the month of training had yielded incredible results in Minato's mind. His son had become faster, smarter, and stronger. He had also mastered the move Minato created so long ago in a way he never thought possible. Looking down at the arena, the audience had finished filing in, so the fourth Hokage stood to address the crowd. Welcome to all who have come to view these extraordinary genin. To reach this stage in the Chunin exams is no small feat, and as such, each of these potential Chunin deserves recognition. Today, each of them will fight and display whether or not they deserve the rank of Chunin. The deciding factor in who becomes a Chunin is not the winner or loser, but how you win or lose, Minato announced before turning his attention solely to the contestants. All of you could become Chunin today, or none of you could. It will all depend on what you show us in your match. I wish each of you good luck. He then turned back to the crowd. Let the final round of the Chunin exams begin, he declared, eliciting a roar of applause. When Minato finished his speech, he sat back down next to his wife. Oniki was the first to speak in the cage box. Well, boy, you certainly know how to work a crowd. You also look quite confident, he stated to Minato, who wore a proud smile as his son and Kurotsuke took their places on the battlefield. Well, Oniki, my son has given me very strong reasons to be confident, he said with a large smile, which Kushina reciprocated proudly. Oniki snorted, merely rolled his eyes, and Raza remained silent. Well, I doubt you'll be smiling for much longer, after all, your son is facing my granddaughter. Kurotsuke is the best kunoichi IWA has produced in generations, and I fully expect her to win the exams, he said with a smirk. Next to Oniki, smiled. I'm afraid both of you are wrong in your assumptions, for it will be Yujito who wins, he declared. All the cage then turned to Raza, expecting him to boast about his son Gaara, but the man remained silent. What's the matter, Raza, not quite sure of your genin? Asked with a smile. Raza simply shook his covered head. I already know that Gaara will win these exams, so there's no need for me to emphasize the fact, but for now, shouldn't our attention be on the two contestants, he asked, making the other cage sweat drop and quickly turned to the match that had just begun. IWA vs Konoha. Naruto vs. Kurotsuki. On the battlefield, Naruto stood across from Kurotsuki, both eyeing each other for weak points. "So I take it you've got a grudge against my father, like every other IWA ninja?" Naruto asked, noticing her murderous glare. Kurotsuki's frown deepened into a scowl. "Your father massacred my village's ninja without a second thought and shamed our village. That piece of trash up there tore apart hundreds of families. Scum like him don't deserve to live. One day he will pay for his sins, but for now, I'll make the yellow flash of Konoha suffer by having to watch his son die in front of his very eyes," she spat, gaining nods of agreement from the IWA audience members but a shake of the head from Oniki. Naruto clenched his fists at the repeated insults directed at his father. "It was war. Did you expect him to simply let your ninja take over our village? How many Konoha ninja did IWA kill? How many families did IWA destroy? Last I checked, it was IWA that started the war in the first place. You say he's scum for killing his enemies in battle, but if you had the same opportunity, wouldn't you do the same?" he asked angrily. Kurotsuki didn't answer, but her scowl intensified. "The Konoha ninja you killed said you use a sword. Where is it, if I may ask?" she asked, now wearing a confident smirk. Naruto narrowed his eyes, something in her had changed, and he didn't like it. "It's always close by, but I doubt you'll get to see it," he responded, to which Kurotsuki chuckled. Raising her thumb to her mouth, she bit down, drawing blood, and spread it across her left arm. A poof of smoke resulted, revealing a large black and silver war hammer standing next to her. Simple in design, its size was easily as big as Kurotsuki herself. "Do you know what this is?" the IWA genin asked Naruto, who didn't respond but could feel the power emanating from the weapon. "This is the hammer of the first Tsuchikage. It said that with the power given to him from this weapon, he was able to form the entire village of IWA. Whoever wields this weapon is given complete control of the element of earth, so do you still think you don't need a weapon?" she asked with a dark smile. Naruto stared at the weapon in awe. He could tell this hammer had enough power to match his sword, but he still wanted to try without his weapon. Before he could gather any more thoughts, Kurotsuki effortlessly raised the hammer overhead and slammed it onto the ground. A multitude of debris spread across the battlefield, kept from the audience by barrier seals. Just as Naruto recovered from dodging large pieces of debris, he noticed Kurotsuki raising her hammer again. This time, however, she didn't slam it onto the ground. Instead, she pushed chakra into the hammer, which gave off a large chakra pulse that flowed through the battlefield. Before Naruto could question what the pulse did, two large piles of nearby debris began to move and take shape. When the debris finished transforming, the result was a golem at least 3 times Naruto's size, made completely of rock. The golem stood in front of Kurotsuki, who was now performing single-handed hand signs. Naruto simply watched his opponent, waiting for her to finish her move. When Kurotsuki finished her hand signs, the ground she stood on rose 12 feet in the air, giving her an overhead view of her opponent. "Well, Namikaze, for now your opponent will be my earth golem. Try not to let it kill you. I want that pleasure to myself," she said with a smile before letting her hammer rest by her on the elevated ground. After her comment, the golem rushed at Naruto, who immediately jumped back to avoid the creature. Unfortunately for Naruto, he underestimated the golem's speed and suffered a heavy punch to the chest in midair that sent him flying into the wall. Getting out of the wall's indent, Naruto quickly began performing hand signs as the golem approached him. Just as he was about to finish, his battle instincts alerted him, and he jumped to the side, barely avoiding a large ball of lava that hit his previous location. Looking up at Kurotsuki, who was wiping lava residue from her mouth with a smile, he now knew for certain that she was trying to kill him. In the short moment he spent observing Kurotsuki, he neglected the threat of the earth golem, which had now reached him. Barely having enough time to raise his arms and minimize the damage, he was sent flying across the battlefield. Slowly getting up off the ground, he groaned at the pain in his chest and arms. "I'm pretty disappointed. I mean, I knew you were going to die, but I expected you to put up at least some kind of fight. Let me ask this, did you train yourself? Because if you had a teacher, then they obviously didn't do that great of a job if this is the result," Kurotsuki said mockingly. Naruto, however, took her words with anger. This girl thought he was beaten just because her minion had done some damage to him. "Ignorance is bliss" was the only phrase Naruto could think of as he looked up at Kurotsuki. Standing tall, he turned his attention to the golem that was approaching him. Clenching his fists, he began to run towards his new target. A fire had been lit inside the Konoha genin. This girl wanted a fight, then he would give her one. As he sped towards the golem, sparks of lightning began to form around his right fist. Kurotsuki could see a change in Naruto's demeanor from her earth column and frowned. For some reason, the boy seemed confident instead of broken, which confused her. As she watched the blonde rush towards her golem, she began to fire large amounts of lava at her opponent but was unable to hit him. Just as she was ready to fire another shot of lava, a burst of chakra nearly pushed her off her earthen pedestal. When she righted herself, she looked on at Naruto, who was now in midair with a multitude of lightning sparks surrounding his fist. Now in midair, Naruto cocked his fist back. When he reached high enough, he swung his fist, forcing his chakra into it, making the lightning grow more wild, and landed the hit on the golem's head. Upon his fist meeting the giant rock, his fist appeared to do nothing but stick to the surface. It only took a second for all of the lightning chakra in his fist to be released and forced onto the golem, creating multiple cracks on its head. As Naruto landed back onto the ground, the cracks began to grow larger as they spread throughout the golem's body. Only after the cracks had spread over the entirety of the golem did the full effect take place. The stone minion shattered, leaving nothing behind but pebbles from its body. Looking up at Kurotsuki again, he watched her jump with her hammer towards him with the intent to kill. Stretching out his arm, he summoned his sword and prepared for impact. Upon Kurotsuki landing hammer first, which was blocked by Naruto's sword, the blonde Konoha ninja could feel the impact of his opponent's mighty weapon. Meanwhile, the IWA Kunoichi's eyes widened. Her hammer was supposed to be one of the strongest weapons in existence. There was no way the blonde should be standing, much less holding her back, yet here he was. Sensing his opponent's hesitation, Naruto gripped his sword tightly and slid the blade, knocking her back. Now the fight was on his terms, a fact that pleased the blonde immeasurably. "Where is your confidence that you had earlier? You asked me to put up a fight and assumed me to be giving it my all. What I've shown you up until now has been nothing short of pity. Now, allow me to give you a glimpse of my abilities," Naruto said before dashing at his opponent. The girl barely had enough time to raise her hammer to block his sword. When the weapons made impact, Kurotsuki was sent flying backward while Naruto stood with an unimpressed look on his face. The tides of the battle had changed. Noticing that the kunoichi was rising, he prepared to rush her again but stopped as the ground began to tremor. Jumping quickly, he avoided a rock spike that rose from the ground. While in the air, he noticed many other pointed rock formations rising. When Naruto landed, it became apparent that the rocks were no longer targeting him to impale him. Instead, they seemed to be creating some sort of rapidly rising barrier around him. Naruto let his enemy make her move. It wasn't the most logical choice. Rising rocks grew taller. They formed a rock dome around him. The earth stopped growing. Kurotsuki appeared at the dome's top. She stood at a medium opening. The dome was narrow, like a tube. The girl smiled evilly. "I told you, Namikaze, you would die today," she said. "The strength of your sword is impressive. That's the only positive thing I can say about your performance. This truly has been a disappointing experience. Farewell, Naruto Namikaze." She placed her hammer on the dome's roof. Her hands connected with the earthen roof. Kurotsuki stood up. She formed an earth ball in her hands. Lava slowly spewed from her mouth into the ball. The ball grew. It was almost as large as the hole in the roof. Naruto's eyes widened. This was her plan. She aimed to trap him. She would force him into a helpless position. Her current plan was to send the lava ball down. Naruto wouldn't escape in time. She planned to burn him alive. He thought quickly. There was one trick he hadn't revealed. He created it during training with his father. It was highly experimental. It had a better chance of blowing him up. But there was no time like the present. He dropped his sword. It vanished. With his left hand, he began to form a Rasengan. It was his father's famous jutsu. The ball formed. The difficult part began. It was time to debut his elemental Rasengan. Cage box. Minato and Kushina watched worriedly. Their son was in a predicament. The audience saw Kurotsuki's large lava ball. No one could see Naruto. He was trapped in the earth dome. The IWA genin created it. Oniki was silent. He was proud of his granddaughter's strength. But he felt ashamed. His old hate for Minato Namikaze affected her. Now she was about to kill Minato's son. Minato was clearly proud of him. It was happening in front of an entire arena. Tensions would rise between Konoha and IWA. Minato would hopefully recognize the risks. Every genin in these exams accepted them. A and B watched with interest. They waited for Kurotsuki to end the match. Raza watched with a blank look. No one could see it. Contestants box. Yakumo watched. Tears formed in her eyes. She clutched her heart. Her first friend, her first love, was trapped. He was like an animal. He was in a life-ending situation. She shook her head. She wouldn't give up hope. Meiterumi's wonderful guide to lasting relationships said trust was key. Suzuki looked at the hopeless scene. He refused to believe Naruto would lose. His friend was too powerful. A genin couldn't bring him down. Naruto was far ahead of everyone. It seemed impossible for him not to win. Itaki frowned. He didn't like how his student fought. Letting his opponent strategize was foolish. Letting her make her ideal moves was foolish. Fools were killed early in their profession. The Uchiha crossed his arms. He needed to think of a good punishment. His student would get it after winning. Naruto and Kurotsuki. Kurotsuki finished creating her sphere. It was earth and lava. She held it in her hands. She used her chakra. The rock still covered her hands. She prepared to launch it. It would go into the dome and end Naruto. This jutsu would bring revenge on Minato Namikaze. It would make her village proud. I hope that you've made peace with Kami Namikaze, she shouted. For it's your turn to meet him. Imperial Lava Bomb. She launched the molten rock ball. It flew into the hole. It would kill Iwa's greatest enemy's son. Kurotsuki finished her farewell speech. Naruto finished his customized Rasengan. He had been infatuated with the Rasengan. He mastered his father's incomplete version in 2 days. He wanted to finish what his father hadn't. Naruto thought it had incredible potential. He trained for a month. He found the secret. He could add an element to his father's prized jutsu. His trick was to make the chakra ball. He formed it into a container. The empty chakra container was created. The difficult part was adding elemental chakra. Adding one element was simple for Naruto, but he felt its full potential wasn't maximized, so he experimented further. Naruto discovered a way. He could form elements normally only available by Kekkai Genkai. He could incorporate them into the Rasengan. He added 2 or more elemental chakras. He forced them to mix. This created something new. He created his greatest ninjutsu, the Tempest Rasengan. Wind and lightning combined. They increased the Rasengan's power tenfold. Naruto had determination in his eyes. He prepared for the lava ball. When it was close enough, he swung his arm. He slammed his Rasengan into the lava sphere. Tempest Rasengan, he shouted. He pushed all his chakra into his arm. He drove the molten rock back. The heat from Kurotsuki's jutsu burned his skin, but he kept pushing. The ball almost overcame Naruto. The Tempest Rasengan exploded outwards. It completely evaporated the lava ball. It blew off the top half of the earth dome/tube. It sent Kurotsuki flying upwards. The girl reached the peak of her flight. She fell quickly. It would have been her death. Naruto caught her just before she hit the ground. Both genin lay on the ground. One was panting. The other was twitching from leftover lightning. Naruto slowly got up. He looked down at his opponent. "You were a good fight," Naruto said. "Maybe one day we can do this again, and leave grudges at the door." "It was fun, Kurotsuki." He smiled slightly. The proctor came over. He announced the winner. "Winner is Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze," the jounin shouted. The arena erupted in cheers and applause. Cage box. Kushina stood up. She cheered loudly for her son's victory. Minato sat back with a smile. No words could describe his pride. His son had come so far. He had gone most of his life without help. Now he showed himself worthy of Chunin rank. Naruto had also mastered the Rasengan. Minato hadn't done that yet. He knew Naruto's completed Rasengan won the match. No one else saw it. He watched his son walk back to the contestants' box. He smiled even wider. Oniki was speechless. A moment ago, he was planning to smooth over Naruto's death. His granddaughter would have killed him. In an instant, the match did a 180. He didn't know what happened. But looking at Minato's face, he knew. The blonde Hokage knew. Oniki wanted to be mad, but Minato's pride reminded him. He felt the same when his son became a Chunin. The boy proved his worth. Even facing certain death, he never panicked. Instead, he endured and prevailed. That was the definition of a shinobi. Oniki sighed. Just what he needed. Another legendary Namikaze. Itachi. Itachi smirked at his student's victory. He never doubted Naruto would win. He would still punish his student for lack of logic, but that could wait. For now, he would be happy for his student. He would prepare to witness his other 2 genins matches. Contestants' box Chunin exam arena. Naruto reached the contestants' box. His concerned girlfriend immediately tackled him. "You idiot. You had me so worried," Yakumo said, her face red. "What the hell were you thinking?" Naruto answered with a passionate kiss. When the kiss ended, Yakumo was still red-faced. Only now it was from blush, not anger. Sasuke stood amused. "You had us worried, Naruto," Sasuke said with a smirk. Naruto looked at his teammate. He had a similar smirk. "Never a doubt," he said. Sasuke chuckled. "Yeah, tell that to your girlfriend over there." Yakumo stuck her tongue out at him. Naruto put his arm around Yakumo. This moment was perfect to him. It was with his 2 most precious people. Unfortunately, all good things end. The next match was announced. Match 2 Yakumo Kurama vs Sasuke Uchiha. Near Konoha. Konan was almost there. Her sister's energy led her towards Konoha. She didn't know why her sister was in Konoha, but it didn't matter now. All that mattered was reaching her sister, then preparing for the inevitable battle. It was to protect the world. Bar in Konoha. Jiraiya sat in the bar. He nursed his third bottle of sake. It was a regular occurrence. He had been banned from his godchildren. How did it come to this? He only ever wanted world peace. He had an opportunity to achieve his lifelong goal. The key was taken from his grasp. He felt a small guilt for neglecting Naruto, but the twins needed all the training. It was saving the world versus fulfilling a child's need for attention. The ends justified the means, didn't they? The Toad Son hardly noticed someone sitting next to him. He knew who it was, but he wasn't in a talking mood, despite wanting her attention for years. You know, it's ironic, Tsunade said with a small smile. I'm having to get you out of a bar. Jiraiya snorted. I was never able to get you out of a bar, he said. You either drank the place dry or passed out. He took another sip of sake. My entire life, I've wanted to see peace. It wasn't until we lost to Hanzo that I knew I wouldn't unite the elemental nations. Perhaps I could find someone else. When I met Minato, I saw ambition, a boy with potential. I watched my pupil rise. He became one of the village's greatest legends. I knew in my heart he would unite us all. Imagine my surprise. The toads told me it wasn't him. I argued for years with the great toad sage, but I eventually accepted it wasn't him. Then I heard about Kushina's pregnancy, a child of my prodigy and a powerful Uzumaki. It had to be the one. He took another sip. Tsunade listened silently. Jiraiya sighed. He continued his story. When the triplets were born, I was so happy. The moment I saw them, I loved them, as if they were my own grandchildren. I doubt anyone noticed, but for the first couple of years, I favored Naruto. Maybe it was because he was named after my first book, or something else. It broke my heart when I got the new prophecy. I never wanted to alienate Naruto, but I had to, for the good of everyone else. I wanted to say fuck the prophecy, but the lives of the many outweigh the lives of the few. Now, I'm banned from seeing my godchildren. Minato and Kushina no longer trust me. My relationship with Naruto is non-existent. A few tears fell. He raised his head. He looked Tsunade in the eye. How did you do it, Tsunade? He asked desperately. How did you deal with the pain of losing everything? Tsunade looked at her lifelong teammate and friend. She sighed. It took time. Honestly, it took longer than it should have. But I realized I had people who cared. People who wanted to help me. People like you. Jiraiya's eyes widened. Jiraiya, Dan, and Noeki are dead. I won't see them until the next life. Menma and Narumi, however, are alive. One day Minato will let you see them again. He will accept you back into his family. For now, give him time. Life in that household has been hectic. Just give him time to get everything in order. It will be okay, Jiraiya. She smiled. Jiraiya smiled back. His smile quickly dropped. What about Naruto? He asked. Do you think he will ever forgive me? Tsunade's smile dropped too. I don't know, I really don't. I'd like to get closer to the kid, but I'm always busy with the hospital, and I have a new apprentice. It may be too late to form a relationship with him, but you never know. Jiraiya nodded. Contestants boxed in an exam arena. Naruto stood watching. His two most precious people walked to the battlefield. They would face each other. It would be an interesting match. Sasuke had advantages. Larger chakra reserves. More talent in ninjutsu. The Sharingan to assist in taijutsu. It would defend against genjutsu. Yakumo had trained for a month. With his mother, Kushina Uzumaki, the strongest kunoichi in the leaf. He was taken out of his thoughts. Shizun suddenly appeared. Tsunade's assistant. Shizun found the nerve to speak. Hi Naruto, she informed. I'm here to check on your injuries. Naruto nodded. He let her do a routine medical checkup. Shizun began the mystical palm technique. The aches and pains disappeared. Naruto looked at Shizun. He nodded thanks. She smiled and left, likely for the infirmary. Before she got too far, Naruto called out. He gained her attention. Shizun, how is Kurotsuki? He asked. Shizun paused. She looked him over. Then she responded. She suffered a concussion and a broken rib. We were able to heal her up. She is in recovery right now. She should be fine after about a week of bed rest. She walked off. Naruto was glad Kurotsuki was okay. She was a fierce opponent. He saw her as a fun challenge down the road. He turned his attention back to the battlefield. The Jounin was re-explaining the rules to Sasuke and Yakumo. Naruto sighed tiredly. He didn't anticipate the exams lasting this long. It was already 3 o'clock. They still had 3 more matches, and that was just for round 1. The exams had been delayed until 2 o'clock. It was still wearing on him. He looked up at the cage box. His mother was staring intently. At the battlefield. Cage box. Kushina sat silently. She examined the young kunoichi. She had spent the last month training her. A feeling of pride swelled within her. Whenever she looked at Yakumo's progress, it was almost comical. She was technically the worst teacher Yakumo could get, yet Yakumo made so much progress. Throughout their training, she got to know the girl. Her son was taken with her. She was impressed. It also helped her forget the pain from disciplining Menma and Narumi harshly. It hurt to take their ninja licenses, but it was necessary. They were becoming a danger to themselves and others. She shook her head, clearing the depressing thoughts. She thought back to Yakumo's first training day. She smiled. That day, she deemed the girl worthy to be with her eldest son. Flashback Team 11 training ground. Kushina faced the brunette hussy, the one who thought she deserved her son. Kushina slightly frowned. Yakumo didn't exude power, but her determination was palpable. Kushina finished analyzing her student. She spoke. So, I hear Suzuki Uchiha is your first opponent. I've also heard you're quite talented in genjutsu. Yakumo blushed slightly. She nodded quickly at the praise. Unfortunately, genjutsu isn't my field, Kushina said. I don't have enough chakra control to master the art. Yakumo frowned for 2 reasons. First, her boyfriend's mother had nothing to teach her. She was trying to impress her. Second, Kushina mocked genjutsu. Genjutsu was an art. Yakumo took it seriously. If you can't teach me anything, why did you request me? Yakumo almost shouted. She glared at the Uzumaki. Kushina crossed her arms and smirked. I never said I couldn't teach you anything, did I? You're the most talented genjutsu prodigy in years, she said. According to Itaki. So, the field isn't what you should primarily focus on. For your upcoming battle, you're at a severe disadvantage. Suzuki can use his Sharingan. That will cause problems for genjutsu and taijutsu. He has relatively large chakra reserves. He can use many ninjutsu against you. You rely mostly on genjutsu, but your taijutsu is better than most genjutsu specialists. According to Itaki, your reserves are too small for a ninjutsu war. That leaves taijutsu as your only option. So for the month, I'll work with you to create a new taijutsu style, specifically for you, Kushina stated. Yakumo's eyes widened. She had worked hard. She transformed a fragile body into a serious kunoichi. She created her own taijutsu style. It relied on flexibility. It worked well enough against moderate opponents. But Suzuki knew her moves. What do you mean by creating a new style? Yakumo asked. Kushina smiled wide. Well, Yakumo, I'm glad you asked. I believe, due to your genjutsu prowess, we can incorporate it into your taijutsu. I'm going to make you fast and strong enough, so that as you fight him head-on, he won't even notice. As you cast your illusions, the redhead said. Yakumo's eyes widened in realization. Yakumo nodded. She had one more question. Why did you want to train me? Really? She asked quietly. Kushina was surprised, but she dismissed the feeling quickly. A blank look settled on her face. Yakumo, I've only recently been allowed back into my son's life. Even though I missed so much due to my stupid decisions, I am still his mother. He will always be my baby boy. He seems quite taken with you. I wanted to know why. I wanted to know who you are. I wanted to know if you are a kunoichi, or just a simple fangirl, Kushina said without emotion. Yakumo thought carefully. She considered Kushina's words. Then she answered. Naruto was my first friend. The day Team 11 was created, we went to dinner, to get to know each other better. I don't know why, but I felt so safe around him. Something about him made me tell him things I had bottled up for years. He told me to prove everyone wrong. He said he believed in me. Since I met him, his faith in me never wavered, even when I lost faith in myself. Through him, I grew stronger. Now I have more people who truly believe in me. To let myself be weak would insult those who have faith, and I refuse to let their trust be misplaced. The young genjutsu prodigy spoke with fire in her eyes. Kushina smiled at Yakumo's response. Naruto, I think you've got a winner, the redhead thought with a smile. End flashback. The Uzumaki looked down at her student with pride. She knew Yakumo had a good chance of winning. Maybe not as much as her son, but that didn't matter. With Itaki. Itaka sat with his mother, Mikato, and father, Fugaku, in the audience. He regretted not standing in the Jounin section. His father wouldn't stop talking about Uchiha superiority, and their prestige prevailing. It upset him. His other student was being dismissed. Father, I don't believe this match will be simple, Itaka said. He stopped Fugaku's rant. Mikato looked at her oldest son curiously. Fugaku asked for an explanation. Itaki, Suzuki has the Sharingan. Nothing in that little girl's bag of tricks can stop him. Trust me, son, Suzuki will destroy everyone. In this competition, he will bring glory to the Uchiha clan, Fugaku said arrogantly. His smile dropped quickly when Itaki responded. Father, the Sharingan isn't everything. While I train Suzuki to the best of my ability, I cannot claim to know the outcome. The girl you dismiss so easily has more genjutsu potential than me. Even with my Sharingan, she will truly be great one day. I expect great things from her, just as I do from Suzuki and Naruto. I believe in my students. I know this won't be an easy obstacle for Suzuki. Itaki effectively shut his father up. Mikato's eyes widened worriedly for her youngest son. He looked down at the field. The battle was about to start. Itaki couldn't help but think back to when he began training his brother. For the month. Flashback Uchiha Estate. The two Uchiha brothers stood across from each other. Not a word was spoken. Breaking the silence, Itaki explained what would happen during the month of training. Brother, Yakumo will be a difficult opponent, but you have an advantage in taijutsu and ninjutsu. Suzuki nodded. I've heard Kushina Uzumaki Namikaze will train Yakumo for the month, so she will be formidable. By the time you two fight, it's also likely they'll focus on taijutsu, due to Kushina's lack of genjutsu knowledge, and Yakumo's lack of reserves for ninjutsu. Suzuki nodded again. I'm not sure what their plan will involve, but it's likely by month's end, they'll have a counter, not only for your Sharingan, but your interceptor style too. Suzuki quickly rose, rubbing his cheek, hit by an unseen force despite Yakumo's supposed miss. He had no time to ponder as she attacked again, her blows seemingly missing yet inflicting damage. Separating himself, Suzuki's Sharingan spun as he confronted Yakumo. He realized it was a genjutsu and channeled chakra to disrupt it. Yakumo, frowning, doubted her genjutsu would be so easily broken. As she clenched her fists, ready to charge, Suzuki rapidly performed hand signs. Phoenix Sage Fire Technique, he yelled, unleashing a volley of fireballs. Yakumo dodged, but misjudged one, taking a hit and falling. Regaining her feet, she saw 4 more fireballs poised to strike, silently cursing as she readied a last-ditch effort. Genjutsu won't save you now, Yakumo, Suzuki shouted, sending the fireballs. They struck an invisible barrier, which cracked and shattered like glass. Suzuki observed Yakumo, panting heavily, clearly low on chakra. The match neared its end. He advanced slowly, stopping as Yakumo glared up at him. You shouldn't have stopped attacking, Suzuki, she declared, clasping her hands once more. The shattered barrier shards rose and flew at Suzuki, cutting his skin as he stood defenseless. With Itaki watched countless cuts appear on his brother's body, imperceptible to the untrained eye. His Sharingan, however, revealed the shards inflicting the damage. Only a select few in Konoha knew of Yakumo's rare ability to physically manifest her genjutsu. This made her arguably the most dangerous kunoichi in the exams, bypassing the usual genjutsu drawback of being merely an illusion. Cage box. The cages silently observed, attempting to comprehend the unfolding events. They knew of Yakumo's genjutsu prowess from the preliminaries but not its full extent. Kushina smiled down at her student. Yakumo had executed their plan perfectly. During their month of training, they devised a taijutsu style perfectly integrated with her genjutsu. Before the taijutsu exchange, Yakumo had whispered Phantom Assailant, creating a physical genjutsu that attacked instantly, invisible to all but those with exceptional genjutsu skill or highly experienced Sharingan or Byakugan eyes. Suzuki's 3-tomo Sharingan wasn't experienced enough to perceive it. Yakumo's physical attacks didn't need to land. Phantom Assailant ensured a hit on her unsuspecting victim. Suzuki had performed well, but Yakumo had performed better. Battlefield. Suzuki stood, his body covered in painful cuts, trying to push through. He slowly, painstakingly straightened, facing a heavily panting Yakumo. He'd been foolish to think his Phoenix Sage Fire Technique would end the match, underestimating her resolve, a mistake he wouldn't repeat. Looking towards the contestants' box, he thought of Naruto. I meant to use this on you, but circumstances demand it now, he mused, rapidly performing a final set of hand signs. Outstretching his arms, one hand over the other, he channeled his remaining chakra into them. With barely enough left, he shouted Solar Destruction, a move unknown even to his brother. A large, radiating golden ball formed in Suzuki's hands. It ends now, Yakumo, he quietly stated, launching it at the exhausted girl. The golden sphere rapidly struck Yakumo, pushing her backward into the arena wall. She was too tired to resist. After a moment, the smoke cleared, revealing an unconscious Yakumo slumped against the wall, clothes tattered, blood slowly dripping from her nose and mouth, and bruises already forming. Suzuki collapsed to his knees. Though a fire-type move, it wasn't at full power, lacking concentrated heat. Ideally, it would be a giant inferno, burning everything. For now, knocking out Yakumo sufficed. The proctor declared Suzuki the victor, and medics attended to a stirring Yakumo. Itaka smiled with pride at both his brothers and Yakumo's performances, recognizing their immense talent and promising futures. Beside him, their father, arms crossed, also smiled. Their mother, however, cheered louder than anyone in the stadium, an amusing display given her usual reserved nature, except when it came to her children. Itake quietly chuckled. Cage box. Minato reflected, as if it were yesterday, when Itake claimed his team could surpass the Sunin. It had drawn laughs and disbelief then, but witnessing Team 11 now, he wondered if Itake hadn't exaggerated. Knowing it was his turn to speak, Minato sat upright. I believe both Suzuki and Yakumo have proven worthy of the Chunin title, he stated, gaining nods from An Oniki. Raza remained silent. Kushina barely registered her husband's words, consumed by pride for her student. Despite the loss, Yakumo had demonstrated a genjutsu user's potential to be a battle's most dangerous asset. Yeah, Naruto, you definitely picked a keeper, she thought, smiling. Suzuki slowly left the field, each step a struggle, making his way to the contestants' box. He almost collapsed from exhaustion upon arrival, caught by his best friend and teammate, Naruto. Naruto smirked. What's the matter, Suzuki, too tired to keep going, he teased. Suzuki grunted but smiled. Naruto led him to a seat, pulling a chakra pill and a blood pill from his shinobi pack. Here, this should help, he said. Suzuki took them with a grateful smile and swallowed. They sat in silence for almost a minute before Suzuki broke it. So, are you mad at me for beating your girlfriend, he asked, looking at Naruto. The blonde smiled. No, Suzuki. She gave it her all, and so did you. To me, that's the best show of respect in a fight. I hope you give me the same effort when we face off, he said. Suzuki smiled back. Silence again enveloped them as they watched the battlefield, awaiting the next match, Yujito Nii of Kumo vs Gaara of Suna. Yujito Nii faced Gaara of the Sand. Nibi had already informed her that her opponent was another Jinchuriki, outwardly the Kazekige's son, but truly the one-tailed Tanuki, Shukaku. As the proctor announced the match's start, Yujito immediately dodged Gaara's waves of sand. Yujito, you must use my power. I've seen Jinchuriki like him. They're unstable, and when my siblings are released from unstable hosts, people die. You must finish him before he unleashes Shukaku, Nibi urged from Yujito's mindscape. Damn, I really wanted to do this alone, but I'll have to wait until next round, Yujito thought, continuing to evade. When the sand blast ceased, Yujito immediately focused all her chakra, just as B had taught her. The cages watched Yujito's chakra output rapidly increase. A's eyes widened, recognizing what was happening. Turning to his brother, he was surprised by B's serious expression. Kaze Cage, don't feel down, but Yujito's gonna make your son look like a clown, B said, smiling, making everyone in the cage box sweat drop. A large burst of chakra brought them out of their musings. Turning back to the battle, everyone but A and B looked surprised. Yujito stood, breathing heavily from chakra exertion, but it had worked. Long, sharp nails now protruded from her fingers, and a long blue and black chakra tail waved behind her. Smirking, she rushed Gaara on all fours before leaping to strike. Her right hand slashed through Gaara's sand shield. She hadn't hit him, but she was close. Before she could strategize, more sand forced her to dodge. She evaded the blast, forgetting Gaara's near-complete control over sand. The blast simply reversed, hitting her back and sending her down. Before she could rise, another sand blast hit, then another, then another. As she lay, the sand formed around her, lifting her to meet Gaara's eyes. The blonde Kunoichi struggled against the sand, cursing her carelessness. How could I have been so careless? Damn it, I have to get out of this quick, she thought, looking at her smiling opponent. Today, you will prove my existence, the one-tailed Jinchuriki declared, closing his hand with an insane smile. Sand coffin, he roared, and the sand surrounding Yujito imploded, crushing her. As sand dropped from the blob that had encased his opponent, Gaara laughed loudly. His laughter was the only sound in the arena, the audience was too shocked and horrified. The ninjas silently observed the risks of their profession. Everyone in the cage box, except A, B, and Raza, was wide-eyed and shocked at the match's sudden turn. The proctor stepped forward to announce Gaara as the winner when the sand blob that had crushed Yujito began to shake, slowly at first, then vigorously. Before Gaara or the proctor could react, the sand exploded, revealing a chakra-covered Yujito. Slightly panting, the Kumo ninja stood tall, wiping a small amount of blood from her mouth. Turning to her opponent, she smirked. Got another one in ya, she challenged, provoking an unusual and somewhat frightening reaction from those who knew Gaara. His face, normally blank or displaying an insane smile when proving his existence, now showed pure anger. Gaara yelled, releasing all the sand from his gourd at Yujito. The blonde smiled. All according to plan, she murmured. As the massive wave of sand pursued her, she again ran on all fours. Gaining position, she ran backward as the sand chased her. She eventually reached the wall, sticking to it with chakra. As the sand's speed increased and closed in, Yujito smiled. This should be far enough, she said, vanishing. Only Shinobi could track her as she swiftly ran along the wall before launching herself at her opponent. Pushing with all her might, she flew at Gaara, nails extended. Gaara's sand shield usually wouldn't be an issue, but in his anger, he had sent all his sand, leaving him defenseless. Cat claw! Yujito shouted, blue chakra enveloping her hands. With a single swipe, Yujito landed behind Gaara, whose eyes were wide with shock. The boy slowly looked down to see 5 long cuts across his chest, bleeding profusely. My blood, he murmured at first. My blood! Gaara finally screamed as his sand returned. Turning to his opponent, sand began covering half his body, and one eye turned black and yellow with a black star. Then, feathers began to fall, and the cage box exploded. Top of cage box. Minato Namikaze, Hokage of the Leaf, A, Reikage of Kumo, Oniki, Suchikage of Iwa, Kushina Uzumaki, B of Kumo, and Raza, Kaze Cage of Suna, stood atop the cage box. What the hell just happened? I yelled, but Raza's chuckling interrupted him. The cages and their guests faced the Kaze cage. Raza, what have you done? Minato demanded. Raza's chuckling turned to laughter. Looking up at the cages, Raza quickly removed his robe and hat. I apologize for the misconception, but I am not Raza. You may call me Iliel, if you like, the now revealed man said, smiling. He reached for a katana at his side and drew it. Yo bro, I'll take down this foe, B rapped, reaching for his sword. Faster than anyone could see, B was sent flying back with a large gash across his chest. Pathetic, Iliel sneered, resting his sword on his shoulder. The cages and Kushina stared in shock at the Kumo Jinchuriki. His wound was healing, but very slowly. Turning in rage, A immediately activated his lightning armor and attacked Iliel. Just as the Reikage was about to land a hit, the swordsman vanished, reappearing directly behind A. I halted, dropping to a knee with a gash on his shoulder. Minato, Kushina, and Oniki watched in disbelief at Iliel's speed. When the white-haired swordsman turned back to face the uninjured group, his eyes widened before he raised his arm to block a punch from behind by A. The punch's force pushed Iliel back a few feet, but he quickly recovered. I see I misjudged your endurance, it won't happen again, Iliel told the panting Reikage. You won't live to regret the mistake, A gritted out. Minato and Oniki stepped forward, ready to join the battle. Turning to his wife, Minato spoke. Kushina, get B to the hospital. We'll handle this, he said, making the redhead look at him in disbelief. I'm not leaving, Minato, we're gonna do this to Jet Dash. No, Kushina. Get B to the hospital. This isn't your fight, Minato interrupted with the same seriousness that had made him feared. Kushina wanted to ignore him but his tone changed her mind. She rushed to pick up B and left. Minato turned back to the enemy. I'm gonna be sleeping on the couch for a few nights, I guess, Minato said with a smirk. Iliel tilted his head. You're wrong, Minato Namikaze. After today, your body will rest in the ground, Iliel said, smiling. Oniki crossed his arms. Why are you doing this? The old cage asked. Iliel raised an eyebrow. Simple. Without a cage, the villages will panic. Trust me, it falls into a plan greater than you could ever imagine, but you don't need to concern yourself with that. After all, this will be your last day alive, Iliel said. Oniki snorted. I am the oldest cage in the elemental nations. Thousands have claimed to be the one to kill me, and thousands have died by my hand. I have faced many powerful opponents, but I doubt you will be one that I separate from the rest, Oniki countered, dust quickly forming around his hands. Minato nodded, drawing his 3-pronged kunao. A activated his lightning armor. Iliel simply rolled his neck. A futile effort, but I will entertain it anyway, he said, raising his sword. Naruto and Suzuki. Naruto looked up at the cage box, seeing the only person since Sira to beat him in a duel. Clenching his teeth, he stretched his arm, calling his sword, which instantly appeared. He was about to confront Iliel, desiring a rematch, but Suzuki shook him out of it. Naruto, look! Suzuki exclaimed, pointing at the arena where Yujito now faced Temari, Kankuro, and Gaara, whose body was becoming more sand than human. Biting his lip, Naruto nodded, and the two took off to aid the Kumo Kunoichi. Yakumo! Yakumo rushed as fast as her exhausted body allowed. She had awoken in the infirmary to battle sounds. Investigating the disturbance, a purple-haired Umbu, having just killed a sand ninja, told her to head to the academy for evacuation. She noticed a few burning buildings but paid them no mind. Arriving at the academy, she saw sound ninja surrounding about 20 academy students and a knocked-out Irika. Recognizing the situation, Yakumo quickly performed hand signs and whispered, blinding darkness. She knew her genjutsu had taken effect when the group frantically looked around, confused. Wasting no time, Yakumo quickly moved to the terrified children. Seeing their fear, the genjutsu prodigy stood tall and calmly addressed them. Listen up, kids, I need each of you to follow me, Yakumo said, trying to reassure them. Follow you where? A brown-haired student worriedly asked. Yakumo began considering options when a newly recovered Chunin spoke. The shelters, Irika Omino said, coughing. The shelters behind the Hokage monument. Take the kids there, Yakumo, Irika ordered, coughing more. What about you, sensei? Yakumo asked. Irika shakily stood. I'll buy you some time, just get up there before your jutsu ends, the Chunin said. Yakumo rapidly shook her head. No, sensei, you're coming with us, she stated. Irika turned to his former student. It wasn't a suggestion, Yakumo. As your superior, I am ordering you to complete the evacuation. Go now, he shouted. Before Yakumo could respond, small chakra pulses were felt from each sound shinobi. They had disrupted the genjutsu. So you got the drop on us. You should have killed us, little girl, a sound ninja stepping forward said. Yakumo tightened her fists. Taking a deep breath, she stepped forward as well. Irika-sensei, I want you to wait for an opening. When it happens, take the kids and leave, Yakumo said seriously. Irika looked at her as if she were crazy. Yakumo, I told you I will hold them off now. Irika, you can't even gain their attention in your condition, so shut up and wait. Yakumo shouted, silencing her former instructor. Stepping forward again, Yakumo gripped a kunao tightly. She had been outnumbered before and survived. However, there was a major difference between bandits and ninja. Shaking her head, Yakumo prepared herself. I will protect them even if it costs me my life, Yakumo resolved, dashing toward her opponents. Jiraiya and Tsunade. The two Sunin fought off Sand and Sound Ninja, but things weren't going well. Jiraiya was still clearing alcohol from his system, Tsunade covered his occasional slip UPS, and enemies kept coming. Their foes' skill wasn't the challenge, but their sheer numbers. It seemed for every ninja they killed, 5 more appeared, slowly wearing them down. Normally, they'd summon Katsuyu and Gamabunta to end it, but Jiraiya couldn't perform high-level ninjutsu, let alone a summoning, and Tsunade was too busy fighting with her fists. Still, despite the endless wave of ninja, Jiraiya and Tsunade stood strong, protecting their home. Naruto and Suzuki. When Naruto and Suzuki reached Gaara and Yujito, the red-headed Jinchuriki turned and fled toward the forest. As Yujito prepared to pursue, Naruto stopped her. Wait, we'll go after him. You need to help your Raikage, Naruto said. Yujito looked at him as if he were insane. Are you kidding me? I don't know if you know this, but he's a Jinchuriki, not just another genin, she exclaimed. Naruto said nothing initially. Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath and rested his sword on his shoulder. I know what he is. It's your duty to protect your leader, isn't it? Our duty is to protect our village, so leave this to us, Naruto calmly stated. Yujito looked like she wanted to argue but, given everything happening, she trusted the Konoha genin and left towards her teammates Kurui and Amwa, who were fighting Temari and Kankuro of the Sand. Once Yujito left, Naruto looked at Suzuki and nodded. The two then ran after Gaara. Itaka stood with his father and mother, fighting off Sand and Sound Ninja, carefully avoiding unconscious civilians. Killing countless ninja while protecting sleeping citizens wasn't easy, but it was a Konoha ninja's duty. After finishing another Sound Ninja, he looked down at the arena, seeing the Suna Jinchuriki flee into the forest. Gaara's departure calmed his nerves, knowing the unstable Jinchuriki was away from his little brother. However, his nerves returned as he watched his brother and Naruto pursue Gaara. Cursing silently, he prepared to follow, but more hordes of ninjas swarmed them. Continuously cursing, the Uchiha remained, fulfilling his duty to protect the village with his mother and father. He trusted his students, they would be fine. Yakumo was more exhausted than she'd ever been. Covered in cuts and bruises, struggling to breathe, she stood tall, defending the academy students behind her. 7 enemy ninja were dead, leaving only 3. Without giving them time to strategize, she charged one, landing quick strikes. When the other 2 joined to stop her, she dodged their attacks and launched her own. Engaging them in taijutsu was a double-edged sword. They couldn't use jutsu and were terrible at taijutsu, but she grew more exhausted each second. It hurt to move, but she knew any hesitation would mean her death, and the deaths of the students and Irika. Pushing beyond her limits, she used everything to hit harder and faster. It wasn't long until the 3 ninja were knocked out. Staggering toward the 3 unconscious Sound Ninja, she plunged her kunao into each of their heads, ensuring no further threat. The deed done, Yakumo collapsed to a knee, her vision blurring. A small, satisfied smile touched her lips. She had won. Her triumph swiftly shattered as 10 more Sand and Sound Ninja appeared, turning her smile into pure horror. Look, guys, the little girl thought she won. One Sound Ninja sneered, eliciting chuckles from his companions. Guessing you didn't sense us watching your last stand. You've got guts, I'll give you that, but this is the end. Don't worry, we won't kill all your little academy students. After all, I'm sure there's a market for some kids, he added with a repulsive grin. Behind Yakumo, the students began to cry, and Irika coughed, struggling to rise and protect them. He had failed thus far, but they would be sold over his dead body for whatever depraved purposes these monsters had in mind. Yakumo's eyes welled with tears, not of sadness, but of pure rage. If only she had sensed the reinforcements, she could have conserved her energy. If Irika had done his job and evacuated the students, the stakes wouldn't be so high. If only an Umbu or a ninja of higher rank than Genin had been in her place. Clenching her fists and closing her eyes, she screamed. When her eyes opened, she found herself in a dimly lit wooden room, devoid of doors or windows. Before Yakumo could delve too deeply into her thoughts about her location, a voice echoed through the room, a voice she had prayed never to hear again. "Hello, my dear Yakumo," the cold voice, intoned as a creature, obscured by shadow, rose from the floor. Yakumo gritted her teeth. "Hello, Ito," she replied, her fists clenched, which drew a chuckle from the demon. "What can I do for you?" Yakumo asked sarcastically, earning another chuckle. "Oh no, Yakumo, it isn't what you can do for me. It's what I can do for you," the demon corrected. Yakumo rolled her eyes. "And what is that?" she inquired. Ito wasted no time in responding. "It seems you're in a bit of a mess. Whether you admit it or not, you need me. Unless, of course, you want those poor children you're fighting so hard to protect sent Kami knows where for purposes even I would consider unsavory," Ito said with a smirk. "You know you have no choice. Release me," the demon urged, now grinning widely. Yakumo quickly shook her head. "No. Last time you ran free, you tried to burn down the clan compound. I won't risk letting you out," she stated with a fierce glare. Suddenly, different scenarios flashed through her mind, visions of her dying, being tortured and raped, of the students sold into slavery or killed on sight. It was unbearable, and the most terrifying aspect was its chilling plausibility. She couldn't protect the children as she was. Gazing at the ground, tears fell. Looking at the demon, she subtly nodded. "If Ito goes too crazy, Kami, please let me die before I can hurt anyone," was her final prayer before Ito took over. The Sound and Sand ninja watched as dark chakra enveloped the girl who had just moments ago screamed in despair. When the chakra dissipated, the new sight caused each ninja to recoil. In place of the weakened brunette stood a monster. Its fangs stretched past its jaw, its eyes were red and demonic, and what appeared to be horns protruded from either side of its head. Fear struck the ninja, who now began to reconsider engaging in this fight. Their thoughts went no further before their bodies stiffened. Unable to move, the enemy ninja watched in terror as the demon approached. "It's been so long since I've been out. I must remember to thank the girl for giving me a few playthings in celebration of my release," Ito said with a twisted grin. Raising its arms, the demon's smile widened. "Your deaths will not be quick nor will they be painless. Suffer at the hands of Ito," it declared. A few moments of silence passed, making it seem as though nothing had happened. Then, the screaming began. For some, cuts and scratches appeared. For others, dark purple veins stretched across their bodies. Each suffered from a genjutsu that inflicted intense physical torture. It was simple yet effective. A couple of the affected ninja realized it was a genjutsu but learned the hard way that for Yakumo, genjutsu wasn't just an illusion. As their screams continued, some began to claw out their eyes. Others rolled on the ground in pain, unable to do anything else. Their cries were disturbing, but to Ito, it was a symphony that brought a smile to its face. Eventually, the cries ceased as the enemy ninja lay dead, looks of agony forever etched on their faces. Ito began to chuckle, which quickly escalated into a loud laugh. Turning to face the academy students and Irika, the demon smiled again. "That stupid girl released me in hopes I would protect you, but unfortunately for you, I have a lot of fun to catch up on," Ito announced. Irika stood in front of the terrified children, kunao drawn, ready to defend his students. As the demon approached, a stumble in its walk confused the onlookers. "No, you stupid girl. You need me. I won't let you banish me, I won't," the demon shrieked, grasping its head before screaming at the sky. The dark chakra that had once enveloped Yakumo began to slowly fade, causing Ito's monstrous features to recede. It wasn't long until Yakumo was revealed. Immediately after the dark chakra dissipated, she collapsed forward in exhaustion. Irika was about to tend to his former student when a swirl of what appeared to be paper arrived near the girl. The paper coalesced into a blue-haired woman in a black coat with red clouds. The woman lifted Yakumo and looked at Irika. "Where do you need to go?" she asked. Irika, too bewildered by the turn of events, said nothing, only motioned for her to follow him and the students. Naruto and Suzuki eventually caught up to Gaara, whose body was halfway covered in sand. The Jinchuriki was muttering to himself, something the Konoha genin couldn't comprehend. "Gaara, it's over," Naruto shouted, to which Suzuki rolled his eyes. "It's over? Really? How about this, Gaara, either surrender or die," the Uchiha retorted with a smirk. Naruto's eyebrow twitched. "Suzuki, maybe try not to piss off the unstable Jinchuriki," Naruto said, turning to Suzuki. Sasuke shifted his attention to his teammate before responding. "Well, I'm sorry I didn't use your stupid, overused one-liner," Sasuke shot back, leading to a meaningless argument that diverted their attention from Gaara. The redhead seized this opportunity to form the ram hand sign and whisper, "Play possum jutsu." It was astonishing how engrossed the Konoha genin were in their discussion. They completely ignored the one-tailed tanuki, Shukaku, being released. The two would have continued arguing had the tanuki not revealed itself to the world. "Yeah baby, I'm back and better than ever," the tailed beast roared, causing both genin to slowly look up and realize the monumental mistake they had just made. "Well fuck, we screwed up," Naruto mumbled before raising his sword into a stance. Sasuke stared at his teammate, eyes wide. "No shit, Naruto. How in the hell are we gonna beat that thing?" Sasuke said angrily. Naruto shook his head. Reviewing his options, he strained his mind to come up with something, anything. He quickly made a decision before turning to Sasuke. "Sasuke, I need you to buy me some time. Hopefully he won't notice us, but we have to keep him away from the village, so distract him if you have to," Naruto said calmly. Sasuke, on the other hand, looked at his leader as if he were insane. "Are you insane? How in the hell am I supposed to distract that?" Sasuke shouted, pointing at the sand demon. Naruto took a deep breath. "I know I'm asking a lot, just trust me," Naruto said with a serious tone that earned Sasuke's nod of acceptance before he jumped off to prepare a distraction. Naruto remained where he was and began to channel all the chakra he could. When Naruto began channeling his chakra, it unfortunately created a large chakra pulse that caught Shikaku's attention. Knowing what he had to do, Sasuke sprinted up a nearby tree to its very top, silently praying he wouldn't die. Reaching the summit, Sasuke did the only thing he could think of at the moment. Quickly forming hand signs, Sasuke shouted, "Great Fireball Jutsu," launching a large fireball at the giant tanuki's chest. The fireball did virtually no damage but did capture the tailed beast's attention. Slowly turning to face the person who had the audacity to challenge him, Shikaku glared at the Uchiha. "You think that's gonna work? I'm out and I'm never going back baby. Time for you to die," the tanuki roared before launching a giant air bullet at the genin. Cursing, Sasuke leaped through trees as quickly as he could, trying to avoid the bullet. Running and jumping as fast as he could, he barely dodged the air blast. Sasuke dropped to a knee, panting, when Shikaku launched another air bullet. Groaning, Sasuke tried to evade that one as well but wasn't fast enough. It hit him and sent him flying into another tree, where he remained still. "Ha ha, you thought you could mess with the best," Shikaku yelled, laughing wildly. That's when the tanuki felt another large pulse of chakra. Looking down at the source, its eyes focused on a little blonde boy smothered in blue chakra. Deciding to have some more fun, the beast began to take steps toward the boy. Sasuke sat on one of the top branches of the tree he was knocked into. Leaning against the tree, he focused on breathing. His chest hurt terribly, and he knew something was probably broken. "I wonder if this is how Naruto felt when that snake hit him." Not a great feeling, he thought as he looked up to see the beast moving toward his teammate. Ignoring the pain throughout his body, he shakily stood up. "I am an Uchiha. I won't be disgraced by the likes of a pathetic sand demon," Sasuke thought, gritting his teeth. Putting his hands together, he pulled out every bit of chakra he could find. "Even if I die, I'll take this demon with me," Sasuke resolved before shouting, "Solar destruction." Launching a massive burning golden sphere at the tanuki, Sasuke fell but held on for dear life on the tree branch. "It's up to you now, Naruto," he thought. Shikaku was so focused on the blonde who had gathered an insane amount of chakra that it didn't notice a giant flaming ball hurtling toward it until it was too late. The ball struck the side of its head, causing it to stumble. When the tanuki looked up, the entire right side of its face was now glassy. Looking at where the attack came from, it growled at the boy who had dared to survive its previous assault. Before it could take any action toward the boy, chakra pulsed one last time, much more powerful than the previous pulses. Naruto focused all his chakra and had finally summoned enough. It would take everything in him, but if he could pull it off, the battle would end. Biting his left thumb and rubbing the blood on the tattoo he had received from his master, he shouted, summoning Jutsu Leviathan. After those words, the sky darkened as storm clouds rapidly formed over the area. Bolts of lightning continuously struck as the greatest of all serpents was summoned to the mortal world. Mist began to spread throughout the entire forest. Once the mist dissipated, in its place was a serpent far bigger than the demon Shikaku. When the creature was revealed, it roared louder than the mightiest thunder. Leviathan, the leader of the serpents, had been summoned. Shikaku started to take a few steps back. It had heard of these creatures but had thought that they, like the dragons, were long gone. Now it was facing one of the most powerful creatures in existence and was not feeling good about its own odds. Leviathan looked down at the one who had summoned him. "Hello, Naruto, I see you have given me a worthy opponent, though I am curious as to why you didn't summon Levios for this," the serpent said. Naruto simply smirked. "Levios and I will have many more opportunities to fight greater battles than this, but I want this over quickly because I'm kind of running on fumes and the village is being invaded," he yelled out so the serpent could hear him. Leviathan gave a small nod. Very well, I will end this quickly, he said before Naruto stopped him. Leviathan, there is a boy within the beast. Try not to kill him, Naruto yelled once more. Leviathan nodded again before facing its opponent. Shikaku was too afraid to deal with this challenge, so when the serpent lunged at it, it couldn't do anything in response. The serpent coiled around it to hold it in place before rising up. Shikaku looked up into the serpent's eyes only to see its end. Leviathan unleashed an incredibly powerful stream of water at the tanuki, quickly reducing its body to nothing more than a giant mud puddle. Shikaku's last thought before its physical body was destroyed was how. After Leviathan's attack, Gaara was revealed in the middle of the mud pile, seemingly unharmed. Looking at Naruto, Leviathan said, "The opponent is defeated, and I must return home," before disappearing into mist. Naruto chuckled. "Thank you, Leviathan," he said quietly before slowly walking to the Suna Jinchuriki, who was now stirring from his sleep. Upon reaching the Suna ninja, he was met with the surprising sight of Sasuke standing over Gaara. "Sasuke, what are you doing?" Naruto asked. Sasuke didn't turn to answer his teammate but simply said, "Protecting the village." The tone of it made Naruto flinch. "Sasuke, it's over, okay?" He was under the control of Shikaku, he said calmly. Sasuke, with a little internal resistance, stepped away from the Suna ninja. "Why?" said a voice almost too quiet to be heard. Naruto looked at the red-headed speaker. "Because I know what it's like to feel like you have no one. I also know that one person is all it takes to make you feel like you have everything," Naruto responded before looking at his teammate. "Sasuke, he can't use his Sanjutsu and is almost completely out of chakra. Take him to the hospital," Naruto ordered. Sasuke nodded and picked up Gaara. Before he left, he asked Naruto without turning around, "What will you do?" Naruto simply replied, "There's one last battle I must fight," before the two separated. As Naruto jumped through the trees toward Konoha, he stopped abruptly when a kunao landed in front of him. Looking at the kunao, he noticed something attached to it. When he looked closer, his eyes widened as he realized it was an explosive tag. Jumping back as quickly as he could, he narrowly avoided the explosion. "I told you he would dodge it," Menma said a voice from the trees. "I know, sis, but wouldn't you rather he suffer before his death rather than get a quick and easy one," said another voice. As Naruto looked around, trying to locate the direction of the voices, he quickly raised his sword when two figures walked out of the trees directly in front of him. "You have a point there, Menma," said the now revealed Narumi, who stood next to her brother Menma. With a smile, she addressed the person she hated more than anyone. "Hello, Naruto," she said as Menma smiled as well. Naruto tightened his grip on his sword. Well, fuck. Naruto didn't have to be a genius to know what was happening. His brother and sister had stayed at a distance so that neither he nor Sasuke could sense them and waited until he had used most of his chakra. Cursing to himself, Naruto gripped his sword tighter. "Menma, Narumi, it doesn't have to be like this. Just go home, and we'll forget this happened, okay?" Naruto said calmly, hoping his distant siblings would take his advice. Narumi laughed, and Menma smirked. After Narumi's laughter died down, Menma spoke. "Naruto, there's no going back home for us, and especially not for you. We're done with the Leaf Village. It's time for us to move on to bigger and better things, then we will be recognized as the gods that we are," Menma said passionately while Narumi smiled at her brother's words. Naruto shook his head. "This is your final warning. You either go home, or I break your bones and bring you back later. You know you can't win this," he said, glaring at the two. Narumi smirked. "You underestimate us, Naruto. We are the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tailed Fox. No one has the amount of power that we are able to wield, and it's time the world realized that. Goodbye, Naruto," she said. Menma charged Naruto while Narumi prepared a jutsu, a gift from their godfather, intended to end Naruto. As Menma neared, Naruto shook his head in disappointment. He plunged his sword into the ground, vanished, and reappeared behind Menma, grabbing his head. Naruto slammed Menma face first into the ground, then picked him up and threw him skyward. Naruto leaped up, too, and punched the defenseless Menma in the stomach, forcing blood from his mouth. Before they fell, Naruto grabbed Menma's right arm and flung him hard to the ground again. Landing softly beside his brother, Naruto turned to see Narumi, a charged Raisin Shuriken ready to throw. Naruto didn't dodge, instead, he summoned his sword defensively. The attack struck his sword, pushing him back, but he held his ground. When the Raisin Shuriken failed to slice through, it detonated in a chakra explosion, blowing Menma and Narumi backward, yet Naruto remained unmoved. Naruto shook his head, approaching the heavily panting Narumi. He lifted her by her hair and kneed her in the gut, making her cough blood. He finished her with a powerful punch to the face, sending her flying into a nearby tree. Both Narumi and Menma were defeated, whimpering in pain. Naruto was surprised they were still conscious. Just as he considered summoning two shadow clones to take his siblings back, which would further deplete his chakra, he felt an ominous presence behind him. Without hesitation, the blonde spun around, shouting hammer slash and launching his attack. To his surprise, the attack hit but was ineffective. As the slashes ended, the newcomer was revealed, a large, muscular man with black hair and a scarred face, wielding a purely black sword, walked forward chuckling. "Yes, you definitely are Sira's student. Just her type." Impulsive and ignorant, he said with amusement, causing Naruto to growl and raise his sword. Before Naruto could respond, the black-haired swordsman was behind him, holding both siblings. Naruto's eyes widened at the man's speed. "Grow strong, young Naruto. For when you reach your peak, that's when I will take everything from you," the unknown man said with a smile before vanishing into what appeared to be pure darkness. Once the man and the twins disappeared, all trace of them vanished. No matter how hard he tried, Naruto couldn't sense his siblings' chakra signatures. Gritting his teeth, he knew he had to set this aside. One opponent remained. Sensing his target, he rushed toward Konoha. Kushina's pursuit. Kushina had just finished dispatching 3 sound ninja with Shizun's help at the hospital when she saw Sasuke Uchiha approaching, carrying Suna's Jinchuriki on his back. Running to the boys, she kept her kunai ready in case the red-headed Suna ninja posed a threat. "Sasuke, are you okay? Where's Naruto? Is he okay?" Kushina asked rapidly. Sasuke nodded, handed Gaara to Shizun, and replied, "Yeah, I'm good, just a little tired. You have to find Naruto. He was really tired and almost out of chakra the last time I saw him. He ran off saying that he had one last battle to fight. You have to find him because it won't be long until he drops." Kushina's eyes widened. Without a word, she raced through the village as fast as possible, focusing intensely to find her oldest son's chakra signature. When she found it, she used her chakra to move at maximum speed, completely ignoring the other signatures her son was approaching. Outside Konoha, Minato was panting, barely standing, while A lay on the ground, motionless, having lost his left eye. Oniki was unconscious. Iliel, however, was without a single scratch, mark, or sign of battle. Laughing loudly, the swordsman approached the 4th Hokage as the sun began to set. "I'm a little disappointed with the effort. I knew that I was better than you, but I expected at least a little bit of a challenge." "Oh well," Iliel said with a smile that made Minato grit his teeth. Standing up and disregarding his pain, Minato gripped his last 3-pronged kunai tightly. "Why are you doing this? Why do you want to destroy the leaf?" he shouted angrily. Raising his sword for the strike that would end the 4th's life, Iliel's smile widened. "Believe it or not, I had nothing to do with the invasion. No, all I had to do was kill the 3 Kage. Tsuranabe was the one who got the pathetic snake to do the invasion. As for why this is happening, why we are doing this, peace by submission. You see, you and your companions are the reason that war, poverty, and death still exist in this world. When the Kage are gone, the ninja world will fall into panic. That's when we will show the people of the world who their true saviors are. Not the Kage, but the Shinigami's blade. One voice, one opinion, no conflict, and eternal peace. Find solace, Minato Namikaze, in the fact that your death will be one that ushers in true peace," Iliel said. Just as he was about to bring his sword down on the blonde Kage, his battle instincts alerted him, and he jumped back quickly. When he landed, his eyes narrowed at a slightly familiar sword that now lay where he had been. "You talk a lot," a voice from the nearby forest declared. Walking out from the trees, Naruto fixed his gaze on Iliel, the man who had previously defeated him. As he approached his opponent, he extended his arm, and his sword materialized in his hand. Turning to his father, he spoke calmly but seriously. "Dad, take the Raikage and Tsuchikage back to the village." "I'll take it from here," he said, making Minato's eyes widen and Iliel smile. "No, absolutely not. You need to go back to Konoha and help out there, son. This is my fight." "As Hokage, enough," shouted Naruto, interrupting his father. "Dad, I need you to trust me. I can't fight him while protecting you 3 at the same time, so I need you to take them away." "Trust me," Naruto urged. After staring at his son for a long moment, Minato recognized the look in Naruto's eyes. Nodding, he went over and grabbed the 2 Kage, struggling to hold them. Turning to his son one last time, he said, "I believe in you, son," before returning to the village with An Oniki. Iliel looked at the boy he had faced not long ago. Deep down, he admired the boy's courage. Naruto knew he could die but chose to fight anyway, an admirable but fatal mistake. Raising his sword, he prepared for battle. "Well, this is an unexpected surprise. I suppose you are still upset at the result of our last spar," the swordsman remarked. Naruto rested his large blade on his shoulder, a smirk on his face. "I guarantee that the result will be incredibly different. Prepare yourself and try to give me a good challenge," Naruto said. Iliel frowned at Naruto's confidence. "I don't see how. You're obviously exhausted, and your chakra is almost completely depleted. The only outcome is your death," Iliel stated. Naruto chuckled. "Normally, you would be correct. Normally, I wouldn't be able to even swing my sword at this point. There is one key difference, though, if you look up at the sky for me," Naruto said. Iliel did as the boy requested, tilting his head in confusion. All he saw was the moon. Then, the largest pulse of chakra he had ever felt exploded right in front of him. The lunar soldier had returned. Kushina's race. Kushina was en route to Naruto. She had picked up Jiraiya and Tsunade along the way, who were heading to assist the cage. As they neared the gates, Kushina saw her husband quickly making his way, carrying both the Raikage and Tsuchikage on his shoulders. Nearby Iwa and Kumo Ninja took their respective cage from Minato as the blonde struggled to remain standing. Running to her husband, Kushina threw herself at him, nearly toppling him. After a quick embrace, Kushina addressed her primary concern. "Minato, where's Naruto?" she asked with teary eyes. At the question, Minato quickly righted himself and motioned for her and the two Sannin to follow him through the gates. "We have to hurry, he's fighting the swordsman who took us down," Minato said, causing the others' eyes to widen. Kushina responded first in a motherly fashion. "The fuck did you say? So help me Kami, this better be a joke, Minato," she screamed, her hair flying wildly. Minato simply shook his head without responding. The group of four increased their pace after processing Minato's information. Kushina, beside her husband, quietly said, "If anything happens to him, I'll never forgive you, Minato." As they continued running, the four were intercepted by a blur. Before the group could attack, the blur landed in front of them, revealing itself to be Suzuki. Kushina stepped forward angrily. "Suzuki, what are you doing?" she asked. Suzuki gulped at the anger radiating from the woman. "I can't let you join Naruto's fight. You'll only get in the way," he said, looking at the ground. Jiraiya snorted. "Kid, we are the four strongest ninja in Konoha. I think we can take him. Now go back home so that we can save the kid," Jiraiya responded. Suzuki shook his head. "I can't let you join in. He needs to be completely focused on his opponent, not on you four," he said, raising his head and glaring at the Toad Sannin for suggesting Naruto needed saving. Kushina was about to send Suzuki flying when she felt an explosion of chakra from Naruto's direction. Itake's observation. Itake was still in the Chunin exams arena with his parents, helping injured Konoha, Iwa, and Kumo Ninja, and restraining the downed Suna and Sound Ninja, despite most of them being dead. "Father, the last of the live enemies are restrained," Itake said, causing Fugaku to frown. "Honestly, you should have just killed them instead," he said, but was interrupted by his wife. "You did well, Itake," Mikato said sweetly. Itake nodded and prepared to head into the village to help and find his students when he felt the chakra explosion. Turning in the direction of the giant pulse, he crossed his arms. As everyone in the arena began to freak out, Itake merely smiled a small smile. "So you finally reveal yourself, Naruto," he thought before heading off into the village. Konan's departure. Konan was with the Chunin Irika Omino, Yakumo, and the academy students. All of them were in the evacuation shelter and were beginning to calm down. Konan had relayed to everyone that it seemed almost all of the invaders had been dealt with, which greatly helped. The blue-haired ninja was standing against a wall of the shelter when the Chunin teacher approached her. Irika was nervous. He had no idea who the woman was, but he had to thank her. Quelling his nervousness, he approached her. "Thank you for the help. I don't think that we could have made it here without you," he said, bowing slightly. Konan looked the Chunin over. "It's not me you should thank, but that girl over there. She is a brave fighter. Thank her when she wakes," she said, to which Irika nodded. That's when she felt it, a chakra explosion far greater than anything her sister could produce, but of the same essence as her sister's. Irika blinked in shock and looked around before asking, "What is that?" Konan didn't reply, she simply left, quickly exiting the shelter and heading toward what she had been tracking all the way from AIM. Naruto vs. Ilial rematch. Naruto stood tall, chakra swirling around him. His sword was noticeably larger, surrounded by a mass of chakra. His muscles appeared more defined and substantial, but the biggest change came from his confidence. With a wide grin, Naruto rolled his neck. "You shouldn't have shown me mercy back at Wave. Know that I won't make the same mistake," the blonde said before walking toward Ilial. Ilial was shocked and a little scared. This wasn't the boy he had fought in Wave. This wasn't the boy from a moment ago. This was something completely different. As Naruto approached him, he couldn't help but notice that the blonde exuded power he had never felt before, not even from his leader. Getting a grip on his newfound fear, he tightened his grip on his sword and rushed Naruto, intending to end the fight before it could begin. Naruto smirked at the action and brought his sword down to block the attack. As the swords collided, Ilial struggled to gain any leverage, pushing his sword with both hands as hard as possible. Naruto chuckled as he held back the man with one hand on his sword. Deciding he had enough, Naruto began to push back slightly, causing Ilial's arms to shake. The power from both swords caused the ground below them to indent, and it continued to do so each time Naruto pressed on. As Naruto held his sword in place with his right hand, he raised his left hand and landed a heavy punch to Ilial's shoulder, knocking him to the ground. As Ilial recovered from the blow that left his arm throbbing painfully, he looked at his opponent. Naruto stood with his sword on his shoulder and a smirk on his face. The blonde was allowing Ilial to recover instead of ending the fight then and there. Furious at the arrogance and cockiness of the boy, Ilil took advantage of Naruto letting his guard down by thrusting his sword quickly at the young swordsman. Naruto moved his head to the left to avoid Ilil's attack but suffered a small cut on his right cheek. Putting a hand to the wound and seeing a small amount of blood when he removed it, Naruto chuckled. Faster than Ilil could react, Naruto slammed the flat of his blade onto the man's head, knocking him onto his back. Placing a chakra-surrounded foot heavily on Ilil's chest, Naruto stood over the man, sword in hand. What did that accomplish? Naruto asked. Ilil, despite the pain of ribs cracking from Naruto's chakra-enhanced weight, smiled at the question. Everything, the man whispered before reaching his hand and grabbing the blonde's foot. To Naruto's surprise, Ilil began to actually lift his foot off of him before letting out a chakra pulse that sent Naruto back a few feet. Ilil got to his feet as Naruto stood, wondering where the man's newfound strength came from. Ilil, seeing Naruto's confusion, explained with a smile. I know what you're thinking. How did I get stronger just now? Well, I didn't get stronger, you got weaker, Ilil said to an even more confused Naruto. You see, that little cut I gave you was the only move I needed to turn the battle in my favor. Each member of the Shinigami's blade has a special quality that makes them more unique than other run-of-the-mill swordsmen. Mine is that with one cut, I can cut your power in half, Ilil explained, causing Naruto's eyes to grow wide. Clenching his teeth and gripping his blade tightly, Naruto returned to his battle stance. Unfortunately for you, that still isn't enough to beat me, Ilil, Naruto said before rushing toward Ilil as the man did the same. When the two blades met, sparks flew. Immediately after first contact, both Naruto and Ilil began to attack one another as quickly as possible. The first landed hit of the renewed battle came from Naruto as he slammed his sword heavily onto Ilil's, causing him to lose his balance and then following up with a punch to the gut that sent Ilil back 5 feet. Raising his sword, Naruto shouted hammer slash before swinging the sword down and launching hundreds of sword slashes at his opponent. Ilil recovered quickly from the punch he received and brought his sword up to protect him from the multitude of slashes courtesy of Naruto. It took amazing effort to hold his sword strong against the boy's attack. When the attack ended, Ilil roughly stuck his sword into the ground. Looking at the boy who had gotten the better of him so far, he nearly screamed whirlwind barrage. Naruto barely had time to raise his blade before a whirlwind of slashes erupted from the ground. Though shielded from most strikes, 5 cuts halved his power, leaving him barely able to kneel, panting, and gasping for air. He didn't even notice Ilil until the man stood before him, shaking his head at the pathetic sight of an opponent who, moments ago, had caused him fear. You fought well, but this is where your story ends. My master forbade your death, but you're too great a threat, I'm sure he'll understand. Find peace in the afterlife, Ilil said, raising his sword for the final blow. Naruto couldn't fathom how he'd let it come to this. Victory had been within reach, but arrogance led to a small yet critical blow. He silently apologized to his family, trying to accept his impending death. His contemplation was interrupted by his master Sira's voice in his head. Now is that any way to think? Get your ass up and beat this idiot. Her words reignited his determination. Summoning every ounce of strength, he launched a powerful punch at Ilil's injured chest, sending the surprised man 20 feet back into a tree. Slowly rising while Ilil recovered, Naruto gripped his sword with both hands. He closed his eyes, searching within for the power to defeat Ilil. Those who have held this great power, hear my prayer. Give me the power to defeat this man, Naruto quietly begged. After Naruto's brief plea, a warm presence rested on his right shoulder. Opening his eyes, his jaw dropped as his blue-haired master, Sira, stood beside him. She smiled gently, motioning with her eyes to his left. He turned to see 9 others, each wielding a different sword. Smiling back, they had answered his prayer. Feeling their strength, Naruto raised his sword, and the 10 others followed. Chakra flared around Naruto's sword, brighter than before, as he focused on his opponent, who was just getting up. Naruto and the 10 swordsmen raised their blades, and Naruto yelled legacy / unleashing the combined attack of himself and his predecessors towards Ilil. Ilil finally stood, completely surprised by Naruto's punch, as his whirlwind barrage should have left Naruto depleted. Yet somehow, the boy channeled enough power to send him flying. Now standing, he noticed something was wrong. Naruto was no longer alone, he faced 11 opponents. Scanning the line of swordsmen, Ilil was shocked to see Sira, the Aqua Knight, beside the blonde. Then, each swordsman raised and swung their blades. Knowing what was coming, Ilil confidently raised his sword, certain he could fend off the attacks, then finish the kid once and for all. As the diverse attacks slammed into his sword, he was pushed back. Feeling Naruto's power overwhelm him, he pushed back, a costly move. After his push, Naruto's numerous attacks seemed to intensify. As Ilil struggled to hold them back, he missed the cracks forming along his sword. Eventually, his blade shattered, and Naruto's attack continued unabated. When Naruto's legacy / ended, the many swordsmen by his side vanished, their purpose fulfilled. Only an exhausted Naruto and an astonishingly unshredded Ilil remained. Ilil stood still, his body covered in gashes. The silence was broken when Ilil screamed, black veins erupting across his visible skin, followed by an explosion of chakra and blood. The explosion from Ilil's body sent Naruto flying through the air. His eyes slowly closed as he braced for a painful landing that never came. Instead, a three-pronged kunai flew nearby, instantly replaced by his father, who caught his son and landed softly. Minato looked down at his unconscious son with pride, simply saying, "I'm proud of you, son." Soon, a red-headed Uzumaki arrived with 2 Sannin and Suzuki Uchiha. All 5 examined Naruto before taking him to Konoha Hospital, the invasion now quelled. As they left, Minato couldn't help but draw one conclusion from the day's events. The battle for the leaf was won, but the battle for the elemental nations had just begun. Konoha Hospital, 4 days later. Naruto had just awakened, victorious but in immense pain. As he tried to move, a quiet voice said, "I wouldn't do that if I were you." He looked to see his teacher, Itaki. Naruto nodded slowly, grimacing, and pressed the nurse's call button. He noticed his mother and girlfriend sleeping in chairs, and Suzuki asleep on the floor, drooling. Turning to Itake to ask what happened, he coughed as he tried to speak, waking his mother, Yakumo, and Suzuki. Tsunade's perspective. Tsunade was reviewing Naruto's injuries when his room alert sounded. Entering with Shizune, she found Kushina and Yakumo sobbing and clinging to Naruto, while the Uchiha brothers stood watching. She whispered to Shizune, "Shizune, go get Minato and be quick about it." Shizune nodded and shunshined away. Clearing her throat to announce her presence, Tsunade smiled at her now-awake godson. "Well, Naruto, you gave us quite a scare," she said, grabbing his chart. "I'll be brief since I know you have things to catch up on." Naruto nodded, and the room quieted. "Naruto, your injuries upon arrival were severe, fractures in both arms and legs, 4 broken ribs, a concussion, and several cuts. Luckily for you, your godmother is the world's best medic," she smirked, hoping for a smile from her estranged godson, but it didn't work. "Anyway, I healed the bones and cuts, though you'll be sore for a few weeks at least. Now, onto the most serious injury, you nearly depleted your entire chakra. Normally, this would be serious due to the risk of death, but for you, it's much more severe," she said, causing everyone to frown. "Naruto, you've been overusing chakra frequently. As a result, it's starting to overload your chakra system. I hate to say this, but if you continue to overuse your chakra like this, you could lose your ability to form chakra, or even die. It'll take some time for your chakra system to recover, no more than a couple of weeks. But Naruto, be careful from now on," she said sincerely before leaving. Naruto had little time to reflect before his father flashed into the room with Jiraiya. "Naruto, how are you feeling?" Minato asked immediately. Naruto gave a thumbs up, but Jiraiya frowned behind him. Sitting up, Naruto grew serious. "Dad, Menma and Narumi are gone," he said, causing everyone to look down and Jiraiya to clench his fists. "I know, son. Some Suna or Sound ninja must have taken them during the invasion. I've sent tracking teams constantly, but they can't find a trace. I'll meet with a Suna diplomat later to discuss what happened and where we go from here," Minato said. Naruto shook his head. "Dad, they weren't taken. They left on their own after trying to kill me," Naruto revealed, astonishing everyone. "After Suzuki and I beat Gaara, I sent him back with Gaara. When I left to fight Ilil, Menma and Narumi ambushed me, going on about how they're done with the leaf and even calling themselves gods. I told them to go home, but they wouldn't listen, so I kicked their asses. That's when a man appeared from nowhere, took them, and left," Naruto explained. "And you just let him," shouted Jiraiya, visibly angry. "Jiraiya," Minato retorted, but Jiraiya ignored his student. "I seriously doubt you could beat those 2, brat. In fact, I'd bet you had a hand in them getting taken. With them gone, you'd finally get the attention you deserved, right, kid? Do you have any idea what we lost? Because of you, the entire ninja world could end. Are you happy now?" Jiraiya roared as everyone stared at him as if he were insane. Naruto simply shook his head. "I'm done with you, Jiraiya. You can hate me all you want, but I don't want your approval or attention. Get out," Naruto said quietly. Jiraiya stood still for a moment before snorting and leaving the hospital room. Shaking his head again, Naruto turned back to his father. "So, what happens now?" Naruto asked. It took Minato a moment to recover from Jiraiya's words and accusations. Resolving to deal with it later, he sighed. "Well, I've already told your teammates that all 3 of you have been promoted to Chunin, not just for your exam performance but for how you handled the invasion, which I'll detail later. In fact, your team will be honored in a ceremony after everything's rebuilt for your actions in protecting the village, so be ready for that," Minato said with a smile, which Naruto reciprocated with a nod. As Naruto smiled, he looked at his mother. Her eyes were puffy, and her hair disheveled. He knew Menma and Narumi's departure had hit her hard, so he did what he thought would help most. "Mom, Dad, I was hoping that after I get out of the hospital, maybe I could move back into the compound." The joy on his parents' faces was immense. Kushina quickly pulled him into a bear hug, and Minato joined in. All three cried as Yakumo, Suzuki, and Itaki watched with smiles. Eventually, everyone had to leave, but Naruto asked Yakumo to stay a little longer. Once everyone was gone, Naruto took Yakumo's hand. Her eyes immediately welled up, and she grabbed him, refusing to let go as she cried harder. Naruto said nothing, just held her, comforting her as best he could. When she stopped crying and released him, Naruto spoke. Yakumo, I'm sorry I keep putting you in this position. I'm sorry I keep making you worry so much, and I know how much it hurts you, but I want you to know that no matter what, I will always come back to you. No matter what happens, I'll come back to you. I love you, Yakumo, Naruto said, holding her hand tightly. Yakumo teared up again and said, I love you too, Naruto, before engulfing her boyfriend in another hug. Menma and Narumi were surrounded by the man who brought them from Konoha, 2 other men, and a woman. Audacious as he was, Menma stepped forward, ignoring the 3 others, focusing solely on their captor. I want some answers now, Menma shouted, causing 2 figures to scowl. The addressed man chuckled. Very well. Firstly, my name is Tsuranabe, and I am the leader of those you see here, he said with a smile. We don't give a shit who you are, just tell us how you plan to help us kill Naruto, Menma retorted. Tsuranabe's grin vanished for a moment before returning. Ah yes, about that. I'm afraid I've been quite dishonest with you. Unfortunately, Naruto is not yours to kill. Though I did tell the truth when I said you two would be looked upon as gods, he stated. Both Menma and Narumi scowled at Tsuranabe's words. If he's not ours to kill, then who gets to kill him? Narumi asked angrily. Tsuranabe smiled. Me, he answered, explaining further each member of the Shinigami's blade possesses a special quality making them far greater than the average warrior. My ability allows me to absorb all the strength of those I kill. To achieve my goal, I must kill Naruto when he reaches his most powerful. Once I absorb the strength of a swordsman of his caliber who has reached his full potential, no one will defy me. That's why I didn't kill him in the forest and why I must be the one to vanquish the boy. Menma crossed his arms, reluctant to abandon his goal of killing his brother, but Narumi asked a question that had been on both their minds. Why did you take us away from Konoha? Tsuranabe actually chuckled. You two are far more important than anyone could comprehend. You are both Jinchuriki, and you both hold the most powerful Biju currently alive. With your assistance, a weapon known simply as a Biju weapon will be crafted for each of you. Each weapon will contain the essence of the nine-tailed fox. Only a Biju's Jinchuriki can wield a weapon created from its essence, which is where you two come in. After your weapons are crafted, we will instruct you in the ways of the sword to make you valuable assets for the Shinigami's blade, Tsuranabe concluded. Menma's eyes widened, imagining his future power, but Narumi remained skeptical. How do you know all this? She asked, raising an eyebrow. Tsuranabe outstretched his arm, and a large black sword with a silver handle and 3 silver stripes appeared in his hand. I know because I wield the first Biju blade ever made. A blade crafted from a Biju created not by Hagoromo Otsutsuki but by his mother, Kagaya. For I am not only the holder of the first Biju weapon, but I am also the 5th Jinchuriki of the 10-tailed beast. Hokichi's office. Minato sat in his office, reading recent village reports and reflecting on the past 2 weeks. The Reikage, Tsuchikage, and their guests had left after Tsunade healed them. Little was said between Minato, Oniki, and A after their humiliating defeat by one man. Minato had informed them of what Iliel had said and who had killed the man too powerful for 3 cages. A and Oniki showed only complete shock, leaving Konoha deep in thought. Speaking of recent events, he continued to deal with the aftermath of the Suna and Oto invasion. To apologize and maintain the alliance, Suna offered to pay for reparations on a payment plan. Minato, too tired to lead an assault on Suna, agreed and sent the terms, which they quickly accepted. Sighing, Minato put a hand to his head. He kept trying to ignore the most troubling issue. Menma and Narumi were gone. Once again, his failures as a father had caught up to him. His son and daughter had left Konoha. He had sent tracking team after tracking team, but they had simply vanished. In a terrible position, the blonde Hokage had no choice but to place his own children in the bingo book. It pained his heart, as it did Kushina's, but they knew from Naruto's words that the two had chosen a side. People like Tsunade, Kakashi, Itaki, and the newly released Orochimaru understood his decision and sympathized with how difficult it must have been. His teacher, Jiraiya, on the other hand, was furious, perceiving his student as giving up on his children. The Toad Sannin had left Konoha for now to search for Menma and Narumi. Minato looked up when a knock sounded. Come in, Minato said. The door opened, and the Snake Sannin, Orochimaru, walked in. A week after the failed invasion, Minato gathered everyone in the village center and explained why Orochimaru had committed such heinous crimes against Konoha. Apparently, Orochimaru had received a mission from Hiruzen Sarutobi, while still Hokage, to investigate a group now known as the Shinigami's Blade. Unfortunately, a member of the group managed to control Orochimaru, forcing him to commit the crimes that made him Konoha's public enemy number one. After hours of explanation, the village eventually became convinced but remained suspicious of the man. Minato, Kushina sent me to tell you it's time to address Team 11, Orochimaru announced. Minato nodded, held out his arm for the Sunin to grab, and flashed to the Namikaze compound. Namikaze compound. Naruto sat on the couch with Yakumo beside him and Suzuki across in a chair. Kushina talked with Mikato, while Itaki and Fugaku stood silently. Kakashi was in a corner reading Ika Ika Paradise, while Tsunade and Shizen sat quietly. There wasn't much excitement until a flash appeared, revealing Minato and Orochimaru in the center of the room. "Hello everyone," Minato said with a smile before receiving a fist to the head from his wife. "Minato, how many times have I told you no hierarchy in the house?" Kushina yelled. Minato slowly got up, rubbing his head. "Point taken, Kushina. Now, let's get to why I've asked you all here. As you all know, these three remarkable ninja have reached the rank of Chunin," Minato said, gesturing towards Naruto, Yakumo, and Suzuki, who smiled. "As Chunin, your responsibilities will increase, but it will be some time before you three are allowed to take missions," the blonde announced, garnering confused looks from Naruto, Suzuki, Yakumo, Mikado, Fugaku, and Shizen. "Due to recent revelations, I feel it's best if the three of you focus on getting stronger as fast as possible. I won't sugarcoat the circumstances. There's a group of swordsmen out there, each with the power to take on every cage at once with ease. They have a twisted goal of world domination disguised as an attempt at world peace. You three have the most potential of any three ninja in Konoha history. We must ensure you reach that potential," Minato finished, leaving everyone but Naruto in shock. "As of now, each of you will receive your own teachers who will focus solely on making you as strong as possible," Minato said before motioning towards Itaki, who stepped forward. "Suzuki, I will teach you and help you master different styles of ninjutsu, taijutsu, kenjutsu, and the Sharingan," Itaka said, making Suzuki's eyes widen at the thought of becoming a swordsman like his teammate and best friend. "I've asked for assistance from Orochimaru, who will help with ninjutsu and kenjutsu. I'm skilled in kenjutsu from my time in Umbu, but Orochimaru is better," Itaka said as Orochimaru walked to stand beside him. "I look forward to teaching you kenjutsu. It's truly lucky that Iliel still had the Kusanagi on him when he died," Orochimaru noted. Suzuki nodded at the information, while Mikato felt uneasy about the snake Sunin, and Fugaku eyed him suspiciously. Kushina stepped forward after Itaki and Orochimaru finished. "Yakumo, your genjutsu are some of the most potent and lethal I've witnessed. You'll continue training your genjutsu skills, but in the meantime, you'll master your taijutsu style, build up your reserves, and then we'll build an arsenal of ninjutsu to go along with your other skills. Not to mention, I'll also teach you how to wield a weapon. All we have to do is find which one fits you best. And finally, I'll make you a master of Fuinjutsu, or my name isn't Kushina Uzumaki," she said with a smile. "Oh, I almost forgot. You can come out now," Kushina yelled towards the kitchen. A woman with blue hair wearing a black kimono walked out of the kitchen. As she entered, Naruto's jaw dropped. It was as if he was seeing his master again. As he stared, he noticed a small, subtle shake of her head, signifying their conversation would have to wait. The blue-haired woman finally stood next to Kushina. "Greetings, my name is Konan. I am formerly of AIM and also happen to be the one who brought you to the shelter during the invasion. Despite having my own personal reasons for being here, I have spoken with Kushina and agreed to assist in teaching you. You are a genjutsu specialist, which means you require a fair amount of concentration to cast them. I know multiple jutsu that can give you time to cast your genjutsu, some of which include my own personal paper jutsu," Konan said without emotion. Yakumo, however, had stars in her eyes but maintained composure to avoid squealing. Finally, Minato stepped forward. "Naruto, when I trained you for the Chunin exams, I saw someone in you who would surpass me. We will train together and grow stronger together. You will learn the art of Fuinjutsu, improve your taijutsu, and enhance your ninjutsu. You will also learn the move that made me famous. I will teach you the Hiraishin, and together we'll take down this Shinigami's blade," Minato said with a confident smile, which his son reciprocated. Suzuki quickly stood up, unable to contain his anticipation. "When do we begin?" he practically shouted, causing everyone to chuckle. "For you and Yakumo, immediately. Unfortunately for Naruto, he has a few more days until he can begin training," Minato said, with Tsunade nodding, happy that for once a ninja was taking her advice about resting. "However, maybe if he's feeling better, we can start a little early," the blonde Hokage said, causing a tick mark to develop on Tsunade's head. Clenching her fist, the medic jumped after her leader. "You just couldn't leave well enough alone, could you, you stupid blonde brat?" Minato had just announced the instructor change to Naruto, Suzuki, and Yakumo. Now, Yakumo faced her teachers, while Naruto observed nearby. The brunette had spent nearly an hour trying various weapons, from swords to spears. Both Yakumo and Kushina were frustrated that nothing felt right, but Konan watched thoughtfully as Yakumo tried a bow staff. "Ugh, it just doesn't feel right," Yakumo exclaimed, causing Kushina to frown and Konan to step forward. Yakumo, spread out your arms, Konan instructed. Yakumo quickly complied. After a moment, Konan revealed a seal on her arm. Closing her eyes, the blue-haired woman channeled chakra into the seal, resulting in a puff of smoke. When it cleared, Konan held a long, elegant scythe. Its sharp, silver blade gleamed in the sun, curving sharply at the end. Roses with thorns were engraved along the blade. The black handle was about 5 feet long, with the blade roughly half that length. Konan offered the scythe to Yakumo, who carefully took it. After a few swings, first with both hands, then with one, Yakumo looked at Konan and quietly said, "It feels right." Konan nodded. "Yakumo, that scythe was given to me as a child," Konan explained, confusing everyone, including Naruto, who had joined them to examine the weapon. "When I was young, a man came to aim. My sister and I noticed his impressive sword," Konan said, glancing at Naruto before continuing. "Our family was poor, so we saw an opportunity to make money by stealing and selling it. We waited for him at a dango stand. I created a distraction by spilling my drink on him while my sister took the sword. After she had it, I ran and met her near our home. We thought we were safe, but the man suddenly appeared. I expected punishment, but instead, he just asked for our names and if we liked the sword," she reminisced. Flashback. Konan eyed the man suspiciously while her sister clutched the sword. "Well, do you like the sword?" the man asked with a smile. Konan's sister nodded quickly, but Konan was unimpressed. "I don't like swords," she stated, making the man chuckle. "Well then, perhaps I can fix that," he said, holding out his hand. A large scythe with a flower design appeared from thin air. "Perhaps this is more to your liking," he offered, extending the weapon to Konan. The blue-haired girl was captivated. Taking the weapon, it felt natural despite being larger than her. The man continued smiling. "It'll take some growing into, but it will serve you well," he said before looking at Konan's sister. "You, on the other hand, seem to respond to that sword the same way I did long ago," he mused. "Could you take me to your parents? There's something I must speak with them about," the man asked. Konan simply nodded, sensing no ill intent. Konan's family's house 2 hours later. Konan sat holding her side while her sister continued examining the man's sword in their room. They looked up as the man and their parents entered. Flashback end. "The man who gave me that scythe took my sister as an apprentice that day, and I didn't see her again for years. I kept the scythe but never felt the need to use it," Konan said, looking at the ground. "What was your sister's name?" Naruto asked, causing Konan to look at him. "You already know her name, Naruto." "Sira, the swordsman before you, your teacher, and my sister," she said with a sad smile. She was surprised when Naruto hugged her, as if he understood her pain over Sira's death. It was comforting to know she wasn't alone. Uchiha Estate. Sasuke stood in his backyard, closely watching the snake Sunin. "I understand your suspicions, but I assure you my goal is not to hurt you, but to help you reach your full potential," Orochimaru said, looking directly at Sasuke. The Uchiha had been present when the Hokage announced the circumstances surrounding Orochimaru but remained guarded. Nodding reluctantly, Sasuke crossed his arms, awaiting his brother. When Itachi returned, the yard was silent. Walking slowly towards Sasuke, Itachi held a long metal spear. Its black handle bore the red and white Uchiha clan symbol. A large silver blade was on each end. It was simple yet elegant, and particularly to Sasuke's liking. The idea of wielding it in combat and defeating Naruto nearly made him rush Itachi to claim the weapon. Luckily, Sasuke controlled himself until Itachi spoke. "Sasuke, this weapon possesses great, unrealized power. Our clan doesn't typically use weapons, especially spears, but something tells me you will do it justice," Itachi said, handing the double-blade spear to his younger brother. Taking it gently, Sasuke examined the weapon before looking back at his brother. "Why didn't you or anyone else in the clan take it?" Sasuke asked. Itachi frowned. "Sasuke, I'll be blunt. Over the years, our clan has become arrogant and too comfortable with the idea that the Sharingan wins every battle. To others, the Sharingan is their weapon. I tell you now, the Sharingan is simply a tool to assist you in becoming a great ninja. Use your Sharingan to enhance your heightened abilities. Don't rely on it as your primary weapon, for there will be a day when the Sharingan becomes useless," Itachi said, looking at the sky. "Sasuke, you will end this cycle of Uchiha arrogance and pride. With this weapon, you will show our clan that the Sharingan isn't the only means of victory. The Uchiha's fate rests in your hands, brother," Itachi said, looking down at his wide-eyed, shocked brother. After regaining his composure, Sasuke simply nodded, unable to speak. "Now, Sasuke, we have a long way to go. What do you say to starting right now?" Itachi asked. Sasuke responded by raising his spear and smirking. Itachi and Orochimaru both smiled. "To use your spear to its fullest, we will teach you both Bajutsu and Kenjutsu. Prepare to work harder than you have in your entire life, Sasuke," Itachi warned. Sasuke nodded. 4 days later, Hokage's office. Minato sat in his office, nursing a migraine from a recently concluded council meeting. The council was eager to act against Suna, but Minato reminded them that Suna was making reparations per a written agreement between the two nations. He also reminded them that both Suna and Sound were following their cage's orders, a key shinobi quality. That's when Elder Danzo made his move. The old man argued that if Minato couldn't protect the village from one man, how could he lead them against an entire enemy village? Before Minato could respond, Shikaka Nara asked the council if anyone in Konoha was stronger than Minato, quickly silencing Danzo's supporters. The blonde Cage rubbed his head. He felt like he'd aged 40 years in the past few weeks. Looking at Hiruzen Sarutobi's picture, he wondered how the old man had done it for so long. Another of Danzo's points was that Minato had allowed the village's Jinchuriki to be taken, an accusation that caused Minato to momentarily lose his cool and grab the old man by the throat, explaining they were his children and he was doing everything possible to get them back. Looking at the ceiling, Minato thought of Kushina. He knew she'd taken it harder than anyone but hit it by working heavily with Yakumo. He continued pondering his situation until a knock interrupted his thoughts. Sitting up, he announced, "Come in." Naruto entered, noticing the room's disarray. His father had his hands full lately, that was certain. Approaching his father's desk, Naruto relaxed. "Hey Dad, I was wondering if you were ready to start our training," Naruto asked, a glint of hope in his eyes. Minato smiled and nodded, then stood and grabbed his son's shoulder. Before Naruto could react, they flashed out of the room. Namikaze compound backyard. The two blondes flashed into the compound's backyard. Naruto initially didn't react but eventually took a few wobbly steps forward. Minato chuckled. "You better get used to the effects if you plan on using it in battle, son," Minato said with a grin. Naruto let out a small growl of annoyance as he found his footing. "So, I suppose we should make a schedule for when we can train together," Minato suggested, making Naruto look up quickly. "Oh yeah, I almost forgot," Naruto exclaimed before biting his thumb and performing a series of quick hand signs. Moments later, a wave of mist rolled through the yard as a serpent rose from it. The serpent was about twice Minato's size and very intimidating. "Levios, concealing your size, I see," Naruto said, causing Minato to look at his son in confusion, wondering how he knew the serpent. The serpent turned to Naruto and seemed to smile at the blonde boy. "Yes, Naruto, I do believe revealing my true size would cause quite a panic throughout the village," the serpent said. "I heard you called my father to fight a Biju instead of me. While I understand your reasoning, I would have hoped you trusted me more," Levios continued, causing Naruto to quickly speak up. "Levios, I'm sorry I didn't call you then, but that's why I wanted you here today. Starting today, I will begin a long training session with my father, and I want to include training between the two of us. In 2 years, we'll be the best partners there ever were," Naruto said with a smile that slowly but steadily spread to Levios as well. After their short conversation, they both turned to Minato. "Dad, I know you have your Hokage duties and can't train me every day, so Levios and I can train on the days you can't. Sound fair?" Naruto asked. Minato nodded with a smile. After the agreement, Naruto introduced Levios to Minato, and the three began to create a training schedule. Together, Naruto, Minato, and Levios would grow stronger than ever before. Unknown location. Menma and Narumi knelt, panting heavily. When they finally stood, Tsuranabe stood before them. "You two have proven your dedication. As I promised, here are your Biju weapons, the catalysts of your glory," Tsuranabe said, gesturing to an altar behind him. Menma and Narumi slowly approached the altar, their eyes widening. On it were two large, curved blades. One's blade was completely red, the other completely black. Both handles were silver, surrounded by 9 small tails. The most distinct feature was the large amount of red chakras surrounding each blade. The Uzumaki children looked at each other before reaching for the swords. Menma took the black sword, while Narumi took the red. "Welcome to the Shinigami's blade," Tsuranabe spoke, causing the two to turn around. "Sashira, come," Tsuranabe called out. A second later, a white-haired woman with a single long braid appeared beside him. "What do you need, my master?" she asked. "Take these two to their rooms. Tomorrow they begin their training," Tsuranabe ordered. Once the three had left, Tsuranabe began to chuckle. His chuckle eventually turned into loud laughter. "Soon, my goal will be complete. I will be this world's savior whether it wants me or not. The world wants peace, then I will bring them peace." "Peace by submission," Tsuranabe said before laughing again. Namikaze compound. Naruto was in his room, preparing to meditate and thinking about his past 6 months of training. It had been difficult, and his father was not an easy teacher, but the results were more than worth it. He had become stronger, faster, and smarter. He had started sealing and found a natural talent for it, even beginning to learn the Hiraishin. He split his time between his father and the serpents. With his father, he focused on taijutsu and sealing. With the serpents, he focused on ninjutsu, mostly water and lightning jutsu. He practiced his swordsmanship and created new moves on his own. At the moment, he was trying to calm his mind, hoping it would aid his training. Closing his eyes, Naruto began to meditate. Naruto's mindscape. Naruto sat in nothingness, surrounded by light, simply staring forward. "How's my favorite little apprentice?" said his master's voice before materializing beside him. For a while, Naruto didn't respond, continuing to look ahead. "Sira, why did you choose me?" Naruto asked, breaking his silence. Sira looked at the blonde with a raised eyebrow. "Of all the people in the elemental nations, you chose a kid running away from home. Why?" he asked, now looking at his blue-haired teacher for an answer. Sira looked into his eyes as if searching for something before replying. "Would you believe me if I said you were a convenient pick at the time?" she asked with a smile, receiving a deadpan look from her apprentice. Sira sighed. "Naruto, when I saw you, I saw pain. I saw someone who needed a purpose. I also saw strength and courage. You witnessed me kill bandits right in front of you, and your reaction wasn't to scream or throw up. You asked me to train you. That's when I saw why you wanted to be stronger, why you wanted me to train you. You wanted the power to control your own destiny and show that you could be great too. A dream I knew all too well," she said, placing her hand on Naruto's shoulder. "I saw good in your heart and the potential to be great, Naruto. So far, you haven't let me down," Sira said with a proud smile before looking forward. "Your journey will be hard and filled with adversity. You face warriors of unimaginable strength who want nothing more than to see this world at their fingertips," Sira said, turning back to her student. "For all their strength, the cages will not win this. It will be up to you, Naruto. You are too young to have such a burden on your shoulders, but I wouldn't have marked you as my successor if I thought you couldn't handle it," she said with a small smile. Naruto smiled back. Both smiling, they stood up and faced each other. "So, are you ready to become a legendary swordsman?" Sira asked, gaining a nod from Naruto in return. Sira whistled loudly, and 9 other swordsmen, the same ones Naruto saw during his legacy slash, appeared next to Sira. "You've got 10 of the greatest swordsmen in history at your disposal, Naruto. It's time to add you into the mix," Sira said as all 10 swordsmen summoned their blades and entered battle stances. Naruto smiled widely before stretching out his arm and summoning his sword. Holding his blade tightly, Naruto rushed at the 10 swordsmen. Yakumo's house. Yakumo was in her backyard, practicing with her scythe, when her parents, Murakumo and Yuroko, came out. Yakumo's mother looked at the ground, while her father stood with crossed arms, looking angrily at his daughter. "Yakumo, what do you think you're doing?" he asked. Yakumo stopped swinging her scythe and rested it on her shoulder, similar to how Naruto rested his sword. "I'm practicing, Dad. Kushina-sensei and Konan-sensei told me to practice with my scythe every day," she said before resuming her exercises. Apparently, Yakumo's answer didn't satisfy her father. "Yakumo, you should be practicing your genjutsu, not wasting your time with weapons," he said, which caused Yakumo to shake her head. "I've been keeping up with my genjutsu, but it would be better for me to be more well-rounded. Kushina-sensei and Konan-sensei have been teaching me ninjutsu as well," Yakumo answered, surprising her parents. "Yakumo, our clan has always been genjutsu specialists. We don't use ninjutsu, much less regular weapons," Yakumo's father argued. Yakumo sighed. "Dad, it's that attitude that has kept the Kurama clan from being recognized as a prominent clan of Konoha. We are one of the most skilled clans at genjutsu, but we don't focus on anything else. Look at the Uchiha. They can make genjutsu on par with ours due to the Sharingan but also focus on ninjutsu and taijutsu. Focusing solely on one area can get you killed out there, and I don't plan on dying anytime soon. I'm going to Naruto's house. Maybe Kushina-sensei will teach me some ninjutsu," she said, walking past her parents. Yakumo's father frowned, while her mother had a small smile. Murakumo sighed, hand on his head. "Maybe I'm being too hard on her. I don't want her in danger. I hoped she'd use her genjutsu at the T&I department, safe in the village. I only want her to be safe." He looked at the ground. Yuroko lifted his face to meet hers. "Murakumo, your only crime is being a caring father. I know you want her safe, but you have to let her follow her own path. Besides, from what I understand, she's in good company. Her teacher is the strongest kunoichi in the village, she's personal friends with the Uchiha heir, and not to mention she's dating the boy who defeated a man that nearly killed 3 cages. I think she'll be okay," Yuroko said with a gentle smile. Her husband nodded at her wisdom before looking up quickly. "Dating? When did this happen? Where is he?" Murakumo asked in rapid succession. Yuroko chuckled at his fatherly response. "Uchiha Estate." Suzuki rushed at Orochimaru, one blade of his spear engulfed in flames, the other covered in electricity. Making a quick jab, Suzuki jumped backward after Orochimaru's Kusanagi blocked the attack. Throwing his spear into the air, Suzuki performed a few quick hand signs before shouting, "Lightning rain." Large sparks of electricity rained down from the spear towards Orochimaru. The Snake Sunin barely avoided the strikes by continuously jumping back, as the sparks had locked onto his chakra signature. When the lightning stopped, he looked up to see Sasuke in midair, holding his spear, preparing to throw it. As Sasuke launched his weapon, the spear was engulfed in flames, flying at Orochimaru. Recognizing the danger, the Sannin quickly used the substitution jutsu with a log, which was subsequently impaled and erupted in flames. Sasuke landed quickly and grabbed his spear just in time to dodge Orochimaru. The man stood across from Sasuke, smiling, before looking at Itachi, who watched from a distance. "Itachi, I believe both of you would benefit if you stepped in," the Sannin said before backing away. Without a word, Itachi entered the battle area and assumed the Uchiha interceptor stance. Sasuke stabbed his spear into the ground and mirrored his brother's stance. Both activated their 3 Tomo Sharingan before rushing at each other. Sasuke attacked quickly, avoiding his brother's strikes. Dodging a right hook by jumping sideways, Sasuke immediately launched a left-handed punch at his brother's face, only to hit air. Landing on one foot, Sasuke quickly did a backflip, avoiding a kick to the back, and launched 2 kunao at his attacker while still mid-flip. Itachi jumped to the side to dodge the kunao while Sasuke flipped away until he gained some distance. When Sasuke reached an appropriate distance, he shouted Phoenix Sage Fire Technique and launched a series of fireballs at his brother. Itachi dodged each fireball before his instincts flared, making him jump up. "Electromagnetic field," shouted Sasuke, causing the field to pulse electricity, covering the entire training ground. Even Orochimaru had jumped into a nearby tree. Itachi smirked. His brother had come far in his training. When the lightning jutsu ended, Itachi launched himself at Sasuke from a tree he had landed in. Sasuke was too tired to avoid Itachi as the eldest Uchiha landed in front of him with a kunao at his throat. "You did well, Sasuke. Pretty soon, I wouldn't be surprised if you beat me," Itachi said with a smile. His smile faded when Sasuke looked up at him with a smile of his own. "Who said this fight was over?" asked Sasuke before exploding into a black tar that covered Itachi, blinding him and constricting his movements. He had been caught in his younger brother's genjutsu. By the time Itachi broke the genjutsu, Sasuke was behind him with a kunao digging into the back of his neck. "Looks like I win, Itachi," said Sasuke with a smirk. Itachi chuckled. "You've definitely improved, Sasuke," Itachi said before bursting into an explosion of black crow feathers. "But you've still got a ways to go," Itachi said, now behind his younger brother with a kunao at his throat. Private Hokage Training Ground. Naruto and Minato were currently punching and kicking each other so quickly that a Chunin would be hard-pressed to see their attacks. The constant attacks ended when both blondes landed a punch to one another's jaw, knocking each other backward. Minato pulled out 2 3-pronged kunao with a smirk while Naruto smirked right back at him. Concentrating his chakra, Naruto raised both of his arms, pulling water from the air around him until it formed a large wave behind him. Placing his hand into the wave, Naruto released a fair amount of lightning chakra which spread quickly throughout the wave. "Voltage wave," Naruto shouted before sending the wave speeding at his father. As the wave came closer, it began to pick up speed. Making a split decision, Minato threw one of his 3-pronged kunao up and flashed to it while looking at the result of the jutsu. His loss of focus proved costly as he barely noticed a kunao fly right by him. In an instant, his son flashed behind him and launched a chakra-enhanced punch to the man's back, knocking him into the ground. When Naruto landed, he waited for the dust from the impact to clear before noticing a log in place of what should have been his father. Quickly jumping backward, he avoided a punch from his father. As the two looked at each other, they both had the same thought: it was time to finish this. At the same time, both blondes outstretched their arms. Both formed a regular Rasengan and rushed at one another. When they were close enough, their Rasengans collided. Each pushed their Rasengan with all their might, but in the end, the Hokage won as his Rasengan overpowered his son's and knocked him to the ground. Crossing his arms and smiling, Minato watched as his son slowly got up. "Wow, Naruto, you've really improved. You've come so far in using the Hiraishin and in your Taijutsu. It's good that you're learning not to rely on your sword. I'm proud of you, son," Minato said, which brought a smile from Naruto. "Thanks, Dad. I've still got a while before the Hiraishin is battle ready, but it's going better than I expected. I've also been working on my ceiling, but I think I'll keep that a surprise," he said, getting a nod from his father. "Well, I gotta go meet up with Levios, so I'll be back soon. Tell Mom and Yakumo I said bye," he said. Minato nodded. "I will, son, give Levios my regards," Minato said before Naruto eventually disappeared into a wave of mist, signifying that he had left for the realm of the serpents. Namikaze Compound. Yakumo attacked Kushina with her scythe, clashing against her red-headed teacher's sword. The two battled back and forth with their weapons before Yakumo forced Kushina backward with a large swipe of her scythe. Taking the opportunity of having her distance, Yakumo began to spin her scythe quickly before dashing at her teacher. Still spinning her weapon, Yakumo forced Kushina to stay on guard as she had to block every rapid slash from the scythe. When Yakumo's blade finally stopped spinning, Kushina lunged at her student, aiming for a non-vital area. At the moment of impact, Yakumo collapsed into hundreds of pieces of paper scattered throughout the backyard. Looking around, Kushina tried to sense her student, but her sensor abilities never got the chance to activate as Yakumo appeared from a piece of paper behind the redhead. Without hesitation, the brunette swung her scythe, only for it to be blocked by one of Kushina's chakra chains. Multiple others began to form afterward and wrapped the girl up to a point where she could no longer move. Kushina had won. When Yakumo was let out of her confinement, she stood up and faced her teacher. Kushina looked at Yakumo for a moment before commenting on her progress. I see that you have been working on your ceiling and paper ninjutsu. I must say that I'm impressed, and if Konan were here today, then she would be as well, Kushina said, making Yakumo smile. But, you are too impatient. Instead of attacking so quickly when you were hidden in the paper, you should have waited for the right moment to strike. Don't get too down about it, because I was just like you when I was your age. Just be aware that there is a time and a place for everything, she advised, which gained a nod from Yakumo. Where is Konan-sensei? Asked Yakumo. Kushina sighed. Konan is over in Kiri assessing the situation there. The civil war is starting to cause problems for the elemental nations, and if we're going to beat the Shinigami's blade, then it will take all of the ninja villages. Konan is checking how the rebels are faring and will report on what they need us to do, she said, to which Yakumo nodded in understanding. Once Kushina returned inside, Yakumo sat on the ground resting. She had come a long way since becoming a genin, not just as a ninja but as a person. She and Naruto were going steady, and their relationship was as strong as ever, though she had not told her parents about him yet, definitely on her to-do list. Ever since the invasion, she and Naruto had become more affectionate toward each other. Not too affectionate, seeing as they were too young to go too far, but the two had regular make-out sessions when the opportunity arose. As time had passed, she had started to see Kushina as a second mother, which would become a reality in the years to come if she had anything to do about it. Just like Mai Terumi's Guide to Lasting Relationships said, when you find your man, make sure to make him yours. On more than one occasion, Yakumo had to scare away some harpy trying to get their claws on her man. Let's just say that each attempt resulted in about a month of gruesome nightmares for each girl who went after her Naruto. Sighing happily, she felt truly content with her life right now. She was regarded as one of the most fearsome genjutsu users in all of Konoha. Soon, she would make herself known as one of the best weapon users in Konoha, and her ceiling and ninjutsu were increasing at a fast pace. On top of all that, she was in love. Things were perfect for her right now. Realm of the Serpents. Naruto sat in front of Levios, who was at his full size. Naruto, it is about time that we learn to truly work in tandem. I have taught you a few jutsu, but we have yet to train in combining our abilities. It is imperative that we train in our teamwork if we are ever to form into one, Levios said. Naruto nodded at Levios' conclusion. I look forward to it, Levios. I'm actually pretty excited about it as well. I'm ready to work towards becoming a worthy partner for you, Naruto said with a smile, which spread to Levios. Well then, my friend, let's begin, said the serpent. Unknown location. Tsuranabe watched as the two holders of the Kyubi Baijuyu weapons battled against the third swordsman, Karasala, and the fifth swordsman, Kuro, of the Shinigami's blade. Sitting next to him was the second swordsman, Sashura, who watched in silence. They are progressing quickly, Sashura said, turning to Tsuranabe. Tsuranabe nodded at her comment. Hatred can be an excellent form of motivation. They hate their brother and those who didn't treat them with the respect they felt that they deserved. Soon, they will be useful assets to us, and our goal of peace will be that much closer within our grasp, he said. Sashura nodded. What about their brother? He was strong enough to kill Iliel alone. I can only assume that he will get stronger, and if he is from the same line as Sira, then he will provide a serious obstacle for us in the future. Why not kill him now? Sashura asked, which gained a chuckle from Tsuranabe. Because, Sashura, so long as a swordsman like Sira and Naruto exists, then our plan will be in danger of falling through. The line of swordsmen that Sira and Naruto belong to is unique, to say the least. Once I end that line, no one will be a threat to us. But it must be when Naruto has reached his full potential, otherwise, another may rise up to challenge us. That is why I will wait, Tsuranabe stated. What about their special abilities? Each of us has special abilities, so where does that leave them? Sashura asked. They are Jinchuriki. Their ability is to completely harness the power of a nine-tailed Baijuyu. At the moment, they don't need a special ability. You are thinking too hard on this, Sashura. I assure you that I have already thought of the benefits and consequences regarding Menma and Narumi joining us. Their introduction into our organization will only further our plan, the swordsman said. Mount Mayaboku. Jiraiya sat with Ma, Pa, and the Toad Sage. He was exhausted. His search for his beloved godchildren had not been going well. It was as if they had vanished from the face of the earth. The entire situation infuriated him. The only thing that infuriated him more was that he seemed to be the only one who cared about Menma and Narumi anymore. Minato and Kushina were so hung up on Naruto that they had practically given up on their other children. Naruto. That's where the problems all seemed to stem from. Ever since that disgrace had returned, everything had gone to hell. The boy had turned everyone against the children of prophecy and may have started the destruction of the ninja world. The Toad Sunin was tempted to shove a raisin right into the boy's gut for the good of everyone else, but doing so would inevitably lead to his death at the hands of his student. So, Jiraiya boy, have you found Menma and Narumi? Pa asked, to which Jiraiya shook his head. No, and I'm running out of places to look. I can't find any trace of them, and I'm running out of ideas. I fear that Minato and Kushina just don't care anymore. I need to find them, Pa, if something has happened to them, Jiraiya said, not finishing the sentence as tears began to flow from his eyes, causing the toads to look down. They knew that Jiraiya was a tough man, so to see him in so much pain both hurt and angered them. And the worst part is that the one who caused this is getting all of the attention from Minato and Kushina. It's unbelievable. He's ruined everything. For all I know, he may have caused the destruction of the ninja world. The little brat probably did it on purpose out of spite because his siblings are the children of prophecy. Then the pathetic piece of shit had the gall to say that Menma and Narumi defected on their own. I almost shoved a raisin into him right then and there, Jiraiya said with his fists clenched hard. The toads looked at each other, then at Jiraiya, with worried expressions. Jiraiya, calm down, said the toad sage. Tell us what happened from the beginning, the toad sage said. Jiraiya nodded and told them everything from when he told Minato and Kushina about the prophecy to Naruto's return to Konoha. By the end of his story, all three toads were shaking in anger. You idiot, shouted Ma. We told you that prophecy in hopes that you would supervise and assist the children of prophecy, not cause the neglect of a child, she yelled out. Pa shook his head at the man. The toad sage, however, looked at Jiraiya in thought. Jiraiya, you said the boy used a sword, the toad sage asked, to which Jiraiya nodded. Yeah, according to Minato and Itachi, the brat is pretty good with it too. Apparently, it increases his strength at night or something like that, Jiraiya said. Anything else that's significant that we should know about the boy, the toad sage asked. Jiraiya crossed his arms in thought before looking up at the toad. Minato told me that he found out that Naruto had a summoning contract with something. I think he called them serpents, Jiraiya said, shrugging. When he looked back up at the toads, he noticed that each of them were pale and their mouths had dropped. Are you sure, Jiraiya? Are you absolutely sure? Asked Pa. Jiraiya nodded at the question. Yeah, he told me serpents. Why, what's the big deal? Jiraiya asked. The toad sage shook uncontrollably. The serpents were one of the three most feared creatures that ever existed. I believed that they were gone. Their power is virtually unmatched. Jiraiya, this boy you speak of is no ordinary boy. The fact that the serpents have accepted him has confirmed my suspicions. Naruto has great power within him. I fear that you have made a critical mistake, one that you must fix on your own. As for your godchildren, do not give up hope, but do not become blinded by your goal, the toad sage advised. Jiraiya nodded and left without a word, heavily in thought. It had been 10 months since the members of Team 11 had begun their individual training. Each of their teachers had decided that it was time to get them reacclimated with one another in a spar. Naruto stood with his sword resting on his shoulder as he looked at his friend Sasuke, wielding a spear, and his girlfriend Yakumo, wielding a large scythe. Grinning, Naruto removed his blade from his shoulder and got into a battle stance. We don't have to go this far, you know. We could just go at each other with jutsu and fists. It might be more fair that way, Naruto said smiling. Sasuke frowned and Yakumo rolled her eyes. Naruto, we need to see where we stand in terms of using our weapons. Besides, if we were using ninjutsu, I'd kick your ass all the way to Kumo. I want us all to go all out. It's the only way to test how far we've come, Sasuke said with his usual confident smirk. Yakumo and Naruto both smiled at their friend's answer. It was good to be back with one another. The Uchiha ran at his blonde friend as the ends of his spear lit up in fire and crackled with electricity. Jabbing at him with high-speed strikes, Naruto swiped each attack away with his sword. He was so focused on his fight with Sasuke that he almost didn't realize Yakumo in the air, swinging her large scythe at him. Almost. Naruto deflected another attack from Sasuke and raised his sword to block Yakumo's strike. Yakumo stayed suspended in air while trying to put more pressure on her boyfriend's sword. Naruto shook his head and swung his fist into Yakumo's gut, only for her entire being to collapse into sheets of paper. He didn't have time to wonder about what just happened as Sasuke quickly appeared behind him with his spear. Just as Sasuke jabbed forward once again, his fellow ninja was replaced with a log, which frustrated Sasuke. After pulling back his spear, he couldn't seem to find Naruto with his eyes. Smirking, Sasuke threw his spear into the air and shouted lightning rain, sending lightning bolts to a nearby tree as they tracked the blonde's chakra. Naruto cursed seeing the attack and its ability. Jumping from the tree, Naruto turned in midair and yelled out hammer slash as his sword strike got rid of the lightning chasing him. When Naruto landed, both of his legs were held down, keeping him from moving. Looking down, he saw two arms that had risen from pieces of paper that now held him. Seeing an opportunity, Sasuke threw his spear, which was beginning to become engulfed in flames, at Naruto. Noticing the predicament he was in, Naruto held his sword and made a heavy slash that actually knocked Sasuke's spear. Seeing that Yakumo was still holding onto him, Naruto made a hand sign with one hand. Voltage Vortex, Naruto said as a spiral of lightning surrounded him, shocking anything and everything within close proximity. The jutsu worked as Yakumo let go and disappeared back into the paper. I've gotta say I'm impressed with the paper ninjutsu and the way that you are using it, Yakumo, Naruto said, looking around, searching for the brunette. But you'll need a little more if you plan to take me down, Naruto said, which got a chuckle that seemed to come from everywhere in the area. Oh, Naruto, you know better than anyone, ninjutsu isn't even close to my best asset. Base of Shinigami's blade. Tsuranabe sat in his chair as Karasala, the third swordsman, entered his office. Thank you for coming, Karasala, Tsuranabe said, and the man nodded. Karasala was of average height and weight, with brown hair and a large scar from his right temple to his mouth. Aside from the scar, his appearance was unremarkable. He wore a white sleeveless shirt, white pants, red armguards, and large red boots. Despite his ordinary look, he was among the world's most dangerous swordsmen due to both his skill and his unique ability, completely changing the density of anything his sword struck. He could render a weapon as harmless as a silk blanket or destroy a body with a single cut, making a limb uselessly weak or impossibly heavy. This ability solidified his reputation as one of the world's most dangerous swordsmen. Sashira said you wanted to see me, Karasala stated. Tsuranabe nodded and rose from his chair. Yes, I have a new mission for you. Iliel's mission in Konoha was to kill each Kage and destabilize the ninja villages. He failed and died. Now, his attempt at chaos has backfired, as the villages are allying against us, all because Iliel couldn't keep his mouth shut. Tsuranabe clenched his fists slightly before relaxing with a small breath. I've discovered Konoha plans to aid Kiri's rebellion to remove Yagura and bring stability to the mist. This cannot happen. Chaos must persist in Kiri until our plan is ready. You will go to Kiri and ensure Yagura is not killed. Karasala nodded in understanding. Their meeting concluded, Karasala started to leave Tsuranabe's office but paused at the door. What if the boy who killed Iliel arrives in Kiri? Karasala asked. Tsuranabe sighed. Karasala, you are a vital member of the Shinigami's blade. The Kages have grown complacent, while we grow stronger. That boy is currently our only true challenge. I prefer you don't kill him, but don't risk your life to spare his. He's my only option for absolute power right now, but I'm sure others will rise from the ninja world's ashes later. Keep him alive if you can, but kill him if you must, Tsuranabe said. Tsuranabe looked at the ground. Let us see, Naruto, if you are worth the effort I've invested. Will you fight and claim victory, or will you die and be lost to time itself? Whatever the case, I will be waiting for you, Lunar Soldier, Tsuranabe declared before laughing loudly. Hokichi's office. Minato sat in his office, surrounded by Kushina, Itachi, Konan, Orochimaru, and Tsunade. Konan, I'd like your mission report now, Minato instructed. Konan nodded and stepped forward. Honestly, Lord Hokage, it's not going as we'd hoped. The Mizuki's forces are steadily defeating the rebels. If we're to help the rebel forces, it's now or never, Konan concluded, prompting Minato to ponder. The blonde Hokage was silent for a moment before looking back at everyone in his office. We can't afford to send many of our forces with the Shinigami's blade poised to strike, but perhaps I could send a skilled team to assist the rebels in Kiri, Minato mused, then nodded. Itachi, gather your team and prepare them for a high A to S rank mission. Tsunade, find Jiraiya, the two of you will join Team 11, Kushina, Itachi, and Konan in assisting the rebels. Orochimaru, I need you here in case the Shinigami's blade or any other enemy gets ideas. Jiraiya just returned from Mount Mayaboku, but I haven't seen him, so you may have to search for a while, Tsunade. All of you except Orochimaru leave in 3 days, Minato announced, eliciting various reactions. Kushina appeared very concerned, as any mother would, and Tsunade seemed unsure about Minato's choice to send Team 11. Tsunade was also secretly worried about Jiraiya, who wasn't his most stable or logical self lately. Itachi and Konan both wore serious expressions but knew their students were capable despite their inexperience. Orochimaru simply nodded at Minato's decision. He wasn't worried about Sasuke, especially with his teammates and Itachi present. Orochimaru knew there was another reason for keeping him in the village besides defense. Even after nearly a year, Orochimaru was still not fully trusted by much of the village, so sending him on an S-rank mission could cause concern and questions about potential sabotage or betrayal. Orochimaru needed to stay to build trust in Konoha, and Minato understood that. Orochimaru, assemble the council so I can address them. Itachi, prepare your team, they leave next week, Minato commanded before dismissing everyone. As the ninja filed out, Kushina remained. Minato sighed, putting his head in his hands. Am I doing the right thing, Kushina? Minato asked his wife, who had her arms crossed. Kushina took a deep breath, considered her words, then responded, I don't know, Minato. I don't want my son in the middle of a war. I can't lose him again. But I also know we need Kiri if we're going to defeat the Shinigami's blade. I know Naruto far surpasses Chunin level, heck, I'd say he surpasses most Jonin, and that's during the day. I'll never agree with putting my son in harm's way, but he is a shinobi now, and he won't be alone in this. I trust your judgment, as I always have, she said, walking over and giving him a quick kiss before leaving. Minato nodded, and with renewed confidence, he made his way to the council room. Team 11. Naruto, Sasuke, and Yakumo sat under a tree at their training ground, reviewing their progress over the past 10 months. Yakumo, you're getting much better with your scythe and paper ninjutsu. I'm curious about that last technique, Porcupine's Prison. How did you hit me with it? Naruto asked, eliciting a wide smile from Yakumo. Kushina-sensei has been teaching me a lot about seals. One of the most recent I learned was the paralysis seal, which caught you. I'm sure you noticed the glowing circle under you when the jutsu started, Yakumo inquired, to which Naruto nodded. Well, that was the seal activating and keeping you still while I set up the genjutsu to strike you down, the brunette explained, smiling. Naruto and Sasuke both smiled, reflecting on her significant progress. What about you, Sasuke? How's your training been? Naruto asked his Uchiha teammate. Sasuke looked at both his teammates, snorted, then smirked. Let's just say what you saw in our battle doesn't even compare to how strong I've truly become. I've nearly mastered my Sharingan, and my Taijutsu is almost flawless. Not to mention I've created a multitude of jutsu, and my skill with my spear is something others would envy, Sasuke boasted, beaming, while Naruto and Yakumo rolled their eyes at his Uchiha confidence, arrogance, before chuckling. The sound of his teammates' laughter caused Sasuke to look back at Naruto and Yakumo and stand up. Mark my words, you'll see that I, Sasuke Uchiha, am the strongest Uchiha to have ever lived, Sasuke declared with a fire in his eyes, making his teammates chuckle further. Naruto eventually stopped laughing, while Yakumo continued to giggle. So does that mean you're stronger than Itachi-sensei? Naruto asked, causing Sasuke to cross his arms. Of course I am. The blood running through my veins has allowed me to far surpass my brother, Sasuke proudly stated. Immediately after this claim, Yakumo stopped giggling, but Naruto gained a smirk. I bet you wouldn't say that to his face, Naruto challenged. Sasuke rolled his eyes. I bet I would. Even he must admit that, Sasuke began, before noticing Naruto was no longer looking at him but behind his Uchiha teammate. Slowly turning, Sasuke was met with the sight of his brother, Sharingan activated. Hey Itachi, I thought you were in a meeting, Sasuke said, laughing nervously. Okay, I'm sorry I said all that. I know you are stronger than me, I was just... Sasuke tried explaining, but Itachi quickly put his hand up to stop him before smiling. Calm down, brother. I'm not angry, but I am a bit disappointed. What was the very first thing I taught you? Itachi asked. Confidence keeps you alive, overconfidence gets you killed, Sasuke responded, earning nods from Itachi and Naruto. Correct. I have high hopes for you, little brother, as I see even more potential in you than I ever had. I'm counting on you not to let arrogance be your downfall, Itachi said before looking over his whole team. Alright, Team 11, as Genin, you were regarded as Konoha's most powerful Genin team. Now, you are Chunin. With that position comes more responsibilities, some riskier than others. I've returned from the Hokage with a mission of the utmost importance. The three of you, along with Konan, Kushina, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and myself, will be going to Kiri to assist the rebels in their war against the Mizukage. This is a high A to S rank mission, and we leave in 3 days. Do any of you have questions? Itachi asked, observing his three Chunin's reactions. No one spoke or moved until Naruto raised his hand. Itachi nodded at Naruto, who then asked, is there anything specific we'll be doing when we get there? Itachi shook his head. When we arrive, our group will locate the rebel leader and get our instructions from them, Itachi answered. Noticing his team had no further questions, Itachi asked his own. Naruto, you've heard about your teammates' progress, wouldn't it be polite to share yours? Itachi asked. Naruto chuckled. My dad taught me a lot about sealing and taijutsu, I made a few ninjutsu, and I even created a couple of new seals, Naruto said, impressing his teammates but not fooling his sensei. Anything else, Naruto? Itachi pressed, to which Naruto grinned. Well, let's just say I have a new and very powerful trump card, Naruto finished. Council room. Minato sat in his chair with Orochimaru standing beside him. The rest of the council looked expectantly at their leader. Today, I decided that the situation in Kiri could no longer be ignored by Konoha. We face a giant with malicious goals. The Shinigami's blade is the largest threat to not only Konoha but every nation unless we stop it. To do so, we will need help. Iwa, Kumo, and Suna have already allied with us, leaving only Kiri, who is still in their civil war. To stop the Shinigami's blade, all shinobi nations must unite, which is why I have assigned a mission to a very special group of ninja in hopes that they can change things in Kiri, Minato said, receiving confused looks. Who, may I ask, is this special group? Inquired Shibi Abarame, the head of the Abarame clan. Minato took a deep breath before answering. I have assigned Tsunade Senju, Jiraiya, Itaki Uchiha, Konan, Kushina Uzumaki, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, Yakumo Kurama, and Suzuki Uchiha to head to Kiri and assist in any way possible, the blonde Cage said, which immediately triggered an uproar, mostly from the Kurama head. Absolutely not. You will not send my daughter there, Murakumo Kurama, head of the Kurama clan, shouted. Ever since the Chunin exam's invasion, Murakumo couldn't stop worrying about the daily dangers his daughter faced. The blonde shook his head. Listen to me, all of you. The Shinigami's blade is a threat the world has never seen. One member, only one, was able to beat 3 cages and a cage-level Jinchuriki to a pulp without a scratch. We will need all nations to unite if we are to stand a chance against them, Minato said, earning nods from some council members. Shikaku was the next council member to voice his thoughts. What do we know about the Shinigami's blade? Asked Shikaka Nara, head of the Nara clan. Minato shook his head while answering. Virtually nothing. Nothing stands out in the bingo book, no recent attacks, even Jiraiya's spy network hasn't found anything. All I know is that their goal is peace by submission, which is what the man who I and the other cages faced told me, answered Minato, causing Shikaku to put his hands together. You know, Lord Hokage, you told us the attacker known as Iliel died, which was verified by the other cages. You did not, however, tell us how he died or who killed him, said the elder, Danzo, looking at Minato with calculative eyes. Minato simply looked at Danzo and said, "You're right. I didn't," before moving on with the meeting, causing Danzo to clench his fist at the disrespect the young Cage showed. His thoughts were interrupted when a civilian council member spoke up. Is there any way we could make a deal with the Shinigami's blade? Asked the council member, to which Minato answered no before moving on and waiting for the next council member to ask a question. The question and answer process eventually concluded after an hour in session. Hayashi Hayaga, head of the Hayaga clan, asked the final question. Why are you sending 3 Chunin along? Why not replace them with Umbu or regular Jonin? Asked the Hayaga. Minato sighed. It was the question he had to be very careful in answering. I have decided on sending the former Team 11 based on their abilities and attitudes toward these types of situations. I know they will keep level heads, and I am also very much aware of how powerful each of them is. They will do fine, Minato said confidently before dismissing the council. When everyone had left, Minato sat thinking about the mission. They will do fine, Minato repeated to himself. Tsunade. Tsunade had visited a couple of bars and the village hot springs before finding her perverted teammate. He was unconscious not far from the hot springs, evidence he'd been caught peeping and received swift justice. Waking him, she helped him to a nearby bench, and they both sat down. Jiraiya, the Hokage has called on us to go to Kiri with Itaki, Kushina, Konan, and Team 11, she informed him. Jiraiya was still rubbing his head when Tsunade told him about the mission. Kiri? No, I have to keep looking for Menma and Narumi. I don't have time to go to Kiri and stop a war, the Toad Sage said, sitting upright. Tsunade shook her head. You don't have a choice. Besides, we may find some clues about Menma and Narumi's whereabouts in Kiri, Tsunade said, making Jiraiya look down in thought. Honestly, the man didn't want to go. He saw it as a waste of time and didn't want to be near the boy who caused his godchildren to be taken from Konoha, but the possibility of finding Menma and Narumi caused him to nod in agreement. I'll go under one condition, Jiraiya said, eliciting a confused look from the Slug Sunin. I want to peek at these babies, Jiraiya said, reaching for Tsunade's breasts, causing her eyebrow to twitch violently. Not a second later, Jiraiya was sent flying across Konoha. Naruto sat on the boat's edge, deep in thought as they sailed towards Kirigakur, the hidden mist village. This was a land scarred by genocide and civil war, a true hell on earth within the elemental nations. He and others were chosen to help the rebels turn the tide. His introspection was cut short when his best friend and teammate, Suzuki Uchiha, approached him. Hey Naruto, why are you up here? Suzuki asked. Naruto took a deep breath before responding, Suzuki, do you trust me? Suzuki, confused, slowly nodded. Naruto sighed. My father's been teaching me Fuinjutsu, and I've surpassed his expectations. I've even created a series of seals for when I'm outmatched in a duel. Naruto looked down, missing Suzuki's shocked expression. Naruto, what are you talking about? You're Konoha's best swordsman. You defeated someone who beat 3 Cage. Why would you think you'd be outmatched? Suzuki asked, a hint of worry in his voice. Naruto looked up and shook his head. Iliel opened my eyes. He was strong, but not even close to the strongest in the Shinigami's blade. I lied to everyone. I could gauge the power of the man who took Menma and Narumi. It was unfathomable, beyond anything I could imagine. When Dad told me about seals, I knew I'd need them to defeat that guy. That's why I learned Fuinjutsu, he confessed, leaving Suzuki stunned. He knew Naruto was too proud to admit an opponent was too much, but this man sounded far superior. The blonde shinobi snapped Sasuke out of his thoughts. Back to my sealing. I've developed a couple of seals to at least level the playing field, and I need your help with one of them, Naruto said, and Sasuke nodded. I've created a seal, the yin-yang seal, that can destroy any opponent if executed correctly. I've placed a complex seal on my hand to force out a large amount of my yin chakra. I need someone else to place a similar seal to force out their yang chakra. Once activated, we each place our hand on the opponent. My yin chakra disrupts their chakra system, injuring them, while your yang chakra destroys it, making it irreparable and killing them. Sasuke, I want you to be my partner, Naruto finished. Sasuke's head spun. What Naruto described sounded like a seal on par with the Reaper Death Seal. Its potential was unheard of, at least to him. Naruto, how in Kami's name did you make this? Never mind. But why can't you just place both seals on yourself to use both yin and yang chakra? Sasuke asked. If I did that, I'd be in worse shape than my opponent. I'd be pushing all my chakra into them. The risk of death or serious damage is too high, Naruto responded. Sasuke nodded, then asked his most important question, why are you trusting me with this? Naruto looked at Sasuke for a long moment before answering. Sasuke, this seal has the potential for great destruction. I don't want it spread around. The yin-yang seal will die with me, and if you accept, with you. It's too dangerous for the rest of the world. You're my closest friend, like a brother. I trust you with my life. I know deep down you're the only choice to share the seal with me, Naruto said seriously. Sasuke looked at him silently before nodding. Okay, Naruto. How do we do this? Naruto smiled slightly. The yin seal is on my hand, and I have the yang seal ready. I just need to place it on your hand. It won't be visible unless you use it. Also, using it will disrupt your jutsu for a few days while your body regenerates your yang chakra. Sasuke nodded, extended his hand, and Naruto bit his thumb, rubbing the blood on his shoulder in a strange sequence. A piece of paper popped into his hand, which he placed on Sasuke's. Sasuke, push your chakra into the seal now, Naruto instructed. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, a strong burning sensation erupted in Sasuke's hand, growing more intense until it abruptly stopped. When the pain subsided, Naruto removed the paper to reveal a glowing yang symbol on Sasuke's hand, which quickly vanished when Sasuke stopped pushing chakra. Suddenly, Sasuke felt dizzy and stumbled, but Naruto caught him. We done? Sasuke asked, and Naruto nodded. Alright then. Now come on, we're going down to socialize, Sasuke said, shuddering at the last word, making Naruto chuckle as they walked off together. Mizukage's office. Yagura, the Mizukage, sat in his chair, contemplating the news he just received. An elite group of Konoha ninja, including 2 Sannin and the red-hot Habanero, were en route to aid the rebels against him. Across from him, the swordsman Karasala examined his blade. Are you sure this information is credible? The Mizukage asked. Karasala nodded. It's straight from a Konoha council meeting, he said, stretching. Yagura looked down, then up. Why are you telling me this? What reward do you expect? Karasala chuckled. We don't want a reward, especially since you have nothing we value, he said, making the Mizukage frown. We simply want to keep the scales even in this little war you've gotten yourself into, Karasala grinned, causing Yagura to abruptly stand. Before Karasala could react, the small, childlike Kage pinned him against the wall. I did not start this war, and you would be wise not to insinuate such things in my presence, peasant, Yagura spat, making Karasala frown. What followed was too fast for most to see. Karasala quickly drew his sword and made a small, shallow cut on Yagura's arm. Yagura's arm immediately went limp, allowing Karasala to stand fully. You know, I don't appreciate being talked down to. My skills surpassed every Kage a long time ago, and I guarantee they haven't diminished, he said to Yagura, who was on the ground, staring at his unresponsive arm, trembling. Don't worry about your arm, I'll fix it easily enough, Karasala said, making another small cut on the arm, restoring it to its previous state. Yagura looked at the man, trembling. What did you do? The Mizukage stammered, earning a smirk from Karasala. I changed your bone density so you couldn't use it. Perhaps that will teach you who to call a peasant, Karasala said, sheathing his sword. Now, back to your question, Karasala said, getting a confused look from Yagura. Karasala sighed at the Mizukage's inability to concentrate, though it was partly his fault. Shaking his head, Karasala explained, you asked what we wanted. The only thing we want is the Hokage's son, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Do what you want with the rest, but don't even think about going after that boy. He is mine to take on, and if need be, eliminate. Karasala smirked, then quickly looked up, his gaze darting in various directions before focusing on one, and he smiled widely, almost wildly. Well, isn't that a stroke of good luck? It's time for me to go, my mission assignment just arrived in Kiri, Karasala said with a smile before vanishing, leaving a terrified Mizukage to rethink his strategy for eliminating the rebels. Kiri. The Konoha group raced along a path towards the rebel base, an hour away. Every Konoha ninja was focused on reaching their destination, except Naruto. As they disembarked in Kiri, the blonde had felt something was off. He couldn't explain it, but a gut feeling screamed at him to prepare for battle. Before Naruto could act, a massive chakra explosion erupted nearby, stopping everyone in their tracks. They assumed attack positions. The senior ninja were ready. Sasuke had his spear, Yakumo her scythe, and Naruto his sword. Naruto closed his eyes, concentrating, trying to pinpoint the chakra burst's location when it happened again, much closer this time. Naruto opened his eyes, gripping his sword, knowing what was coming. Kushina felt the enormous chakra explosions and quickly turned. Let's quicken the pace. Hurry, she urged, trying to refocus the group. While most looked ready, her son kept his gaze fixed on the chakra's direction, tightening his grip on his sword. Naruto, let's go, Kushina said more firmly. After a long moment, her son shook his head, causing her to frown. I'm sorry, Mom, but there's somewhere I have to be. Kushina's eyes widened. Naruto, I gave you an order. As both your mother and squad leader, you must follow my orders, so get ready to move, she said, clenching her fists in frustration as her son shook his head again. Mom, you felt that chakra. We all did. It was far larger than any cages, and I think you remember what happened last time with a man like that. I have to take care of him, then I'll rejoin you and the others at the rebel base, Naruto said without turning. Kushina looked down. The source of the impossibly large chakra was approaching fast, and she knew they'd be overtaken soon. She also knew it had to be a member of the Shinigami's blade, as no one else alive had chakra like them. The only person who'd proven a match for one of their members was her son, and that terrified her. Making a final decision, she bit her lip and stepped closer to her son. Okay, Naruto, we'll investigate the chakra source, but we'll do it together, Kushina said, earning nods from Team 11, blank looks from Konan and Itaki, and surprised looks from the two Sannin. Once again, Naruto shook his head. No, Mom, you'll get in the way, and you still have an important mission, the blonde said, displaying his Uzumaki stubbornness at a very inopportune time. Kushina looked down in thought. There was an obvious threat heading their way, possibly beyond her capabilities. They would never make it to the rebel base in time unless they eliminated the enemy first. Kushina's head throbbed, and her heart ached as she looked up at her son with both worry and confidence. Take care of it, Naruto, but Jiraiya and Tsunade are going with you, she said sternly. Naruto turned to face his mother. He saw the worry on her face, and in the crowd, worry in most faces, but none more so than his mother and girlfriend, who was clutching her side with tears in her eyes. To comfort them, he nodded and gave a small smirk, which seemed to relieve the two women slightly. Don't worry, Mom, I'll be done before you know it, he said with a smirk before looking back at the chakra source. Kushina simply nodded as Jiraiya and Tsunade moved next to her son, and the three took off. After they left, Itaki approached her. Are you sure that was the right call, Kushina? Itaki asked. Kushina teared up slightly and turned her head before nodding. Yes, Itaki. Before we left, Minato gave me a few details of how far he has truly advanced. I hate myself for letting him go off on his own, but as a shinobi, I have a responsibility to recognize his use for this mission. He is strong and has the backing of two Sannin. I have faith that he will return. Now let's hurry, we've wasted enough time as it is, Kushina said, running faster. Part of her increased speed was for the mission, the other was to hide the small tears escaping her eyes as she tried to hold back her worry for her son. Naruto. Naruto sped towards the chakra source, Jiraiya and Tsunade right behind him. The blonde tightened his grip on his sword, knowing his chances of winning this battle likely depended on his sacred weapon. Though he didn't show it, Naruto was scared. He'd only beaten Iliel before due to the moonlight's effect. Now it was daytime, and while he was still powerful, he knew this wouldn't be just another enemy. The Shinigami's blade were dangerous, he'd gathered that from his interactions with two members and vague information from his master. Sera had been suspiciously tight-lipped about the group of swordsmen, which greatly concerned Naruto. He knew she was a former member, but any time he tried to get more information, she ended the conversation. It was troubling, to say the least. It didn't take long for the trio to reach the chakra source. The brown-haired swordsman, Karasala, sat in a clearing on a log, examining his sword. Many would think he hadn't sensed them, but that was far from the truth. Nice to see you, Naruto, Karasala said without looking up. Naruto kept his sword on his shoulder, ready for battle, while the two Sannin narrowed their eyes. I see you recognize the situation, Naruto, unlike your counterparts here, Karasala said, now looking at the group. Jiraiya and Tsunade, I almost feel flattered, but you should leave. You'll only get in the way, the brunette said, causing Jiraiya to shake his head and Tsunade to scoff. Obviously, you don't know too much about us, kid. We're two of the most powerful ninja in Konoha history, so I wouldn't make ignorant statements like that, Jiraiya retorted. As Jiraiya said, you wouldn't stand a chance against us, Tsunade reiterated. Karasala laughed loudly. Oh please, you got your title from a loss to Hanzo the Salamander. As for being the most powerful ninja in Konoha, we are far more powerful than anything the ninja villages have ever produced, the swordsman said with a smile. Hearing those words, Jiraiya's eyes narrowed further, and he clenched his fists. Let me guess, you're part of that pathetic sword group, Jiraiya baited, making Karasala's smile drop. Last I checked, one of our weakest members wiped the floor with your so-called prodigy of a student, Karasala said, silencing the Toad Sunin. Naruto stepped forward, interrupting their exchange. Are you sure you want to do this? I already killed one of your members and have no problems killing another, Naruto said, getting into a battle stance. Karasala snorted. Trust me, Naruto, there's a large difference between Iliel and me. Plus, there's no moon to feed you, Karasala said, readying his sword. I'm sure those Kyuubi brats will be pissed I took their kill, but they'll get over it, he said, to which Jiraiya immediately responded, where are they? Karasala turned his gaze back to the Toad Summoner. They are learning and getting ready for their role. Now, Naruto, do you really want these two in the way? Karasala asked. Naruto looked at the two Sunin. This is my fight, stay out of the way, Naruto said and rushed his opponent before the two Sunin could protest. The blonde raised his sword to strike while his opponent stood still, sword in front of him. Upon reaching Karasala, Naruto jumped high into the air. At the peak of his chakra-enhanced jump, about 30 feet up, he shouted, Sanctity's End, before spinning downwards. Karasala chuckled, shaking his head, quickly deducing the move. Without taking a step, Karasala raised his sword to block. When their swords met, instead of Naruto pushing through, he was held in place as Karasala refused to relent. Smirking, Karasala simply said, it's over, before slicing through Naruto's sword and kicking him 15 feet backward with a kick to the chest. When Naruto recovered and stood, his eyes widened at his sword, 5 feet away, sliced in half. His head spun with questions when Karasala broke his trance. Man, you really are Sira's student. She always leaped before she looked. I guess it rubbed off on you. In case you're wondering, I can change the density of anything my sword touches. Like I said, it's over. You can't use your sword, and I doubt you've got any ninjutsu that will kill me, Karasala said, while Naruto's gaze was fixed on his bisected sword. His focus was broken when two figures ran past him, ready for battle. He watched Jiraiya and Tsunade trying, and failing, to land punches, kicks, or, in Jiraiya's case, a Rasengan, on Karasala. Throughout their scuffle, Karasala looked bored. After Jiraiya's Rasengan, the swordsman prepared a strike. Eyes wide, Naruto quickly took a special kunai from his pouch and threw it near the Sunin. Using a move only he and his father could, he flashed and appeared in front of the two historic Konoha ninja, pushing them back. Unfortunately, Naruto's quick move didn't give him enough time to dodge, and Karasala's sword sliced deeply into his left arm. Naruto immediately felt the effect, his arm simply flapped uselessly in the wind. Well now, you've lost your sword, and pretty much an arm. What will you do now? Karasala asked, and Naruto gritted his teeth. I'll fight, just as I always have. If it ends in my death, then so be it, Naruto said, pulsing his chakra, making his opponent frown. Jiraiya, Tsunade, stay out of this. Also, if I lose, tell Mom and Yakumo I'm sorry, Naruto said, and without waiting for a response, attacked his opponent. Outstretching his arm, Naruto formed his signature ninjutsu and yelled, Tempest Rasengan, slamming it into the ground, creating a cloud of dust. Karasala looked around, and before he could locate Naruto, he was hit with a heavy punch to the stomach. Next came a kick to the back and an uppercut to the jaw before Karasala pulsed his chakra, clearing the dust. The dust cleared just in time for Karasala to see Naruto running at him with a Rasengan. Not intimidated, Karasala raised his sword, sidestepped Naruto, and sliced the boy in half, only for it to explode into smoke. Growling in irritation, he located Naruto too late, as he had just finished a sequence of one-handed signs. After completing the hand signs, a large amount of chakra enveloped Naruto as he whispered, Chakra release, moonlight residue. Surrounded by excess chakra, Naruto shouted, Darkness suspension, which formed a pool of black, tar-like substance beneath Karasala. By the time the brown-haired swordsman realized what was happening, it was too late. His entire lower body was held by the tar, and as he struggled to free himself, Naruto pulled out his brand new ace in the hole. Biting his lip hard enough to bleed, Naruto raised his right shoulder and rubbed the blood onto the tattoo that adorned his body. As the blood covered the seal, it began to glow gold, and long, thin golden lines branched throughout the blonde's body. As the golden lines spread, the boy screamed in pain. The pain lasted only a moment as Naruto's transformation began. His blue eyes turned yellow with a long, thin pupil. Purple scales covered his arms and hands, and his face turned purple. 3 hard, fin-like protrusions emerged from the side of each arm, and his knuckles gained a sharp edge. Naruto's muscles increased in size along with the rest of his body. The physical transformation ended when his hair changed from blonde and spiky to black and lay flat. The golden lines that had covered his body earlier now shimmered over his new form. Clenching his fists to test his grip, the new Naruto reached out his right hand, and a bright light formed around it. When the light died down, a large golden trident rested in the shinobi's hand. Karasala finally freed himself from Naruto's jutsu, only to be faced with a truly intimidating sight. Naruto didn't even look human anymore. He was covered in scales, his skin purple, and he exuded more chakra than almost anything Karasala had ever felt. This new Naruto wasn't just intimidating, he was terrifying. Gritting his teeth and gripping his sword, the swordsman prepared to end their fight. "Change all you want, Naruto, it won't change the fact that you die here today," Karasala shouted. The brunette ran at the former blonde, sword ready to strike. As Naruto brought his trident up to block, Karasala smirked, expecting Naruto to be foolish enough to lose his weapon a second time. His amusement died when, instead of collapsing, Naruto's trident held steady upon contact. Trying to comprehend why his ability wasn't working, he looked into Naruto's eyes, which proved to be a mistake. The eyes he looked into spoke one word: death. Inside of the tent, Naruto lay smirking on the cot as Tsunade recounted his fight with Karasala to Team 11 and Konan, when Kushina entered. As Tsunade continued, Suzuki and Yakumo's eyes widened in awe, while Kushina, Itachi, and Konan looked concerned. It's safe to assume every member of the Shinigami's blade has an ability enhancing their unmatched weapon prowess, Itachi stated, and Naruto nodded. Kushina and Itachi pondered this revelation, while Konan watched Naruto. "You've been speaking with Sira, haven't you?" the blue-haired Kunoichi asked, confusing everyone, who then looked at Naruto. The blonde observed Konan before nodding. "When I entered the realm of the serpents, I interacted with a special stone. Sira had sealed a portion of her essence into it, allowing her presence in my mindscape. I've had conversations with her to learn more about the Shinigami's blade," Naruto explained, as Konan remained expressionless. Suzuki rose, a question for his blonde friend on his mind. "Why would Sira know anything about the Shinigami's blade?" the Uchiha asked. Naruto sighed. "Because she fought them. Restrictions from their leader prevent her from revealing their skills or abilities, but she told me their goal, peace by submission," he said. "The Shinigami's blade has something planned to achieve their goal, but I don't know what," the blonde swordsman added. "Well, that's too bad," a voice from behind the group stated, making everyone turn sharply. The voice belonged to a tall, beautiful brunette with a seductive smile. "Hello, Konoha-nin, I am Mei Terumi, leader of the Kiri rebels," she announced. Before anyone could react, Yakumo pushed past them, bowing rapidly. "Thank you, Kami. Mei Terumi, may I call you Mei? You're my idol. I've read your relationship book over 600 times and memorized it. It's an honor to meet you," Yakumo gushed, fangirling over her favorite author. Mei smiled at the young Kunoichi's adoration. "I assume you've completely claimed him as yours, then?" Mei said, making everyone look at the blushing Yakumo. Kushina's eyes blazed at the thought of her son's innocence being taken. When Yakumo didn't answer, everyone looked at Naruto, who was also blushing. Seeing his mother's expression, Naruto quickly put his hands up. "We haven't gone that far, not that it's any of your business," Naruto said before his mother smacked him upside the head. "I am your mother. Everything is my business," Kushina yelled demonically. Mei licked her lips, looking at Naruto. "You've chosen a fine partner, that's for sure. I'd hurry if I were you. Who knows what type of woman will go for him in a couple of years," Mei said, winking at Naruto. Immediately, she felt a curved blade at her neck. Looking, she wasn't surprised to see the blushing brunette, now with a dark look, holding a weapon to her. Rule 374, do whatever is necessary to stop slutty skanks from trying to take what's yours, she said coldly, to which Mei chuckled sultrily. My, you really have read my book. I'm impressed, Mei said before leaning down to Yakumo. "Let me know in a couple of years if you ever want to make things more exciting," Mei whispered, making Yakumo go bright red and slowly nod before sealing her scythe. Mei looked back at the Konoha group. "I asked for help in our civil war, and your Hokage sent only you," she asked, crossing her arms in frustration. "Mei, my husband sent only us because each of us is proficient enough to turn the tide for your side. He sent you two Sunin, myself, who is Sunin level, Itachi Uchiha, nearly Sunin level, Konan, nearly as strong as Itachi, Suzuki Uchiha, one of our premier Chunin, Yakumo Kurama, one of our village's strongest genjutsu users already, and my son, who has defeated enemies 3 Kage combined couldn't. We will get the job done," Kushina said, determined. Mei looked at Kushina and the group for a long moment before nodding. "I guess I have no other choice. In a few days, a 70 ninja advancement force of the Mizukage's forces is on their way. We'll need your help defeating them, so be ready to move tomorrow," she said before turning to leave, but not before winking at Itachi, who was standing nearby, making the stoic Uchiha slightly blush. Kushina, Konan, Suzuki, and Yakumo jumped through the trees, heading towards a force of 70 Kiri ninja. 3 Kiri rebels accompanied the Konoha nin. The mission, scout the enemy, determine their direction, and whether they were preparing an attack. The rebels couldn't withstand a Mizukage invasion, so the small group had to ensure the ninja never found the rebel base. It took about 3 hours to reach the field where the 70 Kiri ninja had camped. Upon finding their objective, each Konoha nin and Kiri rebel stopped. Looking over the large camp, the group quietly descended from their trees. Gathering, Kushina looked at each ninja. "Okay, you three, did May tell you to look for anything specific?" Kushina asked the rebels. After a moment, a gray-haired rebel stepped forward. "We were told to follow your lead. You're the red-hot habanero, and we're only Chunin level," the rebel said, making Kushina mentally shake her head. Turning to her fellow Konoha nin, Kushina didn't need to ask before Suzuki spoke. "I might have something," the Uchiha said before biting his thumb and whispering, summoning jutsu. A small puff of smoke appeared, and a small crow replaced it. "Hello, Suzuki, how may I be of service?" the crow politely asked. "Dai, there's a camp of 70 Kiri ninja nearby. I need you to quickly find any useful information about their movements or attack plans. Make sure to disguise yourself," Suzuki responded, and the crow nodded. After nodding, the crow closed its eyes and shimmered. Soon, it was invisible. Once invisible, the crow flew towards the camp as Suzuki watched. "Good luck, Dai," Suzuki whispered before looking back at his group. "He should be fine, only those with the Sharingan or Byakugan would see him," Suzuki said, and everyone nodded. Nearly an hour later, the small group of ninjas sat waiting when Suzuki stood. 10 seconds later, Dai shimmered into visibility. "Dai, were you able to find anything?" Suzuki asked. The crow shook its head. "I'm sorry, Suzuki. I couldn't find any information about their plans or movements. I did see, however, that they're not very alert to attack, possibly due to their large number. From their chakra levels, I deduced there are 50 Chunin level and 20 Jounin level ninja. I'm sorry I couldn't do more," the crow said, looking down. Suzuki shook his head at the apology. "You did fine, Dai, thank you, you're dismissed," Suzuki said, and the crow nodded and poofed out of existence. Turning to the group, he noticed Kushina and Konan focusing on his brown-haired teammate. Kushina put her hand on Yakumo's shoulder, and the girl looked up. "Yakumo, it's time," the redhead said, and Konan gave a slight nod. Yakumo quickly nodded and knelt. Closing her eyes, Yakumo put her hands together and whispered, "Death's Maiden, Kiri camp." 70 ninja were in their camp awaiting Mizukage's orders. They were close to finding the rebels' base, after which a full-scale invasion, led by the Mizukage himself, would commence. Until then, the men relaxed and conversed energetically, discussing the final battle or prizes for defeating the rebels. Lin, a Jounin, stood near his tent, admiring the camp. This scene of men bonding before fighting for a noble cause made him smile. The end of the Kiri Civil War would allow many of these men to return to their lives, to their families. Family, a word Lin hadn't truly understood until spending extended time with ninja who had families. Midway through the war, Lin decided that once it was over, he would find a beautiful woman back home and start his own family. Suddenly, a warm feeling enveloped Lin's entire being. "Why wait?" whispered an angelic voice. Lin looked around, surprised to see a woman standing close, looking right at him. He could hardly call her a woman, goddess seemed more fitting. Long, beautiful black hair, pale skin, perfect curves, she was every man's ideal woman. Lin's heart soared at her appearance. He stood straighter as the goddess approached with the most beautiful smile he'd ever seen. She stopped in front of Lin, wrapping her arms around his neck, looking directly into his eyes. "Do you think I'm beautiful?" she asked, and Lin quickly nodded, speechless. "Do you wish to be with me?" she asked, and Lin nodded again. "What would you do for me?" the goddess asked. "Anything," Lin quickly answered. The woman caressed his cheek with her right hand. "There's only one way we can be together," she said, looking away with a slightly sad expression, which made Lin frown. Lin took her face and lifted it to look into her eyes. "Name it," Lin said. The woman looked into his eyes for a long while before putting her mouth near his ear. "Through eternity," she whispered before looking back at him with a tearful expression. Lin frowned again. Such an expression shouldn't mar such a beautiful face. "Is that truly the only way?" Lin asked, and the woman nodded. "Unfortunately so. You don't have to join me in eternity, I'll stay alone if I must. But if you do join me, your pleasure will never end. You'll never want or need anything again. I'll give you everything, I'll be yours forever," she said, looking at him. Lin took a long moment to decide before nodding. He reached into his pouch and retrieved a kunao, completely unaware that most of the camp was doing the same. "I'll see you in eternity, my goddess," Lin said before shoving the kunao into his throat and falling. Seconds later, Lin was no longer among the living. 39 men committed the same action as Lin, seconds apart. 40 men in total had committed suicide, hoping to spend eternity with a goddess. Unfortunately, no goddess would greet them in the afterlife as promised. Konoha group. Yakumo opened her eyes and gasped for air. Kushina and Konan quickly helped her breathe, while Suzuki and the Kiri rebels wondered what the brunette had done to cause such a reaction. Soon, Yakumo was breathing steadily. Standing, Kushina looked at the Kiri rebels. You will protect her with your lives. If anything happens to her, you and your entire rebellion will die. I'll see to it myself, the redhead finished, getting 3 shaky nods. Looking at Konan and Suzuki, she simply said, "Let's go," before silently heading towards the camp. The 3 Konoha ninja easily reached the camp due to the mild panic of the Kiri ninja finding more than half their numbers dead by suicide. Hiding nearby, Kushina closed her eyes and focused on the remaining chakra sources. 30 ninja left. They're spread out in groups of 10, Kushina said, opening her eyes. Konan nodded at the evaluation. So 10 for each of us, right? Konan asked. Kushina looked at Suzuki before responding. Suzuki, each remaining ninja is Jounin level. You took down multiple enemies in wave, but those were just bandits. We won't think less of you if you hang back, she said. The Uchiha snorted and bit his thumb, rubbing blood over his arm to summon his spear. It doesn't matter what level they are, I'm an Uchiha. Besides, what kind of ninja would I be if I ran away every time the odds were slightly against me, he said, gripping his spear. Kushina smiled, and Konan smirked slightly. Listen, we need at least one alive to question. Other than that, don't take chances and stay alive, she said, getting nods from Suzuki and Konan before each took off in separate directions towards the camp. Kiri Camp Konan. Konan watched her target group search for any enemy that could explain the mass suicide. The brunette smirked and shook her head, her student had done well, and now it was Konan's turn. Closing her eyes, the blue-haired ninja dispersed into hundreds of paper pieces. Nearby, 10 Kiri-nin looked around constantly, trying to locate anyone with ill intentions. 40 of their brothers-in-arms were dead by apparent suicide, but the Kiri-nin knew there was more to it. The uncertainty of who or where their enemy was kept each man on edge. Unable to bear it, a gray-haired Kiri ninja threw down his kunao and grabbed his hair harshly. What the F***, man? The apparent leader glared at his outspoken member. Be silent and focus on finding the enemy, he said, looking into the trees for a clue. The gray-haired man shook his head and walked away. What's the point? According to whatever was just used, we're already dead, right? The man said, shaking heavily, as a few other ninjas started to agree. You're correct, you are already dead, a soft voice from above said. At the sound, the ninja looked up where a blue-haired kunoichi stood on a branch, looking down. Are you the one who did this? The shouted the Kiri leader. Reaching to his side, the leader pulled a katana from its sheath without taking his eyes off Konan. Konan looked at the leader and chuckled. From what it looks like, your fellow ninja killed themselves, and if you really think your sword will save you, you're wrong. Of course, you may try to kill me if you dare, Konan said with a smirk. The Kiri leader clenched his jaw and tightened his grip. Oh, we won't kill you. First, we'll take you back to our main forces as special entertainment, which should knock that cocky smirk off your face. You'll service every member of the Kiri forces until we decide you're of no use. Afterwards, you'll be tortured non-stop until you are shattered without an ounce of will left. Then we will kill you for your transgressions, the leader growled, as the other Kiri nin got greedy smiles. Konan frowned at the Kiri leader's threat and the way his fellow ninja looked at her. Narrowing her eyes, she took a deep breath. Dance of the Shikigami, Konan whispered before her body dispersed into hundreds of paper sheets. One of the Kiri ninja looked at the tree branch where Konan had been standing. Did she run a? The man never finished his sentence as a chakra-reinforced paper sheet slit his throat, causing him to fall and fail to stop the bleeding. The other men's eyes widened, and before any action could be taken, a whirlwind of paper began to fly around them, trapping them inside. Not knowing when Konan would strike, a few ninja began to stand back to back. This effort was futile, as instead of a single sheet of paper, a large paper spear stabbed through 2 men who were back to back. One by one, 6 other nin dropped dead, whether from a simple slice or a brutal stab. In less than a minute, the leader of the Kiri group was the only one left alive. The Kiri leader closed his eyes and gripped his sword. He would not give the blue-haired the satisfaction of killing him. Turning the blade to stab himself, he was quickly stopped as a thick paper line wrapped around his wrist, crushing it and making him drop the sword. The whirlwind dissipated, leaving Konan standing in front of the leader. I'm no one's entertainment, she said before knocking the man out to take him back to Yakumo and the others. Suzuki quickly surveyed his assigned group with his Sharingan active. His brother had told him before they left that there was no room for pride or holding back in war. It was all or nothing, life or death. Personally, the Uchiha was nervous. He had killed in wave, but that was in the heat of battle. What he was asked to do now was to calculate and act to end another man's life. Closing his eyes and taking a small breath, he bit his thumb and slid the blood across a seal on his arm, summoning his spear. Holding his weapon made Suzuki feel much better and more confident. You can do this. You have to do this, Suzuki thought. The black-haired Uchiha stood tall, unconsciously resting his spear on his shoulder like Naruto always did with his sword, before vanishing in crow feathers. 10 ninja looked around for evidence of foul play in their comrades' deaths. The Kiri-nin were sure someone had used advanced genjutsu to force their brothers-in-arms to act against their will. It angered the Kiri ninja that anyone would think so little of the Kiri forces as to be susceptible to genjutsu, even though the evidence solidified it. Each ninja continued searching for clues while remaining alert for additional genjutsu. Because they were so focused on sensing fluctuations, they turned just in time to see Suzuki appear behind them, his spear at his side. Immediately after materializing, Suzuki lunged forward with his spear, hoping to kill the nearest Kiri ninja, but it didn't work. They had sensed his arrival, and he no longer had the element of surprise. His spear was stopped by the Kiri ninja's sword as his comrades readied their weapons. The Kiri ninja smirked at Suzuki, holding him in a deadlock. The smirk died when electricity shot through Suzuki's spear to the Kiri ninja's sword and into the ninja himself. The man fell, convulsing as electricity rushed through his body. The remaining 9 Kiri ninjas' eyes widened but quickly refocused on the boy. 4 ninja rushed Suzuki with their swords while the other 5 prepared a jutsu. Each swordsman attacked Suzuki one at a time, but Suzuki moved swiftly, deflecting a sword blow with one side of his spear and stabbing the enemy with the other. He had activated his Sharingan, so he was easily dodging attacks. It also helped that he sparred with one of the strongest swordsmen alive. Before long, each of the 4 swordsmen lay on the ground with multiple stab wounds, but still alive. Turning towards the remaining 5 ninja, he had to jump quickly to avoid their attack. Water bullet, shouted the 5 Kiri ninjas simultaneously, launching 5 water streams at the Uchiha, who jumped up just in time to avoid the attack. Still in midair, Suzuki reached out his free hand and shouted, "Solar destruction," as a large fireball flew from his hand at the continuing water streams, making the jutsu collide. The result was a massive steam that surrounded the area. One of the Kiri ninja chuckled. "Was this your plan, kid? Get it a little misty, hoping we couldn't see you? We live in this stuff," he said, starting to laugh. As his laughter grew, his comrades joined in. As the mist cleared, Suzuki's image became visible to the Kiri ninja. "So, kid, guess your plan didn't work out, huh?" said a smiling Kiri ninja. The smile turned into a frown as Suzuki smirked. "Actually, it worked out perfectly," the Uchiha said before throwing his spear into the air. "You see, lightning is pretty lethal when water is present," he said, looking at the men whose clothes and skin were damp from the mist. Knowing his plan now, each ninja's eyes widened in terror. Looking into the air, Suzuki shouted, "Lightning rain," as bolts of electricity rained down from his spear, electrocuting each man present. When done, the spear fell, caught by Suzuki in one hand. The Uchiha cursed that he had forgotten to take a prisoner before heading towards Yakumo, hoping Kushina or Konan had captured someone. Kushina. A group of 10 Kiri Jounin were on high alert after finding most of their comrades dead. "Man, what the F*** is going on?" asked a dark-haired Jounin, slightly shaking. The leader of the small group shook his head. "I don't know, but I'm betting it's what the Mizukage warned us about. Apparently, Kana had joined the rebels, and I'm guessing one of their ninja cast some sort of jutsu on them. Don't worry, though, once we find the who did this, we'll make them suffer," the man said with a smile. His men joined with their own smiles, but it didn't last. From seemingly nowhere, a smoke bomb landed and detonated in the middle of the group, causing each man to cough violently. They rubbed their eyes and squinted through the smoke. Upon the clearing of the smoke, the men finally discerned their observer, Kushina Uzumaki, the red hot-blooded habanero. She stood with arms crossed, a faint smile gracing her lips. The Kiri leader, incensed by her smugness, charged forward but collapsed halfway, held down by an immense, unseen weight. His men shared the same predicament. Kushina approached, her smile widening. The Kiri Jounin struggled futilely as she loomed over him. "What have you done to me?" he demanded. Kushina chuckled. "You mean, why can't you move? The Uzumaki clan excels in Fuinjutsu. You're experiencing a basic gravity seal." She circled him, explaining their clan's mastery. "You decide your fate. Cooperate, and you and your men live. Refuse, and I'll personally kill them all before extracting what we need from you and then killing you too. Choose wisely," she said, kneeling to his level. The Jounin glared, then spat in her face. Kushina calmly wiped it away, shaking her head. "So be it. I hope the Shinigami shows mercy to you and your trusting men." She closed her eyes. 9 golden chains erupted from her back, piercing the heads of all but the leader. She only needed one survivor, regardless of his state. Moving behind the leader, she infused her hand with chakra and delivered a precise punch to his spine, paralyzing him from the neck down. The Kiri Jounin screamed in agony as Kushina lifted him onto her shoulder and departed. Yakumo. Yakumo rested against a tree, eyes closed. The 2 rebels assigned to protect her were on high alert, a fact she found amusing. She thought of Naruto, knowing he'd be fine, but disturbed that he was always the one relied upon. He faced far more experienced, older foes, and everyone seemed okay with it. It infuriated her. Why must her boyfriend constantly fight the ninja world's most dangerous enemies? What were the cages doing that they couldn't alleviate Naruto's burden? Yakumo took a deep breath. It was Naruto's burden, and he accepted it willingly. She'd also promised to help lighten his load however she could. Her thoughts shifted to Mei Terumi. What if Mei made a move on Naruto while she was gone? What if Naruto suddenly preferred older women? The question spiraled, making her dizzy. Kushina, Konan, and Suzuki's timely arrival prevented her from delving too deep into her mind. Standing, Yakumo noticed Kushina and Konan had brought two unconscious ninja. Connecting the dots, she approached, preparing for what came next. "So, I'm doing my first interrogation?" Yakumo asked. Kushina and Konan nodded uncomfortably. "Yakumo, we can take these idiots back to camp and have someone else interrogate them," Kushina suggested, but Yakumo shook her head. "No, I need to do this." She knelt before the two Kiri ninja, observing two seals on each. "What are these for?" she asked Kushina. Kushina stepped closer. "One is a paralysis seal to prevent attack or escape. The other is a conscious seal to control their state," Kushina explained. Yakumo nodded. "Could you wake them up, please?" Kushina activated the seals. The two Kiri ninja awoke, immediately surveying their surroundings. They quickly grasped their prisoner status, their recent experiences unfortunately not a dream. Glaring at the group, they tried to attack, but their limbs wouldn't respond. "What the hell did you do to us?" one growled. Yakumo shook her head. "How about you answer my questions, then I'll answer yours." They merely glared. Yakumo frowned at their silence. "You will talk, you have no control over that. But you do control how much you suffer. So, agree to answer, or I'll plunge you into a nightmare unlike any you've seen." Their glares intensified. Sighing, Yakumo shook her head and brought her hands together. "Give the Shinigami my regards," she whispered. Confusion flickered across the Kiri ninjas' faces before darkness consumed them. They stood side by side in absolute blackness. Realizing they could move, both shouted Kai, expecting the dark world to vanish. Nothing happened. "So, she sends me some entertainment," a dark, evil voice echoed. One man yelled, "Who's there? Show yourself!" He instantly regretted it as a figure, emanating evil and despair, rose from the ground. "I am Ito, and you'll be part of my game. How long will you last before you tell my dear vessel what she wants to know?" the demon said with a sinister smile. 20 seconds later, Yakumo opened her eyes and collapsed, exhausted. Her interrogation victims remained against the tree, streams of blood leaking from their eyes, noses, mouths, fingers, ears, and crotches. Kushina picked up her student, and without a word, they left the Kiri bodies and returned to the rebel camp. Rebel camp. Naruto sat outside where he'd asked Tsunade to place him, hoping the moon's blessing would heal him. He noticed a blue-haired boy with glasses observing him closely, a large bandaged sword at his side. Naruto chuckled, stretching and summoning his own blade. "Yo," he said to the boy. The boy looked around, then responded, "Yo." After a long moment of mutual gaze, both boys nodded with smiles, then simultaneously said, "Yo." Tsuranabe. Tsuranabe sat with his eyes closed. Menma and Narumi entered, waiting silently as their leader slowly stood, a small smile playing on his lips. "Thank you for joining me. We have things to discuss, so please sit," Tsuranabe said. Menma and Narumi quickly took nearby chairs. Tsuranabe studied them intently. "Another member of the Shinigami's blade has fallen to Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Karasala, our number 3 swordsman, is dead, and not by Naruto's sword. It seems the boy no longer relies on it." He walked behind the two Jinchuriki. "In 2 days, the Mizu Cage of Kiri will launch a full-scale attack on the Kiri rebels, a group Naruto is part of. I will attend to gauge his strength, and you two will accompany me. You've made significant progress, and you'll see the results of your training when you face your brother. Be ready to depart." Menma and Narumi's eyes widened, broad smiles spreading across their faces. "Is there anything else you need from us?" Menma asked, barely containing his excitement. "No, you may leave," Tsuranabe responded. Once they were gone, Tsuranabe leaned back. "You know they're no match for him," a confused voice said. The voice materialized as Sashura, the number 2 swordsman of the Shinigami's blade. Tsuranabe smirked. "They've grown strong, but their hatred for their brother is waning. Eventually, they'll feel so strong that facing someone they deem beneath them will be an insult. Arrogance always leads to downfall. If arrogant, they might show pity and make mistakes. Conversely, newfound humiliation from their brother will strengthen their hatred and resolve. They will not hesitate, show no mercy, they will be perfect soldiers." Sashura nodded. "Did you need something, or were you merely eavesdropping?" Tsuranabe asked. Sashura quickly shook her head. "Kuro's restless. He's considering returning to mercenary life." Tsuranabe chuckled. Yes, I suppose I've kept him on a short leash, Tsuranabe said, a smile widening as a new idea struck him. Adversity and the desire for vengeance can make someone far stronger than ever thought possible, he murmured, looking up. Sashura looked at her leader, confused. Tsuranabe smiled at her. Send Kuro to Konoha. It's time for the fourth Hokage's reign to end. Kiri Rebel Camp. Kushina tossed in her sleeping bag within the Konoha tent. Her group had safely returned to base. While Konan took Yakumo and Suzuki to their tent, Kushina informed Mei that the Mizukage knew their location and would attack in 2 days. A force of 1,500 ninja, including the Mizukage, would launch the final battle of the Kiri Civil War. This was troubling news for the rebel leader, as they only had 200 combat-ready ninja. Kushina left Mei to her thoughts and went to bed, but her dreams proved to be her toughest adversary that day. Flashback. Kushina trained Menma and Narumi, a smile on her face. Her children possessed her same childhood determination. Chuckling as she dodged their punches and kicks, Kushina ended the session. Okay, kids, that's enough training. Go get washed up, and I'll take you to Ichiraku's for ramen. They vanished faster than Minato's high shin. With a small laugh, Kushina looked up, silently thanking Kami for her life. Before looking down, she saw someone watching her from a window above, her son, Naruto. Her heart clenched. The little blonde simply looked at her, wondering why he wasn't part of this family. Tears welled in her eyes. Naruto, her firstborn, had been forced into the role of the black sheep. Kushina quickly shook her head. He's not the black sheep. He's my son. I've neglected him so much, been so horrible, all because of the stupid Kyuubi. From now on, I will include him in everything. Naruto, I promise I'll be a better mother, she thought, before Narumi and Menma pulled her from her reverie. As she was dragged to Ichiraku's, she didn't realize until arriving that she had already broken her promise. Feeling terrible on the walk home, she silently promised herself she'd remember tomorrow. She made the same promise every day for the next month until it was revealed she was too late. Her son had left, and it was her fault. She had driven her baby away. Flashback end. Kushina awoke abruptly, silently crying and shaking. A minute later, she was up, determined to see her son. Leaving the tent quietly, she was surprised Naruto wasn't outside. Closing her eyes, she quickly located his chakra. She took off, nearing a clearing where Naruto was apparently fighting. Pulling out a kunao, Kushina prepared to join the fray until a voice stopped her. Calm down, it's only a spar, said Mei, the rebel leader, who had been observing her son. Your son is quite talented. He and my subordinate, Kojuro, seem to have connected through Kenjutsu, Mei said, gesturing to the battle. Naruto and Kojuro. Kojuro attacked relentlessly, growing tired, while Naruto maintained a confident smirk, easily deflecting every strike. How are you so strong? Kojuro asked before launching another strike. Naruto blocked it, their swords locked. Kojuro stared into his opponent's eyes for an explanation. Kojuro pushed with all his might, but Naruto easily held him back with one arm, stifling a yawn. Hard work, dedication, a goal to achieve, and a hell of a good teacher, Naruto responded, then pushed back hard, sending the blue-haired swordsman backward. You'll get there someday, Kojuro. Just remember why you fight, why you need to get stronger, the blonde said, his sword vanishing. Kojuro nodded, putting his sword on his back. I hope we can do this again, Naruto, Kojuro said, extending his hand. Naruto nodded, walking up and shaking it. I do too, Kojuro, he said, both boys smiling. Kushina and Mei. Mei and Kushina stood hidden in the trees, watching the two shake hands. I have doubts about how to deal with my ninja when I announce the Mizukage's plans tomorrow. We're outnumbered over 7-1, I don't know how we could possibly win, Mei said. Kushina looked at Mei, surprised. Mei, usually confident and strong, sounded helpless. The Uzumaki placed her hand on Mei's shoulder, gaining her attention. You tell them they signed up to fight for Kiri's good, for a cause much bigger than any one person. You may go out there and die, but you'll enter the afterlife with pride, knowing you fought for a truly noble cause. That's what you tell them, Kushina said before going after her son, leaving Mei in silent thought. Naruto. Naruto smiled as he felt his mother's chakra approaching. Sitting on the ground, she quickly joined him. I saw the end of your spar with that boy. I take it you made a new friend? Kushina asked with a smile, which Naruto reciprocated. Yeah, I guess I did, Naruto said, looking at the stars. Kushina stared at her son for a long moment before asking a question she had neglected for so long. Naruto, why did you forgive me for being such a horrible mother? She asked, tears welling. Naruto slowly turned to her. Life is short, Mom. There's no room for petty things like grudges if you truly want to get the most out of it, he sighed, looking back up. My teacher, the one who taught me to use a blade, died young. She was stronger than anyone I knew, yet her life ended so I could start living mine. I was tempted to never associate with you or Dad again, but that would dishonor her wishes. I also realized shortly after my return that you both were truly sorry. But the biggest reason I forgave you was because I wanted my mom back, Naruto said, looking at his mother, who now had tears streaming down her face. Before the blonde could react, his mother tackled him into a hug, sobbing, "I love you so much, Naruto. I love you so much, and I'm so sorry for how I left you behind. I don't deserve you or your forgiveness, but I swear on my life that I will never betray your trust ever again," Kushina said between sobs as Naruto wrapped his arms around her, returning the hug. Kiri Rebel Camp. It was 8 in the morning, and everyone gathered around May. "I have recent, difficult information. From an interrogation by the Konoha ninja, we've learned the Mizukage himself intends to lead an army of 1,500 ninja in an all-out assault tomorrow," she announced, causing a heavy murmur quickly silenced by Ao, May's right hand. "Thank you, Ao. Tomorrow is our last stand. I won't lie and say we'll win, but I refuse to simply give up and let Yagura further sully my home. I joined this rebellion to fight for the noble cause of freeing my country and restoring its greatness, and I refuse to let Yagura and his men force me into cowardice. I knew going in this was a cause worth dying for, and I will die for it if need be. So I ask each of you, will you die for this cause and meet your ancestors knowing you did what was right, or will you flee and meet your ancestors with your head bowed in shame?" she asked loudly. The camp was silent for a long time as the ninja contemplated what was likely a life or death choice. The first answer came from Kojuro, wielder of the Hiramekure. "I stand with the rebellion," the blue-haired boy shouted with fierce determination. The other ninja nodded, strengthening their resolve as cries of support for the rebellion grew. May smiled faintly and looked at Ao, who was also smiling. "Come, Ao, we have a victory to plan," May said, not before looking back at a certain red-headed figure and nodding in thanks. Afterward, she and Ao entered the battle tent to plan for what would undoubtedly be the greatest battle in Kiri history. A rekindled flame. While their leader planned in the tent, the other ninja outside spoke with newfound confidence. A flame had been reignited within each of them. Kushina smiled at the sight. "Yeah, she's gonna be a hell of a Mizukage," she thought, before heading to the Konoha tent to join her group. Kiri Camp. Later that night, Naruto sat, his sword absorbing the moon's power. He was ready for the battle just hours away. He gazed at the moon, puzzled by its gift of power. "Still haven't figured it out, huh?" a familiar voice asked. Naruto looked to his side as Sira appeared. "No, I haven't. You never told me why. I know you were enhanced by water, but besides the moon controlling tides, I see no connection," Naruto said, frustrated. Sira looked at him seriously. "Okay, you want to know what the relation is?" she asked, and Naruto nodded. "Are you sure you want to know?" she pressed, Naruto nodding more rapidly. "Are you absolutely, positively?" "Sira," Naruto interrupted, causing Sira to pout. "Fine. Truth is, there's no relationship. Each of us got an enhancement from something, but it's always different. I got stronger in water, but my master got stronger in grass. How weird is that? Hell, our first swordsman gained power from the sun. All in all, kid, there's no relationship in what gives us power. The only thing connecting each of us is the power inside that sword," Sira said, pointing at Naruto's blade. "When our first swordsman got older, he trained a young boy. When he taught him all he could, he performed the ritual of passing, marking his apprentice with his blood. Then, he handed the apprentice the sword. When the boy grasped it, the design and form changed, yet the legacy passed on as the power transferred. Each of us gained strength from our own sources and wielded unique swords, but we're all connected by the power within your sword," Sira finished, looking proudly at her prodigy. Naruto's head spun. After processing, he looked back at Sira. "What is the power? Where does it come from?" he asked quickly, as Sira began to fade. Before vanishing, the blue-haired woman smiled. "In time, Naruto. You'll find out in time," she said softly, leaving the mortal plane once more. The blonde swordsman gazed at his sword, pondering what he'd just learned. 10 before him had wielded this blade, and he was tasked with upholding their legacy. Standing slowly, he gripped his sword and made a silent vow to add to the legacy and make his predecessors proud. Suzuki and Itaki. The two Uchiha brothers sat together under the night sky. "Itaki, I'm scared," Suzuki admitted quietly. Itaka slowly turned and smiled. "I know, Suzuki. Tomorrow's a big day, but it's also what being a ninja is truly about. Tomorrow, you'll be part of something most ninja only dream of, the chance to prove yourself by fighting for what's right," he said, turning to the sky. "If we win tomorrow, we'll be a part of history. We'll be part of Kiri's reclamation, and you'll have made the clan proud." Suzuki looked at his brother. "I'll be right beside you, live or die. I know I can't look over your shoulder every moment, but it's my job to worry about you, Suzuki, which is why I have to say this," the elder Uchiha said, suddenly serious, looking directly into his brother's eyes. "You're a strong ninja, Suzuki, and you've come a long way. Should I fall tomorrow, don't try to fight every ninja you come across." Suzuki looked at his brother, confused. "Itaki, what are you talking about?" he asked, trying to understand his brother's sudden change. Itaki sighed. Listen, Sasuke, if I die tomorrow, find Naruto. Help where you can, but make sure to find Naruto, Itachi said seriously. Sasuke was silent for a long time, trying to understand. No, Sasuke answered, continuing before Itachi could interrupt. Either both of us are leaving Kiri together or none of us are. You're Itachi Uchiha, the strongest of the entire clan, so shut up about this dying shit. You and I are making it through this civil war, idiot, Sasuke said with a confident smirk. Itachi looked at his brother for a long moment before smirking himself. You know, it's supposed to be the older brother that gives the inspirational and slightly offensive speeches, the Uchiha said. You know mom's gonna kill us when she finds out what our mission was, Sasuke commented, causing Itachi to chuckle. She'll understand. She fought in the Third War, so I think she'll be able to relate. But just for personal safety, you're entering the house first, Itachi said, earning a punch to the shoulder from his younger brother. When Itachi looked back at his brother, he quietly gasped, seeing his brother as if he were 6 years old. Blinking twice, the image reverted to the original Sasuke. Taking a deep breath, Itachi pulled his brother into a one-armed hug. Sasuke mentally raised an eyebrow. I love you, Sasuke, Itachi said before releasing his brother. Sasuke looked at his brother for a long time before responding, I love you too, Itachi. Jiraiya. The Toad Sage sat in the tent near Tsunade, who was asleep. Jiraiya knew better than to make a move on her and had more concerning thoughts. His mind was at an impasse, more conflicted than ever. Menma and Narumi were gone, having left by their own decision, which Jiraiya had finally accepted. What he couldn't accept was that his godchildren were too far gone. He would save them alone if he had to, and it seemed he would. Ever since Naruto's brief absence, the twins had grown cynical and dark. Their reaction to their brother's presence led Jiraiya to his indecision about Naruto. Deep down, he wanted to reconnect with his eldest godson, named after a character from Jiraiya's least popular but greatest literary work. Unfortunately, most of Jiraiya's feelings toward the blonde were negative because he needed to see the world in the grand scheme of things. Menma and Narumi would decide the fate of the ninja world, he just knew it. They had to be the children of prophecy, or all he had sacrificed, all he had fought for, would have been for nothing. He had alienated his godson, proved irredeemable to the woman he loved, was no longer respected by the man he saw as a son, and the woman he saw as a daughter-in-law outright despised him. The teammate who had betrayed him in the worst way turned out to have been manipulated, but when Orochimaru sided against him regarding Naruto, he felt the sting of betrayal again. It's all Naruto's fault. If he had stayed gone, everything would be fine, Jiraiya thought darkly, before another voice echoed in his mind. No, Naruto was never at fault. All he needed was for someone to be there for him, and we failed. There's still time to repent and reconnect with the boy, the other voice shouted, causing Jiraiya to clench his head. The white-haired Sannin shook his head clear, lay down, and fell asleep. He didn't even notice the tear that had fallen down his face. Mizukage. Yagura sat in his tent, smiling. After tomorrow, all of Kiri will be mine. Those peasants dared to defy me, and now the world will know my true power, he thought, before erupting into loud laughter. The rebels stood tall, facing the overwhelming numbers of Kiri ninja. Outnumbered, they remained strong, determination in their eyes. Mei stood before her 200 rebels, while the Mizukage smiled before his 1500 ninja. Mei looked at her right-hand man, Ao, and nodded. The previous night, she and Ao had decided there was no way they'd win by simply charging, so they devised the best strategy they could. Their soldiers were limited, but they found a way to make them as effective as possible. Two ninja with complementing fighting styles, jutsus, and weapons would be paired. Each ninja had a partner, including Mei, who was partnered with Ao. Next to Mei and Ao stood Naruto and Kojuro. After them were Yakumo and Sasuke, followed by Itachi and Konan, Jiraiya and Tsunade, and Kushina, who had decided to go at it alone and assist where she could. Yagura stood with his back to his ninja. His men would storm the battlefield, and the battle would be over in minutes. Silently chuckling, Yagura thought about the massacre this little fight would be. Looking at the numerous members in the rebel ranks, he was slightly surprised to see not only two Sannin but the fourth Hokage's own wife among them. He knew Konoha had sent a small group to assist the rebels in their noble rebellion, but he didn't think the Hokage would be foolish enough to send people he regarded as family to their deaths. Shaking his head, Yagura looked at the ninja to his right and nodded. The ninja nodded back and yelled the battle cry as all the Kiri ninja charged at once. The battle for Kiri had begun. Mei watched as the Mizukage's troops charged. Ready yourselves. Today, Kiri will be freed, Mei screamed, met by a chorus of shouts in agreement. Just as the Mizukage's ninja were halfway to the rebels, a massive explosion rocked the middle of the battlefield. The night before, Mei had instructed her ninja to gather every explosive seal they had, along with a fair amount from Konoha, and place them exactly where she knew the enemy would charge. The explosion halted the Kiri nin, killing their momentum and inspiring confidence in the rebels. The explosives killed about 150 Kiri ninja, which didn't largely change the numbers, but it gave the rebels the confidence to fight with all their heart and soul. As the Kiri ninja stopped, the rebels charged. Naruto and Kojuro. Both boys ran at the massive army, swords in hand. Unbeknownst to them, they were far ahead of everyone else. Approaching a large group of ninja, Naruto leaped, sword raised, while Kojuro stopped, his sword ready. Naruto hovered in midair for a long moment, as if floating. Raising his sword, Naruto swung hard, plummeting downwards. His blade hit the ground, and everything stopped. For a second, the Kiri nin wondered about the theatrics, but a second later, multiple fountains of blood erupted simultaneously. 30 ninja fell to the ground with deep sword slashes to their chests as Naruto stood, his sword resting on his shoulder, a smirk promising their doom. Kojuro grinned at Naruto's attack, showcasing his shark-like teeth, and raised his sword. Some Kiri nin needed to be cut down to size. As the Kiri nin shook off their shock from Naruto's attack, Kojuro prepared to strike. Letting the wrappings fall from his sword, he focused chakra into the blade before separating it into its twin sword form and dashing toward his opponents. One by one, the blue-haired swordsman cut down his opponents with the Hiramekare, which glowed blue. He continued to swing his dual swords as Naruto rejoined the fight. Together, the two worked in harmony, quickly and efficiently cutting down every Kiri nin in their way. A number of Kiri nin stayed back, attempting ninjutsu attacks, only for Naruto to swing his sword with his personal hammer slash, killing the targets. The lunar swordsman and the last of the 7 swordsmen fought with flawless technique and confident smirks. Yakumo and Suzuki. Yakumo ran with her scythe in hand, along with Suzuki, whose spear crackled with electricity. Seeing their teammate be the first to join the fight irked them a bit, so they were ready to prove their power too. As they ran, Suzuki raised his spear, which changed from crackling electricity to blazing fire, and threw it. The spear pierced 3 men before stopping. Just as Suzuki and Yakumo were about to hit the crowd of Kiri ninja, they abruptly stopped. Phoenix Sage Fire Technique, shouted Suzuki, launching 5 large balls of blue fire at the numerous opponents. Looking at Yakumo, both nodded as Yakumo stood in front of Suzuki while he performed a long series of hand signs. Once the Kiri nin recovered from the surprise of Suzuki's attack, they noticed him making hand signs and charged. The first one there served as a warning. He nearly reached Suzuki, but Yakumo quickly used her large weapon, slashing the man in half with seemingly little effort. Suzuki continued his hand signs, and the Kiri nin continued to charge. Yakumo sliced fast, quickly covering all sides of Suzuki, protecting her teammate so he could finish his jutsu. When Yakumo finally got a short moment, she quietly said, "Dance of the Reaper." Her hair began to blow as if a sudden breeze had come over her as she waited for her victims. A group of 10 ninja attacked the duo, surrounding them. Each prepared to strike with their kunao but never got the chance as Yakumo threw her scythe. It spun rapidly in a circle, slicing any obstacle in its path. The first rotation killed all 10 men. The Kiri nin didn't learn their lesson until 12 more suffered death by scythe. They waited until the scythe stopped spinning and was back in the girl's hand before attacking once more. Before they could reach the 2, a whirlwind of paper blinded their vision. 7 men's vision was impaired. A second later, they knew no more, as their heads were removed from their bodies. Thanks to the temporary protection given by Yakumo, Suzuki finished his hand signs. "Meteor rain," shouted Suzuki, launching 20 fireballs from his mouth in rapid succession into the air. Once they reached their peak, the fireballs fell, exploding in small bursts around the battlefield, helping other rebel ninja by causing distractions or hitting the enemy directly. Suzuki began to breathe a little heavier but quickly recovered when Yakumo looked at him with a small smile. Itaki and Konan. Itaka stood back to back with Konan, surrounded on all sides by Kiri ninja. I kinda wanted to ask you something earlier," Itaka said nervously, while Konan examined their surroundings. "Okay, what?" she asked with a raised eyebrow, still on guard. "I was, wondering if you maybe wanted to have dinner with me? Or lunch, or breakfast, or something," he said nervously. "Seriously? We're in the middle of a war, and you think asking me out is the appropriate question?" she asked rhetorically as the Kiri nin prepared to move. "Look, we'll talk about it later, okay," she said quickly, to which Itaka nodded. Taking out a large number of shuriken, the Uchiha said, "Phoenix Sage Flower Nail Crimson," before throwing them. They immediately caught fire upon release. The shuriken didn't hit anyone but landed in the ground, continuing to burn. Seeing Itaka's move, Konan shouted, "Dance of the Shikigami." Hundreds of sheets of paper flew from her body, eventually forming a large circle. A few pieces of paper caught fire, leading to a chain of fire that quickly spread along the paper trail through the Kiri shinobi. Before long, the fire intensified as Konan added more sheets to fuel it. Itaki looked at Konan after the fire intensified and spread. "Give me a second," he asked, to which Konan nodded and continued to fuel what was now a massive fire burning ninja left and right. More than a few Kiri ninja tried to use water techniques to extinguish the fire, but they were killed by their opponents before they could. Even when water techniques reached the fire, the flames continued to burn as if nothing had happened. Just as Konan was about to add more paper to the flame, she felt a tremendous amount of chakra. Looking back at her partner, she was surprised. Itaka's eyes had entered a stage of the Sharingan she hadn't seen before, and his right arm was covered in what looked like a giant red chakra arm. "Move," Itaka said in a strained tone, and Konan quickly moved away. Taking a deep breath, Itaka dashed through the flame he had created and towards a large group of Kiri-nin. "Susanoo Fist!" Itaka shouted as he swung his right arm forward with all the chakra it carried. The unfortunate ninja hit by the attack were sent flying immediately, dead on contact, nothing more than mangled and bloody bodies. After the attack, the fire behind Itaka began to die, and he fell to a knee, panting. Konan rushed to him to assist. "Itaki, are you okay?" she asked, kneeling to his level. Itaka nodded, trying to catch his breath. After a short moment of recovery, Itaka stood up, a little shakily, but nodded. "Yeah, I just shouldn't have used that jutsu so early. It takes a lot out of me," the Uchiha answered, silently cursing himself for his stupidity. "It'll be fine, just stay close to me. We've still got work to do," Konan said as she prepared to find her next victims, Jiraiya and Tsunade. Jiraiya deflected a punch from a Kirinin while his teammate punched another, sending him flying. "You know, if I didn't know any better, I'd say these guys don't know who we are," Jiraiya said, deflecting another ninja's punch before stabbing him in the neck with a kunao. "If anything, they know exactly who you are, which is why they probably aren't afraid to attack you," pervert, Tsunade said, punching and killing another Kiri ninja. Looking back at her teammate, she blew a strand of hair out of her face before speaking. "Hurry up and summon some toads. I'm sure the rest of the rebels could use the help," she advised. Jiraiya sighed as he dodged an attack before launching a Rasengan into the side of the attacker. "Fine, if you insist," Jiraiya answered, biting his thumb and performing the hand signs. "Summoning Jutsu," Jiraiya shouted, expecting Gamahiro to appear. He was understandably surprised when nothing happened. Performing the hand signs again, he performed the jutsu, but with no result. Jiraiya didn't have time to ponder the situation as he narrowly dodged a sword strike from a Kirinin. Throwing a kunao and hitting the attacker in the throat, Jiraiya jumped backward. "Tsunade, something's wrong. My summoning isn't working." Tsunade continued to punch and kick the countless enemies attacking her, inflicting pain on every idiot who thought himself strong enough to face the female Sunin. "Well then, find another way to contribute, because I'm busy," Tsunade said to her teammate before launching another powerful punch at a Kiri ninja. Jiraiya nodded and began to create a larger-than-standard Rasengan. When it finished forming, the white-haired Sunin ran towards a crowd of Kirinin with the large Rasengan in hand. "Big ball Rasengan," Jiraiya shouted, slamming the ball of chakra into the crowd, sending them flying back. Nearby, Tsunade was tired of the constant attacks, so after killing another Kirinin, she raised her fist to the air before slamming it into the ground, causing the ground itself to move violently. It sent any nearby Kirinin to another pair of rebels. The blonde Sunin examined her hand before locating her teammate, who was now just watching the rest of the battlefield. It had started with Kiri having an overwhelming advantage, but now it seemed Kiri's forces had been brought to about half their original strength. The rebels were fighting back hard, but just over half of the rebel forces remained. Kushina, Mei, and Ao. Kushina sent her chains, impaling the massive numbers of Kirinin trying to kill Mei and end the rebellion. Ao did his share, quickly killing enemies with his kunao or through taijutsu. Meanwhile, Mei alternated between shooting globs of lava and using her kunao on those who got too close. Getting a small break, Kushina bit her thumb and rubbed it on her wrist, summoning her personal katana. Grasping the sword tightly, the red-headed Uzumaki went to work, cutting down the opposition as quickly as possible. Ao increased his speed, attacking and killing enemies at a faster pace. Mei jumped back to avoid a kunao slash and quickly performed a series of hand signs. "Lava release, melting apparition," the rebel leader shouted, spewing a flow of acidic mud that immediately began to burn through the flesh of the targeted Kirinin. After Mei's attack, the three gathered, finally getting a small break from the fighting. So far, so good. Naruto and Kojuro. Naruto quickly glanced at his partner. "Kojuro, tell Mei to get everyone back," Naruto instructed, earning a strange look from Kojuro. "What are you talking about, Naruto?" the blue-haired swordsman asked. Naruto scanned the area, locating his teammates. "Just get to Mei, I have something to do," the blonde said before dashing off. Sasuke and Yakumo. Sasuke and Yakumo stood in a mix of fear and awe, staring at the scene before them. A massive, demonic turtle had replaced the childlike Mizukage. So engrossed were they that they almost attacked Naruto when he suddenly appeared. "Guys, time to go," Naruto announced, causing their eyes to widen. "Naruto, what the hell are you talking about?" Sasuke demanded. Naruto raised his sword to his shoulder. "It's time to end the Kiri civil war," he declared with a smirk. Yakumo and Sasuke looked at him like he was insane. "Come on, guys, we talked about this," he prompted. Yakumo shook her head. "Yeah, but shouldn't we leave this to someone like Mei, or your mom, or the Sunin, or let's do it," Sasuke interjected, cutting off Yakumo's objection. Naruto nodded, then looked at Yakumo, who reluctantly agreed before the three, the only one still moving, took off at high speeds. Kushina, Mei, Ao. What the hell is happening? Mei cried, her voice trembling. Kushina shook her head. The Mizukage is a Jinchuriki, and it looks like he's mastered his Biju's control. This just got a lot more complicated. Mei, we might need to fall back, Kushina stated, making Mei stare at the ground. It was going so well. How could it turn like this? Mei whispered to herself. Ao narrowed his eye, focusing on what appeared to be the only figures still moving on the battlefield. Kushina, it seems your son and his team are running towards Yagura, Ao said quickly, causing Kushina's eyes to widen dramatically. What? The redhead shrieked, her gaze snapping to the small group. Oh my Kami, I have to get over there, she exclaimed frantically. Wait, a familiar voice, the Toad Sunnens, boomed. Jiraiya, followed by Tsunade, swiftly approached the trio. Kushina, something's wrong with my chakra. My summoning jutsu won't work, Jiraiya reported, worriedly. Kushina snarled at him. I don't give a damn about your chakra, old man, my son is trying to take on the Mizukage. Kushina retorted, pointing in Naruto's direction. Jiraiya and Tsunade's eyes widened, but Jiraiya quickly recovered. Kushina, our best bet is for me to summon Gamabunta to fight the Mizukage. I know you have a seal somewhere that can help. Please, Kushina, Jiraiya pleaded. Kushina quickly assessed him, then reached into her side pouch, pulling out a crumpled piece of paper with a seal design. That seal will make it easier to use nature chakra, which will increase your chances of successfully summoning your toads. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to go save my son, the redhead said angrily, tossing the seal to Jiraiya, who immediately began charging his chakra again. Naruto, Yakumo, Sasuke. Naruto, Yakumo, and Sasuke quickly reached the giant turtle, as everyone else on the battlefield was still paralyzed with fear by the colossal Biju. The turtle paid little attention to the three Chunin as they approached, instead focusing on its Jinchuriki's enemies. Naruto, Sasuke, and Yakumo silently thanked Kami that the Biju had chosen to ignore them, just as planned. Naruto abruptly stopped, his sword ready, while Sasuke and Yakumo took their positions. Raising his sword, Naruto shouted, "Hammer slash," launching a wave of chakra at the turtle's back leg. Upon impact, thousands of sword slices tore through the turtle's leg, causing it to stumble slightly. Due to its thick skin, there was barely any damage, but it had gained the Biju's attention. Naruto stood, his sword in an attack stance, staring down the three-tailed beast before everything went pitch black. Yagura's mindscape. The blonde blinked a few times and reached to raise his sword, only to realize it was gone. Welcome, an amused voice said from behind Naruto, who quickly spun around defensively. Naruto's eyes widened at the sight of a childlike figure facing him with a smile. Who are you, and where am I? Naruto quickly asked. The figure chuckled. You should know who I am, considering you and your friends are trying to end my life. You're in a mindscape, mine to be exact. I thought it best we have a little chat before this goes any further, the now identified Mizukage said. Why are you here, Naruto? I know what you've been through, I had to live it. Why do you take orders from those who treated you wrongly and those far inferior to yourself? I've seen your past. Years of painful neglect cannot be washed away with a simple apology. You still hold that grudge, whether you choose to show it or not, the Mizukage continued, causing Naruto's eyes to narrow. How I handle things is none of your business, and I don't hold grudges, it's beneath me, Naruto retorted, which made the Mizukage laugh loudly. Naruto, we're all human. We all have flaws that separate us from those above. No one can endure the neglect you did without a hint of resentment. I've seen you make peace with your mother, but is it true? Are you sure you aren't being taken advantage of? All your parents offered were words of regret, which swayed you from the path of thinking you should have had all along. Why should you bow to the whims of those weaker and beneath you? They wronged you, so they must be punished. That's why I ask you to join me as I take over all of Kiri. With your power, taking over other nations will be simple. Think of it, Naruto, the entire world at your fingertips. You would be a god. Accept my offer and reach your full potential, rather than being manipulated and used by those who pretend to care for your well-being, Yagura said with a smile. Naruto was silent for a long moment before he began to laugh. When his laughter subsided, he gave his clear answer to the Mizukage. I feel sorry for you, that you'll die without knowing the truth of companionship. Your mindset is so jaded, your ideas so delusional. You are proof of why I will accept the embrace of those who are truly repentant. If I do nothing but let hatred and resentment fester, I will have no one. And when you have no one, you're weak. I'm sorry you were unable to find anyone, but I pray you find peace in the next life, Naruto said, causing the Mizukage to scowl before Naruto was pushed out of the mindscape. Naruto, Sasuke, Yakumo. Naruto returned from his trance as suddenly as he had entered it. Noticing his sword was back at his side, he smirked and nodded to each of his teammates. Jumping upwards, Naruto made deep slashes in the Sanbai's body. Yakumo remained on the ground, rapidly charging her chakra, while Suzuki ran toward the giant turtle's rear. Once he reached the tails, Suzuki yelled Emperor's Ember, blowing a small yellow fireball that struck one of the beast's three tails. Upon impact, the small fireball exploded into a massive blue flame that spread across all the Sandbai's tails, causing it to roar in pain. Turning to face the Uchiha, the turtle prepared to attack the boy, only for Naruto to suddenly appear on the Biju's nose. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto raised his arm and shouted Hammer Slash, launching his sword attack at the Biju's only open eye. The eye itself was very strong, but thousands of sword strikes accumulated until the attack finally pierced the eye, continuing until it was nothing more than a bloody socket. The turtle raised its head to the sky, causing Naruto to jump down, and roared in pain. When Naruto landed, he quickly looked to his genjutsu-wielding girlfriend. Yakumo, you're up, Naruto said, receiving a nod from the girl. Eden's paradise. Yakumo declared loudly before attempting something very few could, putting a fully released Biju into a genjutsu-induced trance. Yakumo closed her eyes tightly and clasped her hands together as she cast the massive genjutsu on the enemy. In less than 20 seconds, the screaming Sandbai had gone from roaring in pain to lying on the ground in a trance. The genjutsu Yakumo had placed the Biju under was an illusion of pure bliss, the greatest moments of one's life, the greatest feelings, anything and everything the victim desired. Yakumo gave the victim their own personal heaven. There was also less chance of the jutsu being broken due to the victim simply not wanting to escape their paradise. The downside to using the genjutsu was that it took a lot of chakra to maintain and typically wouldn't last longer than about 5 minutes. It would be understandably shorter now that she was dealing with a Biju. While Yakumo concentrated as hard as she could on keeping the Biju immobilized, Naruto looked at Suzuki, who was waiting for orders. Suzuki, start putting your chakra into the seal, I have to make a spot for us to place it, Naruto said before jumping high into the air with his sword raised. Suzuki looked at his hand, then began to pump his chakra into the Yang seal. As the Uchiha prepared his seal, Naruto reached the peak of his jump and slammed downwards with his sword. When Naruto impacted the Sandbai's right arm, it disrupted Yakumo's genjutsu but cut right through the arm, completely slicing through the shell. When he reached the ground, Naruto shouted, Suzuki, now, as he placed his hand on the beast, leaving a glowing seal on the body. Without a second thought, Suzuki dashed forward and landed his hand on the Biju, which also left a glowing seal. Once both boys' hands were removed, the seals moved along the body until they connected with one another and began to grow brighter. The seal took the form of a yin-yang sign and started to spin rapidly as the affected Biju screamed louder than before. It wasn't long until multiple yellow cracks began to form all over the Biju's body as it continued to scream. After the cracks covered the entirety of the turtle's body, it imploded, creating a shockwave that sent Suzuki and Yakumo backward before they regained their footing. Mei, Ao, Tsunade, Jiraiya. All four figures, like everyone else on the battlefield, were dumbfounded by what they had just seen. A group of 3 Chunin had just defeated the Mizukage, and in full Biju form. It was impossible, it made no sense, yet it happened right before their very eyes. The shock and awe had caused all the Kiri ninja to drop their weapons, while the rebels were still somewhat frozen. Ao was the one to snap Mei out of the trance that was currently affecting the entire battlefield. Mei, it seems you've won the battle. You've just ended the civil war, Ao said in a weak tone, not trusting his voice at the moment. Upon hearing Ao's comment, Mei's eyes began to water. It's over, it's finally over, she whispered before taking a few steps forward. Ao, make it known to the forces that the war is over. A new day has begun, and a new Kiri is born, she said as a tear streamed down her face. Ao silently nodded at his leader's request and went to spread the word. Tsunade and Jiraiya both stood with their mouths agape. How was a civil war as bloody as any decided by 3 kids? It was unheard of and unprecedented. What they had just witnessed brought Jiraiya back to attack his evaluation of the team. Greater than the Sunin, Itaki had said, to which Jiraiya had laughed in his face. Never before had he been so wrong, or at least that he knew of. Itaki was right. The team he had just seen, the team that had taken down a fully powered Biju, had the potential to surpass the legendary Sunin. Naruto, Yakumo, Suzuki. A cloud of dust covered the area as the 3 Chunin stood, barely, each on the verge of collapsing. Before any of them could utter a word of celebration, a slow clapping sound echoed behind them. Turning toward the sound, Team 11's eyes widened at the figures before them. Menma and Narumi stood with wicked smiles directed at Naruto, both gripping large, curved swords. Tsuranabe stood between them, a slight smile on his face. Quickly turning to his team, Naruto told them, "Go get help," and the two ran off without a word. They knew this fight was out of their league and that they would only be in Naruto's way. Turning his attention back to the 3 intruders, Naruto gritted his teeth. "What do you want?" the blonde demanded, gripping his sword tightly. Tsuranabe tilted his head slightly. "You know what I want, Naruto. I want peace. A peace you're apparently unwilling to let me achieve. These two, on the other hand, have a score to settle with you." Normally, I wouldn't waste my time with something as petty as this, but they've been good lately, so they deserve a reward, he said, smiling. Menma and Narumi stepped forward after their leader finished speaking, both smiling. I've been waiting for today for a long time. We'll make sure you suffer, Menma declared. It's time you realize what a pitiful mistake you are, Narumi added. Naruto looked at both of his siblings and could tell they were much stronger since their last confrontation. Trying to control his breathing, Naruto stood tall. He was tired from defeating Yagura but refused to let his body quit on him now. Are you sure you want to do this? I'm sure you remember the result of our last fight, Naruto said, rolling his neck. Menma and Narumi growled at the reminder of their humiliating loss. You'll find that we're much stronger than last time, and more than capable of killing you, Menma said through gritted teeth as he and Narumi raised their Biju swords. Naruto sighed at their response and raised his sword, preparing for what was to come. He wasn't surprised when both siblings rushed him and slashed through his body. After the attack, Menma and Narumi smiled triumphantly until, in an instant, they were sent flying backward, each with large slashes across their chests. As the two shakily stood, red chakra covering their chests and healing them, they looked back at their sliced-in half-brother, only to see the last remnants of smoke fading away. You know, I've always wondered where this hatred of me comes from, Naruto said from behind Menma and Narumi, causing both to quickly spin around. Both of you were given everything. Training, attention, love. You had all of that and more, yet you've decided to throw that away in the hopes of killing me, Naruto said with a dark smile beginning to form on his face. You attacked me with a sword, you dared to challenge me, the lunar soldier, to a duel. I could kill you both in an instant, but I choose not to out of pure pity, the blonde said, raising his sword to his shoulder as he leaked killer intent. To Menma and Narumi's credit, they barely shook at their brother's killer intent as their hatred for him only deepened. With a roar, Menma leaped at Naruto, ready to take the boy's head off, but was shocked when Naruto suddenly disappeared. A moment later, Menma felt unbearable pain in his left arm. When he looked down, his eyes widened as his left arm lay on the ground, separated from his body. The Jinchuriki screamed in pain. Narumi watched what happened, and before she could protect herself, she fell to the ground. Looking down, she screamed in pain as her right leg was now gone from her body. Neither of them noticed Naruto standing over them, looking at them with a mixture of disgust and pity. Turning around, Naruto met Tsuranabe's gaze. Leave, the blonde said, causing the other swordsman to chuckle. Naruto, you know I can't leave without my property, and you also know you can't take me on in your current state. Hell, Sira could barely take me on in her prime, Tsuranabe said, causing Naruto's eyes to narrow and his grip on his sword to tighten. But don't worry, I have plans for you, so just keep training, and when the day comes, I'll be waiting, the man said before vanishing behind Naruto, who suddenly fell to his knees. A large, bloody X covered his chest as he held onto his sword in an effort to ignore the pain. Slowly looking behind him, he noticed Tsuranabe with his two siblings. To Naruto's surprise, both Menma and Narumi's missing limbs were regenerating due to red chakra. That was the last Naruto saw of his brother and sister as they vanished into darkness with their leader. Naruto 2 minutes later. Naruto lay on his back, breathing slowly, when the Konoha ninja reached him. Kushina and Yakumo were the first to arrive, both with tears in their eyes. Tsunade quickly moved them aside as she began healing the boy. It didn't take long, as the cuts weren't very deep, but for some reason, they had drained a large amount of his energy. Propping Naruto up on her lap, Kushina stroked her son's face in a motherly way, tears in her eyes. Yakumo was right beside him, holding his hand. Tsunade stood examining the blonde. Sasuke, Itachi, and Konan stared at the boy, and Jiraiya's eyes were slightly narrowed. Naruto, what happened? Sasuke asked. Naruto slowly lifted his head to answer his friend. Menma and Narumi, along with the leader of the Shinigami's blade, he said before quietly coughing. What happened to Menma and Narumi? Jiraiya asked, but to everyone's surprise, without a spiteful tone. Naruto shook his head. They challenged me and they lost, but the leader took me down and then took the two of them, he answered, looking at the Toad-san and for any sign of malice due to the answer. Instead, what he saw was a conflict of emotions raging in the man's eyes. Jiraiya quietly nodded and tried to summon a toad for what seemed to be the 10th time, to no avail. Slowly, Naruto was helped up as the group began to make their way back to the Kiri rebel camp. While being assisted, Naruto looked at the sky and smiled. Kiri was free. The smile quickly dropped, though, as he knew he had to begin training harder than ever to compare to the man whose power he had only glimpsed. There were also his siblings' new abilities that needed to be contemplated. Sighing, Naruto shook his head. Just another day in the life of Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, the lunar soldier. Mount Mayaboku. Fukazaku sat before the great toad sage. Jiraiya has been trying to summon us. What should we do? The elder toad asked the sage. The great toad sage was silent for a moment before speaking. The future is very delicate, and Jiraiya has not helped the situation. You will summon him here at a later date so that we may address the issue at hand, the sage said, to which Fukazaku simply nodded. Minato sat in his office doing the thing he dreaded most, paperwork. Thankfully, Orochimaru, who had been a good assistant lately, was helping him with the never-ending forms and documents. As he continued to sign document after document, his mind began to wander, specifically to the topic of Naruto's childhood. Flashback. The fourth Hokage sat in his study, examining the infamous caged bird seal of the Hyuga clan. Recently, the clan leader, Hayashi Hyuga, had asked him to find a way to break the seal without killing the branch members. Minato was happy to accept the request and saw it as a strong mark of progress within the village. He studied the seal carefully when he heard his study door open. Looking up, he was greeted by the sight of his oldest son, Naruto. The blonde boy looked nervous, holding his left arm, and refusing to meet his father's gaze. Shaking his head at his son's demeanor, he asked, "What do you need, Naruto?" Naruto was quiet for a short moment, contemplating whether or not he should make the request he came with to his father. Shaking his head slightly, Naruto spoke up. "Father, I was looking at a few books on different ninja subjects and came across one about Fuinjutsu. I was hoping you could help me learn Fuinjutsu," the blonde boy asked with a desperate look in his eyes. Hokage's office, 3 minutes prior. Minato and Orochimaru were immersed in paperwork. Kakashi entered, bearing his Umbu patrol report. The masked Jonin had rejoined Umbu, with Sakura now in medical ninja training and Menma and Narumi gone. As Kakashi reported, a surge of power swept through the room. The three ninja, Minato, Kakashi, and Orochimaru, instinctively searched for its origin. What followed defied belief, witnessed only by their own eyes. Through the window, they saw something strike the Hokage monument. The initial impact was surprising, but what truly astonished them came next. A colossal black orb rapidly engulfed the entire mountain. The area near the monument began to shake violently. Screams erupted from the populace. Moments later, the black orb vanished. It left nothing behind. The Hokage monument, the entire mountain, was gone. It was as if it had never existed. Minato, Orochimaru, and Kakashi leaped from the office. They landed on the street below. The civilian population was in disarray, either screaming in panic or weeping. The loss of the monument, a symbol of the Hidden Leaf's four most powerful ninja, devastated them. Ninja, while not openly crying, were profoundly shocked. Many stood frozen, while some had collapsed to their knees. The Hokage monument, a beacon of inspiration, a steadfast landmark since Konoha's inception, even against the mighty Kyuubi, was no more. As Minato, Orochimaru, and Kakashi grappled with the unfolding events, a massive surge of power manifested. Its immense force sent shivers down their spines. The blonde Kage looked at Kakashi. "Kakashi," Minato commanded, "prepare the village for an invasion and protect the civilians." He then turned toward the immense power, certain it was the source of this transgression against the leaf. Kakashi stared at his sensei in disbelief. "Sensei, you can't pursue that chakra," Kakashi implored. "Please, we need your orders." He feared the power was too great, even for his teacher. "Kakashi, you must secure the village from within for now," Minato insisted. "Orochimaru and I will confront whoever dared to attack us." Orochimaru nodded in agreement. Before Kakashi could protest further, Minato and Orochimaru departed, ready for battle. Outside of Konoha, Minato and Orochimaru swiftly exited the village. They tracked the immense power they had sensed. After a few minutes, they reached a clearing. It was empty except for a single man lying on his back. He had long brown hair, tan skin, and wore simple Umbu-style gear. "I expected you'd show up," the man stated, raising his head to meet Minato's gaze. "But I didn't think you'd bring company." He chuckled. "Honestly, I'm a little disappointed you didn't get here sooner, considering your reputation as the fastest man in the elemental nations." Minato clenched his fists at the jab. "Who are you, and are you responsible for the attack on the Hokage monument?" Minato demanded. The man chuckled even louder before rising to his feet. "You really shouldn't ask stupid questions," he replied with a smile. "I'm sure a prodigy like you has already guessed the answers." Minato instantly clutched two of his tri-pronged kunai. "You're part of the Shinigami's blade," Minato declared. Orochimaru immediately assumed a defensive stance. The man retrieved his sword from the ground. He then stabbed it back into the earth, leaning on it with a smile. "Ding ding ding, we have a winner," Kuro announced. "I am Kuro, a member of the Shinigami's blade, and soon to be the killer of the Yondaime Hokage." Minato narrowed his eyes at the man. "You've taken my children. Where are they?" Minato questioned. Kuro laughed. "We took them? Please, I've never seen two kids as obsessed with killing a sibling as them. They're either at the base training or beating the shit out of your son, Naruto." He stopped leaning on his sword and stood upright. Glancing at Orochimaru, Kuro shook his head. "Now Minato, do you truly believe bringing a son in we've already used will make a difference?" Kuro asked, his gaze turning serious. Minato stood his ground, as did Orochimaru. "We are ninja of the leaf," Minato affirmed. We've sworn to defend our home from anyone foolish enough to attack us. Kuro laughed at the statement. Oh yeah, the will of fire, right? Your will of fire didn't help you much against Iliel, did it? Each of us can decimate entire villages on our own. Hell, Konoha still stands only because I have specific orders that don't involve destroying the leaf. No, I doubt anyone could defeat us now, despite what leader says. But you already know you won't win this, don't you? Kuro grinned. Now, let's see what all the hype is about the fabled yellow flash of Konoha. Kuro raised his sword from the ground. Minato adopted his battle stance. You made a mistake today, Minato declared, and that mistake will cost you your life. My name is Minato Namikaze, the yellow flash of Konoha and the fourth Hokage. I will protect my village with my life, and I swear now that I will take yours. A look entered Minato's eyes, one not seen since he earned his title as the yellow flash. Kuro chuckled again. Tell yourself whatever lies you need to hear. We both know your trump card / son is too far away to stop what's about to happen. My former associate took on you, the Raikage and the Tsuchikage simultaneously, so I doubt you alone will prove much of a challenge. He paused, then looked confused as Minato smirked. Throwing his two tri-pronged kunao, Minato yelled, Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. His two kunao multiplied into 200. Perhaps I should show you why I'm known as the fastest man in the elemental nations, Minato said. He instantly flashed inside Kuro's guard, landing a solid punch that knocked him back a good 2 feet. Minato followed up by flashing behind the slightly disoriented Kuro, delivering a kick to his back that sent him flying forward. Orochimaru performed a series of rapid hand signs as Kuro flew towards him. Wind style, great breakthrough, he shouted, hitting Kuro and sending him flying backwards again, straight towards Minato. Minato now held a large ball of blue chakra in his hand. He met his opponent midway, denying Kuro a chance to recover from Orochimaru's attack. Raiznan, he roared, shoving the chakra ball into Kuro's back, sending the swordsman crashing into the ground. While the enemy was down, Orochimaru performed another set of hand signs. Striking shadow snakes, he exclaimed, as a multitude of snakes burst from his mouth, coiling around Kuro, holding him down, and sinking their fangs into him. Minato and Orochimaru observed the pile of snakes covering their enemy. His movements grew progressively weaker. When the pile became still, Orochimaru sighed. Minato, however, narrowed his eyes, keeping two kunao at the ready. Orochimaru looked at his Hokage, confused. Just as he was about to inquire, loud laughter echoed. A second later, a black dome enveloped the pile of snakes. The two-leaf ninja barely escaped the dome's perimeter. Minato had grabbed Orochimaru and Hirae shined out of the immediate area just in time. The laughter continued as the dome dissipated. Kuro stood, no sign of the many snakes that had held him. Kuro extended his sword, examining the blade with a smile. You know, the wonderful thing about my sword is that it can disintegrate anything I choose, as long as it hits, Kuro explained. I can even launch attacks like the one on the Hokage monument if I concentrate hard enough. You two are out of your league. He looked up, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. Kuro quickly dashed towards the two, surprising them by targeting Orochimaru first instead of Minato. He made a swift slash across the snake Sunin's chest. The blow sent Orochimaru flying through 2 trees before he landed, unconscious. Minato, meanwhile, flashed away from his opponent. He glanced at Orochimaru from the corner of his eye. Orochimaru didn't disintegrate, Minato mused, filing the observation for later. Either Kuro was lying about his ability, or he needs a certain level of concentration to use it. I was told to keep collateral damage to a minimum, Kuro stated. I've already met my collateral quota for today, so your snake Sunin gets to live. Unfortunately for you, your fate hasn't changed. Kuro then dashed towards the blonde with incredible speed, his sword poised. As he swung his blade at the fourth Hokage, Minato vanished in a flash of yellow light. Less than a second later, Kuro felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. Quickly turning his head, he saw Minato, his signature kunao embedded in his shoulder, a serious expression on his face. Minato then flashed away again, now facing him from a distance. I don't believe in fate, Minato proclaimed, but I do believe in the will of fire. That's why you will die here today. Within me lies the legacy of all of Konoha's greatest ninja, the hopes and dreams of the people of the Hidden Leaf Village, and the fire to protect those precious to me. Something that you will never understand. Kuro snarled at Minato's brief speech. He mentally chastised himself. I don't get it. Iliel almost killed him without a scratch. Why is this such a chore now? Has he been training? Of course he has, stupid. It doesn't matter, without the Hirae Shin, he's nothing. A wicked grin formed on his face. Stabbing his sword into the ground, a large black circle formed around the battlefield. It barely missed Minato. The circle eventually transformed into a large black dome, similar to the one that destroyed the Hokage monument. When the dome dissipated, the battlefield appeared unchanged, save for one crucial detail. All of Minato's placed kunao were gone. Picking up his sword, Kuro smiled at his opponent. I never understood why you were considered the fastest man alive when that speed was never your own. At least A of Kumo has some claim to the title since he uses his own chakra for the lightning armor, but you just use seals to basically perform a shunshin, Kuro scoffed. Minato didn't react to the insult. Instead, he smirked. I wouldn't be a good Kage if the high ration was my only way to outpace my opponent, Minato said, causing Kuro to look confused. The blonde put his hands together and shouted, gravity seals release. He never took his eyes off Kuro. Rolling his neck, Minato vanished from Kuro's sight. He almost instantly reappeared in front of him, delivering a powerful uppercut that sent Kuro airborne. Minato leaped up to follow the attack, landing punch after punch and kick after kick in an impressive mid-air display. Kuro, tired of being hit, swung his sword in the air. Minato vanished before the blade could connect. When Minato landed on the ground, he looked up at his falling opponent. Without a hand sign or a word, 3 shadow clones appeared beside him. Each formed a Raise-Non in one hand before leaping towards Kuro. Leading the charge, Minato shouted, Raise-Non Barrage. He and his clones each landed 2 Raise-Nons on the swordsman's body. When Minato landed, he was panting heavily. He gazed at the smoke cloud, which presumably held his now defeated opponent. As he was about to sit down, he felt a sudden spike in chakra. Only his years of shinobi experience allowed him to dodge a sword strike from his seemingly dead opponent. Kuro was bleeding profusely from his mouth. His shirt was in tatters, revealing multiple bloody marks across his torso, undoubtedly from the multiple Raise-Nons. The cockiness he displayed earlier was gone. Now, he was furious. Swinging quickly and viciously at Minato, Kuro snarled with each miss. He eventually spotted an opening. Stabbing before Minato could evade, Kuro landed a strike to Minato's shoulder. The blade pierced through the back of his shoulder, causing Minato to cry out in pain. Minato quickly dislodged the blade as it began to glow blue, which he guessed indicated disintegration. Jumping backward, Minato tried to create distance from Kuro, but he was too slow. Kuro appeared beside him, delivering a slash to Minato's side that sent him to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Kuro knelt on top of Minato, preventing his escape. He then violently punched the man in the face, breaking his nose. He punched again and again, quickly swelling the Hokage's face and causing blood to stream from his mouth. Meanwhile, Kuro continued to dig his knee into Minato's ribs, inflicting immense pain. Slowly, Kuro stood over the man and raised his sword. You were a strong opponent, Minato, Kuro said, but not strong enough. He then stabbed down towards the Hokage. Kuro was utterly shocked when his victim vanished. Unbeknownst to Kuro, Minato had switched places with a shadow clone he created during the Raise-Non barrage. Just as the sword descended, Minato swapped with the clone. The most crucial detail, however, was where he switched to. Nearby and completely visible to Kuro were 2 clones and now Minato, who had formed the complete form of Minato's original move, the Raisen Shuriken. Had Kuro not been so enraged and focused on inflicting as much pain as possible on Minato, he would have easily seen the clones and understood the situation. Now, Kuro stared at 2 clones of Minato Namikaze and the Hokage himself, holding a massive chakra shuriken. Thinking quickly, Kuro raised his sword. You think this is over just because you made your special little move? You still have to hit me with it, and there's no chance in hell I'll let you, Kuro declared, launching a black orb from his sword at Minato and his clones. Minato saw the attack coming. Instead of fear, he smiled. He vanished in a yellow flash, the Raisen Shuriken in hand. Witnessing the man vanish like that caused Kuro's jaw to drop. He quickly reviewed how Minato could perform such a feat without his kunai. His eyes widened as he realized the conclusion and the mistake he had made. Minato had stabbed him with the kunai, and the Hiraishin seal had transferred to his body. Before he could form another thought, Minato flashed behind the swordsman. He shoved the incredible attack into Kuro, ending his existence once and for all. Minato was knocked backward by the attack, but he remained conscious. He walked over to Orochimaru, who was beginning to stir. Kneeling beside the snake Sunin, Minato gently shook him awake. When Orochimaru awoke, his eyes immediately widened at the sight of his Hokage. Minato looked utterly battered, which made Orochimaru feel useless for having been unconscious during the battle. Minato, are you okay? We need to get you to the hospital, Orochimaru began. Minato nodded his head. I'm fine, Orochimaru. The threat to Konoha has been dealt with, he said, looking behind him at the pile of dust before falling to one knee. Orochimaru quickly helped him up. Turning to the man, Minato said, I've got enough in me for one last Hiraishin, which will take us to my office. Afterward, I'll lose consciousness, so I need you to ensure the village is okay, send a message to Kushina and her group telling them what happened, and take me to the hospital. Orochimaru nodded obediently, and the two flashed out of the battered field. Konoha Council Chambers, 8 hours later. The Konoha Council was engaged in its usual arguments. Politics, sometimes more bothersome than actual combat missions. Council members spoke loudly while Orochimaru and Kakashi rubbed their heads in frustration. Orochimaru had fulfilled Minato's requests, and Kakashi had met him after ensuring his sensei's well-being. Now, the two were busy trying to peacefully manage a potential mutiny. The Hokage just saved us from whoever attacked the monument, Shikaka Nara stated, irritated by the reason for the council meeting. Whoever created that attack was extremely powerful. I'd like to see anyone else in this village try and do what he did today. Danzo Shinura shook his head at Shikaka's conclusion. We need someone to unite the people in this time of darkness, and Minato is not the one to do it, Danzo argued, eliciting murmurs of agreement from the council members he had paid off. The other two elders, Koharu and Homura, nodded in agreement with their fellow elder. Danzo is right, Koharu affirmed. Minato wasn't ready for the hat when he received it, and he hasn't shown he's ready now. We, the Council of Konoha, must lead this village, and with Danzo as our Hokage, I believe our village will enter a new age of prosperity. Is that so? A voice from within the room asked. Looking around, the council was shocked to see their Hokage standing in the shadows, a cold expression on his face. I don't believe I called for a council meeting, did I, Orochimaru? Minato asked as he stepped into the light, revealing his bandaged form. Orochimaru shook his head. No, Lord Hokage, you didn't, Orochimaru replied, as the elders and civilian council began to sweat. The Shinobi Council, meanwhile, grinned. So there is discontent with how I'm doing things? Minato inquired, receiving only silence. Walking a few more steps forward, he directed his gaze at the civilian council and the elders. What's wrong? You were so passionate about deposing me a few moments earlier. Minato then asked, who in here wants my position? I ask because if you do, you must prove you're strong enough to defend this village. So, I ask, are any of you willing to fight me for the title of Hokage? Silence again. Let me remind each of you of your position, Minato continued. You are advisors, people who inform me of the day-to-day issues within the village, nothing more. You are not the strength of Konoha, you do not rule Konoha. I am the Hokage, and I will not accept those who put themselves before the interests of the village. Minato then raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. Immediately, an Umbu ninja materialized from thin air. I want each of the civilian council members along with the elders taken to TNI, he ordered, causing terror to show on the faces of the civilian council members. Looking at the Shinobi Council, he simply said, you're free to go. The Shinobi Council didn't fear Minato, they knew he always prioritized Konoha's best interests and would always do what was best for his home. Alienating the civilian council was a small example of that. As they left, the Shinobi Council members nodded and smiled at their Hokage with respect. Minato nodded and smiled back before taking his seat. Orochimaru, has the message been sent? Minato asked. The Snake Sunin nodded. Looking at Kakashi, Minato asked, how is the village? Concern etched on his face. Kakashi nodded. They're still recovering from shock, but we're strong. We'll be okay, Kakashi replied. Minato nodded and looked out his window. I know we will, the fourth Hokage said, facing the village he loved so much, certain they would persevere despite the day's events. Feeling tired, Minato bid goodbye to Kakashi and Orochimaru before heading home. He needed a stiff drink and a good night's rest after today. A joyous celebration erupted across Kiri, with cheers echoing through the hidden mist village. The populace, weary of the civil war and silently opposing the bloodline purges, now rejoiced openly. Yagura and his regime were overthrown, and the ninja who surrendered after his defeat pledged loyalty to the new Mizukage, Mei Terumi. Mei, though never aspiring to the position, accepted the overwhelming support to become the Godai Mizukage. Her first act was to abolish the old genin requirement, vowing to transform Kiri from the bloody mist into a nation its ninja would proudly defend. A new, brighter era had dawned for Kiri. Mizukage's office. 5 days after Yagura's death, Mei sat in her new office, facing the Konoha nin who had aided Kiri. She had been tirelessly working, and now it was time for Kiri to forge an alliance with the nation that had provided crucial assistance. The auburn-haired Mizukage smiled at the group, particularly the three Chunin. When you first arrived, I was insulted, thinking it a joke from Konoha to mock the rebels. I was wrong. You all played vital roles in our victory. I doubt we could have defeated Yagura without you. I also never imagined 3 Chunin could defeat a Jinchuriki Kage, so it's been a week of surprises. I truly underestimated each of you, and for that, I apologize, Mei said sincerely, surprising the Konoha nin. Kushina responded, Lady Mizukage. Mei, please, just Mei, the Mizukage interrupted. Kushina nodded. Mei, we were glad to help, and no apology is needed. I'm just relieved the civil war is over and hope our alliance strengthens. She then grew serious. Mei, there's a great threat to the ninja world, she stated, prompting Mei to raise an eyebrow. Naruto stepped forward. Mei, there's a group of swordsmen called the Shinigami's Blade. Each member can destroy an entire ninja village alone and possesses unique, dangerous abilities. What do they want? Mei asked. World peace, Naruto replied, elaborating upon the confused looks from Mei, Ao, and Kojuro. they believe peace can only be achieved through submission. They want everyone to bow to them, creating a world where all are equal as slaves to the Shinigami's blade. May silently processed the information. What can I do to help, she asked. Keep an eye out for anything suspicious and get the village of the mist back on track, Naruto said with a small smile, which May slowly mirrored despite the grim news. And you better get stronger, Kojuro, because I need a strong rival to clash swords with, Naruto added with a smirk. The blue-haired swordsman nodded, smiling. Kushina placed a hand on her son's shoulder, nodding with a smile. Well, May, it's time for us to return to Konoha. We wish you luck and we'll hear from you soon, she said, extending her hand. May nodded, smiling, and shook it. Ao smiled at the interaction. Though our village's relationship was broken before, I'm glad to see us as partners now, Ao said, oblivious to the dark look on May's face. Relationship partners. May muttered, shut up, Ao, before I kill you, she said with a scary smile. As the group said their final goodbyes, Yakumo secured an autograph from her literary hero. May then whispered something to Yakumo, causing her to blush deeply as she joined Naruto. The Mizukage also attempted one last pass at the eldest Uchiha, but Konan dragged him away. Sighing and muttering about the good ones always being taken, May bid them farewell, but not before telling Sasuke to let her know if he ever wanted a shot with her. Her proposition left the Uchiha so flustered his team had to carry him out. Once the Konoha group departed, May chuckled. Things looked promising for Kiri for the first time in a very long while. Kiri Gates. The Konoha crew had just exited Kiri's gates when a Kiri Umbu intercepted them. Kushina Uzumaki Namikaze, the Umbu asked, seeking confirmation from the red-headed Jounin. Upon Kushina's nod, the Umbu quickly handed her an envelope before disappearing with a shunshin. Kushina examined the envelope, noting Konoha's seal on the back. Opening it, she read the letter inside, her face turning deathly pale. She collapsed to her knees in shock, the letter falling from her hands. Naruto and Tsunade immediately moved to comfort her, while Jiraiya picked up the letter. His reaction mirrored Kushina's, though he managed to remain standing. As Kushina and Jiraiya stood stunned, the other Konoha ninja looked between them, awaiting an explanation. Jiraiya, what was in the letter? Tsunade asked, rubbing Kushina's back. Jiraiya remained silent for a long moment before finally speaking. A member of the Shinigami's blade attacked Konoha, he said, causing everyone's eyes to widen except Naruto's, which narrowed. The member destroyed the entire Hokage mountain. Minato engaged and killed him but was badly injured in the process, he finished, leaving everyone stunned. Naruto quickly stood up. We need to get home fast, Naruto exclaimed, but received no response from his comrades. Shaking his head at their shock, he shouted at guys, drawing their attention. I know you're all shocked and afraid, but we have to get to Konoha as fast as possible. This seemed to bring a small measure of relief to the group. Slowly standing, Kushina nodded, proud of her son's resolve. Naruto's right, we have to get there as soon as possible. Jiraiya, can you summon a toad to take us to Konoha, she asked. Jiraiya looked doubtful. I can try, Kushina, but I can't promise anything right now, he said before biting his thumb and yelling, summoning jutsu. Unfortunately, nothing happened. Naruto pondered after Jiraiya's failed attempt. Let's get some distance from Kiri, and I'll get us home in an hour, Naruto said, confusing Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Konan, but earning understanding looks from his teammates, sensei, and mother. At Naruto's declaration, the group quickly set off towards Konoha. Kiri. The Konoha group traveled for about 20 minutes before Naruto called a halt. Okay everyone, I recommend you stand back, he said as the group moved away from him. Biting his left thumb and rubbing it on his summoning tattoo, Naruto shouted, summoning jutsu. Mist immediately enveloped the area, and a massive blue serpent rose from it, reaching just above the tree line and toppling several trees. Lowering its head, the serpent focused on its summoner. Naruto, I sense no battle nearby. Why have you summoned me? The serpent asked. Hello, Sealritas, thank you for answering my call. I haven't called you for a battle. My village was attacked, and my father was injured. I was hoping you could get us to Konoha, seeing as you are the fastest of the serpents, Naruto said respectfully. Sealritas subtly nodded before turning towards Konoha. I shall get you near Konoha in less than an hour, the serpent stated. Naruto smiled at the response. Okay everyone, climb on Sealritas' back with me, the blonde instructed, jumping with chakra to reach the serpent's back. The rest of the group was shocked by the sight of such a powerful beast, let alone one summoned by a teenager. Eventually, everyone focused enough to join Naruto, albeit slowly. Once settled on the serpent's back, Kushina spoke, advocating for the environment. Naruto, we can't just run through all the trees between us and Konoha, she said. Naruto chuckled, and Sealritas nearly smiled. Don't worry, Mom, the environment will be fine. Oh, one more thing, the way we're about to travel must be kept secret. It will also take a small toll on you guys since it's your first time, Naruto warned. Before the others could ask for clarification, mist rose from the ground and enveloped the group as Sealritas began to move in a circle. Sealritas spun faster and faster until it became unrecognizable. Just as it reached its maximum speed, it vanished in a swirl of mist. Fire Country. A circle of mist formed about 15 minutes away from Konoha. 30 seconds later, Sealritas, along with the Konoha ninja on its back, appeared, still spinning. As the spinning gradually ceased, Naruto jumped off without any ill effects. The rest of the Konoha group, however, were desperately suppressing vomit, fearing to soil the fearsome creature they had ridden. Slowly, they dismounted, immediately collapsing to the ground, clutching their heads and retching. Naruto and Sealritas watched with amusement before the blonde dismissed his summon, which departed in a cyclone of mist. It took 10 minutes for the Konoha group to recover. Finally able to stand, Sasuke glared at Naruto. "Naruto, what the hell was that?" the Uchiha yelled. Naruto crossed his arms with a smile. "That was vortex travel. Sealritas is the only serpent with the ability to use it, making him the fastest serpent and probably the fastest creature alive," Naruto explained. Looking around, Naruto nodded as he recognized their surroundings. "Now, if we hurry, we can make it there in 10 minutes, Naruto said before turning and tree-hopping towards Konoha. Everyone else slowly followed, grumbling about why Naruto hadn't used his summon during the Civil War or to get to Kiri. Hokage office. Minato sat in his office while Shizune and her assistant, Sakura Harano, conducted his medical evaluation. Looking at the pink-haired aspiring medic, Minato felt a pang of shame for what his lost son had done to her. As he continued to watch her, Sakura noticed and asked, "Is something wrong, Lord Hokage?" raising her notebook. Minato shook his head. "No, I never apologized for Menma's actions, and I want you to know I'm truly sorry, Sakura," he said with a hint of sadness. Sakura shook her head at the apology. "You don't have to apologize, Lord Hokage. You weren't the one who sent me to the hospital. Besides, I'm happy now that I've found my calling," Sakura said with a smile. Her response brought a small smile to Minato's face and a chuckle from Shizune. "Your calling indeed. She has a future in medical ninjutsu, and her chakra control is better than most Chunin-level medics right now. Pretty soon, she'll be the one doing these evaluations on you for your reckless behavior, and from what I've seen so far, Naruto's reckless behavior as well," she said with a grin. The blonde Hokage smiled at Shizune's comparison between him and his son. "Well, you know what they say, like father, like son," he said with a wide smile, which earned him a playful hit to the head from Shizune and a giggle from Sakura. "Idiot," the dark-haired medic muttered before stepping away from her patient. "Well, your ribs and shoulder are healing normally, but you have to stop exhausting your chakra. I swear, you and your son give off more chakra than a Jinchuriki. I shouldn't have to tell you this, Minato," she said sternly, earning a sigh from Minato. "I know, Shizune, but out there it was all or nothing. Sometimes, I have no choice," Minato said, earning a nod from Shizune. With that, the two medics left the office as Orochimaru entered. Seeing his second-in-command arrive, Minato stood up. "Orochimaru, what's up?" Minato asked. Orochimaru shook his head. "The ninja community has applauded your actions against the Civilian Council, but supporters of the Civilian Council are spreading rumors that you are becoming a tyrant," the Snake Sonin answered, causing Minato to laugh and quickly clutch his ribs. "Let them say what they want. This is a ninja village, protected and run by ninjas since its founding. Did Ibiki and Anko get anything out of the council members I sent to them?" Minato asked, earning a smile from Orochimaru as he set a stack of papers on Minato's desk, causing the man to groan. "Money laundering, conspiracy, bribery, the list goes on, and it's all detailed in those reports," the Sonin said, earning a nod from the Hokage. Minato stared at the reports for a long moment before looking back at Orochimaru. "I can't get a handle on the Shinigami's blade. They attacked the leaf, but their real intention was to kill me. Why, I don't know, other than the glory of assassinating a Kage. They have my children, which means they have plans involving the Kyuubi. Ugh, I can't figure out what they'll do next. It's so calculated yet so random at the same time. All we know is their goal is peace through submission, which I'm guessing won't be voluntary," Minato said, holding his head. Orochimaru shook his head. He, too, had been trying and failing to predict their next move. Thinking about the Shinigami's blade, another thought crossed Orochimaru's mind, causing him to look up. "Minato, I have a request," Orochimaru said, earning a confused look from the Hokage. "Lately, bits and pieces of my memories have been returning, and I've had one strong recurring memory. In Odo, there was a boy named Kimimaro. He possessed the last Bone Pulse Kekii Genkai and was dedicated to helping me in whatever I wished, no matter the consequence or the wish. He is deathly ill and still in Odo. I believed Tsunade could heal him, and he would be a great asset to our ranks, so I request leave to infiltrate Odo and recover Kimimaro for the leaf," Orochimaru said with a blank face. Minato looked at the Sonin for a long moment before smiling. He saw in Orochimaru's eyes that it was more than just for the village's good. After all, a father recognized another father's concerned look when he saw it. "Okay, Orochimaru, but I want this quiet. Do you need any backup?" the blonde asked, earning a shake of the head from Orochimaru. No, Minato, Orochimaru said before leaving. Just as he was about to exit, Orochimaru said, "Thank you," without turning around, and then he was gone. Kanaha. Naruto and the group had returned home and stared in a mixture of shock and anger at the spot where the Hokage Mountain once stood. The Hokage Monument, a symbol of the will of fire passed down through generations, had been a heavy blow to the Leaf People. Shaking his head, Naruto knew this was merely a precursor to far greater threats if the Shinigami's blade wasn't stopped. Snapping out of their daze, the group walked through the village, but anger simmered within them as they overheard street conversations. "I heard the Hokage has gone mad, the Hokage needs to step down after letting this happen, we never had to deal with this with past Hokage," were the comments exchanged by villagers gossiping about matters they knew nothing about. It felt like hours had passed on the walk from the village gates to the Hokage Tower. Confusion and anger filled each ninja as they continued to hear the treacherous thoughts of their fellow villagers. Quickly entering the tower, they made their way to Minato's office and entered without knocking. Minato was reviewing the reports from Orochimaru when Kushina and her squad walked in. Seeing his wife and son, he stood with a wide smile. "Welcome back. I take it things went well in Kiri," he asked. No one answered, and Minato's smile faded as he noticed the angry expressions on each ninja's face. Kushina stepped forward. "Minato, what happened while we were gone?" Kushina asked. Minato sighed and looked at Team 11. "Naruto, Yakumo, Sasuke, maybe you should leave," Minato said, but Kushina quickly shook her head. "No, Minato, they stay. Tell us why the villagers are questioning your abilities as Hokage," she demanded sternly. Minato put a hand to his head as a migraine began to form before he answered. "I told you in the message about the attack. Well, after the fight, the council held a meeting without my knowledge, which resulted in me alienating the civilian council by sending them all to TNI. I didn't expect you all to get here so soon, so I've been trying to do damage control for now. Speaking of which, how did you get here so quickly?" Minato asked, and everyone looked at Naruto. "Serpents" was the only word Naruto offered before falling into thought. The Hokage nodded at the brief explanation. Summons could perform incredible feats, so using one to travel quickly from Kiri to Konoha wasn't out of the question. "So, how was the mission?" Minato asked again. The ninjas' expressions quickly changed. Kushina, Konan, Itachi, and Tsunade looked at the three Chunin with pride, while Naruto, Yakumo, and Sasuke simply smiled. Jiraiya, however, looked at the ground. The mission to help the rebel side secure Kiri was a success. "I have the treaty from the new Mizukage, May Terumi," Kushina said with a smile as she placed a scroll on her husband's desk. When she returned to her position, she dropped a bombshell that none of the three Chunin anticipated. "Minato, I would like to nominate Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, Yakumo Kurama, and Sasuke Uchiha for the position of Jounin," which earned nods from Itachi and Tsunade. Naruto, Yakumo, and Sasuke were completely shocked. Minato looked at his wife and Itachi, seeing a level of pride he had never witnessed before. "I take it this refers to something that happened during the Civil War. Perhaps it would be best if you explain to me what happened and why they should be made Jounin," Minato said. For the next 10 minutes, Kushina, Itachi, and Tsunade recounted everything they had witnessed Team 11's Chunin accomplish. By the time the explanation concluded, Minato was utterly flabbergasted. A group of Chunin capable of defeating a Kage who was also a Jinchuriki? It seemed impossible, yet Team 11 had done it. Only months ago, Itachi had claimed this team had the potential to surpass the legendary Sunin, and it appeared the Uchiha's prediction was coming true. Turning to Team 11, and particularly his son, he smiled. "Well, Team 11, after hearing such a compelling argument from such influential ninja, I must say I'm inclined to believe them. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, Yakumo Kurama, Sasuke Uchiha, I hereby promote you three to Jounin," the Hokage announced proudly. Sasuke smiled at the announcement and said, "Thank you, Lord Hokage, we humbly ask." "I'm sorry, Lord Hokage, but I must refuse," Naruto interrupted, causing everyone to look at him strangely. "This was my first mission as a Chunin, and I feel like I need more experience in the ninja world before I'm ready to accept the position of Jounin," Naruto said with a smile. Yakumo looked at her boyfriend and smiled at his answer. "Lord Hokage, I also refuse for the same reasons," she said with a smile. Everyone now turned to look at Sasuke, whose jaw was slightly ajar from his teammates' rejection of such an offer. "But sigh. I refuse as well," said Sasuke, looking at the ground and muttering about stupid blondes having to be noble. The adults smiled at the wisdom and patience displayed by the members of Team 11. They were a prime example of the Shodame's will of fire. "Very well, this mission started as a high A rank, but I think that due to the circumstances, it should be upgraded to an S rank," Minato said, writing something on a piece of paper and handing it to Naruto. "Take that to where you get your mission pay." Team 11, good job, Minato said, earning a smiling nod from each member of Team 11. Naruto stepped forward but paused as a flash of pain shot through his head. Shaking it off, Naruto took the payment scroll, and Team 11 left. After Naruto, Yakumo, and Suzuki departed, Tsunade decided to leave and check on things at the hospital while Konan quickly dragged Itaki out. With only Kushina and Jiraiya remaining, Minato noticed the serious expressions on their faces. Kushina spoke first. Minato, Menma, and Narumi appeared after Team 11 fought Yagura. Naruto fought and defeated them, but the leader of the Shinigami's blade was there. The leader injured Naruto and took Menma and Narumi with him. Minato, they aren't just angry or confused anymore, they tried to kill their brother, Kushina said, causing Minato's eyes to widen. Jiraiya stepped forward after Kushina's announcement. Fukazaka sighed upon seeing the long-summoned Jiraiya. Hello, Jiraiya, the old toad greeted. You wish to know why we haven't answered your summons, I presume? A silent nod confirmed Jiraiya's query. Jiraiya, there have been discussions among the toads about your worthiness to summon us. We shared the great toad sage's prophecy, but many feel you're negatively impacting it, Fukazaku explained, bracing for an argument. Jiraiya's simple nod, however, filled Fukazaku with sympathy for the man who brought the toad's renown. Jiraiya, it's just talk. Shima, Gamabunta, myself, and many other toads still believe in you, the elder toad offered, attempting to lift his spirits. It seemed to work, as Jiraiya raised his head, determination in his eyes. Fukazaku, I'm searching for Menma and Narumi. I've dishonored the toads, but I ask for your assistance one last time when the moment comes, he said, looking at the toad. Fukazaku, who had known Jiraiya since he was a genin, nodded. We will, but it won't be the last time we assist you, Jiraiya, Fukazaku promised, nodding before vanishing in a puff of smoke. Turning to the Hokage, Jiraiya asked, May I take time off to search for Menma and Narumi, Lord Hokage? Minato nodded, granting the request. Be careful, sensei, Minato cautioned, bringing a rare smile to Jiraiya's face. Underground Konoha. Danzo sat in a large room with former civilian council members, his two fellow elders, and numerous root and corrupt ninja. Minato Namikaze has grown arrogant, believing himself above Konoha's people. This cannot stand. Konoha is run by its people, and we must reassert that. His reign must end, and I ask you all to help me reclaim Konoha from this fool. He's a boy playing Hokage, unaware of what's best for us. We must remove him from power, Danzo declared, eliciting a chorus of agreement from the council and corrupt ninja. Danzo smirked, pleased by their eagerness to depose the Yellow Flash, a move that would finally secure him the position he had long deserved. Hokage. Shinigami's blade base. Tsuranabe sat in his office, frowning. Kuro's defeat was unexpected but a minor setback. He wouldn't have been so calm had he not made a discovery that would unlock Naruto's fullest potential. Once Naruto reached that potential, Tsuranabe would claim everything and become the strongest being in the elemental nations. Armies or rebellions wouldn't matter, he'd be too powerful. Only one boy stood between him and his vision of true peace. As he began planning his next move, Sashura entered, announcing that Menma and Narumi had awakened and their bodies were restored. Leaving his office with a smile, Tsuranabe was filled with excitement. Left on Tsuranabe's desk was a map of a place forgotten by the ninja world, a small, yet significant, village known simply as Paradise. It was there that Tsuranabe's plan to unlock Naruto's full potential would unfold. Paradise. The sun shone brightly on Paradise, a peaceful village that had never known conflict. A small girl with long black hair ran through her quiet village, heading home. Opening her house door softly, she crept in, noticing her mother still cooking with her back turned. The girl silently moved towards the stairs to her room. Where were you? Her mother's voice asked, still facing the stove. The girl sighed and walked into the kitchen. I just went to play, that's all, the little girl said, only reaching her mother's hip. Her mother turned, a hint of concern in her eyes. I've told you not to leave without me, the mother lightly scolded. The girl pouted, eliciting a smile from her mother, who bent to her daughter's level. Aiko, I just want you to be safe, her mother said, placing a hand on the girl's face. Aiko nodded at her mother's explanation. I know, Mom. I just wanted to play, the girl said, watching her mother stand and return to cooking. Okay, just let me know when you go out next time, her mother replied, bringing a smile to Aiko's face. I will, Mom, I promise, she said before heading upstairs. Halfway up, a brief flash of pain crossed her mind, but it quickly vanished. Shaking it off, Aiko continued to her room. Naruto tossed and turned in bed, trapped in a nightmare. Deep in his consciousness, he watched his parents, Jiraiya, and Tsunade praise his siblings. Shaking his head at the image, Naruto turned, seeing a smaller, younger version of himself standing at a distance. The little blonde wanted to join his family and be noticed, but a barrier prevented him from taking a step closer. Banging on the barrier, little Naruto yelled for his parents, godparents, and siblings to hear him. Yelling louder and banging harder, the small boy cried, receiving no reaction from those dearest to him. The real Naruto frowned, clenching his fists at the sight. He knew the pain, having lived the very pain he witnessed. Everything he saw was a memory, illustrating how things used to be and what led to his change. But then, the group ignoring little Naruto turned to the real Naruto, all smiling. Such a naive idiot. You really think we regret what we did? Do you really think I didn't hear or see your calls for attention? I wanted you gone and I wanted you to stay gone, but you just had to come back and ruin everything, Kushina sneered. Naruto looked at his mother, confused and hurt. Minato laughed at his son's obvious distress. He really thought we cared about him. We had the perfect family, except for you. You were always the one who never belonged, but you already knew that, didn't you? Minato said, arms crossed. Menma and Narumi stepped forward, sadistic grins on their faces. You're nothing compared to us. You're just an insect to be stepped on, you have no one, and you'll never have anyone, Menma said, with Narumi, their parents, and the two Sunin nodding in agreement. Soon you will die, and our return will be rejoiced. We'll be praised for ending your pathetic existence, Narumi added, making the younger Naruto tremble in fear, backing away with tears in his eyes. The real Naruto, who had looked down the moment his father spoke, began to laugh loudly. Looking at his brother and sister's faces, Naruto smirked. You can try, but so far I haven't lost to you yet, and I don't plan on that changing. So you can plague my mind all you want, but it will do you no good, the blonde declared, standing tall. Little Naruto, seeing his older self so confident, wiped his eyes and stood tall as well. Oh, the lies we tell ourselves, a dark voice interjected, breaking through Naruto's confidence. A dark pillar of smoke rose before Naruto, taking his form. The only difference was the newcomer's lack of color. Before Naruto could examine its appearance, it spoke. We both know that behind your bravado, you're still afraid. You've just gotten your family back, but is it real? Were they truly repentant for neglecting you, or was it on purpose? Your mother is an Uzumaki, a clan that values family above all else. How could she neglect her firstborn unless by choice? And what of your father and his role in neglecting you? What will happen when Menma and Narumi return to Konoha? Will you be cast aside again? Don't pretend you haven't had these thoughts. I should know, because I am the culmination of these thoughts. You are still the angry child you were when you ran away from home. You've just gotten better at hiding it, the dark form said with a smile. Naruto awoke gasping for air, his heart pounding as if in battle. Sweat covered his face, matting his hair. Slowing his breathing and wiping his face, he repeated to himself that it was only a nightmare. Looking out his window, he saw the source of his power shining brightly upon his village. Shaking his head, Naruto got out of bed and headed outside. Namikaze compound roof. Naruto sat on his house roof, staring at the moon, waiting for a certain someone to appear. I've gotta say, I'm impressed, said the familiar voice of Naruto's teacher, Sira, taking down a cage, and a Jinchuriki at that. You've made me proud, kid, the blue-haired swordsman said, sitting next to the blonde. Naruto continued to look at the moon despite her appearance. The leader of the Shinigami's blade said he had plans for me. He could have killed me in Kiri, but he didn't, and I think you know why, Naruto said, seeking answers from his teacher. Sira shook her head and sighed. Naruto, I don't know everything, and I'm not everywhere. I'm dead and can only see the world through you. Tsurunobi's goal is nothing short of world domination, which in his twisted mind leads to peace. I wasn't able to beat him, but I know you can, Sira said, attempting to answer her apprentice's question. The blonde swordsman shook his head and clenched his fists. Sira watched her apprentice, expecting him to strike her spiritual image. To her surprise, instead of punching, the boy looked at his master with tears in his eyes, tears that deeply pained the deceased woman's heart. Why? Why did you have to die? Why did you make me kill you? Why did you hold back? The boy asked, as Sira bit her lip to keep from crying herself. How did you know I held back? Sira asked. Naruto snorted at the question. I was a kid with no battle experience outside of spars with you, who managed to take down one of the strongest swordsmen in the entire world. You could have killed me at any point in our duel, but you didn't let me kill you, Naruto said, causing the blue-haired woman beside him to sigh. I was on a time limit. When I left the Shinigami's blade, Tsurunobi fatally wounded me. The wound caused a slow decay of my insides. I had maybe 3 years tops after I got away, and I didn't know what to do. That's when I ran into you. I saw in you a potential swordsman to pass along my power and hopefully stop Tsurunobi. I put you through a crash course but wasn't able to completely train you. That's why I'm able to stay at your side, Sira said, placing a hand on the blonde's shoulder. Naruto nodded and looked at his teacher. I need to get stronger fast. Tsurunobi is miles ahead of me, so I need to complete my training, Naruto stated, to which Sira nodded. I know. You also have to finish your transformation training with the serpents. It'll take another year of training, but the results will be worth it, Sira said, observing her apprentice for any reaction. Naruto simply looked at his master and nodded. If that's what it takes, but can I have a week before I start? Naruto asked, not keen on leaving so soon after reconnecting with his family and friends. Sira smiled at his request. Why? You gonna spend some time with your girlfriend? Sira teased, nudging the now blushing Naruto. Naruto endured another hour of serious teasing before leaving the roof and returning to bed. Namikaze compound next day. Naruto sat at the table, enjoying a bowl of ramen his mother prepared for breakfast. Minato sat next to Naruto, and Kushina joined them shortly after, both starting their bowls of ramen. As Naruto finished his bowl, he looked at his parents, deciding it was time to tell them about his training trip. Mom, Dad, Naruto began, getting their attention. Listen, I've got to go away for a while, he said, causing his mother and father to look confused. I have to return to the realm of the serpents to finish my training, Naruto briefly explained. For how long? Minato asked. Naruto sighed. It will take a year of training before I return to Konoha, Naruto said, his father nodding in understanding. Minato knew the importance of summon training from his own trip with the toads. Kushina, however, lacked this knowledge. Why can't they come to you? Why do you have to go there? Why do you have to be gone for a year? The redhead asked in rapid succession. Mom, I have to go to the serpent's realm because that's where I can best learn the techniques I need to. I have to do this, but I won't be leaving until next week, Naruto answered. Kushina looked ready to forbid Naruto from going, but Minato interrupted before she could voice her opinion. Have you told your team? The blonde Hokage asked. Naruto shook his head. No, but I'm going to tell them today, Naruto said, then looked at his mother. Kushina didn't want Naruto to go. Menma and Narumi leaving had hurt her hard enough, but having all three of her children out of her grasp was even worse. Yet, as Kushina looked at her son, she realized her baby boy was growing up and was technically an adult according to the shinobi code. Reluctantly nodding, Kushina sat up straight. I expect you back in exactly 1 year after you leave, and I want at least 3 letters a week about how you're doing, Kushina said, making Naruto chuckle and nod. Minato smiled at his wife's conditions before looking at his son. I'll put you on temporary leave. I'll need weekly updates on your progress and, of course, personal updates as well, Minato said. Naruto nodded at his father's conditions. I was also thinking maybe we could have a small get-together so I can see everyone before I leave, Naruto suggested, earning nods of agreement from his parents. That sounds great, Naruto. Who did you want to invite? Kushina asked. Naruto crossed his arms in thought. Yakumo and Suzuki, of course. Itaki and Konan, and I suppose Tsunade as well. Maybe Yakumo's parents and Suzuki's parents. I was thinking of having it in 2 days, Naruto said, bringing smiles to his parents' faces. Sounds good, Naruto. I'll get to work prepping the house, and I'll make sure to make lots of ramen, Kushina said, ramen bowls in her eyes. Naruto and Minato sweat dropped at Kushina's ramen obsession. Both blondes liked ramen, but Kushina was utterly in love with it. Yakumo's house 2 hours later. Naruto stood at his girlfriend's door, waiting for someone to answer. His plan was to inform Yakumo and her parents about the small going-away party and give them their verbal invitation. His mother would tell Suzuki and his family since she was already visiting Mikato at the Uchiha estate. After a few more seconds, the door opened, revealing a dark-haired man with a mustache. Yes, how may I help you? The man asked. Hello sir, you are Yakumo's father, right? The blonde inquired, getting a slow nod from the man, whose eyes narrowed at the boy. It's nice to meet you. I'm Naruto Namikaze and Ima and Naruto got no further, as the man lifted him by his shirt. So you're the boy who thinks he's good enough to date my baby girl? The man asked with a dangerous tone. Before Naruto could respond, he was dropped. When the blonde looked up, he saw Yakumo's father holding his head, and a woman standing next to him with crossed arms. Noticing Naruto still on the ground, the woman extended her hand, which Naruto took, and she helped him up. Hi Naruto, I'm Yakumo's mom, Yuriko. And this is my idiot husband, Murakumo, she said, introducing her husband, who was still holding his head. Why don't you come inside, the woman said, smiling before turning and walking in. Naruto and Murakumo obediently followed Yuriko to the kitchen. Naruto sat in a chair when Yuriko motioned for him to sit. I'll go tell Yakumo you're here, Yuriko said with a smile, leading to inform her daughter of her boyfriend's arrival. Meanwhile, Murakumo walked around the kitchen counter to face the boy dating his daughter. Both Naruto and Murakumo were silent for a long moment before Naruto broke the awkward quiet. So, it's nice to finally meet you, Naruto said nervously, but only received a glare from Murakumo. The man crossed his arms and frowned at the boy. They say you're quite promising as a ninja. The strongest of your generation, with the potential to surpass any previous Hokage, Murakumo said, still glaring at Naruto. Naruto scratched his neck in embarrassment. I don't know about that. I just try to help out as best I can, Naruto said, but Yakumo's father snorted. False modesty isn't fitting for you. I love my daughter more than anything in this world. In fact, I didn't even want her to be a field ninja, but that's the road she's chosen. I don't want to hear you being the modest hero. I want to know that my daughter is safe around you, the man said, looking into Naruto's eyes. Naruto was silent for a long moment before answering. Mr. Kurama, I will always intend to protect Yakumo with everything I am. Even if it costs my life, I've promised myself to protect her at all costs. And as for the rumors you've heard about me, I plan to be far stronger than any cage ever, because then I want to protect all those close to me, Naruto said in a serious tone, staring down Murakumo. After a short standoff to see who would yield first, Murakumo smiled at Naruto's answer. I'll hold you to that, Naruto, Murakumo said, a smirk forming on Naruto's face after hearing the response. Before the two could exchange more words, a brown-haired blur sped through the room and nearly tackled Naruto, with Yuriko entering the kitchen right behind the blur. Yakumo held onto her boyfriend tightly. Naruto, I wasn't expecting you, but I'm so glad you're here. Yakumo squealed. Yuriko smiled at the sight, while Murakumo tried to suppress his fatherly urge to grab a knife. Naruto patted his girlfriend's head as she released him. I actually came by to see if you wanted to spend the day together and also invite you and your parents to a small party at my house in 2 days, Naruto announced. Yakumo quickly looked at her parents, and upon receiving nods from both, she declared, "We'll be there," before taking Naruto's hand and speeding out of the house, dragging her boyfriend along. Murakumo sighed, watching his only child leave with her boyfriend. His fatherly instincts made him want to follow them and ensure Naruto treated his daughter well, but his wife's hand on his ended those thoughts. Murakumo, don't worry, Yakumo will be fine, Yuriko said, trying to comfort her husband. I know, Yuriko, it's just that she's my little girl. I don't want her to grow up too fast, he said, looking at the ground. Yuriko chuckled. Listen, Yakumo is at an age where we need to let her follow her own path. I know you're worried about her, and you always will be because you're a good father, but you've got to give her the chance to live her own life. And I'm sure that the more we get to know Naruto, the more comfortable you'll be around him, she said, smiling at her husband. Don't you remember my father's reaction to us dating? Yuriko asked, making Murakumo let out a small laugh. Of course I remember. I've never been more afraid in my entire life, Murakumo said with a smile at the memories. Wrapping his arms around his wife, Murakumo said, maybe you're right. Maybe it is time for us to let Yakumo make her own path. Streets of Konoha. Naruto and Yakumo walked through the busy, lively streets of Konoha, hand in hand. Both smiled, enjoying their time together. Spotting a nearby bench, Naruto led his girlfriend to it, and they sat down. Naruto took both of Yakumo's hands, looking into her eyes. Yakumo, I have to tell you something you probably aren't going to like, Naruto said, receiving a confused look from the girl. I have to go away for a year to finish my training in the Serpent Realm, Naruto explained. No, Yakumo replied, causing Naruto to look at her strangely. Yakumo, I have to go, Naruto said, emphasizing it wasn't debatable. Yakumo shook her head. I said no, so you are going to stay, she insisted, eliciting a sigh from her boyfriend. Yakumo, this isn't something I can blow off. I have to do this if I want any chance at taking on the remaining members of the Shinigami's Blade. I leave next week, but I will make sure to write you every day, Naruto promised, making Yakumo look away. Yuriko felt nervous, joining Kushina, Tsunade, Shizune, and Mikato in the kitchen, keenly aware that first impressions mattered. Your house is beautiful, Kushina, Yuriko complimented. Kushina smiled, thank you, I try to keep it tidy. Minato and Naruto aren't big mess makers, which helps. It's nice to finally meet you, Yuriko, your daughter is magnificent, she added, making Yuriko blush and nod. Yuriko replied, thank you for training her, she's grown tremendously under your tutelage, earning another nod from Kushina. Kushina clarified, most of that growth is her own doing, not mine, she's one of the most determined girls I've known, which broadened Yuriko's smile. Hearing about students, Tsunade proudly mentioned, my student Sakura is getting stronger too and will soon be the talk of the village, with Shizune nodding in agreement. Kushina acknowledged, yes, I've heard your new apprentice is making great progress in the medical field. Mikato smiled, pleased by the discussion of promising kunoichi, finding joy and hope in knowing ninja like Yakumo and Sakura would help women be taken more seriously. Kushina then asked Mikato, so, what has Itachi planned for Suzuki? Mikato smiled, oh, this and that. He'll be starting his advanced Sharingan training with Itachi soon, so they'll be quite busy, which the other women acknowledged. Kushina checked the stove, seeing the ramen was done and the beef stew nearly ready. Murakumo stood with Minato, Kakashi, and Fugaku as they discussed ninja affairs. Fugaku was currently displaying typical Uchiha arrogance, stating, my son, with his Sharingan, is perhaps the strongest ninja of his generation, arms crossed. Minato scoffed, and who told you that? My son is stronger than yours, Fugaku, sparks flying between the Hokage and the Uchiha head. Kakashi interjected, sensei, can't we just say they're both strong? But both Minato and Fugaku shouted no simultaneously, resuming their glares before breaking it off. Minato turned to Murakumo with a smile, so, Murakumo, how's it been? Murakumo replied, it's been well, Lord Hokage, but Minato interrupted, raising a hand, just call me Minato, to which Murakumo nodded. Minato continued, from the reports I've seen in my son's words, your daughter is becoming a very powerful kunoichi, a statement Fugaku agreed with. Murakumo rubbed his neck awkwardly, yes, though I wish she'd chosen something like TNI rather than field work, which Minato understood. I understand, but it's good that you're letting her make her own decisions, Minato said. Fugaku then smirked, a trait passed to his youngest son, your girl should be safe as long as my son is around, after all, the Uchiha are the strongest in Konoha. Minato's eyebrow twitched, and Kakashi sighed as the Hokage and Uchiha had began another heated but friendly argument about whose son was superior. All conversations paused when Kushina called everyone to the table for dinner. For the rest of the party, guests shared jokes and stories, enjoying a break from the outside world. Naruto's room hours later. Naruto tossed in bed, dreaming of a little black-haired girl crying on the ground. She slowly looked up at him, tears in her eyes, but before he could comfort her, he was jolted awake, sitting up panting, a thin sheet of sweat on his face despite feeling cold. He rubbed his arms, slowed his breathing, and wondered, what the hell is happening, before lying back down to sleep. Paradise. Aiko sat with her mom in the park, observing critters. She watched a mother bird fly off for food, leaving her babies in the nest. Aiko looked at her mom, who was staring at the sky. Mom, Aiko said, getting her mother's attention. You'll never leave me, right? The black-haired girl asked, tears starting to form. Aiko's mom touched her daughter's face, asking, where is this coming from, sweetie? Aiko sniffled, I don't want you to ever leave me, no matter what, burying herself in her mother. Her mom held her, rubbing her back to comfort her. Aiko, I'm not going anywhere. And I'll always be with you, she said, making her daughter look up and smile. Now, what do you say we get some ice cream? Her mother asked. Ice cream. Aiko squealed, jumping up and dragging her mother with surprising strength towards the ice cream stand. Orochimaru navigated the country he created, his goal to save a boy utterly devoted to him. As time passed since his seal's removal, he regained fragmented memories of his time in Oto, many unpleasant, leaving him with shame for the atrocities committed there. Shaking his head, he focused, knowing this was no time for self-pity, it was time to right his wrongs. Approaching the hidden sound village, merely an entrance to his underground lab, Orochimaru noticed something confusing, multiple groups of ninja patrolling the outside. Jumping into a tree and hiding his chakra, he frowned, observing a group wearing what appeared to be sound nin headbands, clearly searching for something or someone. When he left Oto, it should have ceased to function, as designed. The fact that an organized system of shinobi was growing in an unknown and technically non-existent village concerned him, something he'd address upon returning to Konoha. It took just over 10 minutes for the sound nin to finish their search and depart. Once sure they were gone, Orochimaru entered a meditative pose on the tree branch, slowly channeling his chakra and sensing the world. Dark marks spread over his body, but he remained calm, eyes closed, breathing deeply and slowly, entering a state that allowed him to sense the chakra of life around him. Still eyes closed, he felt the life force of trees, the chakra of crawling bugs, and the chakra of wild animals hunting. Increasing his focus, he searched for human chakra signatures, finding the sound group he'd seen earlier, plus 2 other groups of 5 patrolling ninja. Pushing his chakra search further, he finally found what he sought, the chakra signature of his devoted follower, Kimimaro Kagaya, along with another weaker signature he'd address later. Orochimaru opened his eyes and quickly tree-jumped towards the boy. Kimimaro. Kimimaro Kagaya sat hungry and cold in a small cave, his only remaining companion Teiuya of the Sound Four. Before him lay the dead bodies of his former teammates, Jirobo, Kidomaru, and the double-bodied Seikan and Yukon. Their bodies had been dead for 2 days, and the stench of rotting flesh was unbearable, but neither he nor Teiuya dared risk leaving the cave yet. Months after Orochimaru's disappearance, Zetsuna took control of Oto, promising to turn it into a real ninja village. His first act was to eliminate everything associated with Orochimaru experiments, test subjects, and most importantly, the Sound Four and Kimimaro. Zetsuna destroyed all of Orochimaru's work, but the Sound Four managed to escape Oto's immediate vicinity, taking Kimimaro, for which the white-haired boy was immensely grateful. The group spent months on the run, only to be cut off from every exit out of Oto, their escape attempt ending just a few days ago. The deaths of his closest friends came without warning. While escaping, a sound shinobi injured Teiuya with a jutsu, slamming her into a tree and breaking her leg. Jirobo, Kidomaru, Seikan, and Yukon stayed behind to buy Kimimaro and Teiuya time to find a safe place. The red-headed girl and Kimimaro found a small cave and waited, praying their teammates survived. When the 4 arrived, they were covered in blood and in their cursed seal forms, having tapped into their full power to defeat a group of Oto's elite ninja. An hour after arriving at the cave, all 4 began grasping at their heads, screaming and crying in pain. 5 minutes later, after pure agony for them and confusion and worry for Kimimaro and Teiuya, the screams stopped. Jirobo, Kidomaru, Seikan, and Yukon died in pain from an unknown cause. Next to Kimimaro, Teiuya took deep breaths despite the horrid smell of her former teammates' carcasses. Her vision blurred, her head throbbed, and her stomach begged for food, which she had none to give. She looked at Kimimaro, her last remaining ally, knowing he was in more pain than she, and also dealing with an unknown illness. Looking at her leg, she stared at the wooden splint Kimimaro had risked his safety to gather materials for, before the Sound Nin began heading their way. Looking at the ground, she couldn't help but wonder, is this how my life ends? Shaking her head, she dismissed thoughts of death. Though unable to offer physical support, she wouldn't leave Kimimaro alone. She refused to die until the white-haired boy next to her kicked the bucket. Turning to him, she noticed a small smile on his face. Knowing her days were numbered, she suppressed the impulse to gag at his sentimentality and simply smiled back. Silently, she wished Kami would provide a miracle and save Kimimaro. Placing her hand on his, she smiled and began to close her eyes, only for them to snap open as she felt a long unfelt chakra presence approaching. Orochimaru. The black-haired Sannin followed Kimimiro's signature, along with the other unknown but familiar signature, to what appeared to be a small cave. Pulling out a kunao in case the unknown chakra signature was hostile, he prepared to rescue Kimimaro. As he approached, he was met with a stench that sickened even the most seasoned ninja, the strong smell of death. Knowing the dead body or bodies weren't Kimimiro's, Orochimaru grew suspicious and sped to the cave entrance. The sight that met him truly hurt his heart. Kimimaro shaking in fear, an injured girl holding his hand and a kunao in her other, both appearing malnourished and sick. Raising his arms in surrender, he knelt to their level, looking at the white-haired boy who had dedicated his body to him, and asked, Kimimaro, are you alright? Orochimaru moved his head, dodging a weak kunao throw from the red-headed girl. What the fuck do you care, you fucking shithead? She asked, trying to sound angry but lacking the strength. Master, is that really you? Kimimaro asked with a desperate tone. Orochimaru nodded, then looked at the girl's swollen, purple leg in the wooden splint. Reaching into a pouch, the snake Sannin pulled out 4 pills, holding 2 for her and 2 for Kimimaro. These are food pills and blood pills. They should help, he said. Kimimaro quickly took the pills, but Teiwaya eyed him suspiciously. What's the catch, shithead? Are you gonna put another curse mark on us or something? She asked, gritting her teeth. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. His former apprentice, Anko Mitarashi, had shown him the curse mark and its effects after months of his persistence in trying to regain her trust. He still hadn't, but he was dedicated to righting his wrongs. I don't know who you are, but I can only assume I placed a curse mark on you. I apologize from the deepest part of my soul. I was not in control of my thoughts or actions when I created the curse mark, he stated, then turned to Kimimaro. Now, we need to get you to safety, Kimimaro, the Sannin said, surprised when the boy shook his head. Not without Teiwaya, the boy declared. Raising an eyebrow, he looked at the redhead, expecting her to complain about being left behind. Instead, he was surprised by the crass girl. Kimimaro, this is your chance to live on. Don't waste it on me, she said. Kimimaro shook his head and looked at Orochimaru. Master, I beg of you to bring Teiwaya with us, Kimimaro pleaded desperately. Orochimaru examined the boy he came for, then the girl beside him. The redhead's eyes showed resignation, but a glimmer of hope shone within them. Sighing, the Sannin nodded and performed the shadow clone jutsu. The clone moved to Teiwaya and carefully picked her up, while Orochimaru himself picked up Kimimaro. Kimimaro looked at Orochimaru and smiled. Thank you for saving us, Master. I promise not to fail you again, the boy said respectfully. Orochimaru shook his head. No, Kimimaro, I failed you. I have committed unforgivable acts, many of which I've yet to remember, but it's not only my duty but my desire to redeem myself for my actions. My first step is getting you and Teiwaya here to Konoha, Orochimaru said as he and his clone sped off through the trees. Teiwaya snorted in response. That's a load of bullshit. I don't buy your bullshit story one bit, shithead, the redhead said. Teiwaya, speak properly in the presence of our master, Kimimaro said sternly, but Orochimaru shook his head. No, Kimimaro, no more of these titles. I am not your master, you are your own person. So Orochimaru came to an immediate halt, as did his clone. Looking around, Orochimaru used the shadow clone jutsu again without seals. The newly created shadow clone quickly and carefully took Kimimaro from Orochimaru's arms. Lord Orochimaru? Kimimaro asked in confusion. Even Teiwaya was interested in why Orochimaru had stopped. Looking at his shadow clones and nodding, Orochimaru and his clones dropped to the ground. Once safely landed, Orochimaru pulled out a kunao. We are not alone, the Sannin said. As soon as the words left his mouth, a multitude of sound ninja, 21 in total, stepped out from behind the surrounding trees, seemingly in ambush. All but one wore standard umbu gear with masks. The unmasked ninja wore a black and purple coat, a standard ninja flak jacket, and black pants. He had long brown hair that reached past his shoulders. Overall, he looked like an ordinary ninja, but his confident smile and radiating power suggested otherwise. Well, it has been quite troublesome searching for the last of Orochimaru's experiments, but today I am given both the experiments and their creator. Kami truly is good, the man said as his fellow sound nin chuckled. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, noticing Kimimaro and Teiwaya were paler than their already unhealthy skin, both shaking and muttering one word, Zetsuna. Frowning, Orochimaru examined the man who had instilled such fear in his pupil and his pupil's friend. "Who are you and what do you want?" the Sannin asked, causing the man's smile to widen. "I am Zetsuna, the leader of Oda Gakure. As for what I want? I simply want Odo to ascend to the greatness I know it's capable of. Unfortunately, you and your work stood in the way of such goals, but after I have eradicated you, Odo will be one large step closer to achieving greatness," the man said, his fellow ninja nodding in agreement. Orochimaru shook his head. "I don't remember much about the formation of the Hidden Sound Village, but it wasn't intended to be a true ninja village. As for you eradicating me, I am Konoha's Snake Sannin. I'm in a hurry, so I'll give you a chance to run home if you leave immediately," he declared, unleashing his killer intent. The Sound Ninja nervously shuffled, intimidated by Orochimaru's menacing aura. Zetsuna, however, merely laughed, projecting killer intent twice as intense as Orochimaru's. "Oh, Orochimaru, I know your reputation and accomplishments. Despite that, you'll die by my hand today, both for the good of the Hidden Sound Village and because I genuinely want to defeat you in battle. But first, I'll let my elites have a taste of you," Zetsuna stated. As the new leader of the Hidden Sound Village finished speaking, all 20 Sound Ninja charged the Sannin simultaneously. Turning to his clones, Orochimaru yelled, "Stay back," as he raised his kunao. The first ninja to reach him threw a kunao, then sped forward with another, aiming for a quick follow-up strike. Orochimaru simply plucked the airborne kunao and slid sideways, causing the ninja to miss. Before the ninja could react, Orochimaru swiftly plunged both kunao into either side of the ninja's neck, withdrawing them just as quickly. Jumping backward after dispatching the first ninja, Orochimaru saw 5 more ninja attempting a head-on attack. Raising his arms, Orochimaru declared Hidden Shadow Snake Hands, launching a multitude of snakes that quickly entangled the 5 ninja, immobilizing them. Following up, Orochimaru pulled out a shuriken, threw it, and shouted Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu, multiplying the single shuriken into 100. The ninja not ensnared by snakes easily dodged the shurikens, but the unfortunate 5 trapped in their reptilian prison were each struck by enough shurikens to end their lives swiftly. With 6 of their comrades down, the remaining 14 decided to attack the Sannin all at once. This proved to be a costly mistake for the Hidden Sound Shinobi. First, Orochimaru pressed his hands together and shouted "Wind Release, Great Breakthrough," blasting the 14 ninja backward onto the ground. Seizing his chance, Orochimaru unhinged his jaw like a snake, and hundreds of snakes poured from his mouth. Before the Sound Ninja could even recover from Orochimaru's wind technique, they were engulfed by venomous snakes and quickly perished. Feeling a little tired, Orochimaru turned when he heard clapping. Zetsuna stood smiling, applauding the Sannin's display. "Not bad, Orochimaru. I'm a little disappointed it took you so long, though. Perhaps your skills are rusty," Zetsuna mocked. Orochimaru clenched his fists at the taunt. "I'll give you one last chance to leave. If you do, I won't pursue you, and you'll live to see another day. If you choose to face me, I swear I'll not only destroy you but also the entire corrupt imitation of a village I built," the Sannin declared, preparing for another battle. Zetsuna rolled his neck and cracked his knuckles. "No, Orochimaru, I told you what would happen today. My goal is to help the Hidden Sound Village reach its full potential, and that can't happen as long as you and any remnants of you remain," Zetsuna stated. Behind Orochimaru, Kimimaro and Teiwaya shivered in fright. "Lord Orochimaru, leave me and run. He's not like normal ninja," Kimimaro pleaded, attempting to save his master in the only way he knew how. Teiwaya remained silent, no longer thinking about the pain in her leg, too focused on her probable death. Orochimaru turned his head slightly, his eyes never leaving Zetsuna. "How about a little faith in me, Kimimaro? I said I'd get you safely to Konoha, and I meant it, so let me handle this," the Snake Sannin said with a smirk. Turning back to his opponent, his smirk vanished. "You truly are a fool to challenge me, the Snake Sannin. I tell you now, your death will not be a merciful one," Orochimaru declared, commanding the hundreds of snakes still covering the devoured ninja to attack Zetsuna. Zetsuna chuckled at the assault. "A futile effort, I assure you," Zetsuna replied, black smoke beginning to exit his mouth. Just as the snakes approached the Hidden Sound leader, Zetsuna blew out a large black fireball with a dark orange center that completely annihilated any sign of life. Orochimaru had to jump away as the fireball continued its destructive path. Despite hearing trees collapsing, Orochimaru never turned his head. Outstretching his arms, Zetsuna smiled as a dark flame began to envelop his body. "Inferno-style, fire fence," Zetsuna shouted, causing a massive flame to form a giant circle that surrounded him, Orochimaru, Kimimaro, and Teiwaya. The immense circular fire fence appeared to be at least a mile wide, but Orochimaru and his small group could still easily feel the heat from the flames. "There's no escape and no help is coming," Zetsuna stated before performing another series of hand signs. Orochimaru, seeing his opportunity, bit his thumb and quickly performed hand signs, shouting, "Summoning jutsu." As the words were spoken, a large plume of smoke appeared from the ground. Out of the smoke rose a massive snake. Quickly observing its surroundings, the snake looked down at its summoner. "Orochimaru, why have you summoned me?" the snake hissed. Orochimaru pointed at Kimimaro and Teiwaya. "Manda, I need you to take these two to Konoha," Orochimaru requested, causing Kimimaro and Teiwaya's eyes to widen and Manda's eyes to narrow. "You've called me to deliver children? I should kill you right now," the snake hissed, but Orochimaru was unintimidated. The snake Sunin looked at his summon in a way Manda hadn't seen since Orochimaru had first become their summoner. "Please, Manda, I need to know they're safe before I can go all out on this boy," Orochimaru pleaded, hissing the part about his opponent. Manda was silent for a brief moment before giving a short nod. The Orochimaru clones both jumped onto Manda's back with Kimimaro and Teiwaya in their arms. Just as Manda began to leave, Zetsuna's voice bellowed, "You won't be going anywhere." Zetsuna had jumped incredibly high and was speeding towards Manda with flames covering his body. In a matter of seconds, Zetsuna reached Manda's head before the summon could react and swung his fist into the giant snake's eye, then landed gracefully on the ground. A second after Zetsuna's punch landed, a flame scorched Manda's eye and continued to burn. Not long after, the snake's eye was completely gone, burned to nothing by a single attack from the hidden sound leader. Manda screamed with an uncharacteristic and unnatural sound for a snake as it lost its eye. When the process was over, the snake turned and faced the man who had dared to injure him. "I'll kill you painfully for that, you maggot," Manda growled in a frightening tone. Zetsuna just smirked. "You're welcome to try." Manda launched its head in a quick strike at Zetsuna, who sped away with flames once again covering his body. As the hidden sound leader dodged the giant summon, Orochimaru seized his chance by throwing a shuriken at Zetsuna and yelling, "Shadow Shuriken Jutsu," sending a storm of shurikens at the man. Never letting his smirk fall, he shook his head and pressed his hands together as the shurikens neared him and Manda prepared to strike again. "Inferno style, flaming suicide," Zetsuna shouted. Orochimaru, thanks to his many years of experience, knew that the amount of chakra Zetsuna exerted when he put his hands together was not a good sign. Just as Zetsuna began to yell out the technique, Orochimaru and his clones used the earth release, hiding like a mole technique, allowing him and his charges to go underground to avoid whatever happened next. Manda, unfortunately, was too consumed with rage at his lost eye to notice something was amiss until it happened. When Zetsuna announced his jutsu, a colossal explosion of fire burst forth from his body, incinerating Manda completely and reducing all trees and any living creatures in the nearby vicinity to nothing but ash. Manda lay on the ground breathing shallow breaths before disappearing into smoke from the battlefield. Come out, Orochimaru. I know you're underground," Zetsuna said, smiling as Orochimaru and his clones rose from the ground. Orochimaru looked at Kimimaro, who was incredibly frightened. Taking a kunao from his side pouch, the Sunin sliced his hand. "Kimimaro, give me your hand," the snake Sunin instructed, to which Kimimaro obeyed. Orochimaru wiped his hand on Kimimiro's and looked him in the eye. "I've taught you the hand signs for summoning, correct?" Orochimaru asked, getting a nod in response. "If things start to look bad, use the summoning technique with all you have. You won't be able to summon anything big, but any snake can reverse summon you. Simply tell them you're with me and that you know who hurt Manda." "Got it?" he asked, getting a quick nod from Teiwaya and a reluctant nod from Kimimaro. Orochimaru turned to face Zetsuna, and just as he started to walk towards the man, an unlikely voice offered him a little encouragement. "Shithead, if you lose, I'll kick your ass," Teiwaya declared, causing a small smile to form on the Sunin's face. Orochimaru stopped about 12 feet away from his opponent. "You've proven to have quite the fire affinity. You are a fierce and powerful ninja," Orochimaru commented, causing Zetsuna to smile. "But that doesn't make you strong," the Sunin finished, turning Zetsuna's smile into a frown. "I'll give everything to protect the children behind me. If I die, then so be it, but I'll take you down with me as well." Pressing his hands together, Orochimaru gathered his chakra, and dark marks began to form along his body. His skin grew paler and scalier, and the dark marks transformed into intricate patterns. His hair turned light gray, and when he opened his eyes, they were like a snake's. He had achieved his sage mode. Not finished, Orochimaru quickly performed a series of hand signs while Zetsuna merely stood by, watching in boredom and doing nothing to interrupt his opponent. When Orochimaru finished his hand signs, he shouted "Eight-headed serpent jutsu" and began to transform. His body quickly morphed into that of a giant, white, snake-like creature, and when the transformation was complete, 7 other identical snake-like serpents branched out from the original's body. Zetsuna raised an eyebrow, Teiwaya looked on in fear, but Kimimaro smiled happily. This was his master's strongest technique. 4 of the serpent heads attacked the ground while the other 4 kept an eye above ground in case Zetsuna tried to jump up to avoid his inevitable demise. Meanwhile, Zetsuna was shaking his head as the serpent heads neared him. "A pitiful effort," was all the hidden sound leader said before engulfing himself in flames. Inferno style, fire wheel, Zetsuna shouted before starting a fast cartwheel that transformed him into a literal wheel of flames. He sped past the attacking heads and made contact with the serpent's belly, which caused a fair amount of pain, judging by the screech from the creature Orochimaru had become. Still rolling, Zetsuna used his chakra to remain attached to the serpent's surface and quickly spun along the body of this new Orochimaru. When Zetsuna reached the back of the serpent, he jumped up and yelled Inferno Cauterizer as he launched 8 quick, spear-like flames that impacted each of the serpent's heads. Orochimaru flew out of the mouth of the original head and landed on the ground just in time to see the heads of his most powerful move being burned off their body. Trying to get away is a pointless effort, don't you see? Zetsuna's voice came from behind Orochimaru. The snake Sunin's eyes widened, and he immediately jumped away quickly before facing his opponent, who now had his arms crossed with an impatient look on his face. Kimimaro, summon the snake and get out of here, Orochimaru commanded, knowing it would be nearly impossible to beat someone who had handled him so easily. No, we won't leave you, Kimimaro shouted in response. Orochimaru cursed the boy's devotion. Kimimaro, I told you to go, so go. Now, the Sunin finished with a shout. Shut up, shithead, and beat this horsefucker, then we'll leave, Teiuya said in defiance. Clenching his fists, Orochimaru tried to recall any scenario he had studied that related to his current predicament. Unfortunately, Zetsuna was done waiting. Pressing his hands together, he shouted, Inferno Fireball, launching a large black and red flaming ball of fire at the group. Immediately abandoning his analysis of the situation, Orochimaru acted on impulse to save Kimimaro